The case of Mark Orrin Barton. Mark Orrin Barton was born in April 1955. He was the child of a soldier and spent his childhood living in many different locations as his parents moved from China to several states. Later on, his family relocated to South Carolina. During this period, his parents' marriage began to experience difficulties. Eventually, his mother filed for divorce and raised him by herself, although he stayed in contact with his father. From an early age, Mark was a quiet individual and struggled to form connections with other children. It may have been this sense of isolation or adolescent curiosity that led him to experiment with illegal substances, which resulted in negative consequences. Mark rapidly developed an addiction to hallucinogens and was caught stealing from pharmacies on multiple occasions, yet he did not suffer serious punishment. Nevertheless, these problems did not stop Mark from attending college. He enrolled at Clemson University and obtained a degree in chemistry. Even so, he continued to battle his addiction throughout this time. After finishing his studies, Mark was arrested once again for theft while attempting to get money for drugs. This incident happened just 1 month after he earned his diploma, which allowed him to avoid any academic consequences. If he had still been enrolled, he likely would have been expelled. However, luck seemed to favor him repeatedly, as he avoided severe repercussions for his errors and misconduct. All of this occurred during the psychedelic boom of the 1960s in the United States, a period when many people experimented with drugs, including Mark. Mark then chose to conduct his own experiments to create illegal substances, using his chemistry knowledge and personal interest. As a result, he experienced several overdoses during the experimentation process, which led to hospital stays. In each instance, he survived, and many people believed he had 2 personalities, one being a highly capable chemistry graduate, and the other being a man dealing with addiction and psychological issues. By the age of 29, Mark possessed extensive scientific knowledge, but still struggled with drug addiction, which caused hallucinations. During this period, he moved to Georgia, where he met his future wife, Deborah Spivey. Their relationship advanced quickly, and they soon married. Mark found employment, but when he became a co-founder of a chemical manufacturing company, his employer required him to move to Alabama. Unfortunately, because of various problems, he lost that job shortly afterward. During this time, his mental health began to decline rapidly. Deborah noticed growing signs of paranoia and witnessed his emotional outbursts. He became convinced that people were trying to hurt him and often behaved nervously and oddly, believing he was being followed and watched. Despite these difficulties, Deborah loved Mark and wanted to help him. They had 2 children together, Matthew and Michelle. However, as Mark's mental condition continued to worsen, the atmosphere in their household changed. He began showing increasingly manipulative and controlling behavior, especially toward Deborah. This situation quickly intensified, and Deborah started to feel unsafe for herself and their children. She often shared her fears with friends and family, saying that Mark's disturbing stare frightened her. During this challenging period, Mark was fired from his job after his co-workers complained about his inappropriate conduct. The day after Mark was dismissed, a strange incident took place. Someone hacked into the company's computers, erased data, and stole information. Mark denied any involvement, but the investigation soon linked him to the crime, proving that he was the hacker. He was arrested, yet surprisingly, the company chose to drop most of the charges against him, which led to his release after a short time in prison. It was later revealed that Mark had produced and sold several illegal chemicals while co-founding the company. In order to protect its reputation, the company allowed Mark to leave without facing prosecution. There were no official records of his criminal actions, as the employers told the police that their dispute had been resolved peacefully. The scandal began when the family relocated to Atlanta, Georgia. Mark quickly secured a prestigious position at a manufacturing company known for its chemical production. During this period, he also worked as a chemical sales representative for another organization. Deborah told her loved ones that Mark's condition had greatly improved. She felt optimistic about their marriage and believed their relationship could be saved. This mattered deeply to her because she felt a divorce would harm their children. Around this time, Mark became more relaxed and seemed to have stopped using drugs. However, there were simpler explanations for this change. While at work, he met a 20-year-old woman named Leigh Ann, who had just started working as a secretary at the same company. They quickly connected and soon began flirting and dating. Mark fell deeply in love with her, and their affair continued for quite some time. By 1993, it appeared that Mark had no problems at all. He looked great, was active, earned a lot of money, did not use drugs, had a loving wife, beautiful children, and even a mistress. Everything seemed calm until Deborah began to suspect that he was cheating. At first, Deborah tried to reassure herself, believing that Mark was simply going through a midlife crisis. He had indeed started taking better care of himself and appeared younger. However, suspicions about him having an affair started to surface. He insisted that he was not involved with anyone and claimed he was only trying to maintain his youthful appearance. At the beginning of 1993, he purchased a life insurance policy for Deborah valued at $600,000. It was later discovered that he had attempted to buy a policy worth over $1 million, but he lacked the funds to pay for it. In June 1993, Mark and his lover Lee went on a trip together. Mark tried to convince his wife, Deborah, that it was merely a business trip to a nearby state. During that time, he confessed his love to Lee and expressed his wish to leave Deborah for her. Lee accepted the relationship, but insisted that he must first obtain a divorce. However, Deborah did not immediately agree to a divorce. She threatened to begin a prolonged divorce process, which could last a year or more due to the complicated issues involved. At the time, Mark and Deborah were working with a family law attorney, and as expected, the process was lengthy because parenting plans had to be created and child support matters resolved. In early September 1993, Deborah planned a weekend trip to the lake with her mother and family. Those close to her were aware of the problems in her marriage to Mark, but believed they were attempting to work through them. Everything appeared normal. Deborah invited her husband Mark to join them and wanted to bring their children, but their daughter became ill. Their son Matthew, a Boy Scout, had an important camping trip scheduled for that weekend. Mark told Deborah that he needed to stay home with the children and suggested that she go to the lake with her mother, which she agreed to do. Deborah remained determined to follow through with her plans and traveled to the lake, where her mother, Eloise, was supposed to meet her. The last time anyone saw them together was on the evening of September 4th, 1993. Everything seemed calm and normal. However, on Monday, September 6th, they did not return home as expected. Deborah's father attempted to contact both his daughter and his wife, but neither responded to his calls. Mark also stated that he had no information about their whereabouts. As a result, Deborah's father went to the police to request a welfare check and provided the address of their lake house. The police arrived at the lake house, but when they knocked on the door, no one responded. After a few minutes, they walked around the property, but noticed nothing suspicious aside from cars parked in the driveway. It appeared that Eloise and Deborah were still nearby, yet there was no sign of them. Officers then found an unlocked trailer on the property and chose to investigate further. Inside, they came upon a horrifying scene. Deborah and Eloise had been killed. There were indications of a struggle and an apparent search for valuables, but nothing was missing except Deborah's wedding ring. The perpetrator seemed to have left other valuables behind, including a weapon sitting on the kitchen counter and several $100s in cash that Deborah had been carrying. There were no signs of forced entry, suggesting that Deborah and Eloise may have known their attacker. It appeared they might have been careless and failed to lock the trailer, allowing the intruder to enter. Mark quickly emerged as the main suspect. He had a financial motive involving the insurance money and was clearly under stress because of the issues ahead, including divorce, child support, and custody. Deborah was likely to gain the advantage in their legal dispute, making her removal beneficial to him. He could have taken the opportunity to kill her in an isolated location without witnesses. Unfortunately, there were no surveillance cameras in the area. After the funeral, police searched Mark's house, but found nothing. They also examined his car, where they discovered several drops of blood on the steering wheel and ignition switch. Mark claimed the blood came from a recent cut on his finger. Unfortunately, the blood samples could not be tested because they were contaminated with soda, making it impossible to determine whether the blood belonged to Deborah or Eloise. As a result, police released Mark after questioning. Several witnesses who had gone camping with Mark and his son Matthew stated that he had left for a few hours and could have committed the crime. This meant he did not have a solid alibi. Despite this, the case was eventually closed. Deborah's relatives were devastated that her children, Michelle and Matthew, were left without their mother and that the killer was never identified. Detectives quickly abandoned the investigation after the double murder. A week after Mark returned home, his mistress moved in with him. She began acting like a mother, even attempting to replace the children's biological mother, Deborah. After the case was closed, Mark received a payment from Deborah's life insurance policy, but it amounted to only half of the total, $294,000. Unhappy with the payout, he sued the insurance company, which raised the amount to $450,000. From this sum, $150,000 was placed into a trust fund for the children. Around this time, Mark openly expressed his feelings for Lee, stating that he had never loved anyone so deeply. It came as no surprise when they soon married. Using the insurance money, Mark decided to leave his job and pursue a new business venture, becoming a trader at a brokerage firm. However, after Deborah's death, Mark's emotional condition worsened. The profitable trading opportunities he once envisioned turned into repeated losses because of his many errors. Lacking financial knowledge and experience, he continued to place large bets, which led to even greater losses. By June 1999, he had not only lost all of his wealth, but was also deeply in debt, owing $105,000 from the securities he had overseen at the firm. This financial collapse stemmed from a series of unsuccessful trades he executed during that period. Eventually, Mark was dismissed and had his trading license revoked. However, he did not surrender and secured another position at a technology investment company named Momentum Securities, situated across the street from his former office. During this period, he was battling mental health problems, though no one was aware of it. Mark was ultimately fired on July 29, 1999. He then went to his former place of employment, Momentum Securities, in Atlanta. After entering, he spoke with several former co-workers. They noticed nothing unusual about the discussion and later said they were shocked by Mark's later behavior. He abruptly pulled out 2 weapons and launched an attack. As a result, 4 individuals were killed instantly. Before leaving, he tried to murder his boss and mentor, Berta. Fortunately, Berta survived. Mark's actions were deliberate. He had a specific objective. He deliberately targeted the office of his former employer, Momentum Securities, where he had been terminated for embezzlement. He then intended to continue the assault at a nearby firm, Altec Investment Group, where he had also been fired. Calmly walking across the street amid the turmoil, he entered and encountered Kevin Dial, the office manager. Without uttering a word, he attacked Kevin in the chest, killing him immediately. The situation worsened when Mark proceeded to kill 3 more traders, triggering panic as people rushed to flee. Immediately afterward, Mark entered the conference room and began assaulting the employees inside. The first individual he wounded was the company's co-founder. By the time police arrived, the building had been locked down and Mark had already escaped. Amid the chaos, he managed to get away, but one witness saw him move through the crowd, enter a green minivan, and drive off. That witness remembered the vehicle's license plate and reported it to responding officers, which enabled them to identify Mark by checking the car's details in their database. Unfortunately, they were unable to locate him right away. He disappeared in an unknown direction, and attempts to track the vehicle failed. As a result, police turned to the media to release information about the incident and request help from the public. They needed to warn people that Mark, a dangerous armed individual, was still at large. Within the first 30 minutes, tips began to come in. A gas station employee reported seeing Mark refuel his car and then drive away. Additionally, a girl contacted police, saying that an unknown man had attacked her, left a weapon with her, and threatened her. Fortunately, she was able to get away from him. Police quickly concluded that Mark appeared determined to take a hostage to aid his escape. Afterward, they managed to trace his movements, and a large-scale pursuit began, which ended quickly. Mark found himself cornered in a dead end, surrounded. As officers approached his vehicle and drew their weapons, a loud bang was heard. In a desperate effort to avoid being captured, he shot himself in the head, realizing his escape plan had failed. As a result, he died instantly. Now, investigators needed to understand what had driven Mark to commit such violence. Detectives went to his home, hoping to speak with his second wife, Lee. When they were unable to reach her by phone, concerns arose that she may have fled. Authorities suspected that Mark might have had an accomplice and could have been planning additional violence. It was baffling that a well-educated businessman would suddenly resort to armed brutality. However, when police searched the house, they uncovered something completely unexpected. In the master bedroom closet, they found that Lee had been beaten to death. They also found the bodies of Mark's two children, Michelle and Matthew, who had likewise been beaten to death in their beds. The children's bodies were left uncovered, with towels wrapped around their heads so that only their faces were visible. Police identified the murder weapon as a baseball bat, which Mark had used to smash the heads of his family members. Forensic analysis indicated that Mark had killed Lee 2 days before the tragic incident at Momentum Securities. The following day, he attacked his children in the living room. A letter found at the crime scene provided details of the events. On the morning of July 27, 1999, Mark decided to kill Lee. He claimed to have planned an unforgettable weekend for his children, which he saw as a farewell. In the letter, Mark admitted to killing Lee and her 2 children from a previous marriage, Matthew and Michelle, while they were asleep. After murdering his family, he covered their bodies with sheets and left notes on each of them. Investigators discovered symbolic gifts with the children: a teddy bear and a handwritten note on Michelle's chest, and a similar note along with a video game on Matthew's body. Both notes were dated July 29th. Mark did not clearly explain his motives, believing that no one could understand his actions. Instead, he expressed profound hatred for life and societal values, feelings he had harbored for months before making his drastic decision. He claimed to have loved his family and hoped to be reunited with them in heaven. He intended to kill them quickly and painlessly, thinking that the children would endure suffering without their parents, and he believed God would care for them in the afterlife. Detectives suspect that Mark was not truthful in the letter he wrote, in which he claimed that he saw death as his only escape. In reality, he planned for Lee and the children to die with him. He did not die immediately after the killings. Instead, he attacked his workplace and fled. Mark initially planned to start a new life, but felt compelled to end his life when he realized he would face imprisonment. In total, 9 of his former colleagues and 3 family members were killed, while 13 others were injured but survived. Many people also considered Deborah and Eloise among his victims. At the time, his children were 8 and 11 years old, and his young wife, Lee, was 27. Before moving to Alabama, Mark intended to eliminate those he believed were against him. His first wife, Deborah, often told friends and family that relocating to Alabama marked the beginning of his decline. After moving, Mark's work performance deteriorated rapidly, leading to his dismissal. He was later caught sabotaging company data, but the incident was kept quiet to avoid damaging the startup's reputation. Consequently, Mark received a brief prison sentence. Having lost all of his wealth and endured multiple job losses, Mark became despondent. Police found similarities between the murders of his first wife, Deborah, and her mother, Eloise, who were both killed in a trailer. Mark is considered the prime suspect, though he has consistently denied involvement, yet authorities view him as guilty. The murders shared a similar method, and the same weapon was used. Additionally, he was the only individual with a strong motive. He also had access to their home and was among the few who knew where Deborah and Eloise were, as there were hardly any strangers in the area. Neighbors were aware of Mark's frequent arguments with Deborah, which led them to believe he was the one responsible for her death. At present, it is impossible to confirm Mark's involvement in the deaths of Deborah and Eloise, as Mark, the only person who could have admitted to the crime, has since died. Authorities suspect that Mark's motive for killing Deborah was the insurance payout he received shortly after her murder. He used this money to fund his trading career, favoring high-risk investments that eventually failed. The reason he held those around him responsible for his financial losses in the stock market remains unclear. None of Mark's coworkers could comprehend his aggression, particularly because his victims were ordinary employees performing their duties. These individuals had done nothing to harm him and bore no responsibility for his failures or his job loss. Moving on to the next case. Story of the Killer Priest Guy Denoir. We will be examining the story of a killer, a priest who appeared to be normal, with nothing unusual or strange about him. However, he did have a dark side. It turned out that not only was he a pervert, but he was also manipulating people as he pleased, especially women. In a town of about 400 villagers, Guy was born in the countryside, and his family was deeply Catholic. They raised him with the goal that he would pursue a religious career as a priest. And even if that was not his initial choice, that is exactly what he became. In 1950, Guy became a priest at the Church of Europe. In terms of appearance, this young man looked like the perfect priest. He was pleasant, friendly, kind, and very energetic. Anything related to religion, he handled extremely well. He had many good ideas to help the village develop. He created a choir and a group to perform in a theater play. He organized several excursions for children and was known for creating a soccer team for the village boys. The older generation believed it was very modern of him to bring all these activities to the village, while the younger generation found it impressive and appreciated the modern touch he brought to both the town and religion. Guy was also considered a handsome man, and women found him very charming. Personality-wise, he had a strong thirst for carnal pleasure and used his charm to get closer to women. After much perversity and manipulation, many of the women eventually gave in, and none of them spoke out because they feared no one would believe them and did not want to be seen as a disgrace to the village. In 1953, things took a different turn for Guy Dyer when an incident occurred that changed the priest's plans. A young girl fell for his charm. And what happened? She became pregnant. Of course, the priest denied everything and claimed he was not the father. He threatened the girl, saying that if she did not stop, he would file a defamation complaint. Having significant influence in the village, Guy stated that the accusation was nonsense and that it was impossible for him to be the father. And naturally, because of that influence, his followers believed him. He was even summoned before his superior, the bishop, to whom he lied and denied everything. As a result, the entire situation was silenced. In reality, he was the father, and he took the girl to another village to give birth, where he convinced her to give the child up. That story was never heard by the villagers, or perhaps it can be assumed that if people knew, they chose not to say anything. The priest had such strong influence over the villagers that no one wanted to go against him once the story faded. He returned to his usual behavior and continued manipulating people as he had before. But another incident occurred in 1956 when Renee Faye, 19 years old, became pregnant, once again by Guy Dyer. Unlike the other women, Renee did not want to give her child up for adoption. Not only that, she wanted to raise the child in the village of Uruf, where the priest was located. Guy was terrified. He feared that the child would eventually grow up and resemble him. He was also afraid that the woman would eventually speak out. In 1956, rumors began to surface, as many parishioners were becoming pregnant under mysterious circumstances, and no one knew who the father was. The priest then devised a plan and asked a military man from another village to come and pretend to be the father. Unfortunately, that strategy failed, and no one believed the soldier was the father, which only worsened the situation surrounding the mysterious pregnancies. December 3, 1956, is a date that changed everything. The priest Guy brought Renee onto a deserted road to try once more to convince her to give up the child, but she refused again. She was exhausted by the priest's demands. So she got out of the car and began walking back toward the village in the opposite direction. That night, Guy Dyer exited the car, pulled out a .635 caliber pistol, and fired 3 shots. The bullets struck Renee in the back of the neck, and she died instantly. Once the crime was committed, the priest walked over to the victim, undressed her, took out a knife, and began opening Regine's stomach. From her abdomen, he removed the baby girl, who was still alive. The priest then committed another unforgivable act. He strangled the infant, stabbed her, and mutilated her, believing that if the baby was destroyed in that manner, there would be no way, no DNA, if you want to call it that, to trace the child back to him. Regine's disappearance was reported later that evening, and the strange part was that the priest joined the search party looking for Regine. Can you imagine that situation? I mean, the killer is right there with you in the search party, looking for the person he just murdered. Is it just me, or is that completely twisted? The body was found very quickly, and because the priest was not an experienced killer, he did not think about cleaning the crime scene, so it did not take long for police to find the murder weapon. They also recovered shell casings that were traced back to the priest. As a result, the priest became a suspect, and when questioned during interrogation, he denied everything. However, under the mounting pressure, he eventually broke down and confessed to everything. When the story came out, people across France were devastated, as the priest was now exposed as a criminal. The church requested that Guy be imprisoned under a false name so that it would not damage the church's image, and mainly to ensure that the crime would not be directly associated with the church. The court examined the case of Guy de Noyer on January 24, 1958. Naturally, the villagers and public opinion wanted the priest to be sentenced to death. Guy's life was described as that of a man who enjoyed luxury, sexual relationships, and admired his own authority, while the priest himself asked for forgiveness, claiming he did not understand what he had done wrong. The jury delivered its verdict, and most agreed that he was guilty of double murder. The victims were, of course, Regine and her baby. However, the jury did not wish to sentence him to death. They did not want to send someone associated with the church to the guillotine. As a result, the priest Guy de Noyer was sentenced to forced labor. This situation raised many questions about the responsibility of the Catholic Church, and those questions are still being asked today, especially regarding priests who abuse children, if you know what I mean. An investigation was conducted, and the report revealed that the church was aware of the dark side he concealed even before he was ordained as a priest. His superiors noticed that he lacked strong faith and was not truly a believer in the Catholic religion. The investigation showed that before becoming a priest in Europe, he had been sent to Blemet. While there, he engaged in a sexual relationship with a parishioner, and instead of stripping him of his position, they simply transferred him to another city. Even there, his weakness for women continued, as he had multiple sexual relationships. One might think the church would revoke his status, but instead, he was transferred to Europe, where the church was more isolated and his temptations were assumed to be fewer. As history showed, this was not the case. De Noyer was released in 1972 after serving 22 years in prison. He was the oldest prisoner in France. Once again, the church came to his aid after his release. He was taken in by a monastery in Brittany, where he remained until his death on April 21, 2010, at the age of 90. Moving on to the next case. Case of Ryan Poston. Ryan Poston was born on December 30, 1982, in Fort Mitchell, Kentucky, and grew up with 3 loving sisters. His parents provided him with an adventurous upbringing, allowing him to attend schools in Switzerland and the Philippines. Ryan's good looks, charming features, and charismatic personality made him stand out among his peers. After completing high school, he attended Indiana University, where he excelled academically, graduating with honors in 2005 with a triple major in political science, history, and geography. Following in his family's footsteps, Ryan pursued a career in law and enrolled in Salmon P. Chase College of Law at Northern Kentucky University. His ultimate goal was to run a successful law firm, providing fair and competent legal representation to those who could not afford high-priced attorneys. After a painful breakup in 2011, Ryan turned to his cousin, Carissa, for support. During this time, he regularly visited her in Lexington, Kentucky, where he met Shauna Hubers, a native of the city. Shauna was a charming and lively individual with a warm personality that drew people to her. Despite their 8-year age difference, their mutual attraction grew stronger with each of Ryan's visits to Lexington. As they spent more time together, their connection deepened. Shauna began spending more weekends in Highland Heights, where Ryan lived, taking care of him and cooking for him. However, their promising future came to a devastating end on October 12, 2012. In a distressing 911 call, Shauna revealed that she had just killed her boyfriend, Ryan. She described a harrowing scene of domestic violence that had escalated out of control, claiming that Ryan had attempted to physically abuse her and confronted her with a gun. According to Shauna, she panicked and pulled the trigger, shooting Ryan, and then shot him several more times, believing she was putting him out of his misery. Within minutes of Shauna's call, officers arrived at the scene, responding to the shocking tragedy. When the police arrived, they instructed Shauna to come out of the apartment with her hands up. At first, she hesitated but eventually complied. As she walked out, the officers told her to lie down on the ground. Shauna, visibly upset, followed their instructions. After handcuffing her and placing her in the patrol car, the officers entered the apartment and found Ryan Poston's body on the dining room floor, covered in blood. Crime scene investigators observed that the apartment was slightly messy, but nothing unusual for a 29-year-old man. Investigators learned that Ryan had a concealed carry permit and owned guns, including the Sig Sauer semi-automatic that Shauna used to shoot him. From the evidence, they determined that Ryan had been sitting at the table when Shauna shot him, as indicated by the blood on the table. However, the fact that many items on the table were undisturbed raised doubts about Shauna's account, as a struggle would likely have disturbed the items. Investigators conducted a thorough search of the apartment, while other officers canvassed the neighborhood for additional information. One neighbor, Nikki, provided valuable insight to detectives. Nikki knew Shauna well and believed that Ryan had not reciprocated Shauna's dedication. According to Nikki, Ryan and Shauna frequently argued, often disturbing the peace. Months earlier, Nikki recalled an incident where Shauna had come to her door in tears, saying she was afraid. Shauna claimed that Ryan had picked her up and thrown her down the hallway, causing injury. Nikki encouraged Shauna to report the abuse to the police, but Shauna chose not to. At the police station, detectives took Shauna to an interrogation room to question her about shooting Ryan. Before questioning her, they read her Miranda rights, informing her of her right to an attorney. Shauna exercised this right and asked for an attorney. However, she decided to speak with the detectives despite this. When questioned about the victim, Shauna responded, "The man I killed," which indicated a sense of detachment. She stated she acted in self-defense, explaining that Ryan had grabbed her by the throat and thrown her around the apartment. Shauna described the night as surreal and out of body. Later in the interview, she added that Ryan had said mean things to her, taunting her while holding a gun, and that he was under the influence of drugs. Shauna insisted that she shot Ryan because she believed he was going to kick her out of his condo. She said she picked up the gun and shot him once, and then shot him several more times after seeing him twitch. During her confession, Shauna disclosed that Ryan was vain and wanted a nose job. So she shot him in the face to fulfill his wish. During the intense questioning, Shauna revealed her concerns about her schoolwork and how having a dead boyfriend would affect her future relationships. She was particularly worried that no one would want to marry her once they discovered she had killed her boyfriend in self-defense. The detective listened to her statement but ultimately arrested her and charged her with Ryan's murder. Shauna appeared genuinely surprised by her arrest, claiming she had acted in self-defense when she shot him. In 2015, Shauna's trial began, filling the courtroom with anticipation. The prosecutor began by comparing Shauna to Jodi Arias, who had also been accused of murdering her boyfriend, Travis Alexander. The similarities between the two cases heightened the tension in the courtroom as everyone awaited the verdict. The prosecutor argued that Shauna was obsessed with her ex-boyfriend Ryan and that he consumed her thoughts. Ryan's friends testified that he wanted to end their relationship and was avoiding Shauna's calls and messages. Despite this, Shauna would frequently appear uninvited at Ryan's condo in Highland Heights. On the night Ryan was murdered, the prosecution presented evidence that he had a date scheduled with Audrey Bolt, a former beauty queen. The prosecution suggested that Shauna was motivated by jealousy and anger toward Ryan's new love interest. Audrey Bolt testified that Ryan stood her up on the night of the murder. She had no idea he had been shot and killed until later. The prosecution presented evidence that Ryan had told his father he wanted to break up with Shauna, and his father advised him to be kind to her to avoid a messy breakup. Nevertheless, Ryan and Shauna exchanged texts on the day of the murder, with Ryan telling her he did not want to see her. Despite this, Shauna arrived at his condo uninvited. The prosecution argued that during an argument, Ryan told Shauna he was done with her and that she could no longer control him. This allegedly infuriated Shauna, who then picked up a gun and shot Ryan. The prosecution played a video of Shauna's police interrogation, which they claimed depicted her as a cold-blooded murderer. In the video, Shauna appeared carefree and unemotional, which the prosecution contended was inconsistent with someone who had just killed in self-defense. However, this interpretation was subject to the jury's judgment. The defense argued that Ryan had acted erratically and violently on the night of the murder due to drugs he had taken, including anti-anxiety medication and amphetamines. The autopsy results confirmed that these drugs were present in Ryan's system. The defense asserted that Shauna shot Ryan in self-defense. The evidence suggested that the substances he was using influenced his behavior. To support this argument, Shauna's lawyers called a toxicology expert to testify on her behalf. The expert explained that a combination of anti-anxiety medications and amphetamines could cause a person to become violent and paranoid. The defense introduced this expert testimony to provide a reasonable explanation for Shauna's actions, questioning whether she had intentionally aimed to harm anyone. During Shauna's trial in April 2015, the prosecution grew concerned that the jury might be influenced by Shauna's self-defense claim, particularly because she was intelligent, young, and attractive. These concerns were relieved on April 23 when the jury returned a guilty verdict, convicting Shauna of murdering her boyfriend, Ryan Poston. However, at the sentencing hearing in August 2015, Shayna continued to blame Ryan for his own death, which angered his friends and family. Shayna maintained her innocence throughout the trial and refused to accept responsibility for her actions, despite the evidence against her. In Kentucky, defendants who are victims of domestic violence may qualify for reduced parole after serving only 20% of their sentence. However, the judge did not consider Shayna eligible for this reduced parole, citing that her crime constituted premeditated murder. Consequently, Shayna was sentenced to 40 years in prison, making her eligible for parole in 17 years at the age of 41 in 2032. Following her sentencing, Shayna appealed for a new trial, which was granted in August 2016. The appeal was based on the fact that one of the jurors had a felony conviction, which they had concealed. This violated Kentucky law, as felons are prohibited from serving on juries. In August 2018, Shayna's second trial for Ryan Poston's murder commenced, 4 months later than anticipated. Her defense attorney delivered opening arguments, stating that during her year-and-a-half relationship with Ryan, Shayna had tried her best to make him happy. However, their relationship suffered as a result. The defense attorney claimed that on the night Shayna met Ryan, he had been violent toward her, both physically and sexually. This incident left a lasting impact on Shayna, causing her to take several weeks to respond to his messages afterwards. Additionally, the defense team argued that Shayna had a history of trauma stemming from a sexual assault she experienced in high school. This contributed to her struggles with alcohol abuse and promiscuity. They claimed that this traumatic experience influenced her behavior on the night of Ryan's murder. The defense strategy aimed to present a sympathetic portrayal of Shayna, emphasizing her troubled past and arguing that she was not fully responsible for her actions on the night of the murder. They sought to challenge the prosecution's narrative and persuade the jury that her conduct was driven by multiple factors, including a history of abuse and a toxic relationship with Ryan. Shayna's defense team contended that she was a victim of domestic violence by Ryan rather than a cold-blooded killer. They argued that her actions stemmed from years of abuse, not from revenge or financial motives. The defense highlighted that Ryan frequently belittled Shayna about her weight and breast size, causing her to feel insecure and inadequate. This, they asserted, contributed to her low self-esteem. The defense also noted that Shayna and Ryan's sexual relationship was troubled, characterized by repeated arguments and mutual frustration. They claimed that Ryan's desire for a more intimate connection went unfulfilled, resulting in a widening rift between them. The defense presented evidence that Shayna had received treatment to improve her romantic life. They argued that she sought this treatment to address sexual problems in their relationship and to strengthen their bond. The defense argued that Ryan's consistent lack of interest and repeated rejection worsened matters, causing Shayna to become increasingly frustrated and disconnected from him. The defense contended that Ryan often broke up with Shayna, only to pursue relationships with other women. However, the prosecution clarified that they were not attempting to depict Ryan as a perfect partner, but rather as someone who was not abusive. The prosecution asserted that Shayna did not kill Ryan in self-defense, but instead because he had finally ended their toxic relationship on the night of the shooting. They believed Ryan had every justification to break up with Shayna, as she continued to harass him even after their prior breakups. Despite Ryan's attempts to end the relationship, Shayna persistently returned. The prosecution viewed this as evidence of Shayna's inability to let go of the relationship. A friend of Ryan's testified that this breakup was different, as Ryan had never previously had the courage to end things with Shayna in person, suggesting that this time the breakup would be permanent. Ryan accused Shayna of attempting to hold on to him. To support this assertion, the prosecution presented text messages in which Shayna told her friends that her romantic interactions with Ryan had brought them closer. However, Shayna testified in her own defense, contradicting Ryan's claim. She stated that their romantic interactions had actually driven them apart. In a separate text exchange, Shayna asked Ryan for sex, but he declined due to the side effects of his antidepressant medication, which had lowered his libido. Despite these conflicting accounts, Shayna testified that Ryan had forcibly had sex with her. After 5 hours of deliberation, the jury again found Shayna guilty of murdering Ryan, despite the contradictory testimonies and evidence. The jury upheld their original verdict, and during the sentencing hearing, Shayna's mother emotionally addressed the judge, recounting stories of her daughter's exceptional singing talent, which had earned her multiple college scholarships. Through tears, she implored the jury to consider granting Shayna parole, emphasizing that her daughter still possessed the potential to positively impact the lives of others. Shayna's mother made it clear that her plea did not diminish the profound grief and suffering experienced by Ryan Poston's family. Despite her mother's emotional appeal, Shayna was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. According to the sentence, Shayna must serve at least 17 years before becoming eligible for parole in 2032. She is currently serving her sentence at the Kentucky Correctional Institute for Women in Pewee Valley, Kentucky. Moving on to the next case. Case of Soni Millbrook. Soni Millbrook was born on February 15, 1981, in Memphis, Tennessee, USA. She was raised in a close-knit household with 2 sisters, 3 brothers, and a large extended family, which helped her develop a strong connection with her cousin Jenny during her teenage years. In 1998, when she was 17 years old, Soni became a well-liked student at her high school. That same year, she met Lelf Moody, a man in his 20s, and the two entered into a romantic relationship. Sadly, the relationship became abusive, and Eltha's violent behavior left noticeable injuries on Soni's body. Despite the abuse, they had 4 children together, 3 daughters and 1 son who was named after Elth. In 1999, a year later, Soni's mother observed a bruise on her chest. Soni admitted that the bruise had been caused by her friend Leith, who was controlling and frequently attempted to isolate her from both friends and family. That same year, Soni moved into an apartment located in the Fraser neighborhood of Memphis. However, her new residence was quickly vandalized, with furniture cut apart, clothes taken, the television smashed, food spread across the walls, and personal hygiene items thrown everywhere, including down the stairs. Written on the mirror in red nail polish were the words, "Kiki loves you," with Kiki being Leith's nickname. On October 31, 2000, Soni, her cousin Pamela, and Leith went out to a bar called Mirage. While there, Leith slapped Soni and threw a drink in her face. Soni and Pamela left the bar and sat inside the car, where Soni was clearly shaken and trembling. She asked Pamela to take her home before Leith showed up. Once they arrived home, Soni locked and chained the door. About an hour later, Leith appeared, shouting and pounding on the door. Pamela eventually convinced Leith to leave by threatening to contact the police. After Soni had calmed down, her cousin left her alone at the apartment. Later that evening, however, Pamela received a phone call informing her that Soni was in the hospital. Somehow, Leith had managed to enter the house, and when Soni attempted to end the relationship, he reacted violently. He ripped her clothes, struck her on the head, face, chest, arms, and thighs, leaving bruises covering her body, a loose tooth, and causing her to temporarily lose consciousness after being choked until she passed out by Leith Moody. Not long afterward, Soni discovered Elth Moody's birth control pills in her apartment, and he assaulted her once again. By late 2008, when Soni was 27 years old, she was employed at a Christian academy. She was known as a dependable worker who always arrived on time, so when she missed work or asked for time off, it was usually for serious reasons. One day, she contacted her employer to explain that she could not come in because her face was severely bruised and she did not want the children to see her that way. The director permitted her to wear sunglasses inside the academy, and Soni confided in her boss about how her boyfriend had once chased her with his car, attempting to force her off the road. Leith Moody's violent behavior was not limited to Soni and their children. In April 2008, he was found sitting in an SUV with a firearm, despite being legally prohibited from possessing one as a convicted felon. He had previously served 2 years in prison for theft and another 3 years for drug possession with intent to sell. On October 6, 2008, the situation between Soni and her boyfriend Leith reached a breaking point. After failing to show up at the academy, Soni sent a disturbing text message to her boss at 5 p.m., stating that Leith was holding her hostage in her own home and had been beating her throughout the day. She included her address, prompting her boss to notify the police. 2 officers responded to the call and arrived at the residence. When the officers knocked on the door, it was locked from the inside and there was no answer. The fire department was called to force entry, and when they entered the apartment, the officers saw Leith jumping out of an open window at the back of the apartment. Soni was standing in the hallway, visibly distressed and unable to speak. Her 4 children were with her, creating a heartbreaking scene. Her face and neck were covered with bruises and scratches. After she calmed down, Soni described the events that had taken place. She explained that she and Leith had begun arguing and that he had refused to allow her to leave the house. Sony stated that they had not answered the door earlier because Leith had forbidden her and the children from going near the door or the windows. He had even injured one of their children by grabbing him and had stopped her from taking the child to the hospital. Sony detailed the physical and verbal abuse she had endured at Leith's hands, including being choked with a baby blanket until she lost consciousness. When the police arrived, Leith had threatened to suffocate her again and promised to kill her the next time. Although officers searched the surrounding area, they were unable to locate Leith. Sony and her children eventually left the residence in her car. 3 days after the incident, Sony sought a restraining order against Leith, fearing for her safety and hoping to stop any further contact with him. However, she did not attend the court hearing on October 23rd, which resulted in the protection order not being issued. 6 months later, on March 10, 2009, Sony and Leith were still communicating. On that day, Leith was meant to pick up the children for a doctor's appointment. Instead, he initiated an argument with Sony, accusing her of having a new boyfriend. The dispute rapidly intensified, with Leith slapping her, pulling her hair, and shouting death threats as she attempted to get away. Sony was able to free herself and ran out of the apartment, with Leith chasing after her. He did not catch her but instead grabbed their youngest child, an infant, and sped away in the car. A police patrol responding to the domestic disturbance arrived just as Leith was fleeing. The officers tried to stop him, but he managed to evade them and escape. By early 2010, Sony, who was then 28 years old, was attending Southeast Tennessee Community College. Her 5th child was 9 weeks old and in fragile health, which required her to remain at home to care for him. In January, Sony and her children moved into the Budget Lodge Motel in Memphis. On the very day they moved in, their arguments were so loud that motel staff intervened because they were disturbing other guests. Unfortunately, calm was short-lived, as their disputes continued to disrupt neighbors and management with excessive noise. On January 22nd, a hotel security guard observed Leith in a highly agitated condition when he arrived at high speed in Sony's car. He began yelling at her while she stood on the second-floor balcony with their children. During the heated confrontation, Leith threw a bag of groceries at her. The security guard stepped in, instructing Leith to lower the noise, stop throwing objects, and continue the argument inside their room. However, Leith replied by telling the guard to mind his own business, locked the car, and walked away, with the guard following him to a third-floor room that was not registered under anyone's name. When the guard asked Leith to surrender any hotel keys he had, Leith unexpectedly produced keys to 3 different rooms. Despite not being registered as a guest, the following day Leith, Sony, and their children moved into room 222. That evening, the night manager asked Leith to leave, which he did, but he soon came back. The confrontations continued for several more days until the same security guard, who had repeatedly warned them, finally told Leith to permanently leave the property. As Leith went to the parking lot, the receptionist tried to calm him down, and the guard warned him not to return that night. Leith got into the car and drove away. On January 26th, Sony privately told Pamela that a lot was happening in her life and that she was currently staying at a motel. She hinted that she had something important to share with Pamela and promised to get in touch if she ended up leaving the motel or if her boyfriend did. The next day started like any other, with Sony taking her younger children to daycare and dropping off her oldest at school around 11 a.m. However, the situation changed when the housekeeping manager knocked on Sony's door and spoke to her through the window, informing her that they needed to settle their bill or vacate the hotel room. He returned several times that day seeking a response. At around 2:30 p.m., Leith answered the door and told the manager that his mother would be back soon with the money they owed. But when the hotel security guard checked room 222, he found it empty, with children's clothes, bags, and various items scattered across the floor. One of the beds was neatly made, which seemed unusual given the condition of the room. Later that day, Sony failed to pick up her eldest daughter from school, which was out of character. The school secretary contacted Christine, the child's maternal grandmother, and asked her to come and get her. Christine tried calling Sony, but there was no response. Becoming increasingly concerned, she discovered that her other grandchildren were still at daycare. Convinced that something was wrong, Christine asked her husband to pick up the younger children while she went to the school. They eventually contacted the police, who arrived at the house around 10:30 p.m. and filed a missing persons report. On January 28th, the housekeeping manager re-entered room 222, which was now vacant, to gather and label the personal belongings the previous tenants had left behind, apparently to avoid paying their bill. The two men entered the room and discovered that the manager had taken away the mattress from one bed, leaving just the frame behind. The bottom section of the bed frame contained a built-in enclosure that prevented the area beneath from being used for storage. However, when they raised the box spring, they uncovered a large empty space capable of hiding anything. As they looked through the solid sides of the frame, they came across a horrifying sight, a decomposing body. They immediately contacted the police, who arrived at the location shortly afterward. Upon examination, the bed frame was found to be covered in marks, with two damaged wooden sections near the headboard. A towel and a fabric bag were found between the legs of the body, which was wearing a shirt but was unclothed from the waist down. The autopsy performed by the forensic team determined that the cause of death was strangulation with a coaxial cable. The cable had been wrapped around the victim's neck, under one arm, across the chest, and ended at the back. According to the forensic examiner, it would have required at least 2 to 3 minutes of sustained pressure to cause death. DNA testing matched Sony's genetic profile, which showed female markers. In addition, male genetic material was detected on 5 areas of the cable. The primary theory was that Sony was already deceased when she was reported missing, and that Leith had used the coaxial cable from the DVD player he had borrowed from his cousin, indicating premeditation. Leith was taken into custody by the police shortly afterward, though not because of the discovery of Sony's body. He was arrested on an unrelated charge of possessing a firearm, despite having a prior felony conviction. Nevertheless, he was considered a person of interest at the time of his arrest, since he was the last individual seen with Sony while she was alive. Additionally, he was found inside Sony's car when he was arrested and transported to the detention facility in Mason on March 18th. Police launched an internal investigation to determine why the case had taken such an unusual direction. They acknowledged that the family deserved answers and explained that despite their determination to solve the case, the officers had taken a wrong turn that led them away from the room. The police also stated that they had never encountered a situation like this before, saying that the discovery was more unbelievable than fiction and emphasized the tragedy of domestic violence. However, they expressed regret that the room had been cleaned and rented out multiple times since Sony's death, which complicated their efforts to gather evidence. Rhonda, one of the first tenants to stay in the room where Sony's body was found, voiced doubt about the police explanation when she spoke to the media. She noted that if the officers had requested to enter the room during their January visit, she and her husband would have allowed them inside. Rhonda argued that unlike her and her husband, the officers should have been able to identify the smell of a decomposing body and located Sony much earlier. Finally, the moment came to say a loving and dignified goodbye to Sony. On March 24th, her funeral was held. After her death, Sony's children were placed under the care of her sister and brother-in-law. By April 1st, they had started the process of seeking legal guardianship of the children. She acknowledged that while the children were the primary victims of the tragedy, the lives of all family members were profoundly disrupted. She pledged that although she could not bring her sister back, she was determined to care for Sony's children, making sure they received necessities such as food, clothing, and toys, and keeping them together as a single family unit. Sony had benefited from a social assistance program that regularly refilled her debit card for grocery purchases. Shortly before her disappearance, the card was replenished as part of her tax refund. Police were able to trace the card's activity, which led them to Leith, who was found in possession of the card. Their investigation revealed that the card was used on February 1st, for days after Sony went missing, at a convenience store she regularly visited on the 1st of each month to withdraw cash using her electronic benefit transfer card. Police went to the store and requested that the owner provide footage from the 16 security cameras. The surveillance system recorded video of a man wearing yellow clothing using Sony's card at 11:38 a.m. on February 1st. He purchased a bottle of orange juice, withdrew some cash, and bought a cigar. After completing the transactions, the man returned to a car driven by someone else. In February 2014, almost 4.5 years after the crime, Leith's trial finally began. By then, the Budget Lodge Hotel where the couple had stayed had shut down. Leith maintained that he was innocent, while the prosecutor characterized the events as a tragic and ugly culmination of a turbulent relationship. In contrast, the defense attorney emphasized the absence of solid evidence, including witnesses and physical proof, and challenged the prosecution's assumptions. The defense attorney drew attention to an important piece of evidence, a fingerprint discovered on the bed frame that did not belong to Leith, suggesting the potential involvement of another perpetrator. He also stated that Sony had been involved with other men in the past, which could have resulted in her murder. The attorney stressed that Leith had no previous arrests for domestic violence involving Sony. Additionally, he disclosed that Sony had moved back in with Leith because of a rat infestation at a relative's home where she had been staying earlier. On February 6th, a video was presented in court that showed Leith using a prepaid Sony card only 4 days after the murder. While the defense team argued that Leith's calm demeanor during the transaction indicated his innocence, the prosecution interpreted it as evidence of a cold-blooded and ruthless person who was unaffected by the crime he had allegedly committed. On February 7, 2014, Leith was found guilty of first-degree murder and received a life sentence in prison. 3 days later, on February 10, Leith appealed the sentence, claiming the court had erred by taking his prior history of domestic violence into account and that the evidence presented was inadequate. However, on July 7, 2015, the Tennessee Court of Criminal Appeals upheld the conviction, affirming the sentence. Moving on to the next case. The case of Taylor Wright. Taylor Wright was born on April 23, 1988. Those close to her described her as lively and full of energy. She was compassionate and understanding, spending most of her life in North Carolina while chasing her American dream. Taylor married Jeff Wright and later became the mother of a son named Drake. She obtained a college degree and worked as an officer at the local police station, where she solved many cases and earned respect. To outsiders, Taylor's life appeared flawless. She had a devoted husband, a child, and a well-regarded career. However, the truth was that her life was not as perfect as it seemed. Taylor's close friends knew that she occasionally smoked marijuana, but she kept this hidden. During her time on the police force, she used it as a way to cope with stress and a demanding workload. She stated that she did not smoke frequently, only from time to unwind after a long day. However, Jeff discovered her secret and left with their son following their divorce. This caused Taylor to realize that she needed to make changes in her life. In 2016, Taylor chose to begin anew and relocate to Pensacola, Florida, a small resort town with a population of roughly 52,000. She liked the warm and comfortable environment there. After resigning from her job, she started working as a private investigator. Equipped with the knowledge and experience from her former position, she was eager to use her abilities to assist her clients. Taylor divorced her husband but faced 2 major obstacles: child custody and financial problems. Legal proceedings regarding asset division and child custody were still ongoing. It was a complex divorce, and despite her attempts to reach a settlement, they were unable to come to an agreement, which prolonged the process. In September 2017, frustrated by financial disagreements, Taylor withdrew money from her bank account without informing Jeff. The money, which was her personal savings, was something she did not want to share with Jeff. After taking out the money, she gave it to a friend for safekeeping. One of Taylor's friends, Ashley MacArthur, is the central figure in this story. Taylor had known Ashley, a forensic scientist, for just over a year. Even though it was a relatively short time, they became extremely close, to the extent that Taylor trusted Ashley with a large amount of money. Ashley agreed to help and was meant to place the money in a safe deposit box, keeping it hidden from Jeff until Taylor was ready to use it. However, she soon needed money to pay for a lawyer. When Taylor contacted Ashley, she noticed that Ashley always had reasons for delaying the return of the money or only giving her small portions. Ashley said she was having difficulty withdrawing the funds or that there were problems with the bank. During this period, Taylor became increasingly suspicious that something was wrong and feared that her money may have been spent. Despite Taylor's repeated requests for the full sum to be returned, Ashley continued to give different excuses. On the evening of September 7, 2017, Taylor and her friend Cassandra Waller went out for dinner. Cassandra had quickly become a close friend after Taylor moved to the area. Cassandra was new to the city, and Taylor suggested that they rent an apartment together. Cassandra, a caring teacher, agreed. Over time, they built a strong friendship. During dinner, Taylor shared her financial worries, especially concerning her friend Ashley, whom she believed was deliberately delaying repayment of the money. Taylor voiced her fear that Ashley might have spent the money or did not want to repay it. This made Taylor extremely anxious and stressed because she urgently needed the money to hire a competent lawyer. That evening, Cassandra comforted Taylor, assuring her that the situation would eventually be resolved, although she also had doubts about whether the money was still available. Taylor said that she had arranged a meeting with Ashley the following day, September 8th, to go to the bank together. On the morning of September 8th, as Cassandra was preparing to leave for work, she said goodbye to Taylor. As she was leaving the house, she noticed Ashley's car parked in the driveway. They were finally prepared to handle their banking problems. The women said their goodbyes, and Cassandra drove to school. Later that day, Ashley called Cassandra to tell her that she and Taylor had chosen not to go to the bank and had instead decided to go to the farm. This confused Cassandra, since she knew Taylor urgently needed money. The night before, Taylor had been extremely stressed and emotional during dinner, anxious to resolve her financial situation. Ashley explained that she and Taylor had been talking about Taylor's difficulties. Ashley suggested that horseback riding might help lift Taylor's spirits, which led them to cancel the bank visit and plan a different getaway. This explanation seemed odd to Cassandra, but she wished them well anyway. However, after the phone call, Cassandra tried to contact Taylor, but did not receive any response to her calls or messages. Later, Cassandra received a text from Taylor stating that she could not talk at the moment, but would call back later. Taylor explained that she was feeling unsure and depressed because of her divorce and the changes in her life, and that she was leaving town for a few days. Cassandra believed her and chose to give her friend some space. A few days later, Cassandra reached out again, asking Taylor to come home as soon as possible. After that, she received no reply. As the days went on, Cassandra attempted to contact Taylor multiple times. Taylor continued to ignore her calls and messages, even though some of them were marked as read. Taylor did not return home, and all of her belongings remained untouched, which made Cassandra increasingly concerned about her friend's safety. Cassandra wanted to see Taylor to make sure she was all right. A neighbor mentioned that Taylor had used drugs in the past and could become withdrawn during difficult periods. Given the struggles Taylor was facing, Cassandra worried that she might relapse. Cassandra was feeling anxious. A week passed with no information, and waiting seemed useless. Worried, she contacted the police. She told the officers that something was wrong, as Taylor was acting out of character and had completely vanished without any explanation. In their shared apartment, there were many personal items belonging to Taylor that she would have taken if she had left. There was no reasonable explanation for her to ignore her friends. Until this point, Taylor had never behaved in this way. After hearing Cassandra's account, the police noted the unusual details of the case. The officers focused on the timeline of her disappearance. Naturally, they interviewed Cassandra first, since she lived with Taylor and had a close relationship with her. At the same time, searches were carried out in the apartment that Cassandra shared with Taylor. Inside the apartment, the police discovered Taylor's identification, some cash, and an unloaded revolver. Cassandra explained that they kept firearms in the home for self-defense, but they had never used them. Nothing else suspicious was discovered, but it was clear that Taylor could not have been gone for a long time without her identification, money, and personal belongings. Cassandra was questioned multiple times, and she soon felt that the police were suspicious of her, causing her to shift her focus to proving her innocence. Despite this, she continued to cooperate with the investigation because she wanted the truth to come out. Eventually, she was cleared as a suspect. Police initially concentrated on Jeff because of their bitter divorce, which involved asset division and custody of their son. Jeff did have a possible motive to hurt Taylor, but investigators quickly confirmed that he was in North Carolina at the time of her disappearance and had not left the city. He had recently remarried and was focused on starting a new life, showing little concern for his former wife. Family members confirmed that despite the divorce, Jeff and Taylor stayed on good terms for the benefit of their 6-year-old son. Jeff was known to avoid confrontation and had never harmed Taylor. He was not even aware that she had withdrawn money and attempted to hide it. As a result, there was no reason for him to be upset with her, leading police to quickly rule him out as a possible suspect. The police then decided to speak with Ashley, whom Cassandra had mentioned. Her behavior was highly unusual. They brought her in for questioning, and police immediately noticed that she was even flirting with them, which showed that she was not at all worried about her friend's disappearance. Ashley appeared to believe that Taylor was fine. She knew that Taylor had been addicted to marijuana in the past and believed that Taylor was not truly missing, but was simply giving in to her addiction. Ashley speculated that after receiving some money, Taylor relapsed and went off to use drugs. However, this explanation did not seem convincing because Ashley had previously told Cassandra about the trip to the farm but had not mentioned this detail. Only when police pressed her did Ashley reveal that they went to the farm because Taylor wanted to relax. During the trip, Taylor confided in Ashley about the stress she was experiencing from the divorce proceedings, which had taken a toll on her mental health. After some time, Taylor said she was tired and wanted to return home. She called an Uber and left. Ashley reported that she had not seen or heard from Taylor, despite trying to call her several times. Police were aware of a money issue that Ashley was supposed to handle but had been avoiding, which led them to suspect she was hiding something. Suddenly, Ashley began mentioning a safe deposit box and money, claiming she had no knowledge of the funds being discussed. At this stage, police were confused because there was no clear information about the money. Police then chose to examine the text messages between Ashley and Taylor. They found many conversations about money, with Ashley often delaying meetings and transferring funds. In the messages, they discussed going to the bank on September 8th to withdraw money. Police requested footage from cameras near Taylor's home. After reviewing the recordings, they saw the women near Taylor's apartment, which matched Cassandra's earlier statement. Ashley was sitting in a car in front of the house when Cassandra left. Taylor then exited the house and left with Ashley. Using geolocation data, police tracked the movements of Taylor and Ashley. Investigators reviewed surveillance footage throughout the city and observed them purchasing beer and food, which appeared normal. However, no additional information about their location was available after that. Contradictions began to surface in Ashley's statements. Still, the police chose to release her because there was not enough evidence against her at that moment. Afterward, Ashley contacted the police station nearly every day to ask about the status of the investigation and whether there were any updates. She claimed she wanted to help and frequently repeated the details of that day, as well as locations where Taylor might have gone. During these conversations, she suggested that police search alleyways and speak with individuals involved in selling illegal substances. She believed that Taylor was simply depressed and abusing drugs uncontrollably, and she repeatedly encouraged the police to pursue this theory. She also spoke about certain suspicious individuals she had seen with Taylor. Despite Ashley's attempts to appear concerned, police continued investigating her connection to Taylor's disappearance. Video evidence showed that Ashley went to the bank after Taylor went missing. During that visit, she withdrew money from Taylor's card. Police were especially concerned about any possible conflict between Ashley and Taylor. Ashley had a strong motive tied to the $34,000 involved. It is suspected that she intentionally delayed responding because she did not want to return the money. Fearing that Taylor might report the situation to the police, Ashley may have chosen to eliminate her friend. With Taylor missing for such an extended time, there are fears that she is no longer alive, although this must still be confirmed. Ashley had a major advantage. She worked for the police department and was married to a former deputy chief of the Battery Falcons. This created a challenging situation for investigators, who could not be certain of their safety while investigating her. As a result, they decided to keep the investigation confidential. In October, Ashley was brought in for questioning again. As the case moved forward, documentary and circumstantial evidence accumulated that connected her to Taylor's disappearance. The police observed a noticeable shift in Ashley's behavior. She went from being outgoing and flirtatious to withdrawn and visibly anxious. By this time, police had confirmed that most of her earlier statements were false. They confronted her with clear contradictions in her testimony and began examining the storage of hidden checks, which were likely forged. At the very least, this could result in fraud charges, though there could be more serious motives behind her actions. Ashley initially stated that she and Taylor went to East Milton, where they supposedly spent the day at a farm with animals. They were last seen on surveillance footage at 11:45 a.m., which was the only recording of Taylor alive during her initial interview. Ashley was captured on surveillance cameras at several locations throughout the day, but she was always alone. As police continued questioning her, she became increasingly uneasy. Her responses grew more inconsistent, and she struggled to explain the contradictions in her story. Police obtained a search warrant for the farmhouse, but found no evidence across the large property. They then questioned her about the checks to determine whether they were counterfeit. If the checks were authentic, it would suggest that Taylor was still alive when Ashley went to the bank, but Ashley could not provide a clear explanation. She only said that the checks might be real. While reviewing geolocation data from Ashley's phone, police discovered that she had remained at Britt Road for a long period. This was another farm owned by her family. In fact, they had been there for several hours before Taylor disappeared. Ashley again stated that Taylor was going to purchase a truck from a dealership. This time, however, she added new details to the account. She said that Taylor was returning to the farm. Ashley had not mentioned this information in her earlier statements, claiming that Taylor had asked her to keep the matter private. Ashley believed that Taylor was still alive and would return, so she did not want to damage her reputation in front of police. However, she lied repeatedly, causing investigators to lose trust in her. Police were highly interested in the Ashley family farm on Britt Road. It was a large, remote location that would have been an ideal place to commit a crime and conceal it. During questioning, the police observed another unusual aspect of Ashley's behavior. Why she did not contact the police immediately when Taylor had promised to return but failed to do so. It was evident that Taylor was in danger and required help. Although Ashley attempted to display concern to the police, she made no effort to locate Taylor. Why did she wait until being summoned for questioning to show concern? These questions remain unresolved, but the police suspected that Ashley was withholding critical information. After her trip to the farm with Taylor, Ashley frequently called the police station to inquire about the investigation into her friend's disappearance, particularly following her initial interview. She was eager to know whether she was being considered a suspect. After speaking with the police, Ashley realized that she had become the primary suspect in the case. She decided to request a lawyer, which ended her visit to the station. On the morning of October 19, 2017, Ashley returned home. That afternoon, police obtained a search warrant for the farm where she and Taylor had stayed. Specially trained dogs were used in the search, and within 2 hours, they discovered a suspicious burial site. It was a small pit that appeared recently dug and then covered with concrete. A human skull was found in a shallow grave, along with other remains hastily buried in dirt and construction debris. The victim had died from a gunshot wound to the head. Because of the advanced state of decomposition, the body could not be immediately identified at the scene. However, based on clothing and jewelry, it was believed to be Taylor. An autopsy confirmed that the body was Taylor Wright, aged 30. Identification was completed using dental records and DNA analysis. Ashley was arrested that evening, October 19, 2018, and charged with premeditated murder. Ashley's defense attorney maintained her innocence, but the extensive circumstantial evidence made it difficult to convince the jury of her non-involvement. The attorney emphasized Ashley's psychological profile, portraying her as sweet, attractive, and a police officer, characteristics seemingly inconsistent with being a violent criminal. Friends and family described Ashley as quiet, modest, and incapable of murder, especially considering her physical attributes. In contrast, Taylor was physically stronger, prompting the prosecution to challenge the defense's arguments. The lawyer structured his defense around the fact that police lacked direct evidence linking Ashley to the crime. There was no murder weapon, no witnesses, and no DNA connecting Ashley to the body. This made it challenging for prosecutors to establish Ashley's involvement. One witness was the victim's ex-husband, Jeff. He stated that he contacted Ashley a few days after Taylor went missing to locate her and address matters related to their marriage and divorce. Jeff reached out to Ashley via social media. She claimed that the last time she saw Taylor was when she had been exchanging money. She expressed concern about whether Taylor had arrived safely. This was a new detail that Ashley had never disclosed previously, causing police to recognize that she was a pathological liar who had deceived everyone around her. Although Jeff had initially been investigated and cleared as a suspect due to a solid alibi, he still had a strong motive. The defense attorney attempted to redirect the jury's attention to Jeff's potential involvement in his ex-wife's murder. However, these efforts were unsuccessful. The testimonies of Ashley's close friends had a significant influence on the jury. They revealed that Ashley was not as she appeared. She frequently visited a strip club, Bartenders and staff reported that shortly before Taylor went missing, Ashley spoke negatively about her. Later, a gun connected to Taylor's death was found in Ashley's house. After new evidence came to light, Ashley admitted to spiking Taylor's beer with a potent substance. However, when Taylor took a sip, she noticed that the drink tasted strange and clearly spoiled. She spat it out and refused to drink any more, which likely caused Ashley's poisoning attempt to fail. Despite this confession, Ashley denied any involvement in her friend's shooting. The prosecution argued that she had a strong motive. Ashley was holding a substantial amount of Taylor's money and was delaying its return. Taylor urgently needed the funds to pay her lawyer. Therefore, if Ashley continued to withhold the money, Taylor would likely report the matter to the police. This situation provided Ashley with a motive to eliminate her friend. Police later uncovered the reason for the delay in returning the money. Ashley had been secretly involved in an affair with a man named Brandon, without her husband's knowledge. It was revealed that she had spent all of the money on Brandon, including gifting him a motorcycle just weeks before Taylor went missing. This timing coincided with when she had received money from Taylor. In court, Brandon admitted that Ashley had frequently given him costly gifts, but he did not know the source of her money, as she had no other means for such a large sum. Police tracked Ashley's movements and discovered that she had gone to Home Depot after Taylor disappeared. Police spoke to a sales clerk who confirmed that Ashley had purchased several bags of quick-drying compound. When the substance found in Taylor's grave was tested, it matched the quick-drying material described by the hardware store employee. This indicates that Ashley attempted to rapidly conceal Taylor's body on the farm to avoid detection. However, Ashley's attorney argued that she was not physically capable of carrying the heavy bags, digging the grave, and moving Taylor's body. The jury then deliberated for approximately 4 hours and found Ashley MacArthur guilty of first-degree murder. She was sentenced to life in prison, with eligibility for parole after 25 years. She also received an additional 7-year sentence for fraud related to Taylor Wright's finances. Moving on to the next case. Case of the Hawks couple. Thomas and Jackie Hawks embarked on a journey that would ultimately carry them directly into the arms of tragedy. Unaware of what awaited them, they chose to sell their most cherished possession, their luxurious yacht, a decision that would pull them into a dark and unforgiving abyss. Picture the sunlight shimmering across the tranquil waters, a final trip aboard their treasured vessel, and a prospective buyer preparing to complete the sale. As the sails swelled with the breeze and the waves whispered their secrets, the Hawks moved forward into the unknown, unaware that this very voyage would become their final resting place. Thomas Hawks and his brother Jim Hawks were raised on a farm in the heart of California. They shared a deep love for surfing the rolling surf and navigating the endless open ocean. However, the twists and turns of life led Thomas to answer a higher calling, leaving behind the pull of the sea and joining the military. He even served in the brutal conditions of the Vietnam War, earning his place as a veteran. Despite these hardships, his determination never faltered, and he later entered the field of justice, becoming a committed probation officer. At the same time, Jim's journey placed him in a police uniform, eventually advancing to the respected role of police chief. A strong sense of service and duty flowed through their blood. Thomas was also a devoted bodybuilder. He had carefully shaped his physique, a reflection of his steadfast dedication to physical strength. His powerful build stood as a symbol of his unbreakable will. Life continued onward, and Thomas married, welcoming 2 sons, Ryan and Matthew, into the world. However, like shifting tides, their relationship encountered unforeseen changes, and they ultimately divorced. Thomas relocated to Prescott, Arizona, beginning a new chapter of his life. His sons followed, drawn to their father in this unfamiliar place. Then, in an unexpected yet fortunate turn of events, Thomas met Jackie. They fell deeply in love, their hearts intertwining, igniting a bond that shone brighter than the Arizona sun. Jackie, however, bore wounds not of the heart but of fate, as a previous accident had left her unable to have children of her own. Still, her love was boundless, and she embraced Thomas's sons as if they were her own. The couple consistently faced life's challenges with steadfast resolve. They worked tirelessly, carrying their dreams within them. Their desire to own a vessel, a symbol of the rewards earned through hard work, became reality when they purchased a 55-foot yacht. They named it as a reflection of what they felt it represented, a fitting and well-earned reward for their relentless dedication. They elevated the vessel even further by outfitting it with the most advanced technology available. With the promise of retirement ahead, Thomas and Jackie sailed along the stunning west coast. The exotic shores of Mexico, the rugged coastline of California, and the captivating beauty of Catalina Island became their playground over the next 2 years. There was no doubt they were living the dream they had so passionately imagined. Yet life, always unfolding, presented new chapters. One of Thomas's sons began a family of his own, with the promise of a grandchild soon to arrive. Their hearts filled with excitement at the thought of becoming grandparents, a source of immense joy. Thomas and Jackie then began to consider returning to Arizona to be closer to their growing family. And so, they made the difficult choice to part with their beloved boat. They decided to sell it in Newport Beach, California, unaware that this decision would propel them into a twisting path of fate, leading to a tragedy they could never have foreseen. The dreams they had pursued so faithfully were about to take an unexpected and heartbreaking turn. In November 2004, they listed their well-earned yacht for sale at $435,000 through an advertisement placed in a magazine, choosing to avoid the traditional broker process to save on substantial commission fees. With the steep asking price for their cherished yacht, valued at nearly $500,000, they were confident that its excellent condition would draw serious buyers. But fate had different intentions. The first individual to respond to their advertisement was not who they had anticipated. The mysterious person who contacted them was named Skylar Dillian, and what followed went far beyond their expectations. At first, they felt uncertain when they met Dillian. Thomas, a former probation officer, could not help but question how someone so young had managed to acquire such significant wealth. Skylar's explanation, which involved a former career as a child actor, being part of the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers cast, and appearing in commercials, claimed to be the source of his wealth. Skylar Dillian presented an attractive proposal, a full cash offer, enhanced with an extra $15,000 for certain personal items he wanted to keep on the boat. To further ease the Hawks' doubts, he came to the meeting accompanied by his pregnant wife, Jennifer Henderson, and their young child. Their seemingly cheerful family presence had an effect, gradually dissolving the Hawks' concerns as trust slowly developed. However, beneath their pleasant exterior, Skylar and Jennifer were concealing a dangerous deception that would result in severe consequences. The Hawks were unaware of this, as they had developed strong trust in Dillian. The sea trial, a routine part of selling a boat, was scheduled for November 15, 2004, and would prove to be a pivotal day. Shortly before the trial, on November 12, 2004, the Hawks took a meaningful trip to Santa Catalina Island near the Los Angeles coast. It was a bittersweet moment, marking the upcoming sale of their cherished boat and one final voyage aboard it. Friends and family were informed that a buyer had been secured and the sale was near. On November 15th, as the morning sun lit the surroundings, Skylar and his wife arrived accompanied by two men, one thin and the other muscular. The Hawks were taken aback by the presence of these two men, which raised suspicions. However, Dillian quickly calmed their concerns by explaining that they were simply acquaintances, clarifying that the muscular man was his accountant. After this explanation, Jennifer and the child remained behind while the others boarded the boat and began their trip. They slowly steered into the vast open waters, leaving behind what was familiar to them. Unknown to them, this journey would be their last, mysteriously marking the final time anyone would ever see them. As the sun set and darkness fell, Carter Ford, the port captain of the Lido Al Yacht Club and a close friend of the Hawks, looked forward to their planned evening meeting with anticipation. Arrangements had been made and excitement filled the atmosphere. However, when night settled over Newport Harbor like a heavy blanket, a disturbing message shattered the calm. Jackie called with unsettling news that sent a chill through Ford. The Hawks were on a sea trial, which seemed routine, but something felt wrong. The buyer and his group had kept them on the water longer than expected, creating uncertainty. The Hawks promised to make contact once they returned, and this was the last time anyone heard from them. When the sun rose the next morning, the yacht had returned to Newport Beach, but the couple was nowhere to be found. A baffling mystery emerged, as they appeared to have vanished without a trace. Days went by with no communication to their loved ones, their phones remaining silent. Adding to the mystery, Jackie's SUV was also missing, leading some to speculate that they may have taken a spontaneous road trip to enjoy their recent financial success, choosing to disconnect from the world while celebrating. But the grim reality eventually became clear. The Hawks were not on vacation. Something far more sinister had occurred, though this realization came later. A week passed, and the unusual silence from the Hawks raised many questions and concerns. Their loved ones felt the heavy weight of their absence, fearing that something was terribly wrong. The family turned to Carter Ford in desperation, asking him to go out to the boat and investigate. As Ford stepped aboard the vessel, he was overwhelmed by a deep sense of unease. Everything appeared to be in disorder, with a single white towel hanging ominously from one of the portholes. The strange scene unsettled the family, and they immediately took action by filing a missing persons report. Detectives were summoned to the scene. They moved carefully, breaking the lock on the cabin door and entering inside. Within the boat, there were no obvious signs of violence, yet a sinister presence seemed to linger in the shadows. Their attention was drawn to a white towel stained with fresh ink, concealed between the bed and the wall. It caused them to pause, raising disturbing questions. A nearby receipt revealed an alarming list of items: bleach, cleaning supplies, heavy-duty trash bags, and Tums antacid. The detectives started piecing together the fragments of this grim puzzle. The cleaning supplies appeared perfectly suited for a murder, with trash bags to dispose of evidence, bleach to remove any traces, and Tums possibly used to soothe a stomach unsettled by the horrific acts. This boat held secrets that frightened everyone who stepped inside. Investigators were determined to uncover the truth about the yacht's buyers, Skylar and Jennifer. A surveillance team was swiftly assembled to monitor them closely. Undercover officers tailed the Dillians, watching them go about their daily routines, seemingly untouched by suspicion. They were regular volunteers at a local church, and Jennifer's job as a hairdresser revealed nothing out of the ordinary. To the outside world, they appeared completely normal, concealing their true nature with chilling skill. As detectives dug further into their backgrounds, a bleak picture began to form. Skylar Dillian's past included a prior burglary conviction, which had placed him on probation. Financial investigations showed that the couple was buried under an overwhelming $87,000 in debt, a severe financial hole. Investigators were troubled by one question: how could the couple afford to buy a yacht while struggling financially? After examining Skylar's claims of fame from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, they learned he had only been an uncredited extra in a handful of episodes. Adding to the mystery, the couple was living in Jennifer's parents' garage. Their desire to own a yacht did not align with their financial reality, leaving detectives perplexed. The more they investigated, the more confusing the case became. Dillian was questioned intensely, but he maintained his story that he had purchased the yacht legally. Unexpectedly, he admitted that the money had come from selling drugs. Matters grew even more intense when he revealed that he had given Tom a briefcase filled with laundered money from Mexico, mostly consisting of $100 bills. Interestingly, Skylar claimed that the Hawks had asked him to assist with opening a bank account in Mexico so they could begin a new life there. He also stated that Tom and Jackie had granted him power of attorney, allowing him to manage their money and transfer it to Mexico. To support his claims, Skylar produced what appeared to be a legitimate power of attorney document with signatures that looked authentic. Despite denying any involvement in their disappearance and suggesting the couple may have gone to Mexico, doubts persisted. Cell phone records indicated that the Hawks' phones were near the Mexican border the day after the sea trial with Skylar. Frustrated detectives returned to the beginning and refocused on the Hawks family, placing the couple's safety above all else. They sought answers by turning to national news, where a family member appeared on camera pleading for help in locating the missing couple and their vehicle. The mystery only deepened, drawing widespread attention with its many twists. An American citizen in Mexico called in, prompting renewed momentum in the investigation. He had recognized the car shown on the news, and it was right in front of him. Authorities traveled to a home near Ensenada, Mexico, where they located the Hawks' car. Despite the Hawks having been missing for more than a month and the fear that something terrible had occurred, there was still hope that this discovery could involve them. A small spark of optimism remained. Perhaps this was the breakthrough investigators needed. A Mexican federal agent knocked on the door, taking the lead. The names Skylar Dillian and Jennifer surfaced during the Spanish conversation. The man who answered the door had a disturbing connection. He was an old surfing friend of Skylar. He casually explained that Skylar had given him the car, and that Jennifer, his pregnant wife, had then driven him back to the United States. Detectives quickly gathered samples from inside the vehicle and discovered Skylar's DNA on a heater knob, a critical piece of evidence. This finding intensified suspicions of foul play. Investigators believed that Skylar and Jennifer likely possessed crucial information or knowledge about what had happened, but solid proof was still required. A new development arose when detectives examined the questionable power of attorney. The idea that Tom and Jackie would grant strangers access to their finances raised alarms. However, the notary, Kathleen Harris, supported Skylar's version of events, stating that she had witnessed the Hawks sign the documents and verified their identities using fingerprints. While this supported Skylar's account, detectives chose to look deeper. They asked Harris to describe Tom and Jackie Hawks. Although she accurately described Tom, her description of Jackie aroused suspicion. She said Jackie had brown curly hair, when in fact Jackie had cut off her long curls and was wearing a spiked blonde hairstyle. Was this a simple misunderstanding or a sinister cover-up? The power of attorney contained fingerprints that matched perfectly and appeared to have authentic signatures. Nevertheless, a lingering sense of concern persisted. The case was assigned to the FBI to address these doubts, and the world's top handwriting analysts were brought in. Their findings were unexpected. Tom's signature was genuine, as was Jackie's. However, there was an anomaly in Jackie's signature that left investigators perplexed and struggling to unravel the mystery. Armed with this unsettling revelation, investigators received a tip that Skylar was planning to flee. He had requested permission from his probation officer to leave the country, which enabled the quick-thinking detectives to apprehend him for money laundering, the crime he had previously admitted to. Investigators went to the garage apartment where Jennifer's parents lived and discovered a collection of personal items belonging to Tom and Jackie, including their camera and driver's licenses. When they examined Jackie's driver's license photo, they were startled to notice a striking resemblance to the notary's earlier description, raising further doubts about her involvement and the legitimacy of her actions. The investigation took a darker turn, shedding light on the unsettling notion that more individuals may have been involved in this mysterious disappearance than previously considered. As the lies began to unravel, they exposed a complex web of mysteries and secrets waiting to be uncovered. Within the garage, investigators found a business card belonging to an LAPD detective who worked with Interpol. They contacted the Interpol agent to discuss Skylar's potential involvement in the Hawks' disappearance. The agent revealed that he had encountered Skylar a year earlier during a murder investigation in Mexico involving an American citizen. This connection suggested the possibility that Skylar might have been involved in both cases. The primary challenge was gathering solid evidence. Detectives noted something unusual about the yacht. In photographs, it displayed two anchors, but in reality, only one was present. Their suspicions deepened as they recognized this discrepancy. A chilling theory began to take shape. Detectives connected the missing anchor on the yacht to the couple's disappearance, suspecting that Skylar had used the ruse to conceal a sinister plot to steal the prized vessel. Undeniable proof was needed, and the net was closing in. Jennifer's actions revealed her participation in the scheme. Her attempt to drain the Hawks' account indicated her awareness of the situation, despite not being on the boat. At a crucial moment, detectives identified a name on the power of attorney documents, a name that would alter the course of solving this perplexing case. The name belonged to a man who had witnessed the significant transaction, a man named Alonso. Alonso, only 19 at the time, lived with his parents and worked as a prison guard. A bond had formed between Alonso and Dillian while the latter was serving time in prison for theft. Skylar had persuaded Alonso to accompany him to the meetings. He was the slim man who had joined him on the sea trial. Offering leniency in his sentence, they made an arrangement with Alonso, encouraging him to share his perspective and reveal the chilling truth about the Hawks' fate. As the tape recorder began, Alonso recounted a terrifying story. He described a man named John Fitzgerald Kennedy, introduced as an accountant by Skylar. However, Kennedy was no ordinary man. He was a notorious gang member and former convict known as John F. Kennedy. Alonso detailed how they had orchestrated a dangerous scheme destined to bring disaster upon the Hawks. Their sinister plot involved kidnapping the couple and taking them out to sea to throw them overboard. The horrifying sequence began when John F. Kennedy feigned seasickness and went below deck. Thomas, concerned for him, went down to check, falling into their trap. Skylar followed, and together they attacked Thomas. Amid the chaos, Jackie asked anxious questions. Alonso grabbed her, used a taser to immobilize her, handcuffed her, and moved her to another area of the boat. Both Thomas and Jackie found themselves helpless, their eyes and mouths taped shut. In those harrowing moments, as Jackie struggled to cry out through her gag with tears streaming down her face, Thomas offered a small gesture of comfort. Handcuffed together, he gently stroked her hand with his fingers, a silent attempt to console her in the face of the grim fate awaiting them at the hands of their captors. The grim ordeal continued as they were taken to the kitchen area, where the power of attorney awaited their reluctant signatures. The chilling ultimatum hung in the air like a death knell. Cooperate, and perhaps they would be spared. Resist, and death would be their destiny. The boat sailed into the haunting depths of the ocean near Catalina Island, a place once filled with treasured memories for Tom and Jackie. On the deck, they were bound together with a rope, a grim prelude to the horror that awaited. Dillian then detached one of the anchors from the boat's bow, dragging the chain along, the dreadful sound reverberating in their ears. They had heard that noise countless times before, but this time it heralded their inevitable doom. Jackie's pleas for her life were heart-wrenching. She longed to see her grandchild and believed she was far too young to die. Tom comforted her, assuring her they would face the cruel reality together, as they were cast overboard into the Pacific Ocean. They were pushed from the vessel, dragged down by the anchor, disappearing into the depths. Tragically, their bodies were never recovered, leaving their fate shrouded in mystery. After committing their heinous act, Schuyler began a merciless mission to erase all evidence of the Hawks' existence. He gathered their treasured belongings, including photographs, and mercilessly cast them into the deep ocean, where their memories vanished, abandoned without remorse. With every trace of the couple gone, Dillian and John F. Kennedy attempted to resume normalcy, sailing back to Newport Harbor, fishing and relaxing as if the horrifying events had been nothing more than a disturbing illusion. Justice eventually caught up with Schuyler Dillian, John F. Kennedy, and Alonso Machane as they faced 2 counts of first-degree murder. Jennifer Henderson maintained her husband's innocence while confronting her own accountability, as she too was charged with 2 counts of murder. Her involvement in the horrific crime was uncovered, revealing her complicity. The chilling murders were motivated by a strong desire for financial gain. Myron Gardner, a former convict and ex-gang member, played a significant role in linking Dillian to John F. Kennedy, even though he did not actively participate in the killings. Gardner faced charges of involuntary manslaughter for his role in the events. Justice prevailed when separate juries found all of them guilty. Jennifer Henderson was sentenced in October 2007 to 2 life terms without the possibility of parole. John Fitzgerald Kennedy received a death sentence on May 1, 2009, and was placed on death row at San Quentin State Prison. Alonso Machane testified against the others, pleaded guilty, and received a reduced sentence on June 15, 2009, 20 years and 4 months in prison, with the possibility of parole in September 2021. In March 2009, Myron Gardner's life changed after spending 4 years in prison. He pled guilty to being an accessory after the fact, which resulted in the dismissal of the murder charges against him. Meanwhile, Schuyler Dillian, also incarcerated, faced additional allegations. He was accused of requesting another inmate to carry out a dark plan targeting his own family members. The situation worsened when Dillian was implicated in the murder of an American citizen, John Jarvie, who was killed in Mexico in 2003. Dillian's cousin and father, both connected to the Jarvie murder, were considered key witnesses in both cases. On September 22, jury selection began for the trial of Schuyler Dillian. He was tried for the murders of Thomas and Jackie Hawks, as well as John Jarvie. The verdict was delivered on April 10, 2009, with Dillian receiving a death sentence from Judge Frank Faisal in Orange County Superior Court. He was sent to death row at San Quentin State Prison. Prior to Dillian's incarceration, a troubling discovery occurred. While in prison on March 13, 2008, he committed a disturbing act by partially cutting his own male genitalia with a razor blade, intending to remove it. After receiving immediate medical care, he was returned to his cell the following day. In an interview, Dillian explained that this extreme self-injury stemmed from a strong desire to transition to female. He had already changed his name from John Julius Jacobson to Schuyler Dillian, adopting a gender-neutral name to reflect his identity. Defense attorneys argued that Dillian's need for funds to pay for sex reassignment surgery was the underlying motive for the murders of the Hawks. However, It is crucial to recognize that this motive does not justify the horrific crimes he committed. In 2019, Dillion's gender was legally changed to female, and she is now known as Skyla Preciosa Dillion. The Hawks family cherishes the enduring memory of Thomas and Jackie, forever engraved in their hearts. These vibrant individuals, celebrated for their adventurous spirit, embodied kindness and authenticity. Their fate took a cruel turn, and though they have passed, their spirits endure, casting a timeless light on our memories. May they rest in eternal peace in paradise. Moving on to the next case. The case of Tristan Borlase. Jeffrey Borlase, Tristan's father, was born on April 16, 1975. He served as the pastor of the Conservative Baptist Bible Fellowship Church, a Protestant religious movement with Mennonite origins. Tristan was brought up in an environment where personal piety was considered of the highest importance, and there was a continual sense of being under the strict and vigilant eye of God. The basis of his upbringing was the serious and attentive study of the Bible, regular attendance at church, and moral instruction. Any kind of entertainment, including laughter and colorful clothing, was disapproved of. Good works, charity, missionary work, love for enemies, and the renunciation of all forms of violence were regarded as virtuous. Jeffrey was raised by his father, Pastor Harry Boras, and developed a kind, loving, gentle, and patient character. As a young man, Jeffrey obtained a summer job at the Big Surf Water Park in Missouri. On his first day, he encountered Tanya, a charming and meek girl of the same age. They shared similar perspectives and upbringings, having grown up in families where Christian values were of utmost importance. Tanya, a patient, humble, and selfless young woman, perceived in Jeffrey an ideal future husband and caring father. She gave him a photograph of an elderly couple holding hands, saying that one day that would be them. Kathy, Jeffrey's mother, fervently prayed that God would bless her son with a wife who loved the Lord with all her heart. She believed her prayers were answered when Jeffrey married a young woman who shared their strong Christian faith. The newly married couple's family became a continuation of the ideals with which they were raised. Tanya carefully preserved the treasured photograph of the family in their album. Soon, the young couple welcomed their first child, a delightful daughter named Taylor. Over time, 3 more children were born, the youngest being a son they named Tristan. Taylor became a caring and supportive elder sister to her siblings. She shared a particularly close bond with her younger brother Tristan, and they connected over common interests such as sports, music, and mischief. The family held the belief that raising children meant nurturing their spiritual growth and fostering a connection with God. As the original 4 children grew older, the parents decided to enlarge their family by adopting 4 additional boys from an orphanage, thereby fulfilling their Christian duty. Open, loving, and friendly toward everyone, the household became increasingly crowded. According to the family's religious beliefs, children were forbidden from using cell phones and social media until reaching a certain age, and asceticism regarding needs and desires was promoted. The children were not allowed to date girls until the end of high school, specifically until the age of 18. The study of the Bible and other religious subjects was mandatory. Otherwise, the children would grow up like any other child. The parents did not differentiate between their biological and adopted children, as all received the same attention, care, and affection. Tanya fostered a harmonious atmosphere and closely supervised the internal order and relationships among the siblings. She prayed frequently and performed acts of kindness. Jeffrey and Tanya believed that virtue should be nurtured through personal action, and they instructed their children in mercy by example. When the people of Haiti were struck by a hurricane, Tanya sold her costly wedding ring and sent the proceeds to a foundation that was constructing homes for the victims. In exchange, she purchased a simple and less expensive ring. In 2015, Taylor graduated from high school and relocated to Boone to attend Appalachian State University. This event left Tristan deeply saddened. He was left alone. Tristan had resisted the restrictions imposed on him since childhood and disagreed with his parents' religious convictions. He felt frustrated by the lack of a cell phone and the inability to communicate with peers on social networks, considering such interaction an essential part of modern teenage life. Following Taylor's departure, disagreements with his parents became more frequent. In December 2017, positive changes occurred in the family's life. Jeffrey, his wife, and their children moved into a new house with a large lot in Deep Gap, Watauga County, North Carolina. The house was situated on a dirt road that led into a wooded area and was considerably more spacious than their previous home. The new residence was just under 2 miles from Tanya's mother, Robin's house. This proximity made it easy for Jeffrey to go to her for assistance with the younger children whenever necessary. It is unclear whether the move represented a pleasant change for Tristan, as he had to adapt to a new school and environment. In Watauga, he attended the local high school and became a member of the track team. Other children managed to secure summer jobs as camp counselors. At first glance, it might have appeared that there were no issues in the Borlase household, but that was not the case. Over time, Tristan's behavior became increasingly concerning. In 2018, the school required multiple consultations with a psychologist to address issues related to anger management and impulsive behavior. By 2019, when Tristan was in high school, he began struggling with certain academic subjects despite his strong capabilities. These academic difficulties only worsened as time progressed. The transition had transformed Tristan from a diligent, engaged student into an indifferent, withdrawn teenager who lost interest in his studies. Tristan began skipping classes frequently and showed no interest in learning. During lessons, he would put on his headphones and appear checked out. Some teachers attempted to assist him, but he remained indifferent and disengaged. Tristan's behavior at home was also problematic. He frequently argued with his parents about obtaining his own phone and using social media. Tristan spent significant time online, and on Instagram, he described himself as a musician. He closely monitored his siblings' lives and often argued with his parents, especially his mother, about religious matters. She also learned that Tristan was experiencing other difficulties at school. Although Taylor attempted to converse with her younger brother, the closeness they once shared had diminished. Eventually, Tristan befriended a girl from their religious community, Evelyn Faith Jackson. They began meeting in secret, disregarding the prohibition against intimate relationships. Occasionally, they even used prohibited substances. Tristan also expressed complaints about his mother, who would discuss his behavior with him at night, leaving him exhausted and unable to focus at school. He was deeply concerned that he possessed numerous flaws that prevented him from meeting his mother's expectations and that she could not feel proud of him. On April 10, 2019, many hidden aspects of Tristan's life were revealed. Surveillance cameras had been installed in the goat pen, and Tristan's old mobile phone, which he occasionally used secretly, came to light. On that day, Tanya took the phone for some reason and read text messages showing that her son was engaged in sexual conversations with girls and discussing illegal drugs with them. His parents contacted him via a family chat to inform him of the information discovered on his old phone. That same day, Sherry King, Tristan's English teacher, called his mother to express concerns regarding his grades and behavior. Tristan's mother returned the call, stating that she and her husband would come to the school soon to discuss Tristan's academic performance with him. Sherry King then relayed this information to Tristan, who was greatly surprised by the news. Tristan's parents arrived at the high school to address the situation. The conversation between Tristan and his mother covered several critical topics. They discussed the significance of academic success, maintaining appropriate relationships with girls, and the dangers of illegal drugs. His mother also expressed her preference for him to focus solely on studying Christianity rather than exploring other religions. Tristan felt compelled to listen and acknowledged areas where he required improvement. Together, they compiled a list of desirable traits, including compassion and honesty. At one point, Tristan's mother approached him from behind, placed her arm around his neck, and applied pressure. This action caused Tristan to react instinctively, turning around and accidentally elbowing his mother. According to him, his mother had never done anything like that before, which explained his reaction. His mother, startled by the blow, grabbed what he thought were a pair of scissors from a shelf and approached him. In a state of shock at what was occurring, he stabbed her, believing he was defending himself, and ran to seek help from his father. That evening, Tristan arrived at his grandmother Robin's house around 8:30 p.m. to pick up his younger brother, which she found unusual. Tristan explained that their parents urgently needed to go to the store. About 20 minutes later, another sibling called Robin, saying they could not reach their parents and that they had not been picked up after work. Robin then called another child, Alexis, asking her to pick up her brother, after which they agreed to meet at Jeffrey and Tanya's house to investigate. As they approached the house, Robin noticed blood on the porch. Inside, blood was everywhere. Alexis found a body under the hammock and saw Tristan fleeing with blood on his face. Alexis called emergency services, who instructed the family to remain locked in their car until the police arrived. The police arrived 10 minutes later. After waiting and speaking with officers, they were taken to the station and informed that Jeffrey and Tanya had been found dead. Tristan contacted his girlfriend, Evelyn, and went to her home. She noticed that he seemed troubled and had scratches on his forehead and arms. However, Tristan assured her that he had only had an argument with his parents and that the scratches were from playing with his dog. Evelyn described Tristan's injuries as 3 scratches on his forehead, a wound on his hand, a cut on his finger, and a bruised fingernail. Tristan posted a photograph of his injuries on Snapchat immediately after the incident, claiming they were caused by his father's dog. His girlfriend confirmed that the photo matched the injuries she had observed that evening. Tristan spent the night at Evelyn's house, and the next morning they went to Walmart and McDonald's, initially intending to go to school, but then changing their minds. Evelyn believed Tristan wanted to escape his parents for a while, so she offered for him to stay with one of her relatives. Tristan agreed, and they traveled to another state. On April 11th, Sheriff's Office personnel gained access to the video surveillance system at the Borlase residence. They reviewed the footage and learned the details of the crime. Police then obtained a warrant for Tristan's arrest and reported information about the vehicle he allegedly used to the National Crime Information Center. Inspector Matthew received information that Tristan had been seen in Tennessee and began the process of apprehending him. Tristan was driving a car with Evelyn when he noticed blue police lights following them. He accelerated in an attempt to evade the authorities. However, he eventually pulled over, and the car was surrounded by police vehicles. Evelyn was bewildered to see her boyfriend being handcuffed and placed in a squad car. During his interview with investigator Matthew on April 11, 2019, Tristan remained calm and cooperative. He confessed to the crime and provided a detailed account of his actions, occasionally becoming emotional. Tristan Borlase, a month shy of his 18th birthday, was taken into custody without bail. The sheriff's office obtained a warrant to investigate Tristan's Snapchat account on 5 of his cell phones, which may have contained information pertinent to the crime. A search warrant was also issued for the Orchard Road residence, where detectives discovered various items, including another phone, a keyboard, a pen from a safe, paper cups, a hammer, a straw, knives, a red-stained swab, eyeglasses, a kitchen towel, a hammock, a digital video recorder, a rug, miscellaneous papers, South Dakota cards, and boots. Additionally, a search warrant was executed on the Ford F-150 truck, and a red-stained swab, laptop, computer charger, and steering wheel cover were seized. A warrant was issued to search the home of Tristan's girlfriend in Boone, where he had spent the night. Investigators seized a pillowcase, a zippered sweatshirt, and a notebook from that residence. Funeral services for Jeffrey and Tanya were held on April 17, 2019, at Bible Fellowship Church, officiated by pastors William and Brad Gray. The children, despite the devastating loss of their parents at such a young age, found the strength to write a heartfelt obituary. Our parents never had the opportunity to live for themselves because they always lived for us. Jeffrey and Tanya had always been an incredible joy to their parents and a constant source of pride. Our parents made the world a better place, and we hope to continue that legacy by passionately loving people and pursuing Jesus. After the funeral, Taylor visited her younger brother in prison for the first time and was unpleasantly struck by his behavior. Tristan not only showed no remorse, but even attempted to blame the family for what had occurred. To her sister, it appeared that he was convinced he would regain his freedom sooner or later. Taylor felt disgusted, turned away, and left. Her second visit took place on May 11th, on Tristan's birthday. This time, she came with Robin, and the meeting did not differ significantly from the previous one. Her brother boasted about the celebration held in his honor in prison for his birthday. Taylor found his behavior unacceptable, particularly given that their parents had tragically passed away. Following this visit, the family decided to sever all contact with Tristan. According to neighbors, loud screams were heard at the Borlase home. After the incident, Tristan returned to the house and vomited, which, according to the psychologist, indicated severe stress rather than premeditated, cold-blooded murder. However, the jury disagreed with the psychologist's assessment, having access to the forensic medical examiner reports presented at trial. Jeffrey's autopsy report noted multiple stab wounds to his left chest and back, slash wounds on his arms and hands, and abrasions on his skull and forehead. Tanya's autopsy report indicated she suffered multiple stab wounds, including to her left chest, back, and arm, as well as injuries that may have been sustained when her neck was compressed. The results suggest that the parents were defending themselves rather than attacking. The psychologist concluded that Tristan Borlase was mentally sane at the time of the crime, but was experiencing a severely impaired cognitive state, including depersonalization, derealization, and a feeling that the events were unreal. However, the court and jury rejected the psychologist's opinion, finding Tristan to be a skilled manipulator and a socially dangerous individual. The trial began on February 16th. During the proceedings, Tristan expressed remorse for what had happened. He agreed with everything his family had said about him and supported the decision for a permanent restraining order to ensure the family's safety. On March 3rd, Tristan Borlase was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for each count of first-degree murder. Judge Hakeem Horn acknowledged that Tristan's mental health issues were a somewhat mitigating factor. The psychologist's assessment revealed that Tristan was still struggling with anxiety, depression, and symptoms similar to post-traumatic stress disorder. However, the judge noted that the psychologist found no evidence of psychotic disorders, although Tristan's anxiety and depression may have been worsened by ongoing use of illegal substances. The most unusual fact in this case is that neither Tristan's family, his lawyer, nor Tristan himself made any statements regarding the motives that led to the crime. There was a devout family and a socially dangerous young man who used illegal drugs, who did not fully understand the reasons behind what happened and did not adequately express that misunderstanding. On one hand, there was a young man with low self-esteem, prone to depression, showing signs of anxiety, and not receiving the necessary qualified medical attention. Moving on to the next case. The case of William Glenn Olson. Alicia Wood, age 46, was reported missing on November 30th, 2024, in Conrad, Montana, where she lived. The situation began when one of Alicia's neighbors contacted the Conrad Police Department that day to request a welfare check on her. The neighbor explained that they had not seen or heard from her for several days, and the last time they recalled seeing her was around November 25th or 26th. The neighbor told police that Alicia was not answering phone calls or messages, which increased concern among those involved. They also observed unusual activity at Alicia's residence. When officers arrived to conduct the check, they noticed that her vehicle was not parked in its normal location in front of the home. Officers knocked on the doors and windows, but received no response from inside. When they looked through a window, they observed several unusual signs inside the house, suggesting that a serious incident might have taken place. That same evening, Alicia's ex-husband also contacted the police. He chose to call after learning from the neighbor that she could not reach Alicia and was extremely worried. Alicia's son later reported that the last time he spoke with his mother was on November 22nd. In addition, a friend of Alicia's son shared more information, stating that he had seen her at the town pump store in Conrad, where she was purchasing beer. However, it was significant that this individual said Alicia appeared to have been beaten, which raised additional concerns and doubts about her condition. Alicia's disappearance stunned her family, friends, and the surrounding community. As a result, authorities immediately launched an investigation to collect information about her whereabouts. While examining Alicia's home, officers found no evidence that she had been there recently. Notably, her pets had run out of both food and water, indicating that the house had likely been unattended for some time. They also found a red circular marking on the floor, though it was unclear whether it was paint or blood. This discovery added further complexity to the case. That night, the Conrad Police Department officially classified Alicia Wood as a missing person. The investigation shifted direction when Conrad Police received a report from the Montana Highway Patrol. Alicia's 2005 black Cadillac was found abandoned on Highway 91 between Conrad and Brady. During an inspection of the vehicle, investigators located multiple blood stains on both the passenger and driver's seats, raising suspicions of a possible altercation or violent event inside the car. They also observed smeared fingerprints on the car's locking mechanism, suggesting that someone may have struggled to get out or had been forced into the vehicle. Additionally, a bullet casing was discovered on the floor of the car. Later, on December 1st, Alicia's ex-husband gave important information to police. He said that prior to Alicia going missing, her car had been hit by a stranger who then left the scene. This event occurred around the same time Alicia was reported missing, leading investigators to question whether it was directly connected to her disappearance. That same day, Alicia's son used the Find My iPhone application to track his mother's phone. The app showed that 47 minutes earlier, Alicia's phone had been located at an address on North Main Street in Conrad. Police immediately went to check that address, but when they arrived, they were unable to contact the homeowner. They then spoke with a woman who had found Alicia's phone lying next to the mailbox outside the residence. During the conversation, the woman disclosed a crucial detail. She said she knew that William, a person connected to the incident, had damaged Alicia's car. She also stated that she had seen him at a different location. Police then traveled to that location to continue their investigation and spoke with the people living there. Some residents reported that William had returned to his home the previous day to pick up his guitar. They described him as appearing very happy and said that nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. The following day, police spoke with a man in Brady who reported that William had come back and said he was fleeing from Conrad. The man assisted William in returning to retrieve his guitar and then drove him back to his residence in Fort Shaw. While they were driving, William stated that he owed Alicia a replacement car because he had damaged hers. When asked why, he explained that Alicia had not allowed him to leave her house in Conrad. As a result, while Alicia was asleep, he secretly took her vehicle to get away. The man later relayed the details of this account to investigators, giving them valuable insight into William's actions and behavior. With this new information, police immediately called to speak directly with William. During the call, William claimed that the last time he had seen Alicia was on November 10th and said he did not know her current whereabouts. However, when officers pressed him with further questions, he refused to respond and stated that he needed to consult with a lawyer first. He told police he would contact them the next day, but his silence and reaction made the case increasingly complex and suspicious. On December 3rd, the Conrad Police Department chose to contact the Montana Department of Justice's Criminal Investigation Division, DCI, for assistance in the investigation into Alicia's disappearance. 3 DCI agents agreed to help. Notably, Agent Derek Malum, a former Great Falls Police Department officer, made direct contact with the Conrad Police Department to obtain additional information about William. During the investigation, Derek learned that William had been arrested multiple times in the past and was currently wanted on a probation violation warrant connected to the assault of his girlfriend or family members. That same day, a Cascade County deputy sheriff went to a residence in Fort Shaw that was believed to be where William was staying. There, they arrested William on the outstanding warrant and transported him to the Ponderia County Sheriff's Office for questioning. During the interview, William admitted that he had been violent with Alicia just days before the car incident occurred. He said that he and Alicia had argued at her home in Conrad during a rage-filled confrontation. He stated that he placed her in a chokehold, which resulted in her death. William confessed that after killing her, he took a hard case from the closet and placed her body inside it. He then put the case into his trunk and drove to an area west of Great Falls, near West Elementary School, where he discarded the case containing Alicia's body into a trash bin. To hide his actions, he returned to Conrad and placed Alicia's phone in front of a house, which police later located. After carrying out his plan, William drove back to his home in Fort Shaw. Following William's confession, authorities transported him to Great Falls, where he pointed out the location where he had thrown away the case. Investigators promptly contacted the City of Great Falls Waste Management Department to confirm the trash collection procedures. A supervisor verified that trash in Williams' area had been collected on November 27th. That waste was then taken to the High Plains landfill in Cascade County, located a few miles northeast of Great Falls. This information prompted a large-scale search of the landfill, which continued for several days afterward. As of December 12th, Alicia Wood's body had still not been located, despite extensive efforts to search for her. Sheriff Corey Smith said that evidence gathered during the investigation suggested Alicia was likely deceased and that her body might be located at the High Plains landfill. Search teams used a range of resources, including drones, excavators, and bulldozers, to sort through trash in an effort to help investigators recover Alicia's body. William Glenn Olson, 29, is facing charges of deliberate murder and tampering with evidence. On Monday, December 16, 2024, he appeared in Ponderosa County Court for a preliminary hearing. During the hearing, William entered a plea of not guilty to both charges. He remains in custody, with bail set at $1 million. A pretrial hearing is scheduled for January 27, 2025. If convicted of intentional murder, William could face either the death penalty or life in prison. In addition, the tampering with evidence charge could lead to an additional 10 years in prison or a $1.50,000 fine. The investigation and court proceedings are still ongoing. The family and community remain hopeful that justice will ultimately be achieved for Alicia. Moving on to the next case. The case of Doreen Herbert. Doreen Herbert was born on November 29, 1952 in California, into a family of 5 children. From an early age, she was a kind and positive individual, always seeking ways to help others. After completing college, Doreen moved to San Francisco and started working as a physical therapist. At the age of 24, she met Michael Venice, a man employed in a factory near Doreen's clinic. After becoming acquainted for some time, Doreen and Michael began dating, and a few months later, they chose to get married. In 1976, they had a son named Paul. At first, Michael and Doreen's life was very happy, but after having a child, their relationship began to experience difficulties. After approximately a year, Doreen and Michael decided to divorce. Their son was raised by Doreen, while Michael was still permitted to visit him regularly. Despite the divorce, Michael and Doreen maintained a cordial relationship. A year later, Doreen met a man named Charles. They started dating, got married, and decided to move to San Jose, settling in a quiet residential neighborhood. In 1979, their daughter Deanna was born. Charles, like his wife, dreamed of having a large family. He was overjoyed when their daughter arrived. However, tragedy struck the family in February 1980. 4-year-old Paul climbed over the fence surrounding the pool and fell into the water. Doreen, who was at home at the time, realized what had occurred too late. She pulled her son from the water and called an ambulance. Paul was transported to the hospital and placed on life support. However, after 10 days, doctors determined that there was no chance of survival. The decision was made to remove the boy from the machines. Doreen became depressed and devastated, blaming herself continuously, even though the police concluded that it was not her fault. Nevertheless, Doreen's young daughter Deanna helped her cope with this pain. For years after the tragic event, Doreen's family finally received some good news. Doreen and Charles had been trying for another child, though they had failed twice due to interrupted pregnancies. But Doreen eventually became pregnant again, and this time, everything progressed smoothly. They were expecting a baby boy due in early November. A few days before Doreen was to be admitted to the hospital, her family decided to participate in the Halloween celebrations. On the evening of October 31st, all the neighbors decorated their homes and distributed candy to the children. Deanna, who was 4 years old at the time, was very eager to join in, and her parents could not refuse. Although Doreen was 9 months pregnant, she went trick-or-treating with her daughter while Charles stayed home, giving out candy to other children. The mother and daughter returned home just before 9 p.m. Charles informed his wife that they were running low on candy and that he planned to drive to the nearest store to buy more. He left the house around 8:50 p.m. and returned about 15 minutes later. As he approached the house, Charles noticed that the front door was slightly ajar, which struck him as unusual. Upon entering, he found his wife lying on the hallway floor, surrounded by a large amount of blood. Doreen showed no signs of life, and Charles immediately called 911. Shortly after, he noticed the body of their unborn child in the living room. Charles was in shock, unable to believe what he was witnessing. At first, he thought Doreen might have suffered a miscarriage, but he quickly realized that the situation was far worse. Beside the child lay a human hand, and Charles immediately understood that it belonged to Doreen. When Charles realized that his family had been attacked, he began searching for Deanna, fearing she might be in danger. He saw so much blood on the floor that he slipped and fell while running through the house. Fortunately, Deanna was still alive, hiding behind the sofa in the living room out of fear. When the ambulance arrived, paramedics found Doreen and discovered that she had a weak pulse. They rushed her to the hospital, but unfortunately, doctors were unable to save her, and she died in the ambulance. Tragically, Doreen's unborn child also died as a result of the brutal attack. Medical experts examined Doreen's body and determined that she had been repeatedly struck with a long, sharp object, such as a sword or machete. The police investigated the house and encountered a horrifying scene that resembled something out of a horror movie. Blood was everywhere, on the floor, on the walls, and even on the ceiling. Several police officers sought psychological help after witnessing the horrific scene. Investigators searched the entire house but found no perpetrator or any clues about the attacker. While examining the murder scene, police discovered significant evidence outside the house. They observed bloody footprints on the sidewalk and suspected that the killer had left the scene in a vehicle. During their search for more clues, police found a blood-stained wolf mask on the front lawn. They believed the mask might have belonged to the killer, as family members stated they had never owned it. The mask was sent to a lab for analysis. Police then spoke to Deanna, the only surviving child from the attack. She was in shock but still able to speak. She told police that after her father left for the store, someone knocked on their door. Her mother, Doreen, opened the door and saw a man wearing a wolf mask and holding a knife. The attacker said, "I'm going to kill you now." Doreen screamed, instructing her daughter to run away from the house immediately. Deanna hid behind the sofa, but could not remember what happened next. It was not until her father found her that Deanna calmed down. Unfortunately, Deanna could not provide any further information about the attacker, as he had concealed his identity behind the wolf mask. Investigators initially suspected Doreen's husband, Charles, as the prime suspect. Since he had been out of the house at the time of the attack, they were suspicious of his trip to the store. When Charles returned, he had stepped in blood multiple times and even slipped, ending up covered in it. However, the police did not know whether he had done this intentionally to explain the bloodstains on his clothes. Detectives soon found several issues with this theory. First, Charles's shoes did not match the footprints left in blood on the road. Second, no traces of blood were found in Charles's car, nor were there any other shoe prints. To verify the information, police went to the store Charles had visited and confirmed the time he had been there. The employee confirmed that Charles had purchased candy at the store that evening, indicating that he did not have enough time to commit the murder. Surveillance footage also confirmed that Charles was at the store. Consequently, the police no longer considered him the prime suspect. They first asked Charles if he could think of anyone who might wish to harm his family, and Charles immediately mentioned Doreen's ex-husband, Michael. Charles explained that initially, Michael had maintained a normal relationship with his ex-wife. However, things changed after the death of their son. Michael believed that Doreen had intentionally killed the child to sever all contact with him. Michael even filed a civil lawsuit against her, but lost the case. Doreen thought there was a reason behind Michael's change in behavior. He had experienced depression after the birth of his son and had become distant from both his wife and child. All of this made Michael introverted and caused communication problems. These problems were among the main reasons why Michael and Doreen decided to divorce. Later, when Doreen married Charles, Michael began to harbor resentment and hostility toward her. This became even more pronounced as Michael's hatred for his ex-wife grew. Later, Michael lost his job at the place where he had spent most of his life, creating additional negative issues in his life. After learning all this information, detectives decided to go to Michael's house to speak with him. Although Charles's testimony was not sufficient to make Michael the prime suspect, since he lived only 2 miles from Doreen's house, the police decided to visit him immediately. Around midnight, officers arrived at Michael's house and noticed a pickup truck parked near the garage. When they shined a flashlight inside the vehicle, they observed what appeared to be blood on the steering wheel and keys. They then knocked on Michael's door, but there was no answer. The lights were on inside the house, and the police could hear water running, which made them suspect that Michael might be destroying evidence or washing bloody clothes. They continued knocking, and Michael finally opened the door. He remained calm even after being informed of his ex-wife's murder. Michael answered all the police's questions calmly and allowed them into his home without a warrant. According to him, he had gone to the store during the day, returned home, and had not left since. Michael even signed a form giving the police permission to search his house. As he reached for a pen to sign, investigators noticed a deep cut on his right hand. Michael explained that he had accidentally cut himself earlier while carving pumpkins for Halloween. However, the police were skeptical, as the wound was still fresh and blood was still flowing from it. As several officers began searching Michael's home, he was asked to go upstairs with an officer to show his identification. However, when he entered the bedroom, his actions aroused suspicion as he appeared to be reaching under the bed. The officer instructed him to step aside and discovered a loaded gun holster under the headboard. After finding the weapon, police took Michael downstairs to meet with other officers. Their colleagues discovered additional suspicious evidence, including drops of blood on the floor, which led them to the garage, where a washing machine and bloody clothing were found. Based on this evidence, the police had sufficient grounds to arrest Michael. Detectives and forensic experts investigated Michael's home further, searching for more evidence that could connect him to the murder. Police awaited the results of blood analysis and discovered other grisly signs. Initially, they found an empty box containing an 18-inch machete. Medical experts determined that the shape of the knife matched the wound on Doreen's body perfectly. Additionally, police found 2 makeshift coffins in Michael's home, raising suspicions that they might have been intended for Doreen and Charles. They also discovered mortuary bags, the type typically used by paramedics, in Michael's home. The presence of these items made the police question Michael's innocence. After compiling all this evidence, the police decided to apply for a warrant for Michael's arrest. Without a warrant, they could only detain him for a limited period. However, the judge stated that the evidence gathered was not strong enough, and that many unknowns remained. As a result, Michael was released and freed. 3 days into the investigation, detectives received lab results showing 2 different blood types at the crime scene. The majority of the blood matched Doreen's blood type, while a small amount matched Michael's. This indicated that Michael had injured himself during the attack on his ex-wife. The judge quickly issued an arrest warrant, and Michael was charged with the murder of his ex-wife and her unborn child. Detectives continued their investigation and uncovered additional evidence linking Michael to the crime. When they spoke to Michael's acquaintances, they learned that he owned the wolf mask found near Doreen's house. They also found a photograph of Michael wearing the mask at a previous Halloween party. To further solidify the case, police recovered the mask Michael had worn in the photo from his home. Michael's trial began in July 1988, years after Doreen's murder. He initially admitted to the crime, but later altered his story. He did not deny committing the murder, but claimed he was innocent by reason of mental illness. A psychologist assigned to monitor him concluded that he did indeed suffer from serious mental illness. According to Michael, he became insane on Halloween night when he saw other children trick-or-treating. This reminded him of Paul's death and caused him to collapse. He stated that he went to Doreen's house that night carrying a machete. When she opened the door, he said, "You killed my son," and that he intended to kill her. She immediately recognized the man behind the mask and shouted at her daughter to run. In the next moment, Michael attacked her. However, Michael's account contained one twist. He claimed he did not know that Doreen was pregnant. This raised suspicions, as all her friends stated that she had been clearly pregnant before the tragedy. They even joked that Doreen had grown larger because of her pregnancy. The murder of Doreen and her unborn child was revealed during the trial. The prosecution argued that Michael was fully aware of his actions and had planned to kill his ex-wife and her husband. He had told friends about this intent, and detectives found evidence that he had made detailed preparations, including 2 coffins and body bags, in his home. However, it appeared that he changed his mind and did not fully carry out his murder plan. This led the prosecution to suspect that he may have feared being caught or discovered. One of the key witnesses in the case was Doreen's daughter, Deanna. She was only 9 years old at the time and still remembered what had happened. After a year of investigation and trial, Michael was convicted of murder. He was sentenced to death, but before the execution could be carried out, the state of California imposed a moratorium on executions. Therefore, Michael remains in custody, and his sentence may not be carried out anytime soon. The case left a profound mark on Deanna's life. Years later, she continued to be haunted by the horrific memories of her mother's death. However, she chose to forgive Michael and attempt to move past the trauma. Moving on to the next case. Jean-Pierre IV. Jean-Pierre IV and Beatrice Frustieri experienced serious difficulties in their marriage, which ultimately led them to conclude that divorce was the only option. Beatrice admitted that IV was the sole love of her life, and she had always believed that this would never change. When they initially fell in love, they were a happy couple, spending all of their free time together. They later had a daughter named Angelica. Beatrice often said that her husband, Far, was hot-tempered. However, She herself was an active, lively, and attractive person. After roughly 20 years of living together, they knew each other extremely well. However, their relatives and friends may have noticed that their relationship was deteriorating. Although they remained together, the mutual understanding they once shared had disappeared. Beatrice frequently complained about her husband, blaming him for being temperamental, something she had loved when she first met him, which now became a reason for her discomfort. However, Beatrice was not a flawless person, and this was often mentioned by Four's family. She was very active, loved attending parties, and often dressed in a way that showed off her beauty. However, Four and his family believed that she did this not only for herself or for Four, but also to attract attention from other men. A man named Jean-Claude Duillery became a close friend of the family. He claimed to have met Four during their teenage years, and the two had become close friends, growing up in the same neighborhood. Their relationship was so close that Four even secured Duillery a job at his father's company. Before the tragic incident occurred, Duillery was invited to help build a hill in the backyard of Four and Beatrice's home. During this period, he developed a close relationship with their family, visiting them daily and working alongside them. Their friendship grew stronger, and the trio often celebrated holidays and special occasions together. Around the time of Four and Beatrice's divorce in 2005, he grew closer to them, visiting frequently and bringing wine with him each time. Four's daughter, Angelica, noticed that Duillery was persistently trying to get her father drunk. His behavior was so excessive that she began to suspect he was doing it intentionally, possibly to spend time alone with Beatrice. Her suspicions were not without basis. Over time, as tensions within the family increased, the situation worsened. Four eventually discovered that Beatrice had been unfaithful to him, which prompted him to seek a divorce. During this period, Duillery quickly became Beatrice's new lover. However, no one was surprised because she had officially separated from her husband, Four. All that remained was to complete the administrative procedures for their divorce. During this time, Beatrice sought emotional support and received comfort from Duillery. Meanwhile, Four appeared to have given up all hope of reconciling with Beatrice or saving their marriage. He became furious, and tensions within the family continued to rise. In addition, Duillery grew closer to Beatrice as she worked through the divorce proceedings. This situation lasted until the night of March 16, 2005, when Four suddenly and mysteriously disappeared. 2 days later, Four's daughter, Angelica, reported him missing to the gendarmerie. She stated that her father had no intention of going anywhere, especially since her parents were in the middle of a court battle over property division and child custody. Four rarely left his home except for work. He was a private person and had no plans to travel far, something Angelica knew very well. After receiving the report, detectives began investigating, but he seemed to have vanished without a trace. A search of the house revealed no clues, making it difficult to determine where to start the search. The investigators then turned their attention to Four's close circle of acquaintances. Beatrice and Duillery naturally attracted the most scrutiny. During questioning, Beatrice cried frequently, but often provided unclear or rambling answers. Her testimony was often contradictory, yet she consistently insisted that she had nothing to do with her husband Four's disappearance. Although her behavior raised investigators' suspicions, they were unable to obtain a confession from her. 2 weeks after Four went missing, a purchase was made in his name using his bank account. A car had been bought and was immediately placed on the wanted list. The vehicle was quickly located through CCTV footage, which showed that it had been driven to Four's residence immediately after the purchase. The entire building was thoroughly searched. The car was later discovered burned out in the basement of the building where Duillery worked, which was still under construction. It appeared that someone had attempted to destroy evidence, but the burning of the car had not been completely successful. Investigators found critical evidence inside the vehicle, including a bloody towel in the trunk. DNA analysis confirmed that the blood belonged to Four. Similar traces were also discovered inside the car, particularly on the back seat, indicating that Four had been inside the vehicle and had sustained serious injuries. Based on the quantity of blood found on the towel and inside the car, it was likely that Four had died from his wounds. He had been locked inside the trunk of a car that had been purchased in his own name and with his own money. This discovery prompted authorities to launch an official investigation into the possibility that Four had been kidnapped and murdered. Police also began wiretapping conversations. Beatrice and Duillery, who were now not only dating but also living together, were residing in Four's house. Detectives quickly obtained disturbing audio recordings of their conversations, in which they spoke ill of Four. On April 6, 2005, both were arrested and taken into custody. During a preliminary hearing, Beatrice and Dulyeri admitted that they had been lovers for a long time, but denied any involvement in the murder. Four's body had yet to be recovered, complicating the investigation. While in prison, Dulyeri wrote letters to the court and investigators, attempting to prove his innocence. He claimed to have been a victim of Beatrice and described his relationship with her as a major mistake. After 10 months in custody, Beatrice was released on bail, but Dulyeri remained imprisoned. At that time, the investigation had not yet found any evidence linking Beatrice to the murder, and Four's body was still missing. Eventually, she went to the police to disclose what had truly occurred. On November 14, 2007, Beatrice appeared in court. All of her family members were present to support her, especially her daughter Angelica, who appeared very nervous. In court, she revealed that she knew the location where her husband, Four, was buried. This disclosure shocked his family. She stated that she would be willing to show them the burial site, so the trial was adjourned to allow an investigation to verify this critical information. Beatrice stood on the rocky ledge of Cap Canal, surrounded by police. This location is well known in investigative circles for its dangerous reputation. Several times during searches at the site, bodies had been discovered at the foot of the cliff. This time, the remains were found wearing blue sweatpants, identical to those worn by Four. Four's family confirmed that the remains were his and sent them to the forensic laboratory. Unfortunately, the body was too damaged to determine the exact cause of death or the full extent of injuries. Most details of the incident had to rely on Beatrice's account. Curiously, the police discovered the remains of 2 different individuals at the base of the cliff. There were 2 skulls and several bone fragments scattered nearby. In addition to some pieces of clothing, authorities recovered a gold ring, a pair of earrings, and a bracelet. Some of these items were identified as belonging to Four. While it was initially unclear who the second set of remains belonged to, it was later identified as Dominique Ortiz, a young woman. Her presence at the site was no coincidence. She had been the fiancée of Dulyeri. She had gone missing in Marseille in 2001. This raised significant questions about the circumstances of her death and her connection to Four. Dulyeri, Four's friend, had made a poor impression from the beginning. He was a stern and gruff man, and his appearance was further marked by a scar on his face, which he claimed was the result of a motorbike accident many years prior. Four's younger sister filed a police complaint, stating that she had suffered daily abuse from her brother. Things escalated when he injured her thigh. During the trial, he denied these allegations, yet family and friends described him as a master manipulator. While he initially appeared pleasant and calm, he was in reality controlling, jealous, and aggressive. Naturally, when the remains of Dominique and Four were discovered and linked to him, the authorities dismissed any notion that this was mere coincidence. Authorities suspected that Dulyeri, a 39-year-old mason from Marseille, had killed his fiancée Dominique by pushing her off a cliff. He then attacked his friend, Four, and planned to dispose of the body in the same location. Prosecutors argued that the motive was rooted in jealousy and a love triangle. This drove him to attack Four, whom he saw as a rival. His primary goal was to eliminate Four to ensure that the woman he loved, Beatrice, would not have to share her daughter or her fortune with Four. Beatrice, 41, accused her lover, Dulyeri, of committing a brutal crime. According to her account, the incident occurred on the night of the 16th, when she returned home late after an evening shopping trip. Upon entering her home, she was confronted by a grisly scene in the kitchen. This took place just days before her divorce proceedings were scheduled to begin. She recounted that upon entering the house, she found Dulyeri standing over Four's body, which lay face down with a fatal head wound, likely caused by a blow from behind. Beatrice described Four as seriously injured and near death. Dulyeri was holding a large kitchen knife, the type typically used for cutting meat. One of the kitchen windows had been shattered, with glass shards stained with blood scattered across the floor. She wanted to call for help, but Dulyeri prevented her. When she questioned him about what had happened, his behavior was erratic, and he curtly responded that the fewer questions she asked, the fewer problems they would have. During this time, Four succumbed to his injuries. Beatrice asked Dulyeri to call the police and report the incident. Instead, he approached her with a knife in hand, threatening her while staring directly at her. Realizing the danger, she backed away and followed his orders. He then threw a towel over Four's head and asked for her assistance. With no other option, she was forced to help dispose of the body. They used a plastic bag to cover Four's broken head to contain the bleeding. Beatrice explained that the body was dragged to an unfinished building and left in the basement behind stacks of construction materials. Terrified and under the threat of death, she felt compelled to comply. Using a newly acquired vehicle, they drove toward Cap Canal, where they pushed the body off a ledge. She recounted hearing a dull thud as Four's body struck the rocks below. Dullieri then approached her, and she feared he might push her down as well. To her surprise, rather than killing her, he led her to the car. Before allowing her to get in, he violently grabbed her shoulders, shook her angrily, and demanded to know what she thought about what had happened. Beatrice, too shocked to respond, believed that she would inevitably become Dullieri's next victim. He then forced her into the car. During the entire ride, she was terrified, uncertain of their destination or what would happen to her. To her surprise, they returned to her house. From that moment, he moved in with her. He kept her under constant surveillance, never allowing her to leave his side. She was only permitted to open the door in his presence, and he forbade her from using her cell phone privately. He even followed her into the bathroom to ensure she did not report him to the authorities. She lived in extreme fear and was unable to provide any clarification to the investigation. Shortly after moving in, Dullieri disposed of Four's belongings. He also forced Beatrice to help clean the house of any traces of blood. They cleaned everything together. Beatrice later stated that she had been under immense pressure the entire time, leaving her unable to resist or report the murder to the police. She gradually realized that he was a true monster. All his terrifying aspects were revealed during this period. When Dullieri learned of her confession, he immediately dismissed her account and called her a liar. Even the lawyer representing Four in the divorce case doubted her testimony. According to the lawyer, shortly before his death, Four had described his wife, Beatrice, as a manipulator and a cheater. He claimed he simply wanted to end their toxic relationship as quickly as possible. The prosecutor's office agreed with this account. They argued that Beatrice was at least an accomplice, or even an active participant in the massacre. During her initial interrogation, she had the opportunity to tell the police what had happened, but she did not. She was clearly unhappy that he wanted to end their relationship and had a motive for the murder. Beatrice's daughter, Angelica, continued to stand by her mother, while Four's family took a completely different view. The situation had caused family conflict even before the trial began. By the time the hearing started, Angelica and her grandparents were on opposing sides. Both families braced themselves for a confrontation, the outcome of which could determine the freedom of one or both of the criminals, Beatrice and Dullieri. In any case, it took time to verify the new testimony. The hearing resumed on September 15, 2008. By this time, the relationship between the two families had become even more tense and hostile. Angelica's grandparents alleged that Beatrice's lies were the reason Angelica had turned against the family. Both Beatrice and Dullieri faced the risk of life imprisonment. The prosecutor's office sought to prove that they were both involved in Four's murder. Many experts from different fields were invited to attend this high-level trial to clarify the truth. Since the remains could not provide enough information, additional experts were needed to collect as much data as possible to help the jury reach a fair and objective conclusion. Forensic psychiatrists analyzed Beatrice and Dullieri's psychological profiles, which cast further doubt on Beatrice's story. Compared to Dullieri, she appeared unusually anxious. They repeatedly blamed each other and accused each other of lying. Dullieri even argued that the body found was not Four's. However, this claim was invalidated as DNA testing confirmed that the remains were indeed Four's. During the hearing, a forensic expert testified to clarify key questions. The expert identified 3 serious injuries to Four's skull, located on the back of the head and the crown. The force and placement of these injuries aligned with Beatrice's account of the incident. According to the expert, the attacker struck Four from behind, delivering multiple powerful blows and killing him. These details seemed to fit Dullieri, who was physically weaker than Four. Not having the strength to face him directly, Dullieri took the opportunity to attack from behind. To support the expert's argument, the prosecution presented Four's skull and some of his bones. They showed signs of trauma and cuts on the bones. For Four's family, This presentation was very painful, but it was considered necessary for the case. In addition, the prosecutor's office used another skeleton while investigating the possibility that Dullieri was involved in the murder of Dominique, who was found near Four's body. All of the above evidence was carefully arranged and labeled in boxes, then brought to the hearing. After the hearings, it was discovered that Dominique's father had been trying for a long time to retrieve his daughter's body and bury her. However, he was unable to do so because law enforcement agencies had difficulty completing the relevant procedures. At the same time, her remains had been examined by forensic experts for a long period in the lab. This caused him great pain, leading him to be angry and curse Dullieri. When both sides presented their arguments, the prosecutor requested a 20-year sentence for Beatrice and a 30-year sentence for Dullieri. While the jury deliberated, the media interviewed Dullieri, who maintained his innocence and expressed a desire for the ordeal to end quickly. He claimed that he had been wrongly imprisoned for 3.5 years and did not want to spend the following years of his life in prison. Despite her hopes, the jury upheld Dullieri's conviction. The court sentenced the defendants to the exact terms requested by the prosecutor: 20 years for Beatrice and 30 years for Dullieri. Four's family was largely satisfied with the verdict, but they argued that Beatrice deserved a harsher punishment, believing she had not only helped clean up the crime scene, but had played a much more significant role in the massacre. In their view, she should have received a 30-year sentence. However, Beatrice's parents and daughter strongly opposed this. While in prison, Beatrice filed an appeal and placed high hopes on her lawyer. On the morning before the hearing, her lawyer continued to speak to the media, expressing confidence that they could win the appeal, especially since the case had attracted so much public attention. Beatrice appeared in the courtroom alongside Dullieri. From the outset, her behavior did not favor her. She arrived wearing an overly flashy outfit, bright makeup, and a festive hairstyle, as if preparing for a celebration rather than attending a court hearing regarding her spouse's death. Typically, defendants choose simple clothing to avoid being negatively evaluated by the jury. However, she made it seem like this was a happy occasion. The defense focused on emphasizing that the prosecution's allegations lacked direct evidence. Even the forensic team had difficulty identifying Four's body, let alone reconstructing the incident leading to his death. The prosecutor, however, concentrated on Beatrice's own account of the incident. As in previous hearings, Beatrice's daughter, Angelica, was present to support her mother, focusing all her efforts on rescuing her from prison. By this point, the prosecution had obtained recordings of phone conversations between Beatrice and Dullieri made just 3 weeks after Four's death. These recordings were played in court and contradicted Beatrice's testimony that she was threatened by Dullieri. Instead, she appeared to be a manipulator. Beatrice's daughter, Angelica, defended her mother, claiming that she had been abused by Dullieri, proving that she could not have been complicit in the crime. According to Angelica, her mother had fallen into a state of depression and fear and had been forced by Dullieri to help hide the body and the evidence. During the hearings, Beatrice's former boss also testified. He denied having had an extramarital affair with her, but spoke highly of her, describing her as a reliable and professional employee. According to him, Beatrice was not manipulative, but gentle and never cruel. Later, Beatrice took the stand herself, offering lengthy and convoluted explanations filled with irrelevant details. A forensic psychiatrist analyzed her behavior, describing her as frightened and desperate. She vehemently defended herself, accusing everyone, including Four's relatives, of neglecting him for years. She claimed that no one loved him as she did. This accusation outraged Four's family, who found it offensive. His mother called Beatrice a bad person, willing to put others down to avoid jail. The bitter confrontation between Beatrice and Four's family added to the tension. Four's father, Robert, accused Beatrice of orchestrating the murder. He argued that forensic evidence showed his son had put up a strong fight against his attackers and firmly believed that Dullieri alone was not strong enough to overpower Four, suggesting that both perpetrators had worked together to commit the crime. Meanwhile, Four's mother highlighted Beatrice's supposed immoral behavior to the jury. Her harsh remarks caused Angelica, Beatrice's daughter, to lose her temper. Angelica's behavior in court became so disruptive that she was warned she could be removed from the courtroom. She also accused Dullieri of manipulating her mother. Dullieri, in turn, claimed that Beatrice had manipulated him, leading him astray and ultimately causing him to be sentenced to 30 years in prison. However, His claim was not given much weight, as the prosecutor's office was firmly convinced that both Dullieri and Beatrice had acted together in committing the crime. The prosecutor then presented a crucial piece of evidence, asserting that Beatrice had conspired in the murder. This was supported by the purchase of a new car, which had supposedly been bought by Four. In reality, Beatrice was the purchaser, and the car was allegedly obtained in advance to facilitate the disposal of Four's body. With this new evidence, the prosecutors requested that Beatrice's sentence be extended. Her lawyer argued that she had purchased the car under duress from Dullieri, who had been planning to kill Four out of jealousy for some time. In her final statement, Beatrice maintained her innocence, denying any involvement in Four's murder and insisting that, despite their conflicts, she had no motive to kill him. The trial lasted 3 days. After all testimonies and arguments were presented, the chief prosecutor requested a 30-year prison sentence for both Beatrice Frustieri and Jean-Claude Dullieri. The jury deliberated for over 4 hours before returning to deliver their verdict. They upheld Beatrice's 20-year sentence, reaffirming her guilt. Four's family was disappointed once again, having hoped for a harsher punishment. Dullieri's sentence was also reviewed, and his prison term was reduced by 5 years, despite objections from Four's family. For the Dominique Ortiz case, Dullieri received a 20-year sentence to run concurrently with his other sentence. Beatrice and Dullieri were sent back to prison, though the precise roles each played in the crimes remain a matter of controversy. Moving on to the next case. The case of Kathleen Dorset. Kathleen Dorset, who was born on July 2, 1974, works as a teacher at Gable School in Neptune Township, New Jersey. She wed Stephen Moore in June 2007. Stephen was employed in sales at a nearby Honda dealership and had formerly been a speed skater. After being married for a year and a half, they welcomed their daughter, Elizabeth. However, their joy was short-lived as disagreements over parenting began to surface. Stephen also told his friends that Kathleen's parents, Thomas and Leslie Dorset, were repeatedly intruding in his and his wife's lives, to the extent that they would frequently arrive at their home without notice. When Elizabeth was 10 months old, Stephen chose to move out to live with his mother and filed for divorce. A custody dispute soon followed. Eventually, the divorce was finalized in June 2010, with Kathleen receiving primary custody. Following the divorce, Kathleen's parents planned to relocate to Florida with her and Elizabeth. They also wanted to make sure that Stephen would still be able to see Elizabeth, so they intended to help him move there as well, including Thomas agreeing to give Stephen financial support for the first 6 months after the relocation. On August 16, 2010, Stephen brought his daughter to Kathleen's parents' home in Oakhurst, New Jersey. However, after handing over their daughter, Stephen was killed by Thomas right in the driveway of the house, while Kathleen was reportedly inside changing their daughter's diaper. That same day, Stephen failed to show up for work at the Honda dealership, and his employer reported him missing. 2 days later, on August 18, 2010, Stephen's body was discovered behind his mother's 2001 Nissan Altima, which was burning in Long Branch, New Jersey. While cooperating with police, Kathleen stated that she last saw Stephen at 7:45 a.m. on August 16, when he came for the custody exchange, and that she had not seen him afterward. However, she was unaware that Stephen had kept a diary documenting their problems in the weeks leading up to his death. According to Stephen's divorce attorney, Veronica Davis, Kathleen often exercised strict control over each visit Stephen had with their daughter. She not only gave him a handwritten schedule, but also called multiple times during the allotted periods. This prompted Stephen to decide to push back and seek additional time with his daughter. Stephen also recorded voicemails from Kathleen. The recordings and messages Stephen preserved later became key evidence, helping investigators identify Kathleen as a suspect in his death. As the investigation broadened, authorities returned to search Kathleen's home and found blood on some of the house's siding. This discovery raised suspicions that a crime had taken place inside the home. In addition, statements from 2 neighbors revealed that they heard screaming on the morning Stephen went missing, further supporting major clues in the case. On August 23, Kathleen was arrested and charged with first-degree murder and fourth-degree tampering with evidence. However, investigators believed she had not acted alone. Just 1 day after Kathleen's arrest, her father, Thomas, was found unconscious in the parking lot outside his law office. He drank 30 pounds of refrigerant in an attempt to take his own life, but he survived. After regaining consciousness, he was charged with first-degree murder and 2 counts of fourth-degree tampering with evidence. Surveillance footage from the morning of Stephen's disappearance showed Thomas driving the vehicle Stephen had used, while Kathleen followed behind in her own car. Thomas later returned to the landfill in his work truck and disposed of a dumpster containing tarps, ropes, and wood. Authorities believe Kathleen lured Stephen down the driveway under the guise of retrieving some tools from the basement. There, Thomas concealed himself in the bushes and attacked Stephen, striking him in the face before strangling him to death with a rope. Another man, Anthony Morris, was charged with arson and desecration of human remains. Anthony was alleged to have been paid $3,000 by Thomas to burn Stephen's mother's car, with his body inside the trunk. Because of the serious charges brought against Kathleen and Thomas, they were detained at Monmouth County Jail, with bail set at $1.5 million and $2.5 million respectively. While Kathleen and Thomas were in custody, a judge awarded custody of Elizabeth to Evelyn Moore, who was Stephen's mother. This ruling enraged Kathleen. Just 4 months after her husband's death, she devised a vicious plan, directing her mother, Leslie, to bring $1,000 in cash to hire a hitman to murder Evelyn. However, they did not realize that the plot had already been discovered. One of Kathleen's cellmates, Alice Anderson, reported the scheme to the prosecutor's office. Authorities then arranged for Leslie to meet with an undercover detective who was posing as a hitman. Leslie was arrested shortly after the exchange and was jailed along with Kathleen and Thomas. While awaiting trial, Kathleen and Leslie were charged with conspiracy to commit murder and attempted murder. Further investigation revealed that the family had been involved in money laundering activities, having attempted to hide $96,000 in assets to avoid detection. In November 2010, the entire family, including Kathleen, Thomas, and Leslie, was charged with money laundering. By April 2011, Anthony Morris, who had been hired to burn Stephen's car and body, pleaded guilty to conspiracy to disturb or desecrate human remains. As part of a plea agreement, Anthony was sentenced to less than 7 years in prison. In May 2013, Kathleen, Thomas, and Leslie appeared in court facing charges connected to Stephen's murder. During the trial, Kathleen testified that on the day of the incident, she had led Stephen to the backyard where her father, Thomas, was waiting to carry out the violent plan. While changing her daughter's diaper, she heard Stephen screaming for help. However, instead of running outside to help her husband, she continued what she was doing, aware that her father was attacking him with a heavy cable. After Stephen was killed, she went outside to assist her father in placing his body into the trunk of the car. Thomas Dorset, who was 66 years old at the time, quickly pleaded guilty shortly after his daughter. In court, Thomas testified that he had argued with Stephen before hitting him in the head with the cable, causing instant death. Afterwards, Thomas and his daughter placed Stephen's body in the trunk, drove to Long Branch, and had Anthony Morris burn the car with the body inside the following day to destroy evidence. During the trial, attorneys and defendants disclosed the reasons that led up to the tragedy. After several years of marriage, Kathleen often confided in her father that her marriage was failing and that she did not think Stephen was capable of properly providing for the family. Thomas, who had financially supported his daughter's family and helped care for his granddaughter, grew increasingly hostile toward Stephen. In his testimony, Thomas admitted that he had previously considered poisoning or killing Stephen. Tensions escalated when the divorce agreement required Thomas to financially support Stephen, including assisting him in finding new housing, which further strained their relationship. Ultimately, all 3 members of the Dorset family received lengthy sentences. Kathleen Dorset was sentenced to 30 years in prison for murder, 20 years for attempted murder, and 8 years for conspiracy, to be served consecutively. She is currently serving her sentence at the Edna Mahone Correctional Facility for Women in Union Township, New Jersey, and will be eligible for parole in August 2057, when she is 83 years old. Following her imprisonment, the New Jersey Department of Education revoked her teaching license. Thomas Dorset was sentenced to 30 years for murder and 15 years for conspiracy to commit arson. He is now serving his sentence at New Jersey State Prison in Trenton, New Jersey, and will be eligible for parole in August 2040 when he is 93 years old. Leslie Dorset, Kathleen's mother, was also sentenced to 7 years for conspiracy to commit murder. Like her daughter, she was incarcerated at the Edna Mahan Correctional Facility for Women. She became eligible for parole in December 2016 and has since been released. The case left devastating consequences for Stephen's family. Following Stephen's death, his mother, Evelyn Moore, was granted custody of her granddaughter Elizabeth until she passed away in 2021 at the age of 86. Elizabeth now lives with other family members, in accordance with Stephen's wishes. The tragedy not only took Stephen's life, but also destroyed many family relationships and left enduring grief. Moving on to the next case. The case of Katrina Ashley Edland Smith. Katrina Ashley Edland was born on July 16, 1982, to her mother Vicky. She had two siblings, an older brother named Chad and a younger sister named Miranda, who looked up to Katrina as a role model. As children, Miranda would often try on Katrina's clothes and use her makeup, admiring her older sister and wanting to be just like her. As the years passed, Katrina and Miranda formed a strong bond, becoming more like best friends than sisters. Katrina grew up in Musney Park, Illinois, a suburban community outside the city, after her parents separated and she lived with her mother. Those who knew Katrina described her as a kind, fun-loving person who cherished the holiday season and enjoyed giving humorous gifts to her friends and family. She was deeply involved in her church and had a strong desire to help others, always willing to lend a hand to those in need. Despite her happiness, Katrina longed to find love and thought she had found it when she met Todd Smith at a bar when she was 20 years old. Todd, a self-employed financial planner, had 3 daughters and worked from home. He met Katrina, and despite their differences, they clicked. Todd's flexible schedule allowed them to travel frequently. After 3 years together, Todd proposed to Katrina, and she happily accepted. They planned a small wedding in a local park, and Katrina was thrilled about their future. She loved Todd's daughters and was eager to build a life with him. Katrina's family, including her mother Vicky and siblings Chad and Miranda, adored Todd and thought he was an excellent match for Katrina. They trusted him to take care of her and believed the couple was meant to be. After marrying, Katrina and Todd settled in Musney Park and started their new life together. On October 20th, 2012, Katrina, 30, called her mother and said she was house-sitting for a friend. During their conversation, she mentioned she would visit for dinner on October 24th and had news to share. Vicky suspected that something was amiss, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. Before ending their phone call, Vicky promised Katrina that she would cook her favorite meal, chicken and dumplings. Tragically, Vicky would never get the chance to keep that promise. Days later, Katrina vanished, and Vicky would never lay eyes on her again. On October 23rd, at 5 p.m., Todd, Katrina's husband, called 911 to report her disappearance. He told the dispatcher that Katrina was house-sitting for a friend and that he had been trying to reach her for hours without success. When he drove to the house, he found it empty. Katrina's siblings, Miranda and Chad, were alarmed when they heard the news. Chad, who was undergoing military training in Oklahoma, immediately flew to Illinois to help search for his sister. On the evening of the 23rd, a concerned citizen notified the police about an abandoned vehicle near Rock River. The caller reported that the car was not parked on the road, but rather in an easement, suggesting it had been hastily abandoned. When authorities arrived to investigate, they ran the license plate and identified it as belonging to Katrina Smith. Upon inspecting the vehicle, the officer found no signs of a struggle or any trace of Katrina herself. Katrina's mother, Vicky, was adamant that her daughter's disappearance was a clear indication of foul play when she learned that Katrina's car had been abandoned in an unfamiliar area. It was the only logical explanation to Vicky. If Katrina's car was found in that location, someone must have taken her and left the car there. Following the discovery of her car, Katrina's case was officially categorized as a missing person, and the search efforts intensified significantly. On October 12th at 11 p.m., the police took Todd Smith in for a formal interview at the Winnebago County Sheriff's Department. During the interview, Todd told the detective that he last saw his wife Katrina on October 10th, not October 22nd. He stated that Katrina had come home briefly to do laundry in preparation for a big job interview the following day. According to Todd, while the laundry was in progress, Katrina left to go to the mall to make a purchase and returned home at 8:30 p.m. Todd reported that Katrina briefly returned home before leaving again to make one last stop. She had told him she needed to complete an errand before returning to the house she was watching for a friend. The next day, After Katrina was declared missing, Todd made an emotional appeal to the media, pleading for her safe return. Overcome with emotion, he broke down in tears as he begged for anyone with information about her whereabouts to come forward. As the search for Katrina continued, search teams composed of officers and volunteers worked tirelessly to find her. They focused their efforts on a nearby park where Katrina's car had been abandoned, hoping to find evidence or clues about her disappearance. When Katrina's brother Chad arrived in Illinois from his Army training in Oklahoma, he joined the search for his missing sister at the park. With his military background, Chad took charge of the search party. He created a map, divided the volunteers into teams, and coordinated their efforts to ensure a thorough search. As the search continued, the officers employed a methodical approach, using dogs and walking in straight lines to cover as much ground as possible and detect any potential evidence, no matter how small. Meanwhile, Katrina's mother, Vicky, focused on spreading awareness about her daughter's disappearance. She posted missing person flyers at gas stations, convenience stores, and lamp posts throughout the town, hoping to reach as many people as possible. Despite her overwhelming grief and fear of finding her daughter's body, Vicky was determined to keep searching for Katrina, even if she couldn't participate in the physical search herself. Todd, Katrina's husband, was overcome with emotion during this difficult time. Chad, trying to be supportive, urged Todd to stay strong and focused on finding Katrina. He stood by Todd's side, sympathetic to his brother-in-law's grief. Meanwhile, the police investigation turned up some disturbing clues. An officer found Katrina's purse near her abandoned car, and as he searched further down the road, he discovered more of her belongings, including her cell phone and bloody towels. It was clear that someone had deliberately discarded Katrina's possessions as they drove away from her car. Unfortunately, the police still had no idea where Katrina was, but they feared the worst. The recovered items were sent to the crime lab for analysis, and the police awaited the results with bated breath. As the police searched for clues, they explored every aspect of Katrina's personal life to understand what might have led to her disappearance. They wanted to know if she had any relationships outside her marriage, was involved in gambling or drugs, and what her daily routines were like. To gather this information, they interviewed her friends and family. Everyone they spoke to described Katrina as a kind, responsible person who always put her duties first and avoided anything risky. Her loved ones said she was dedicated to her job and had a strong work ethic. They also reported that she never showed any signs of addiction or irresponsible behavior. The people who knew Katrina described her as a loyal partner and a hard worker who always did the right thing. During the investigation into her disappearance, a woman came forward with an interesting clue. She claimed to have seen a blue car, similar to Katrina's, parked on a bridge over Rock River on the night she vanished. The trunk was open, and someone was kneeling behind it. Although the witness couldn't describe the person's gender or race, her tip led the police to suspect that Katrina might have been a victim of foul play and ended up in the river. However, they still needed concrete evidence to support this theory. The police continued to investigate Katrina's disappearance, looking into potential motives and suspects. Despite seeming to have a happy marriage, her husband Todd was still a person of interest. As the authorities knew that hidden conflicts or secrets can exist in any relationship, their inquiry led them to a teenager in town who had previously shown an unhealthy obsession with Katrina. Earlier in the year, Katrina had confided in friends about the boy's behavior, including allegations of voyeurism, such as spying on her through her bedroom window. This had made Katrina increasingly anxious at the time. Although the boy's activities had stopped when he left for college, the police wondered if he might have returned and resumed stalking Katrina. They devoted significant resources to finding him. 3 days into the search, crucial clues were discovered on Katrina's cell phone, which was being examined at the crime lab. The phone proved to be a crucial source of evidence for the investigators. By examining Katrina's cell phone records, they uncovered a wealth of information, including her text messages, call logs, pictures, videos, and GPS location data. This information enabled the police to reconstruct a more accurate timeline of Katrina's activities. The investigation revealed that Katrina was having an affair with a coworker, Guy Gabriel. Initially, they had met after work and developed a connection that eventually turned romantic. However, a background check on Guy Gabriel exposed a troubling history of domestic violence. Additionally, the detectives found text messages in which Guy Gabriel demanded that Katrina leave her husband Todd for him. Given Guy Gabriel's violent past and his messages to Katrina, he became the top suspect in her disappearance. The police suspected that Guy Gabriel might have reacted violently toward Katrina because she refused to leave her husband for him. When Katrina's family discovered her affair with Guy, they were shocked and disbelieving. The seemingly perfect couple, Katrina and Todd, had hidden a dark secret. The news of Katrina's infidelity devastated Todd, who was unaware of the affair until the police investigation. Guy Gabriel was questioned by the police at the station, and although he appeared nervous, he admitted to the affair but denied any involvement in Katrina's disappearance. He claimed to have been at work on the night she went missing. During the investigation, the police uncovered an incident that had occurred 2 weeks before Katrina's disappearance. Witnesses reported that a black Volkswagen Jetta had sped through the parking lot of the auto shop where Katrina and Guy worked, causing a scene during lunchtime. A mysterious driver in a VW Jetta threw a stack of flyers out of the car's sunroof, scattering them among the employees gathered outside. The flyers contained a derogatory remark about Katrina and Guy Gabriel's relationship, but the identity of the driver remained unknown. Meanwhile, the police questioned Katrina's hairstylist, who shared that Katrina had confided in her about feeling unsafe and threatened. Katrina had even considered buying a gun for protection and had become paranoid about being followed. She had gone so far as to take her phone to a store to check for a tracking device, suspecting that someone was monitoring her movements. At the police garage, crime scene investigators searched Katrina's car for clues and used a special chemical called luminol to detect blood. They found a large amount of blood in the trunk. Meanwhile, a firefighter pulled a mysterious object from the water, which turned out to be a severely decomposed female body. The body was difficult to identify due to its condition. At the medical examiner's office, dental experts compared the body's teeth to Katrina Smith's dental records and confirmed that the body belonged to her. The autopsy revealed that Katrina's cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head. Katrina's family was devastated by the news, and her mother, Vicky, was in disbelief. Police cleared the teenage boy who had been allegedly stalking Katrina as a suspect after verifying his alibi. The police then turned their attention to Guy Gabriel, Katrina's boyfriend outside of her marriage. Guy provided an alibi, claiming he was at work during the time of Katrina's disappearance and murder. His managers and coworkers corroborated his alibi, and the police cleared him as a suspect. Although Guy was no longer a suspect, police asked for his perspective on who may have hurt Katrina. Guy revealed that Katrina's husband, Todd, exhibited controlling behavior and encouraged Katrina to leave her marriage. The police investigated Katrina's marriage and discovered several concerning details, including Katrina's desire to divorce Todd, her meeting with a divorce attorney, and her separation from Todd. The police suspected Todd of being behind the mysterious flyer incident at Katrina's workplace. Their suspicion grew stronger when they discovered that Todd had test-driven a black Jetta, similar to the car involved in the flyer incident, around the same time it occurred. When the police informed Katrina's family that Todd was the prime suspect in her murder and was already in custody, they were shocked and devastated. Katrina's mother, Vicky, was particularly affected, feeling physically ill at the thought that Todd could be responsible for her daughter's murder. Police also discovered that Todd's financial investment company was facing legal troubles, providing a potential motive for the crime. Katrina was the sole breadwinner for the family, since Todd was unemployed. The police suspected that Todd might have a motive to kill his wife, as he would gain access to their funds if she left him and their daughters. To gather evidence, the police obtained a search warrant for the couple's home. During the search, they found a baseball bat in the garage with braids of blood on it, which led them to believe it might be the murder weapon. The autopsy revealed that Katrina's injuries were consistent with blunt force trauma, suggesting a bat was used. A DNA test confirmed that the blood on the bat was Katrina's, linking the bat to the crime. The police also found a clean area under the car, which seemed suspicious. Further examination revealed that the blood stains matched Katrina's DNA profile. 30 days after Katrina's murder, Todd was arrested and charged with her killing, bringing relief to her family. At his trial, the prosecution presented evidence that Katrina had recently visited a divorce attorney, indicating marital problems. On the night of the murder, Katrina had gone to Todd's house to do laundry for a job interview the next morning. The prosecution alleged that Katrina told Todd their marriage was over, triggering his violent reaction. They claimed that Todd grabbed a baseball bat, killed Katrina in the garage, and then disposed of her body by throwing it off a bridge at Rock River. The jury found Todd guilty and sentenced him to 55 years in prison. Moving on to the next case. The case of Lauren Hugelmeyer. Raleigh, a rapidly growing city in northeastern North Carolina, is known for its rich history and beautiful oak trees. However, on September 1, 2017, a horrific crime shook the city. That morning, at approximately 1 a.m., the Raleigh Police Department's 9-1 dispatch center received a call from 28-year-old Matthew Phelps. Phelps was distraught and claimed that he had accidentally stabbed his wife, Lauren, to death while dreaming. He said he had suddenly woken up to find his wife lying in a pool of blood on the floor. "I took too much cough medicine, and it affected me," Matthew explained to the operator, saying that it could help with a cold but had made him feel better. He admitted that he had been unable to sleep at night. The operator asked Matthew to check on his wife, inquiring whether she was breathing and if there was any visible movement in her chest. Matthew replied that she did not move. Then he noticed the blood on himself and said it was dry, not wet. During the conversation, Matthew eventually revealed the reason behind his strange behavior and described the events leading up to the incident. Patrol officers from the Raleigh Police Department arrived at Matthew's home on Patuxent Street. Upon entering the home, they found Lauren, 29, lying motionless on the floor, a bloody knife on the bed, and cough drops on the bathroom counter. Despite showing no signs of life, Lauren was transported to the hospital by paramedics, where she was pronounced dead. The investigation into Lauren's death led police to consider conflicting theories about whether it was an accident or a targeted murder, after which they brought Matthew in for further questioning. An autopsy revealed the horrific extent of Lauren's injuries, showing 123 stab wounds, including 44 to the face, with the remainder to her head, neck, and arms. The couple's social media profiles, which contained hundreds of photos, depicted a seemingly happy relationship. Matthew had a clean record, and from the outside, they appeared to be a happy, carefree couple. However, it could not be ruled out that Matthew's actions were influenced by a large dose of cough syrup, which can cause euphoria, delusions, and often lead people to behave strangely. To unravel the mystery behind the murder, police investigated the couple's past. Lauren Hugelmeyer was born on June 9, 1988, in Los Angeles County to a deeply religious family. Lauren had a normal childhood with her two older sisters, Beth and Brianna. She graduated from Swain County High School in North Carolina in 2007. She went on to earn a degree in business administration and management from Appalachian State University in 2011. After completing her studies, she worked as an auditor at Quintiles. She also started a side business selling Scentsy products. Lauren was very passionate about Scentsy, and her Facebook page was filled with photos and videos of her side business, including trips she took with other Scentsy sellers. Lauren was a member of Hope Lutheran Church, where she served as a Sunday school teacher and taught children and youth at the church. In her mid-20s, Lauren reconnected with Matthew Phelps, a classmate from high school. Lauren and Matthew had initially lost touch after high school when he transferred schools and her family moved to Raleigh, North Carolina. Notably, their childhood experiences were very different. While Lauren grew up in a loving family, Matthew was far less fortunate. Matthew's parents abandoned him at birth, leaving him to live with his grandparents from a young age. His parents divorced shortly after his birth. His biological father showed no interest in him, and his mother remarried several times, but never provided Matthew with a stable family or lasting relationship with any stepfather. Despite his grandparents' best efforts to love and care for him, Matthew grew up without parents and felt a deep emotional void. This may have contributed to behavioral problems from an early age. He began associating with bad influences and developed a habit of abusing drugs and alcohol during his high school years. Matthew and his friends were known to regularly use Coristidine, the same drug he later claimed to have taken before attacking his wife. While high doses do not typically produce a high, Matthew and his friends used it regardless. Due to his addiction, Matthew's grandparents were compelled to withdraw him from public high school and enroll him in a private Christian academy. This proved successful, and Matthew improved significantly, earning better grades and eventually graduating. He then attended Clear Creek Baptist Bible College in Pineville, Kentucky, graduating in 2011. Matthew came across Lauren's photo and realized they knew each other. After some hesitation, he contacted Lauren through Instagram, liking every photo she posted. The two began communicating, and their text messages quickly evolved into long, late-night phone calls. Before long, both Matthew and Lauren were falling for each other. They began a long-distance relationship, as Matthew was still living in Kentucky at the time. Despite the hundreds of miles separating them, their relationship developed rapidly. After some time, Matthew tried to visit Lauren and eventually relocated to North Carolina to be with her. Since Lauren was very close to her family, she was happy to introduce Matthew to them. Most of her family welcomed him, trusting Lauren's judgment. They saw him as a kind man who genuinely cared for their daughter. Lauren's mother, Lori, believed Matthew was the right person for Lauren. However, her father, Dale, had reservations about the relationship. His concerns may have arisen from protective fatherly instincts or perhaps intuition. In Dale's opinion, Matthew was moving too quickly and might be hiding a secret from Lauren. Despite his suspicions, Dale could not identify precisely what made him uneasy about Matthew. Nevertheless, he chose to put his feelings aside because his daughter appeared genuinely happy. Eventually, Matthew became part of the family. However, during a night out at Lauren's parents' house, he revealed a shocking secret. He had been in a failed marriage before dating Lauren, but refused to share further details. This confession raised questions about his honesty and intentions, particularly given his young age at the time of the divorce and the fact that he had kept it from Lauren for months. Lauren's family was particularly concerned and noted that his body language seemed suspicious. Despite their reservations, Lauren's love for Matthew remained unwavering, and her family chose to support the couple as their relationship continued. Matthew and Lauren eventually became engaged in 2015. The engagement party left a lasting impression on family and friends. Matthew's mother had a strained relationship with Lauren, which became evident when she wore a white dress to the wedding to signal her disapproval. Despite this, the event was a success, and the couple married the following year. The couple were avid Star Wars fans and incorporated the theme into their wedding. With their love for each other and their new life together, Lauren and Matthew appeared very happy. For Lauren, married life exceeded her expectations. She had her own home, a fulfilling job, and a loving husband who made her smile every day. However, the dream marriage soon turned into a grim reality when Matthew began to reveal his true nature. Just a few months after their wedding, Matthew struggled to find employment, and when he did secure a job, he left quickly without much explanation. During periods of unemployment, Matthew spent most of his time playing video games. Meanwhile, Lauren worked multiple jobs to support the family. This created significant financial strain, which was worsened by Matthew's overspending on expensive electronics and gaming equipment. Lauren had saved approximately $10,000, but Matthew depleted it rapidly, spending $1,200 on iTunes and Xbox subscriptions alone. He even took money from Lauren's purse if she refused to fund his lavish lifestyle. Lauren had maintained a decent amount of savings in her bank account before marrying Matthew. However, by the time of her death, only $1,000 remained. In addition to Matthew's spending habits, other problems plagued their relationship. Lauren also experienced difficulties with Matthew's family. During a visit to his family home 6 months after the wedding, his mother was cold toward Lauren, and the couple argued throughout the visit. Consequently, Lauren felt unwelcome and isolated. The disagreements primarily centered on Matthew's spending, which impeded their ability to pursue shared goals and dreams. As previously mentioned, the couple were devoted Star Wars fans and were trying to save money for a trip to Disney World. However, Matthew spent the little money they had saved on his own selfish habits. Lauren also suspected that Matthew was having an affair with their neighbor, with whom he socialized frequently. One evening, while Lauren was cooking dinner and speaking with her sister Beth on the phone, Matthew returned from work but did not stay with Lauren. Instead, he went out with their neighbor. He later sent Lauren a text stating that he was enjoying dinner with the neighbors and told her to eat alone, which further fueled her suspicions. Although Matthew spent considerable time with the neighbor, he was extremely possessive of Lauren. His possessiveness led to frequent arguments over a man at church whom Matthew suspected of flirting with Lauren. Matthew's insecurities, often justified by his past experience of being abandoned by his ex-wife, who had met another man on a mission trip, only worsened the distance between them. This justification did nothing to improve their deteriorating relationship. Less than a year into their marriage, Lauren confided in loved ones about her desire to leave Matthew due to his controlling behavior. Nevertheless, guided by her faith, Lauren was determined to make the marriage work and set aside thoughts of divorce. As a result, she continued to project the image of a perfect marriage on social media, posting photos and videos of the couple with affectionate captions that sharply contrasted with the reality of their troubled relationship. Matthew decided to return to college to become a pastor, hoping this would salvage their marriage. However, Lauren was unimpressed and frustrated by his thoughtless and immature behavior. Lauren eventually resolved to leave Matthew, but she would never have the opportunity to carry out that decision. Instead, she was brutally murdered by her husband in their bed. The investigation quickly reconstructed the events. The crime scene appeared staged. The knife and cough syrup were deliberately placed, and Matthew had only a small amount of blood on him, primarily on his shoes and a few drops on his shirt. This contrasted sharply with the brutal nature of the crime, in which Lauren had been stabbed 123 times. The lack of blood spatter indicated that Matthew had washed himself, which contradicted his claim of being in a delusional state at the time of the murder. Traces of blood were discovered throughout the apartment after a luminol test, indicating that it had been cleaned before police arrived. Matthew appeared notably expressionless when officers encountered him at the scene. Cough syrup manufacturer Bayer later issued a statement denying any connection between the syrup and violent behavior. A medical examination found that the amount of the drug in Matthew's system at the time of the murder was minimal, making it unlikely to have influenced his actions. Despite this, Matthew maintained that the cough syrup was responsible, prompting police to continue searching for additional evidence. The investigation into Matthew's motives led police to his diary, in which he detailed his relationship problems with Lauren, expressing low self-esteem and insecurity from feeling unwelcome by her family. Despite Lauren's best efforts, Matthew never felt he truly fit in with her family. The neighbor Lauren suspected, who was related to Matthew, told police that they were merely friends and had grown close through discussions about anxiety and depression. She also stated that, as they spent more time together, Matthew began discussing darker topics such as suicide and death, potentially planning to access the licensed gun he knew she kept in the house. Further examination of Matthew's phone revealed a suspicious online search history. The searches included queries about the intoxicating effects of cough syrup, such as its ability to cause a foggy feeling, and whether others had ever been high. These searches suggested that Matthew may have planned the crime in advance and considered using cough syrup as a defense. While this evidence was circumstantial and insufficient to build a definitive case, the discovery of a secret Instagram account at Marty_Radical, where Matthew posted dark content inspired by a movie, provided another important piece of evidence. Evidence also showed that Matthew had a fascination with serial killers. This was evident in his portrayal of Patrick Bateman in American Psycho and his expressed interest in understanding what it was like to take another person's life, which he shared with a friend. Before killing Lauren, Matthew posted a photo on Instagram stating, "Everyone thinks I'm a serial killer," with the hashtag #FoundAnAngelToKill. His account frequently referenced demons and evil. When the trial began, prosecutors believed they had sufficient evidence to prove that Matthew had intentionally killed Lauren. However, the defense argued that the act was out of character for Matthew and attributed his behavior to his unstable and depressed mental state at the time. To support this claim, they presented several letters from Matthew's co-workers to the judge, asserting that such behavior was uncharacteristic of him. The prosecution called Matthew's ex-wife to testify, disputing his earlier claims that she had cheated on him. Instead, she stated that Matthew had been unfaithful throughout their marriage. Their marriage, which suffered from similar problems to his marriage to Lauren, included his refusal to work, overspending, and failure to contribute to shared goals. These issues eventually led to their separation. Matthew ultimately accepted a plea deal and pleaded guilty to first-degree murder, a felony punishable by death or life imprisonment without parole, in order to avoid the death penalty. When asked to confirm his understanding of the plea, Matthew replied, "Yes, sir." He also admitted to stabbing his wife, Lauren Hugelmeier, multiple times. On October 5, 2018, the case against Matthew Phelps concluded when he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. At his sentencing, Matthew addressed Lauren's family and apologized, stating that he deeply regretted taking Lauren's life, which he acknowledged had profoundly affected many people. Lauren's family did not accept Matthew's apology, finding it hollow and insincere. In response, a family member expressed anger and hatred toward Matthew, stating that they could never forgive him for his callous actions. To this day, Lauren's family still feels guilt for not intervening when they saw the relationship deteriorating. To help others in similar situations, they founded an organization called Lauren's Light, which raises awareness about abusive relationships and domestic violence. Moving on to the next case. Noor McAdam murder case. Every relationship in a person's life rests on the foundation of trust, whether it is between parents and children, husband and wife, or even between a boyfriend and girlfriend. But when someone violates another person's trust in these vital relationships and begins to think negatively about them, it feels deeply painful. Today's case is somewhat similar, where a boy and a girl from Pakistan were very happy in their relationship, but after some time, the girl ended things because she began seeing a dark side of her boyfriend. What the boy then did to his girlfriend shocked the entire nation of Pakistan. Shaukat Ali Muqaddam was not just an ordinary citizen of Pakistan, but also a diplomat and ambassador of the country. Because of this role, he had to reside in various nations. However, in 2021, he was living in Islamabad, Pakistan. At different points in time, Shaukat Ali had also served as Pakistan's ambassador to South Korea and Kazakhstan. Due to these roles, he held a very influential position in Pakistan. His family consisted of 5 members, including Shaukat Muqaddam, his wife Kausar Muqaddam, 2 daughters, and 1 son. On October 23, 1993, a beautiful baby girl was born in Shaukat Ali's home, and they named her Noor. Noor was a healthy and adorable child who laughed often and rarely troubled anyone. Although Shaukat's professional life was extremely demanding and stressful, when he returned home, he devoted quality time to his family. Because of this, his children received an excellent upbringing. From her school years, Noor showed a strong interest in education. She was always reading either her school textbooks or other books. Since Shaukat McAdam was a diplomat, he was frequently transferred abroad for work, which is why Noor began her schooling in Ireland. She later completed her high school education in South Korea. After South Korea, the family relocated to Kazakhstan. However, Noor wanted to complete her college education in the United States, where her elder sister Sarah was already living. After spending time in the United States, Noor eventually returned to Islamabad, Pakistan. Just as she had been humble and intelligent during her childhood, she remained equally modest and bright in her adult life. This is why everyone in her family trusted her and readily accepted her decisions. In addition, Noor loved animals, especially stray dogs and cats, and she fed them whenever she found time. Even though Noor came from a wealthy background, she had no fondness for material possessions. From all this, it is clear that Noor was kind-hearted, grounded, intelligent, and confident. Alongside these qualities, Noor also had a strong passion for art and calligraphy, and she often created religious paintings as well. As mentioned earlier, coming from a rich diplomatic family, social gatherings and parties were common at diplomats' residences. As a result, Shaukat Muqaddam frequently took his family to such events, as they were ideal for networking and building professional connections. It was at one such gathering in 2018 that Noor met a boy named Zahir Jaffer. Zahir and Noor would later become central figures in this case. Before moving forward, it is important to briefly understand Zahir's background. Zahir Jaffer was born in the United States, but he spent his childhood and teenage years in Pakistan. Later, Zahir completed his graduation in the U.S. and also spent some time living in the United Kingdom. Zahir's father was Zakir Jaffer, a highly successful businessman. Because of his father's extensive business activities, the Jaffer family was counted among the wealthiest families in Pakistan. They owned multiple businesses, including ventures in healthcare, oil, real estate, and construction. These enterprises also allowed them to collaborate with the country's military. One such company was Ahmed Jaffer and Company, where Zahir Jaffer later became the CEO, while his father Zakir Jaffer had previously managed the firm. Over time, however, Zahir's interests shifted, and he began working as a therapist at a company called Therapy Works. At this organization, Zahir listened to school children and spoke to them about mental health care. He also organized lectures and presentations aimed at educating children on mental health awareness. But the surprising thing here is that Zahir himself was not introverted or angry from childhood. He also had very few friends and rarely went to parties with them. Yet it was at one such gathering that he met Noor, and he was drawn to her. Noor also enjoyed talking with Zahir. Perhaps this happened because their personalities were different, and it is often said that opposite personalities attract each other. However, both of their families already knew one another, as they frequently attended such events. It was from this party that a friendship between Noor and Zahir began. After some time, that friendship turned into love, and they both entered into a romantic relationship. It was not the case that they kept this relationship hidden from their parents or friends. Instead, both their families and friends were aware that Zahir and Noor were dating. Both families were pleased, believing that Noor complimented Zahir and Zahir complimented Noor. In fact, Noor brought out a side of Zahir that no one had witnessed before, as he had been very introverted earlier. But after meeting Noor, his personality slowly began to change. He started enjoying life, socializing with others, and at one party, people were shocked to see Zahir dancing with Noor, including his own family, because they had never imagined seeing this aspect of his personality. Everything seemed to be going well, but as the relationship aged, problems began to surface. In the beginning, everything was fine, both of them were enjoying themselves, and their families were also very happy. But after some time, a different side of Zahir emerged in front of Noor. Noor later discovered that Zahir was an extremely aggressive and abusive man. Allegedly, Zahir had physically and mentally abused Noor on several occasions. Not only that, he had also once raised his hand against his own mother. As a result, after nearly 3 years of being together, when Noor could no longer tolerate Zahir, she ended the relationship at the start of 2021. In both families, there was dissatisfaction over their children ending the relationship. Since neither family was ordinary, and in such wealthy households it is uncommon for a boy and a girl to enter a relationship, break up shortly afterward, and then later pursue other relationships. In fact, people from such backgrounds often view relationships like business arrangements. Like many affluent families, they marry off their sons or daughters where they see potential benefit. Aside from this, Zahir was also unhappy that Noor had left him, and he took it as a blow to his male ego. However, after some time, Zahir began thinking about moving on and decided that he would return to the United States and settle there, as he held U.S. citizenship along with Pakistani citizenship. Now let us move to July 18, 2021. On this day, Zahir booked a taxi to travel to Islamabad International Airport. According to Pakistan Standard Time, Zahir's flight to New York was scheduled for 3:50 a.m. on July 19th. He had already packed his luggage and informed his family about his plans. But before leaving, he wanted to meet Noor one last time, so he called her on the evening of July 18th. At that moment, Noor was at home, preparing for Eid with her family. Zahir told Noor that he was leaving the country for New York and would never return, that he planned to settle in the U.S., and requested that she meet him once before he departed. Zahir also asked Noor to come to his house, saying they would meet there, and that when he left for the airport from his home, he would first drop her back at her house. Even though they had already broken up, they had been in a relationship for 3 years before that, which led Noor to agree to meet him. After this, at 9:05 p.m., Noor left her home. However, she did not tell her family that she was going to Zahir's house. Instead, she told them she was visiting a friend and would return shortly. Around 10 p.m., Noor reached outside Zahir's house at the same location in Sector F7-4. But from this point onward, strange events began to unfold. As mentioned earlier, Zahir's flight was scheduled for 3:50 a.m., yet between 10 and 11 p.m., Zahir called his travel agency multiple times. Zahir contacted his travel agency and began asking very unusual questions, such as what would happen if he did not board the flight, whether he would receive a refund, and what would occur if he decided to book tickets again after 10 days. Some time later, Zahir called the travel agency once more and stated that he was no longer canceling the ticket and had decided to travel to the U.S. on that same flight. But it is important to note that during this entire period, Noor was inside the house with him. For her, however, the house was unfamiliar because she had never been there before. After that, the taxi Zahir had booked to go to the airport arrived outside Jaffar's house at exactly 11 p.m. However, Zahir did not come out of the house for half an hour. During this time, the taxi driver called Zahir 2 or 3 times, but Zahir told him to wait, saying that he would come out in just 5 minutes. Then, at 12:07 a.m., Zahir called the taxi driver again and said that his plan to go to the airport was now canceled. He explained that even if they left at that moment, he would not be able to catch his flight despite waiting for over an hour. Zahir paid the taxi driver half of the fare. In fact, he had booked the taxi for 2,000 Pakistani rupees. After this, the taxi driver left the location. But at 1:40 a.m., Zahir called the taxi driver again and asked him to return to his house. The taxi driver returned to Zahir's house, knowing that he would receive the full payment this time. Yet again, Zahir made the driver wait outside the house for several minutes. Then, at 2:15 a.m., Zahir finally came out carrying his luggage. The strange thing this time was that Noor was also with him, and she was not wearing any sandals, which the driver found odd. What seemed even more unusual was that Zahir was talking to Noor during the ride, but Noor did not respond to him at all. Although the driver did not focus much on this at the time, halfway through the journey, Zahir told the driver to turn the car back toward the house. He said they were already too late, and that he did not think they would reach the airport in time to catch the flight. After that, the taxi driver dropped them back at Jaffer's house at around 2:35 a.m. But as soon as Noor stepped out of the taxi, Zahir pulled her forcefully back inside the house. According to the taxi driver's statement, he felt that Noor was not supposed to go back into the house with Zahir, but Zahir dragged her inside against her will. From that point, Noor stayed at Zahir's house throughout July 19th, and then July 20th arrived, which was the day of Eid. Noor had gone to Zahir's house to meet him on July 18th at 9:05 p.m., and now more than 24 hours had passed. Meanwhile, Noor's father and mother had returned home after Eid shopping. When they realized that their daughter had been missing for an entire day, at 12:57 a.m. on July 20th, Kukut McAdam sent Noor a text message asking where she was. Noor did not respond to that message. Later, at 5:48 a.m., Noor's mother sent her a message, and two family friends also tried calling Noor, but there was still no response. This made Noor's parents extremely worried, and they were about to report the matter to the police. However, at 10:43 a.m., Noor sent a voice message to her mother. The contents of that recording were never released publicly, but it was the final time Noor's mother, Kausar McAdam, heard her daughter's voice. After this voice message, another strange event occurred. Zahir immediately called Noor's mother from his own phone and told her that Noor was not at his house, attempting to show that he had not even seen her. Then, from 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. that same day, Zahir repeatedly called his father, Zakir Jaffer. Later, between around 7 p.m. and 10 p.m., Noor appeared on CCTV footage. By that time, her condition was extremely poor, and it appeared that Zahir had severely tortured her. In the CCTV video, Noor is seen jumping from the first-floor balcony of Zahir's house and landing directly onto an iron grill. This caused an injury to her abdomen, which is why she is seen holding her stomach in the footage. She was distressed due to Zahir's harassment and was trying to escape the house. However, the security guard closed the gate, and at the same time, Zahir also jumped from the balcony to catch Noor and dragged her back inside. While pulling her back, Noor fell to the ground, but Zahir continued dragging her into the house. It is important to note that Zahir and Noor were not alone inside the house. There was also a security guard, a cook, and a gardener present. Yet none of them helped Noor. In fact, between July 18th and July 20th, Noor tried to escape from the house 6 times. Each time, one of Zahir's servants informed him, and Noor was always caught. This particular escape attempt made Zahir extremely angry. After dragging Noor back inside, he called his father once again at around 7:30 p.m. After that, Zahir did not call anyone for the next 30 minutes, because during that time, he first tried to shoot Noor with his handgun, but when he pulled the trigger, the gun jammed. However, even after this, Zahir did not abandon his intention to kill Noor. The thought was already fixed in his mind. So he pulled out a Swiss knife and began stabbing Noor all over her body. During this, Noor clawed at Zahir's face and arms with her nails, but after a while, Noor's condition worsened so severely that she lost consciousness. Noor was unconscious, yet Zahir continued stabbing her with the knife. After that, he seized Noor by the neck and kept pressing until her final breath left her body. Later, Noor's post-mortem report revealed that she died due to suffocation, but before killing Noor, Zahir assaulted her multiple times. But Zahir did not stop even then. After Noor's death, he took out his knife again and started slashing Noor's throat, and eventually he separated her head from her body. After killing Noor, Zahir quickly called his father and his friends, saying that thieves had entered the house and that he needed help. At the same time, some of Zahir's friends started heading toward his house. However, Zahir's father was not present there. That is why he called the CEO of the company where Zahir worked, called Therapy Works, and told him to immediately go to his house and save his son at any cost. In reality, Zahir's father, Zakir Jaffer, contacted the company's CEO because they wanted to destroy all evidence of Noor's murder by reaching Zahir. Moreover, the CEO had no option but to comply because Zahir's father was financially supporting the company. Around 8:30 p.m., Tahir Zahor, the CEO of Therapy Works, arrived outside Zahir's house along with 6 of his employees. In addition, some of Zahir's friends were also there. However, the main door of Zahir's house remained locked, so Tahir brought a ladder and, along with his employees, entered through a first-floor window. But as soon as they reached the first floor, Zahir attacked one of the employees with a knife, stabbing him through the chin and tongue. Zahir was extremely furious at that moment, so 5 to 6 people immediately restrained him to control the situation. After this, Zahir's hands were tied behind his back, and ropes were also fastened around his legs. But when the people entered Zahir's room from the balcony, they were completely shocked. There was blood spread everywhere on the floor, and even splattered on the walls. Then they saw Noor's body lying in the middle of the room, but her head was lying 3 feet away from her body. Everyone inside the room was stunned while trying to control Zahir, and after witnessing Noor's dead body. Meanwhile, the neighbors had also become alert because Zahir was screaming loudly while being restrained, which led the neighbors to call the police. After that, the police arrived at the scene, and on July 20th, around 10 p.m., the police informed Kakut McAdam that his daughter had been murdered. After hearing this heartbreaking news, the McAdam family home was filled with mourning because their youngest and most beloved daughter was no longer alive. But Noor's family knew who was responsible for all this, and now they wanted Zahir to be punished under Pakistani law, meaning the death sentence. After that, the police arrested Zahir, but they were concerned about how he would confess to his crime. However, Zahir did something very unusual here as well. As soon as the police apprehended him, he confessed in a brief statement that he had killed Noor and claimed that he did it because he loved her deeply. He had even proposed marriage to Noor, but she had rejected his proposal and later ended the relationship. This deeply hurt Zahir's ego, so he booked one-way tickets for himself and Noor to New York for July 19th. Before this, Zahir had decided that if Noor agreed to go to New York with him, they would get married and settle there. But if Noor refused, he would kill her. However, from July 18th to July 20th, Zahir kept pressuring Noor to marry him, and when Noor refused, Zahir ultimately attacked her in an extremely brutal manner. Although all the servants in Zahir's house were aware of what he did to Noor, none of them tried even once to stop him or call the police, because they were afraid that if they did, Zahir would not spare them. Now, even though Zahir had confessed his crime to the police, when the case went to court, his behavior there was very strange. First, he appeared in court looking untidy, as if he had not bathed for several days. In addition, he shouted loudly inside the courtroom and even hurled abuse at the judge. Furthermore, the police had to forcibly drag him into and out of the courtroom. However, he was doing all this to show that he was mentally unstable and therefore should be spared the death penalty for Noor's murder. If it were proven that Zahir was mentally unstable, then his punishment would be reduced, and he would also avoid the death sentence. In fact, Zahir had schizophrenia and wanted to exploit this condition by claiming in court that he was mentally unfit. Schizophrenia is a serious mental disorder in which a person is often lost in an imaginary world and has very little awareness of reality. Because of this, such a person frequently behaves in unusual ways. But when Zahir's medical examination was conducted, the report clearly stated that he was mentally fit and that whatever he did to Noor was done consciously. This made it clear that Zahir was an abusive and violent individual. Moreover, there were multiple harassment cases registered against Zahir in both the United States and Pakistan. During the ongoing court proceedings in this case, people across Pakistan raised their voices demanding justice for Noor. Rallies and marches were organized on a daily basis. As a result, on February 24, 2022, Noor finally received justice, and Zahir was sentenced to 2 death penalties, one for physically assaulting Noor and the other for murdering her. Additionally, 2 members of his household staff, Iftikhar and Muhammad Jan, were also sentenced to 10 years in prison. From photographs alone, one might not realize it, but Zahir was a strong, tall, and aggressive man, with whom a gentle and innocent girl like Noor spent nearly 48 hours. And those 48 hours were nothing short of hell for her. With this, the Noor Makata murder case comes to an end here. Moving on to the next case. The case of Rochelle L. Waterman. Carl Dock is a real estate broker, and his wife, Lori, is a special education teacher who works with children with disabilities. They have 2 children, a son, Jerry, who is attending college, and a daughter, Rochelle, a high school student. Rochelle is not only academically accomplished, but also actively participates in sports. Their family was considered a role model, living harmoniously and showing love for one another. Residing in a small, close-knit community where everyone knew each other, the Dock family was well respected. Lori was admired for her compassionate and kind demeanor, always willing to assist others. She was described as an exemplary wife and mother who prioritized her family's needs and ensured they lacked nothing. She was also known to be deeply religious. On Friday, November 13, 2004, Lori attended a social fundraising event. That same day, Carl was away on a business trip, and Rochelle was on a school volleyball trip for a tournament. After the event, Lori returned home around 11 p.m. and went to bed. Tragically, no one saw her alive again after that night. On November 14, 2004, in the small town of Craig, Alaska, a hunter called the police to report finding a burned-out van in the woods. He suspected there was a body inside. When authorities arrived, they found the van still smoking, and upon closer inspection, they discovered something horrifying. A severely burned human body was inside the van. The burns were so extensive that the skull and parts of the body were visible between the front and back seats. The body was charred and blackened in multiple areas, with most of the clothing destroyed, exposing bones. Initially, police suspected a tragic accident. However, further examination suggested the fire had been deliberate. One indication was the body's location. As noted, it was found between the front and back seats, which seemed unusual if the fire had been accidental. Typically, a driver would remain in the seat, and a passenger, if present, would likely not have sustained such severe burns. Investigators also discovered traces of gasoline on the exterior of the van and on the nearby ground, suggesting someone had poured fuel to intentionally set the vehicle ablaze. The evidence indicated this was not an accident, but a murder staged to appear as one. On Sunday, Lori's husband, Carl, and their daughter, Rochelle, returned home to find Lori and her truck missing. They noticed several unusual details around the house. Her bed was unmade, which was unusual because she was meticulous and always made her bed first thing in the morning. In the kitchen, there was an empty wine bottle and a used wine glass, which was strange because Lori did not drink alcohol. Deeply worried, Carl began searching for Lori. He contacted friends and family, checking locations where she might be, but no one had seen or spoken to her since Friday. Recognizing that her disappearance was completely out of character, he contacted emergency services to report her missing. By Monday, still with no news, Carl grew increasingly anxious. However, his daughter Rochelle appeared calm. He advised her not to attend school, even though it was a school day, but she insisted on going and remaining at school all day as usual. Strangely, her classmates and teachers later observed that Rochelle seemed indifferent to her mother's disappearance. She appeared unconcerned. One teacher approached her to ask if she was okay, and she replied that she was perfectly fine. She added that her mother must have been drunk and driving or something similar. At that time, news broke that a truck had been found in the woods containing human remains. Because Lori was missing, rumors began circulating. Some of Rochelle's classmates suggested that the body in the van might be her mother. This caused her to lose composure, and witnesses reported that she began acting aggressively and appeared to have a breakdown. Her teachers then decided it would be best for her to go home. When Rochelle returned, she encountered a police officer. Authorities explained that they could not be 100% certain that the body discovered was her mother, Lori, because identification was difficult due to the body being severely burned. However, since the truck belonged to Lori, it was highly likely that the body was hers. Upon hearing this news, Rochelle and her father, Carl, were heartbroken. Both broke down in tears. When they were informed that the death was not accidental but a murder, they were shocked and devastated. They could not fathom that anyone could harm Lori, especially since she had always been kind to everyone and was universally loved. After identifying the body as Lori's, police obtained a search warrant to investigate the family home. Inside, they collected crucial evidence. In Lori's room, investigators found the tip of a rubber glove, synthetic rope fibers, and a shoe print on the windowsill. The evidence suggested that the perpetrator had entered the home with the express intention of killing Lori, as no items had been stolen. This implied that the killer was someone familiar with the family and knew the house well. Officers launched an investigation and began questioning Lori's relatives and close acquaintances. The first suspect was Carl, her husband, as in cases like this the spouse is often the primary suspect. However, he had an alibi. He had been away on a business trip and could provide evidence to confirm this. Moreover, during conversations with detectives, he appeared genuinely devastated by his wife's death. His grief seemed authentic, so he was ruled out as a suspect. Investigators then questioned Rochelle, and several details in her statements raised suspicions. They discovered that she associated with dangerous individuals, specifically Jason Arendt and Brian Riddell. Both men were older than she was and had reputations as troublemakers. Police had taken notice of them previously, as neither maintained steady employment and both appeared to live recklessly. Brian had been Rochelle's boyfriend for a period before they broke up. After the breakup, she began dating Jason, who was 24 at the time and a friend of Brian. Rochelle's mother disapproved of her dating older men, especially those considered dangerous and irresponsible, which caused many arguments between her and Rochelle. Detectives brought Brian and Jason in for questioning about Lori's murder, but both denied involvement. They claimed they had been at Brian's house watching a movie on the night of the crime. However, officers remained suspicious and continued questioning until Jason broke under pressure. He eventually confessed, revealing that Brian was the killer and that his own role had been limited to driving Lori. Following Jason's confession, detectives offered him a deal in exchange for his cooperation. They provided him with a hidden microphone and sent him to speak with Brian to obtain a recorded confession. Although the police did not release the recording publicly, it confirmed that Brian admitted to the crime, even if some details were withheld. When detectives interrogated Brian again, they assured him that Jason had not betrayed him. A conversation between Brian and Jason, recorded via Jason's hidden microphone, revealed the full truth. Brian confessed completely and disclosed all the horrific details of the crime. They had planned to stage Lori's death as a car accident, making it appear that she had been driving under the influence, which resulted in her death. To avoid leaving evidence, Brian shaved his hair. They broke into Lori's home while she was preparing for bed, tied her hands, and forced her into the kitchen, demanding the keys to her car. They then opened a bottle of wine, poured a glass, and forced Lori to drink it. Brian and Jason continued making her drink until she had consumed the entire bottle, an excessive amount for someone who rarely drank alcohol. Lori became intoxicated rapidly. Immediately afterward, Jason and Brian forced her into the van. Brian took the driver's seat, and they drove into a remote forest to find a location where they could stage a fatal accident. Just before dawn, they stopped on an isolated, seldom-traveled road. Jason deliberately attempted to break Lori's neck to make it appear as though she had died in an accident. He struck her forcefully with the edge of his hand, but failed to kill her. When that attempt failed, Jason began hitting Lori's neck with a flashlight, delivering multiple powerful blows, but this too was unsuccessful. Determined to end her life, he resorted to strangling her until she stopped breathing. In her final moments, she tried to speak, repeatedly asking a question, but her words were unclear, so Jason could not understand. Later, Brian speculated that she had been trying to ask why they were committing such an act, but she never had the opportunity to express it clearly. Jason and Brian had originally planned to stage a car accident, but after killing Lori, they realized that plan would not succeed. Instead, they drove deeper into the woods and decided that the only way to destroy the evidence was to burn the car. This is how Lori's life was ended. Upon hearing their confession, police asked why they committed the crime. They explained that they believed they were protecting Rochelle. Rochelle had created an internet blog called My Shitty Life, where she described her life as miserable. In the blog, she criticized the small town where she lived, the people around her, society, and particularly her mother, Lori. According to Rochelle, her mother was cruel, frequently criticizing her appearance and clothing. Her mother also scolded her and her friends for eating unhealthy food and drinking inappropriate beverages. In one blog post, Rochelle admitted that during a heated argument, She became so angry at her mother's words that she pushed her down the stairs. On the day Lori was killed, Rochelle posted on her blog, informing readers that her mother had been killed and noting that she would not have access to her computer until the weekend because the police had taken it for investigation. Notably, she wrote this on the day of her mother's death, before the body had even been discovered. When questioned by detectives, Jason claimed that Rochelle had confided in him about the abuse she suffered at home from her mother. He stated that she even showed him bruises as proof and claimed that it was Rochelle who suggested killing her mother, Lori. However, when Rochelle was questioned, she completely denied this. She insisted that she never proposed such an idea and that it was not part of any plan. She also stated that she did not believe Jason was involved. She admitted, however, to having a troubled relationship with her mother, explaining that they argued frequently. She claimed her mother often criticized her, including her choice of friends, clothing, appearance, and eating habits. Rochelle further accused her mother of committing terrible acts, such as threatening her with a knife and on one occasion, saying she would sell her. No evidence was found to suggest that Lori insulted or harmed her daughter. People who knew Lori spoke positively about her. Police discovered a letter Lori had written to Rochelle, in which she referred to Rochelle as her beloved daughter. In the letter, Lori expressed how difficult it was to navigate the tension between them, explaining that her actions came from love, as any mother would act toward a daughter she truly cared for. Rochelle told detectives that when she confided in Jason about the conflicts with her mother, he suggested finding a way to deal with Lori. She also claimed that she repeatedly told Jason she did not want that to happen. However, her statements raised suspicions due to contradictions. She initially said that Jason could not carry out such an act, but later admitted that he had repeatedly suggested getting rid of her mother. Another questionable point is that if Rochelle was truly unaware of the plan, how did she know that her mother, Lori, had died before the body was even discovered? During interrogation, Rochelle lied repeatedly, but eventually realized her lies had been uncovered. She ultimately decided to confess. She explained that at first there was no plan to harm her mother or take her life. She simply wanted independence and to free herself from parental control. However, Jason suggested that killing Lori would be a faster and easier solution. Rochelle, Jason, and Brian then agreed and began planning. She provided instructions on how to enter the house and identified the ideal day for the act, believing she would not be suspected because she would be away on a school trip. On November 19, 2004, Rochelle, Jason, and Brian were arrested for several crimes, including conspiracy, unlawful imprisonment, theft, assault, and murder. Brian Riddell pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 9 years in prison. Jason Arendt received 50 years for murder and an additional life sentence for complicity. Rochelle, however, pleaded not guilty. During the trial, both Brian and Jason testified against her. The trial was complicated, involving issues with the jury and lawyers, and because she was underage, despite the crime occurring in 2004, her sentencing was delayed until 2011. Ultimately, Rochelle Waterman was found guilty, but only on charges of negligence and manslaughter. She was sentenced to 3 years in prison. Having served her sentence, she is now free. This crime was highly publicized and profoundly tragic. It tells the heartbreaking story of Lori, a mother devoted to her daughter, only wanting the best for her. Understandably, no mother would remain calm upon learning that her young daughter was dating men more than 9 years older than her. No parent would approve of such a situation. As children grow up, they sometimes fail to recognize that their parents' strictness or actions stem from love and a desire to protect their happiness. However, this cannot justify Rochelle's actions. There was no evidence suggesting that Lori abused her daughter. In many cases, proving such allegations is difficult. For instance, whether Rochelle was subjected to constant criticism or psychological abuse by Lori is hard to confirm. Furthermore, Rochelle was known to lie, while many others described Lori as kind and compassionate, making the outcome all the more tragic. Moving on to the next case. The case of Tammy Epperson. Tammy Epperson was an attractive woman who had pursued a modeling career but abandoned the industry due to substance abuse, eventually living on Skid Row in Los Angeles. By the age of 30, she had become addicted to drugs. However, Tammy recognized her struggle and resolved to turn her life around. She entered a rehabilitation program and by 2000, at the age of 38, had successfully reclaimed control over her life. After a long battle with addiction, she broke free from the cycle of substance abuse, overcame her destructive habits, and embarked on a new chapter. Determined to help others, Tammy committed herself to supporting people seeking opportunities to improve their lives. Tammy lived in Banton Plaza, a community designed to assist those pursuing a fresh start. This state-funded facility served as a safe haven for individuals recovering from addiction or who had successfully done so. For many residents, it provided protection from the outside world. The area was fenced and guarded by 24-hour security, with all visitors required to sign a logbook. Despite these measures, the security proved insufficient against what was to occur. Tammy resided in a small ground-floor studio, where she was brutally attacked inside her apartment. Police arrived at the scene around 9 p.m. on November 13, 2000. Inside Tammy's apartment, all the furniture was destroyed and glassware, ceramics, and appliances were smashed and scattered. Her personal belongings were thrown onto the bed, suggesting the attacker may have been searching for something. Police speculated that the motive might have been theft or drug-related activity. Tammy was found lying on the floor, her face severely disfigured. Investigators considered the possibility of abuse based on her injuries and the state of her clothing. The small apartment and the extreme brutality left officers stunned. Police reported that the perpetrator specifically targeted Tammy, slamming her against the wall multiple times and causing serious injuries. The assault continued once she was on the floor, with the attacker using whatever objects were available as weapons. The violent attack destroyed everything around her, producing significant noise, yet no neighbors reported hearing anything. Forensic examination indicated that Tammy had been dead for at least a day before police arrived. Neighbors claimed they had not heard any disturbance, despite the apartment's poor soundproofing. A close friend of Tammy had reported being unable to contact her for several hours, eventually hearing rumors of her death and alerting authorities. Police responded to the apartment and found Tammy's face unrecognizable due to disfigurement. A large screwdriver discovered under her shoulder was determined to be the weapon used, with deep circular holes in her face confirming this. Officers speculated that the attack may have been motivated by Tammy's beauty, targeting her face and neck with lethal precision. A forensic expert was called to the scene to reconstruct the events and analyze the evidence, spending 7 hours in Tammy's apartment followed by additional hours processing and organizing the findings. Blood was found in the bathroom, while her body was located in the living room, indicating the attack likely began in the bathroom and continued as she was dragged into the living room. The perpetrator used multiple items as weapons, including a stool, a vase, and a lamp, all of which were broken and stained with blood. These items were collected as evidence and sent to a lab for thorough analysis. Notably, the extreme noise of the attack went unnoticed by other residents. Investigators also discovered key evidence in the sink, including a rag likely containing the attacker's blood, a water bottle with a red fingerprint, and a trash can holding tissues with similar marks. In addition to the attack, Tammy had been abused, as shown by her disheveled clothing and underwear. This was verified by a forensic expert. The forensic expert collected samples from Tammy's body to extract the DNA of the murder suspect. Due to the nature of the crime, the police began searching for Tammy's relatives. Inside her apartment, they discovered several framed photos of her modeling career and an educational certificate, along with documents concerning her addiction treatment. There was no evidence of any family, friends, or boyfriends among her belongings. According to acquaintances, Tammy had indeed overcome her bad habits and was living a normal life. However, she still had many suspicious individuals around her who were struggling with addiction. Not only had she overcome her addiction, but she had also secured a respectable job. Tammy became an office manager at a Hollywood phone service catering to celebrities. She also volunteered at a nearby church where she supported people struggling with addiction. She took on this role because she wanted to help people in need. Since the attacker aimed to harm her appearance, and because she was very attractive, the police suspected that the attacker could have been Tammy's rejected lover or a secret admirer. Soon after, the police received information regarding a potential suspect. A resident of the apartment complex told the police that the attacker could be Ronald Sims. He had a history of serious drug addiction and was still dealing with his own problems. Ronald had previously dated Tammy, but their relationship ended when she overcame her addiction while he continued to struggle with his own. Despite this, they stayed in contact, and maintained a friendly relationship. Tammy believed that Ronald needed her support, so she offered him advice and guidance based on her own experiences. Police quickly contacted Ronald as a potential suspect in the murder. However, he denied any wrongdoing, claiming he had a friendly relationship with Tammy and that they had never fought. He insisted that he could never hurt her. Ronald revealed a darker story. He stated that Tammy had met a man in her church counseling sessions who had become a stalker. To ensure her safety, Ronald felt the need to keep an eye on her. This stalker was Troy Powell, a 32-year-old man on probation after serving time for prior crimes. The three were friends and often socialized together, attending church together. However, it was believed that Troy had romantic feelings for Tammy. From their first meeting, he began pursuing her, showering her with flowers and stuffed animals. He would wait for her in his pickup truck almost every day, offering her rides. During the citywide bus drivers' strike, Tammy would occasionally ride in his truck, though she usually traveled with someone else. Ronald knew Troy struggled with addiction, and Tammy considered him potentially dangerous, which was why she rarely accepted his offers. She told Ronald multiple times that she only sought Troy's help occasionally. However, Troy misunderstood her, believing she was willing to rely on him and thinking he had a chance with her. In reality, Tammy felt obligated to help him overcome his addiction, but had no interest in a romantic relationship. She provided him advice and support while keeping her distance. She made it clear to him that she was not interested in anything beyond friendship. Despite this, Troy grew increasingly persistent, and his obsession with Tammy became more apparent. As a result, Tammy tried to avoid close contact with him. Ronald believed that Troy was involved in her murder. Troy was aggressive, short-tempered, and obsessive toward her. In Tammy's apartment, the police discovered a disturbing phone book containing records of many calls from Troy. The notes detailed the times he called and the duration of their conversations. Many of these notes indicated that Tammy had asked him to stop calling her. Despite this, Troy continued to contact her on the same day and for an extended period. Eventually, one of Troy's acquaintances informed Ronald that Troy had confessed to the murder. Ronald then reported this to the police. According to witness statements, Troy said that he had visited Tammy. They had talked, but then an argument occurred. In a fit of rage, he stated that he had killed her. Troy was missing and may have fled. The police reviewed the logs of Tammy's residence and discovered that Troy had entered the building on the day of the murder and left just a few hours later. As Troy exited the building, he was asked about Tammy, as residents are required to accompany visitors. Troy smirked and claimed that Tammy was resting, and the guards believed him, allowing him to leave. He was the last person to visit Tammy's apartment. That same day, Ronald said he had plans to work with Tammy at the church. He attempted to call her, but she did not answer, which was unusual. The church confirmed that Tammy had not attended. The following morning, Ronald went to her workplace, but she was still absent. He was struggling with substance abuse at the time and was not allowed into her apartment. However, he noticed Troy's red pickup truck parked outside, which caused him concern. He continued trying to call Tammy, but she still did not answer. Consequently, he decided to contact the police. Police reconstructed the events of that tragic day and concluded that the night before the murder, Tammy had left church with Troy. They stopped at a store where he bought a Bible. Troy persuaded her that he needed help and advice with his addiction. Tammy felt she could not refuse him, which led him to her home. Police investigated Troy Powell's criminal history and discovered a long list of convictions, including serious offenses such as drug use and distribution, theft, and abuse. He had previously served time in prison for assaulting another woman he had stalked, who survived. Troy was clearly a threat to society, particularly to women. Despite his criminal record, he appeared attractive to women. Police were able to locate Troy's vehicle, a red pickup truck matching the description. Ronald provided a detailed account, stating that he had seen the car Troy used to meet Tammy on the day of the murder. The police had a breakthrough when a patrol officer noticed an unfamiliar car in a hotel parking lot. The officer identified it as a bright red pickup truck. He checked the license plate number and confirmed that it was Troy's car. The police were notified and quickly arrived to arrest Troy. They waited outside the hotel for Troy to drive away. Troy eventually arrived and was arrested. The detainee identified himself as Charles Vanoy, and after checking the documents, the authorities confirmed his claim. Despite this, the authorities decided to detain him and investigate the red marks on his hat. He explained that his friend Troy had given him the car the day before and that he had taken it that night along with a jacket, a camera, and other items. Charles and Troy were former cellmates and had maintained contact after their release. The police quickly searched the hotel room and found a camera containing film. Once developed, the photos showed Tammy, Charles, and Troy together. Charles explained that they had all met at a church where Tammy supported people recovering from substance abuse. The DNA test took longer than expected, but eventually confirmed that the blood found on the baseball cap did not belong to Tammy. The police decided to question Charles, who eventually revealed that he possessed important information but requested protection from prosecution in exchange. The police agreed to his terms. Charles stated that Troy had confessed to killing Tammy, who had never returned his feelings. Troy had given Charles the pickup truck and planned to evade the police. Charles Vano insisted that he had no involvement in the case. However, during questioning, he provided details about Tammy's death that only the perpetrators or witnesses would know. It remains unclear whether he learned this information from Troy or if he had been present at the crime scene. Consequently, Charles was compelled to cooperate with the investigation. He informed the police that Troy was supposed to call him at 7 p.m. that same day. Charles agreed to help the police apprehend the killer. Troy then called Charles, and during that time, the police were able to locate Troy. He was arrested while in a hotel. His DNA was found on Tammy's body after the attack, and multiple fingerprints linked him to various items. Tammy's blood was also discovered on his clothing, resulting in Troy being held responsible for the crime. In his confession, Troy admitted to killing Tammy, but claimed that he had been insane at the time. He stated that he suffered from mental health issues and had not taken his prescribed medication for an extended period due to financial difficulties. Troy was charged with premeditated murder, burglary, abuse, and torture, providing the prosecution with a strong case for the death penalty. However, Troy denied full responsibility. He asserted that he suffered from a mental disorder that rendered him unfit to stand trial. A psychiatric evaluation was therefore ordered, which ultimately concluded that he was sane during the attack. Troy recounted the events of the case in detail to his friend Charles, who later became a key witness for the prosecution. Troy attributed his actions to childhood trauma, stating that he had endured abuse from his alcoholic father throughout his early life. He argued that this had caused a psychological problem that made him react violently whenever he was rejected by a woman. A key moment in the hearing was Troy's own testimony in his defense. He admitted that he could have been the killer, but claimed that he could not remember any details. He also asserted that Tammy was still alive when he left the apartment, arguing that the murder had not been premeditated. One of the most shocking allegations presented by the prosecution was that Troy had tortured Tammy for an extended period before she died. The jury found Troy Powell guilty on all counts, and he was sentenced to death. He is currently on death row at San Quentin State Prison, awaiting execution. Moving on to the next case. The case of Alison Bonilla. Alison Pamela Bonilla Vasquez was born on November 7, 2001, in Cartago, Costa Rica. She is an only child and lives with her mother, Yendri Vasquez. In addition to her mother, her grandparents, Ramon and Marjorie, and her aunt, Samara, also helped raise Alison. Alison's father left the family shortly after her birth, choosing to be with another woman who was pregnant. He did not want to play a role in Alison's life. Only once, when he was diagnosed with lung cancer, did he request to see his daughter, and Yendri allowed him to do so. It is worth noting that his second family was unaware of Alison's existence. Alison and her mother, Yendri, shared an especially close relationship. For Alison, Yendri was not only a mother, but also a father figure. Therefore, Alison often gave her mother gifts on Father's Day. Their bond went beyond a typical mother-daughter relationship. Alison felt comfortable sharing everything with Yendri without fear of being misunderstood or judged. Despite not having a father, Alison did not feel lonely or abandoned. She had a large family and enjoyed spending time with them. She also attended church regularly every Sunday. Relatives described Alison as kind, outgoing, and friendly. In photos, she always appeared happy, showing no signs of sadness or longing in her eyes. Alison had always dreamed of becoming a model. She decided to drop out of 8th grade to focus on makeup classes, believing that pursuing both was too difficult. She did not want to waste time on something that would not help her achieve her goals. Afterward, Allison began searching for a job to help her mother pay the bills, but received no responses from the places she applied to, which made her very sad. Her mother, Yendri, realized that Allison would have difficulty finding a job due to her limited education, so she encouraged her to take evening classes. At age 18, Allison enrolled in Liceo Enrique Geyer, a few miles from home. During this time, she completed a pastry course and began practicing. Allison made delicious cakes and desserts that were loved by everyone in the neighborhood. This allowed her to find a way to earn money from her baking skills. Allison had a boyfriend named Harold Surisolano, who lived in Cochi, a district in the province of Cartago, Costa Rica. Typically, Allison stayed home with her mother in the mornings, then met Harold, and afterward attended evening school at 6 o'clock. She often returned home late by bus. The route from the bus stop to her house was dangerous, dark, and deserted. Therefore, Allison always informed her mother of her location, and sometimes her mother picked her up at the bus stop or halfway home. On March 4, 2020, Allison went to her mother's nail salon and then visited a classmate for about 15 minutes. They arrived at school at 6 p.m. and separated because they had different classes. Allison entered the school and waited in an empty classroom for about 15 minutes before realizing that her classes had been canceled for the day. Instead of returning home immediately, she decided to visit her aunt, who lived near the school. However, her aunt was not home. Allison then chose to go to her boyfriend Harold's house. Upon arrival, she learned that Harold was at work but would return soon. Harold's mother invited Allison inside to wait. When Harold came back, the family had dinner together, discussing various topics and their future plans. Afterward, Harold excused himself for a moment, citing urgent business but promising to return soon. At 8:15 p.m., Allison left Harold's house without waiting for him to come back. This initiated a chain of events that would later become nationally known. Harold returned about 5 minutes later and, noticing that Allison had left, texted her to ask where she was and offered to give her a ride home on his bike. Allison immediately replied that she had already reached the bus stop. While waiting for the bus, she texted her friend Pa to ask if Pa's cousin could give her a ride on his bike. However, Pa's cousin refused because his bike was special and unsuitable for two people. It remains unclear why Allison did not ask her boyfriend for assistance. She may have been angry with him or did not want to trouble him. Allison got off the bus at 8:43 p.m. Her house was about a mile away. Feeling anxious and scared, she texted her mother to pick her up. At 8:45 p.m., Allison texted both her boyfriend and her mother to report that two suspicious men had exited a car and were following her. She decided to run home to avoid them. The road Allison was on was dangerous, poorly lit, and sparsely populated. Only one security camera covered the area, capturing a blurry image that might have been Allison. Her mother, Yendri, went to a bridge about half a mile from their home to pick her up, but did not see her. She tried to remain calm, thinking Allison might have returned to the bus stop for safety, but she was not there either. Yendri eventually assumed that Allison had not noticed her and had continued home on her own. When Yendri returned home, she realized Allison was still missing. She immediately called relatives and friends to help search for her. About 30 minutes later, Harold woke up and received a call from his Aunt Samara, informing him that Allison was missing. He tried to contact Yendri, but was unable to reach her. 3 hours later, Yendri reported Allison missing to the police, and the search officially began. Fortunately, Yendri had the last photo of Allison in the clothes she had been wearing that evening. Police checked several locations, from the bus stop to Allison's house, including Catsi Lake and the nearby hydroelectric dam. On March 5, 2020, authorities found their first clue: Allison's glasses in the grass about a mile from her home. Despite this, Allison seemed to have vanished without a trace. 8 days later, police discovered Allison's identification on a coffee plantation. This was surprising because the area had already been searched multiple times. What was particularly suspicious was that her ID had been placed in a clean and conspicuous spot, as if someone had intentionally left it there to mislead investigators or conceal something. 15 days after Allison disappeared, Yendri received a call from Allison's father. Instead of showing concern or offering assistance, he said that Allison had gone missing because she was too beautiful. Shocked and disgusted by his insensitive comment, Yendri immediately hung up, unable to believe what she had just heard. For an extended period, family, police, and volunteers continued searching for Allison. Every Sunday, they hung posters with her picture. At one point, they painted messages on the streets, tracing Allison's likely path from the intersection to the bridge where she was believed to have disappeared. Posters were also placed on roadside poles to attract the attention of passersby. During this time, police received an important lead. A man came forward claiming that he knew Allison and had seen her on the night she disappeared. According to him, at around 8:30 p.m., he left his home on a motorbike to pick someone up. On the way, he noticed Allison near a burgundy two-door BMW parked next to her. He turned around to check on the situation and realized it was his cousin's BMW. He was certain because the car had distinctive bright yellow headlights. Another witness confirmed seeing the same BMW near the location where Allison went missing that evening. The car belonged to 28-year-old Nelson Sanchez Urania, nicknamed Sukia. Locals associated him with gang activity in the area. In fact, Nelson and Allison knew each other. Their families had been acquainted for a long time and lived in the same neighborhood. According to Allison's mother, however, they had only interacted a few times, and their relationship was strictly casual and neighborly, not a close friendship. On one occasion, Nelson had offered to give Allison and her cousins a ride home. She agreed, as it was in the morning, she was not alone, and she believed Nelson to be a good person. On March 2, 2020, 2 days before Allison went missing, Nelson reached out to her through Facebook. He sent a message requesting that Allison answer some questions. Following her cousin's advice, Allison consented to respond. Afterwards, Nelson inquired about Allison's feelings toward him. Specifically, he wanted to know if Allison liked him. Allison was puzzled by Nelson's sudden question, as they were not close and barely knew one another. When Allison asked why he was asking, Nelson clarified that he did not have a negative opinion of her, but wanted to know if she thought poorly of him. Allison reassured Nelson that she did not hate him and that everything between them was normal. Nelson thanked her and said goodbye. Police searched Nelson's residence and confiscated his car, cell phone, and computer. Investigators discovered disturbing images of women being abused on his phone. When they examined the car, they found it had been meticulously cleaned with car polish. However, the front driver's seat carpet and trunk carpet had been removed. Police detected hair and blood on the trunk lid and sent samples to a laboratory for analysis. After inspecting the car's exterior, police employed a police dog to search for traces. The dog detected potential blood on the 2 front seats and in the trunk. To verify, the police performed a luminol test, a chemical that reacts with hemoglobin in blood. The results revealed numerous blood stains within the car's interior, despite the owner's efforts to remove them with cleaning agents. While awaiting the laboratory results, Nelson remained free but was under close police surveillance. Authorities monitored his every movement to prevent him from leaving the city or country. Although Yendre repeatedly requested his arrest, the police lacked sufficient evidence. Consequently, Nelson continued living freely without prosecution for several months. Yendre believed that Allison had been abducted for ransom. She attempted to remain calm, holding on to hope that her daughter was still alive. Preparing for Allison's return, Yendre kept her daughter's room unchanged, neither cleaning nor rearranging the furniture. She even purchased a gift for Allison. Yendre told the press, "I will continue to do so. As long as no evidence indicates she is dead, I continue to believe my daughter is alive and will come home." Laboratory results confirmed that the hair and blood found in Nelson's car belonged to Allison. Police immediately arrested Nelson. Later, his ex-girlfriend informed authorities that Nelson had never physically harmed her, but had exerted significant mental pressure on their relationship. Specifically, he prohibited her from contacting friends and using the internet. According to her, Nelson sought only a sexual relationship with her. His former employer revealed that he was highly irresponsible at work and had even stolen roughly $11,000. Additionally, his landlord stated that an ex-girlfriend had ended their relationship because she was exhausted from covering his debts. She described him as extremely spoiled. Subsequently, Nelson confessed to his crimes against Allison. He stated that on the night of Allison's disappearance, he found her walking alone on a deserted road. Exploiting the late hour and their acquaintance, Nelson offered her a ride. She agreed and entered the car without suspicion. However, instead of taking her home, Nelson drove to a remote coffee plantation and forced Allison out of the car, violently attacking her, knocking off her glasses, and leaving her nearly unconscious. He dragged her to a nearby abandoned house where he raped and brutally beat her. Nelson then bound her hands with cloth and duct tape to the car's front seat. Finally, he placed her in the trunk and drove to a dumpster in San Geronimo, Kochi. There, the perpetrator pushed Allison off a cliff into a pile of trash below. He rationalized his heinous actions by claiming he was under the influence of drugs. He also admitted a long-standing obsession with Allison, stating that when he saw her that night, he decided it was his opportunity to act on his dark intentions. Surprisingly, Nelson later retracted his initial confession, accusing the police of coercing him into admitting the crimes. However, the authorities possessed sufficient evidence to charge him despite his denials. The suspect faced a maximum prison sentence of 35 years. In the early morning of September 4th, a search team went to the San Ono landfill to look for Allison's body. Because the area was vast and difficult to access, locating Allison's remains was an extremely challenging task. Additionally, 6 months had passed since Allison went missing. Just 25 days after Allison disappeared, the police uncovered several important pieces of evidence. They found human bone fragments, including a spine, ribs, part of the pelvis, and a femur. They also recovered pieces of the clothing Allison had been wearing on the day she vanished, along with a pair of sneakers containing studs inside. All of these items were sent for testing and thorough analysis by the police. Jose Francisco Herrera, the suspect's defense attorney, questioned the legitimacy of the evidence because it had been discovered by volunteers rather than professional police. He also noted that the discovery of the remains coincided with the period when his client proclaimed his innocence, which he considered suspicious. Rodrigo Era, the attorney representing Allison's family, on the other hand, criticized the suspect's change of testimony, stating that it undermined the credibility of the official investigation. On October 5, 2020, experts confirmed that the remains belonged to Allison. Because only a partial body was recovered, they could not determine the precise cause of death. However, examination of the remains showed multiple fractures that appeared post-mortem, suggesting she may have fallen from a considerable height. Her clothing was torn, and her sneakers displayed bite marks, indicating a possible animal attack. This would account for why the remains were scattered across different sections of the landfill. Allison's mother, Yendre, expressed outrage at the police for not responding promptly. She believed that if Nelson had been arrested sooner, he would have confessed, and Allison's body would have been discovered in better condition. This represented an irreparable loss for the family. Despite the immense grief she endured, Yendre found some comfort in saying, "My daughter is in a better place now where no one can hurt her anymore." The trial of Nelson commenced on July 19, 2021. Allison's boyfriend was a key witness in the case. According to Harold's testimony, on the afternoon of March 4, 2020, at approximately 6:30 p.m., he returned home to find Allison there with her mother. Harold then left for roughly 5 to 10 minutes. Upon his return, he noticed that Allison had gone without saying anything. While Allison was on her way home, Harold sent her multiple text messages. Once she got off the bus, Allison texted Harold to report that 2 men were following her. Concerned for her safety, Harold advised that she take a taxi and promised to cover the cost. However, Allison refused twice, stating that she would run home. Harold received no further responses from her after that text. He explained that he only informed his mother of the situation and did not contact Allison's mother, Yendre, because his phone battery had died. He then fell asleep for about 30 minutes. It was Allison's aunt who later called him to notify him that his girlfriend was missing. Since that moment, he said he had been anxious and attempted to call Allison multiple times, but all calls went to voicemail. He also could not reach her through WhatsApp messages. Harold stated that he joined the search party for a few days, but eventually had to stop because he felt unwell and needed to work. He deeply wished that events had unfolded differently. If he could go back, he would have taken Allison home that night. Unfortunately, what occurred could not be changed. On August 18, 2021, the court sentenced Nelson to 18 years in prison for taking Allison's life. He could have received twice that sentence, but the judge noted there was no evidence confirming that Nelson knew Allison's route and time of return or that he planned to attack her. Moreover, due to the state of Allison's remains, no proof existed that Nelson had forced her into sexual activity. The story did not end there. Allison's family was dissatisfied with the original sentence, arguing that it was not proportionate to the crime. In 2022, they successfully appealed, and the court ordered a retrial of the case. As a result, on September 28, 2023, Nelson was sentenced to 35 years in prison. Allison's family's lawyers stressed that Nelson acted in a cruel and inhumane way, taking advantage of the trust of the victim and her relatives. The court determined that Nelson's actions were deliberate. He exploited his long-standing relationship with Allison to carry out the crime. The criminal court also considered Nelson's lack of remorse for his deeds. Although still grieving and angry, the victim's family felt some relief at the new verdict. The decision closed a painful chapter in their lives that had lasted more than 3 years and brought an end to this nightmare. Allison's family created a memorial at the location where her body was discovered. They placed a cross, flowers, and a small altar featuring a photo of Allison and a statue of the Virgin Mary. Allison's case drew significant attention in Costa Rican media and on social media. It also prompted numerous marches in memory of Allison and other women who had suffered similar acts of violence. Moving on to the next case. The case of Anna Maria Wilson. In May 2022, the cycling world was shaken by the shocking murder of rising star Anna. The tragedy stemmed from jealousy, betrayal, and obsession. At the center of the case was a volatile love triangle involving her affair with Colin Strickland and his girlfriend, Caitlin Armstrong. What exactly happened that night in Austin, Texas, and what drove Anna to her tragic death? The case remains a chilling examination of human emotions and how they can escalate into acts of extreme cruelty. From Anna's untimely death to the dramatic international manhunt that followed, the case not only left a lasting impression but also raised urgent questions about trust and justice. Anna Maria Wilson was born on May 18, 1996, in Littleton, New Hampshire. Her mother, Karen Wilson, was a cycling instructor, and her father, Eric Wilson, was a member of the U.S. ski team in 1977. With such parents, she seemed destined for a career in athletics. The family later moved to Kirby, Vermont, a scenic region with towering mountains, ski resorts, and elite preparatory schools focused on developing young athletes. Her father worked as a ski racing instructor at Burke Mountain Academy. From a young age, both Anna and her brother Matthew attended the school where their father worked. Both children were already accomplished skiers, much to the delight of their parents, especially Anna. She appeared to have inherited the athletic talent passed down from her parents. She was not only a skilled skier, but also captain of her football team and a promising gravel racer. This was where her true passion lay. For a brief period, she not only competed in events, but also won races with remarkable speed. Tragically, her bright future was destined to end prematurely. On May 11, 2022, at around 10 p.m. in Austin, Texas, during a friend's 25th birthday celebration, Anna was discovered bleeding from her head, unconscious, and not breathing in the bathroom. It was neither a freak accident nor a suicide attempt. She had been struck twice in the head and once in the chest. Shocked, her friend immediately called 911, desperately trying to save her. First responders arrived promptly and began CPR, but it was too late. Anna's fight for life had ended. Yet questions remained. What had happened, and what drove the attacker to end her life so brutally? Looking back, in 2019, Anna had graduated from Dortmund University with a degree in engineering. However, she had no plans to pursue a career as an engineer. Her true dream was to prove herself in sports. Within 2 years, she became a well-known cyclist, rising through the ranks and sharing podiums with established professional riders. She initially worked at a company, but soon quit to dedicate herself fully to cycling. Her professional life revolved entirely around training and competition. As her fame grew, she became more integrated into the cycling and athletic community, gaining friends and sponsors. One of these contacts was Colin Strickland, a 30-year-old experienced cyclist who shared a sponsor with Anna. In October 2021, Anna visited Austin, Texas, where Colin lived. Shortly after ending their previous relationships, Anna and Colin began a brief romantic involvement. Anna then returned to her home in California. Meanwhile, Colin reconciled with Caitlin Armstrong, a 34-year-old yoga instructor and realtor with whom he had previously dated. After their breakup, there was no animosity between Anna and Colin. They remained friends and active participants in the cycling community. A problem arose, however, because Caitlin disapproved of Colin's continued communication with Anna. Unaware of their prior involvement, Caitlin could not comprehend that their relationship was strictly platonic and professional. She began taking measures to prevent their communication, including blocking calls and deleting Anna's messages from Colin's phone. Colin, reluctant to end his relationship with Caitlin, feared losing her. In a misguided attempt to calm Caitlin, he saved Anna's number in his phone under a different name. Perhaps he saw no better solution, but it proved unwise. In January 2022, Anna and Colin participated in a cycling competition in Arkansas, accompanied by Caitlin. This created an awkward situation. Anna appeared unaware of the tension her friendship with Colin was causing. Though no overt conflict occurred, the atmosphere remained strained. The day after the event, Anna texted Colin asking about the status of their relationship. She mentioned that if Colin preferred to remain just friends, she was fine with that, but they needed to have a conversation. From Anna's message, it appeared she was uncertain about their relationship, at least from her perspective. Matters became even more complicated when Caitlin learned about Anna and Colin's past romantic involvement. Caitlin's friends reported that she was extremely angry, with some claiming she even threatened Anna, saying she would kill her. While such statements can be exaggerated in emotional moments and may not reflect actual intent, Caitlin felt her concerns were justified. Colin communicated with Anna during training, spent significant time with her at cycling competitions, and frequently messaged her. Since Caitlin knew about their prior relationship, she interpreted the situation differently. To her, it seemed obvious that Colin was cheating. Her suspicion intensified when she discovered that Colin had saved his messages with Anna under a fake name on his phone. Although Caitlin could have reacted impulsively, she remained composed and took months to process everything. On May 10th, Anna returned to Austin for a bike ride called Gravel Locomotives and stayed with a friend. Colin was also present on the trip. He planned to go swimming with Anna on May 11th at 5:30 p.m. and misled Caitlin about his evening plans. He picked up Anna from her friend's house, and they swam in a deep pool with a whirlpool as planned. After swimming, Colin and Anna had dinner at a poolside restaurant. He then dropped Anna back at her friend's house at 8:37 p.m. Colin texted Caitlin, claiming he had been asked to deliver flowers to a friend's house and was on his way home. He did not wait to ensure Anna arrived safely, assuming she would be fine. Coincidentally, as Colin sent the text, Anna's friend's doorbell rang, confirming her arrival. Of course, Caitlin did not believe Colin's story about delivering flowers. Curious about his actual activities, she used a special app on her phone to track his location. She also used the same app to check Anna's whereabouts. This app is typically used to plan exercise routes, which can be shared and compared with other users. It also allows real-time tracking of someone's location, such as during a run or bike ride, or even to monitor a partner suspected of infidelity. At 8:37 p.m., Anna arrived at her friend's house to attend the birthday celebration. Around 10 p.m., her friend called 911 after finding Anna seriously injured from a brutal attack. The police immediately began investigating the murder. The situation was complicated by the fact that the victim was from out of town. The first priority for law enforcement was identifying anyone in the area who knew Anna, and they quickly developed leads. They asked Anna's friend if anything had been stolen, but there were no obvious signs of a burglary. The only notable missing item was Anna's bicycle, which police later discovered abandoned in nearby bushes. The bike held significant value for a professional cyclist. However, if the attack had been a burglary, why had the perpetrator left the bike behind while taking nothing else from the house? The police quickly concluded that the incident was not the result of a failed burglary. Instead, it seems that the perpetrator held a personal grudge against the victim. Anna's friend, who had called 911, devastated by Anna's death, showed no indications of involvement. Consequently, the police ruled her out as a suspect. The investigation then shifted toward Anna's acquaintances in the area, specifically Colin and Caitlin. The police discovered that Caitlin had a Class B warrant for her arrest. Although this warrant was not for a serious offense, it was connected to fraud. Known previously, Caitlin had gone to a Botox clinic and, when it came time to pay, told the staff that her credit card was in her car. She left to retrieve her credit card, but never returned. The fraud was minor, totaling only $600, yet it gave the police a reason to bring Caitlin in for questioning regarding Anna's murder. Officer Wilson immediately believed it was time for Caitlin to face consequences for her actions. She did not deny her wrongdoing, as she likely anticipated only a minor penalty, such as an apology and a fine. Caitlin's demeanor changed dramatically when the police first asked about her activities over the prior 24 hours and then questioned her about Anna. Upon mention of the murder, her expression dropped, and she froze, visibly confused and uncertain how to respond. Despite her confusion, Caitlin attempted to account for her whereabouts, but her explanation was unconvincing. The investigator noted that Anna's friend had a doorbell camera and security cameras around her house. One camera focused on the front of the house, capturing part of the sidewalk and alley, along with passing cars and pedestrians. This footage became crucial. It recorded a black Jeep Grand Cherokee passing the house on May 11th, the same night Anna was killed. Caitlin was driving that vehicle. The police asked Caitlin to explain why she was in the area, but she could not provide a reason. She sat silently, appearing upset, arms crossed, avoiding eye contact, and rolling her eyes. Meanwhile, the police spoke with Colin, who recounted the full story of his friendship with Anna and the complications with Caitlin. The detectives described the situation as a love triangle involving Colin, Caitlin, and Anna. She had no alibi. On the other hand, the police had made an administrative error in the arrest warrant. Worse, the police database had her date of birth incorrect. Due to this error, Caitlin was released. After leaving the station, Caitlin acted quickly. She did not want to wait for the police to arrive at her door again, which she expected would occur soon. Caitlin booked a flight from Chile to New York, deleted all her social media accounts, and disappeared. For someone wishing to vanish, the vast and varied landscapes of the United States provide ideal cover. New York, with its enormous urban environment, offers the perfect concealment. Any police search in such a massive city would be like finding a needle in a haystack. On May 14th at 12:30, Caitlin was seen on surveillance entering Austin International Airport. She then took a connecting flight to Houston and another to LaGuardia Airport in New York. On May 17th, U.S. Marshals obtained a warrant for Caitlin Armstrong's arrest, which had previously gone unexecuted. Shortly afterward, on May 18th, she was spotted at LaGuardia Airport. Caitlin, however, used smaller domestic flights to evade authorities, staying one step ahead of law enforcement. Upon arriving in New York, she obtained an ID under the name Christine Armstrong, her sister's name. At the time, little was known about this sister. Authorities believed Christine did not live in New York, but was actually in California. Obtaining an ID was a risky move for Caitlin. Authorities now knew she was in New York, and the ID was linked to a relative with the same last name. It was highly improbable that her sister, supposedly in California, would suddenly move to New York while Caitlin was on the run. Police eventually obtained a copy of Caitlin's ID, listing her address as Camp Haven, a recreational area in Livingston Estate, New York. 6 weeks into the search, there were no leads. Colin went into hiding, fearing that Caitlin would return and harm him after he spoke out. Caitlin's sister, Tina Armstrong, also sought refuge, avoiding the media and making no public comments about Caitlin. At that time, Caitlin continued to avoid authorities, and the theory that she was hiding at Camp Haven was dismissed. After numerous efforts, on June 29, 2022, U.S. federal agents and Costa Rican police surrounded the San Teresa nursing home. A joint task force entered and quickly emerged with a woman dressed in black, her nose bandaged. She bore no resemblance to the striking Caitlin with long red hair and bright eyes, yet it was Caitlin. Authorities ultimately captured her. They discovered that Caitlin had left the U.S. via New York Airport on May 18th at 8 p.m., using a fake passport. She had never been to Camp Haven. Instead, her strategy involved taking various flights to mislead the police, which succeeded perfectly. While police searched New York, she arrived in San Jose, Costa Rica. Since Caitlin's arrest, numerous rumors and theories have surfaced. A central question is whether she acted alone or had accomplices. She led a comfortable life as a yoga instructor and realtor, though she was not wealthy. In fewer than 50 days, she managed to book and pay for multiple domestic flights and an international flight to Costa Rica. The bruises and bandages on her face suggest she likely underwent plastic surgery shortly after arriving in Costa Rica, which is expensive. Eventually, police located her black Jeep at a local dealership. On May 13th, Caitlin sold the vehicle for $12,200. This partially explains how she was able to cover some of her expenses. However, $12,200 is not a substantial sum when trying to remain hidden, and it is doubtful it covered all her travel, living costs, and surgery. Suspicion has shifted toward her sister Christine. It is important to note that this remains only a theory, not confirmed, as no definitive evidence exists regarding anyone's involvement, including her sister. The day after Caitlin arrived in New York, she obtained an ID under Christine's name. When arrested, she had a copy of Christine's driver's license with her. Meanwhile, the day after Caitlin's arrival, Christine applied for a new driver's license, claiming hers was lost. Did she assist Caitlin in evading authorities? This question remains unanswered. Another possibility is that Colin may have played a significant role in the case. Some suspect a conspiracy involving Colin and Caitlin. They believe Colin's text to Caitlin, sent just after he dropped Anna off at her friend's house, claiming he was delivering flowers, was actually a secret message about Anna's location. There is no evidence supporting this theory. It remains speculative. Nonetheless, Colin has a questionable history of honesty. He concealed his relationship with Anna and altered her name in his phone to prevent Caitlin from discovering the truth. He also told police that he and Caitlin had broken up before Anna arrived in town and that Caitlin approved of him dating others. If so, why did he text Caitlin about his whereabouts, and why was she upset about Anna and Colin's friendship? Since Caitlin's arrest, police have worked diligently to gather evidence. A key piece involves ballistic evidence linked to a 9mm weapon purchased by Colin, not Caitlin. A man gave this weapon to her in January 2022, and investigators later found it in her home. Detectives are also investigating whether someone from another country assisted Caitlin. After her deportation, law enforcement held a press conference discussing how rapidly she managed to escape and catch multiple connecting flights. Additionally, she possessed a passport that did not belong to her. On July 21, 2022, Caitlin participated in her first online trial, pleading not guilty to first-degree murder. In October 2022, she attended a second hearing to determine whether she could be released while awaiting a jury trial. Various options were discussed, but Caitlin remained confident she would face a grand jury regarding the murder charges, insisting on her innocence. She remained in Travis County Jail until her trial. According to her lawyer, prosecutors were hesitant to proceed to trial, citing insufficient evidence for a conviction. The defense argued that the officers involved were inexperienced and did not properly act on information regarding Caitlin's ex-boyfriend. They also noted that Caitlin's and Colin's home was vandalized the night Anna was killed, questioning why this was not thoroughly investigated and who may have been responsible. The defense argued that the police investigation was incompetent. They assert that law enforcement attempted to cover up errors and misconduct related to the case. The court hearing was scheduled 1 week after the bail hearing. However, the defense filed a motion to suppress evidence obtained by police, claiming Caitlin was not read her rights. They argued this invalidated evidence, including her initial arrest linked to the Botox clinic. As a result, the judge paused the trial while considering the motions, and a new pretrial date was set for June 22, 2023, though it has not yet been fully confirmed. A few months later, Caitlin Armstrong was sentenced to 90 years in prison for Anna Maria Wilson's murder. The sentence was handed down on November 17, 2023, following her conviction by a Texas jury the previous day. Caitlin was found guilty of attacking Anna 3 times in May 2022, motivated by jealousy over Anna's prior relationship with her boyfriend, Colin. Anna, a rising star in professional cycling, was shot and killed in Austin, Texas. Investigations revealed disturbing connections between Caitlin Armstrong, Cloyne, and Anna. Caitlin's jealousy led her to commit murder. Her trial concluded in November 2023 with a guilty verdict and a 90-year prison sentence. Although the case is closed, the circumstances surrounding Anna's death continue to provoke debate. Moving on to the next case. Case of Anna Repkina. Anna Alexieva Repkina, a charming and outgoing woman from Chelyabinsk, Russia, came from a respectable family. With a strong work ethic, a passion for travel, rock music, and cats, of which she owned several, Anna was a vibrant individual. She loved capturing life's precious moments through photography and held romantic relationships in high regard. Her ultimate aspiration was to find true love, settle down, have children, and create a happy family. Anna's remarkable sense of humor made her enjoyable to be around, something her friends and acquaintances frequently noted. However, her life took a dramatic turn in 2016 when a high school sweetheart of 7 years ended their relationship, leaving her heartbroken. Despite this heartbreak, Anna refused to abandon her dreams. She took the initiative to try online dating, determined to find her ideal partner. On a Russian dating site, she encountered a promising match who seemed to embody all the qualities she sought. Anna met a charming young man named William Hargrove, a 26-year-old from Oregon who worked as a bouncer and mechanic. What attracted her to him was his fascination with Russian culture, but more importantly, his adoration for her. William consistently treated Anna with kindness, frequently complimenting her and making an effort to be present for her whenever she needed him, despite the physical distance separating them. Those who knew him described William as a charismatic and passionate individual with a great sense of humor, inspiring those around him to pursue their dreams. As their online relationship developed over several months, their bond strengthened. They appeared perfectly suited for one another, sharing similar tastes in music, a love for live performances, and a comparable sense of humor. Friends who knew them observed that Anna and William complemented each other beautifully. William's caring disposition was evident through thoughtful gestures, such as sending Anna flowers even while separated by oceans. Anna and William's online chemistry was undeniable, yet they wished to confirm their connection in person. So in December 2016, they chose to elevate their relationship to the next level. Anna booked a flight to Oregon to spend the Christmas holidays with William. However, she initially made a mistake and purchased a ticket to Portland, Maine instead of Portland, Oregon. Before realizing the error, she had already flown to Maine, but she remained determined to make it work. After correcting her flight arrangements, Anna finally arrived in Oregon. William picked her up from the airport, and they spent the following 10 days together. He took her on sightseeing trips, and they enjoyed activities such as visiting the seaside, playing in the snow, and cuddling by the fire. William also introduced her to his friends, and they celebrated New Year's Eve together, sharing a romantic kiss at midnight. It was the perfect Christmas experience for Anna. After a whirlwind 10-day visit, William proposed to Anna using his grandmother's emerald ring, and she happily accepted. However, what Anna did not know was that William was leading a double life. During their time together, he had also been secretly seeing his 33-year-old landlady, Michelle Chavez, behind her back. William rented a room in Michelle's house, and it appeared he also held a special place in her heart. Michelle was married with 2 children, but this did not prevent her romantic involvement with William. Their affair had persisted for over a year when Anna, William's girlfriend, visited Michelle's home. Unbeknownst to Anna, she was meeting her rival, as Michelle was her boyfriend's landlady. Michelle displayed understanding when William brought Anna to her home, possibly thinking William would never leave her or believing Anna was insignificant, much like her own husband. Whatever the reason, Michelle did not reveal their secret. It was not until Michelle discovered the engagement ring that her husband's stance on the situation became clear to everyone involved. Meanwhile, Anna returned to Russia, unaware of the turmoil she had left behind. After posting a photo of her engagement ring on Facebook, the social media algorithm brought the post to Michelle's attention. Michelle's anger was not solely due to William's engagement to another woman. Michelle had planned to leave her husband to be with William, and as a symbol of her commitment, had removed her wedding ring and given it to him. However, she soon realized that the ring was identical to the engagement ring William had given to Anna. It turned out that William had given Anna Michelle's own wedding ring, which had been reused. Michelle confronted William about this, and he attempted to calm her, insisting that Anna meant nothing to him and promising to end their engagement on March 1, 2017. Meanwhile, Anna had packed her belongings, including her wedding dress, and had quit her job, prepared to begin a new life with William in another part of the world. Michelle was unhappy about this development. Anna's mother, Yelena, also had doubts about her daughter's hasty decision. She was unsure about William, whom Anna barely knew, and felt she was rushing into things. Anna, however, was certain she was in love and saw no reason to wait. Yelena finally released Michelle from her hold. Michelle, realizing Anna's visit was not a social call, grew furious. She demanded that William find another place to live, refusing to allow the engaged couple to remain under her roof. William complied, renting an apartment for himself and Anna. However, he continued to secretly see Michelle, sneaking out to visit her and assuring her of his commitment while downplaying Anna's importance. Michelle became increasingly concerned about William's deepening relationship with Anna, so she took action. She contacted Anna on Facebook, revealing the details of her ongoing affair with William. Anna reported the conversation to William, but he dismissed it as Michelle's jealousy. Anna believed him, and the couple decided to ignore Michelle's warnings and concentrate on their future together. They set a wedding date for March 23rd and planned a beachside ceremony. Anna wore the wedding dress she had brought from Russia, and they headed to the beach. However, the officiant did not show up. After waiting for what seemed like an eternity, they returned home. They planned to attempt the wedding again in April. On that same day, surveillance footage captured the couple buying food at a McDonald's drive-thru. Anna sat in the passenger seat, still wearing her wedding dress. William had lied to her, claiming the officiant was sick. Despite claiming he did not love Anna, William had kept her convinced he was not invested in their relationship. Meanwhile, Michelle had grown weary of William's manipulation. On April 15th, Michelle issued an ultimatum to William: choose between her and Anna. She made it clear that if Anna was not gone by April 20th, she would take drastic action, build a snowman, a sinister phrase meaning to kill someone, and hide the body in a snowy area where it would never be discovered. After issuing her threat, Michelle lost contact with William and assumed he had chosen Anna over her. She left him voicemails expressing her feelings. On Sunday, April 16th, William called Michelle to inform her that he was single again, having just ended his tumultuous relationship with Anna, who was now returning to Russia. Coincidentally, William had struck a deer with his car and was waiting at the Ailey Martile store for repairs. He asked Michelle to meet him there. As it was Easter Sunday, Michelle was attending a family gathering, but she excused herself to see William. When she arrived, they reconnected with an intimate moment in William's car, reaffirming their strong bond. On April 17th, Anna's body was discovered in the forest. Initially, investigators could not identify her, as no identification was found with the body, and she had only been in the state for approximately a month. The crime scene lacked a murder weapon, but was scattered with trash. However, amidst the debris, a clear plastic bag drew their attention. Inside, they discovered a KFC receipt, an empty Pepsi cup, and a KFC chicken paper bag. The KFC receipt proved to be the critical clue in solving the case. It contained a date, time, and debit card number, which led investigators to Kevin Thomas. When questioned, Kevin stated that he was best friends with William and had been getting to know Anna. He also mentioned a tradition he shared with William of eating lunch at KFC every Friday. The receipt, as it turned out, was from a purchase made about a week before Kevin's questioning. The investigation into Anna's death uncovered William's deceitful conduct. In his interview, Kevin disclosed that William had borrowed his shotgun, claiming he wanted to go to the woods to clear his mind. However, William never returned the weapon. The police began to suspect William and Michelle after hearing Kevin's account. Following Anna's death, William's behavior grew increasingly unusual and suspicious. He withdrew money from Anna's bank account to pay off his debts, and was caught on camera purchasing cigars and Star Wars Legos at various stores. William also confided in Kevin that he was spending money recklessly as a way to cope with his emotions. Furthermore, he started researching time travel and even contacted strangers on WhatsApp, offering to trade his soul for the chance to go back in time. William wished to travel back to April 16th to prevent a situation caused by his best friend's mistake. On that day, however, William was seen crying in a store employee's arms, claiming his girlfriend had just broken up with him. He had moved back in with Michelle, but was later picked up by the police and questioned. The police asked William about his whereabouts on April 16th, and he stated he had been on a drive with Michelle. When asked about Anna, he denied having a romantic relationship with her, claiming they had only gone on 2 dates and he had ended things. According to William, their last interaction occurred in mid-March when Anna mistakenly posted their engagement on Facebook, causing conflict with Michelle. When questioned about the trash found near his late fiancée, or the woman he had dated, William admitted to littering, but claimed it consisted only of KFC trash and a can from the general store, unrelated to Anna's death. Approximately 40 miles separated the ALP General Store from the logging road. However, investigators did not accept William's alibi. Lieutenant Chris Duffett, one of the investigators, quickly intensified the pressure by revealing that William's trash had been discovered near a murder victim at a different location. Initially, William reacted with surprise and heartbreak, feigning disbelief that he was being questioned about a murder. 2 days after Anna Repkina's body was discovered, her fiancé William Hargrove was arrested for her murder on April 19th. During the investigation, Michelle was also questioned about her whereabouts on April 16th, the day Anna was killed. At first, Michelle adhered to a rehearsed alibi, claiming she and William had spent the day together, with William picking her up from her mother's house and going on a drive. However, Michelle later changed her story, admitting she had lied initially. She then stated that she and William had planned to meet, but he never called or showed up. When the police revealed that William was in custody for murder, Michelle's response was unexpectedly calm, saying only okay. The investigator pressed Michelle about her apparent lack of emotion, which eventually caused her to break down, and she tearfully explained that her initial calmness was due to being in shock. William Hargrove was indicted on charges of murder, identity theft, and 2 counts of theft in June 2018. His trial began in October 2019, with the prosecution seeking the maximum penalties for each charge, while the defense argued for a more lenient sentence. William's defenders maintained his innocence and claimed that Melissa, the spurned lover, was the actual perpetrator. However, the prosecution presented a strong case against William, supported by evidence and motive. The evidence showed that William was torn between 2 lovers, with Anna pressuring him to make a choice. Records also showed William and Anna driving together in an alone car. On the day of Anna's murder, William's cell phone was tracked to the logging road at 4:30 p.m. The shotgun used to kill Anna was found in William's car, with his fingerprints being the only ones on the weapon. Despite denying any involvement in Anna's death, William was caught using her money to shop and pay his car insurance, and was even filmed withdrawing cash from an ATM using her card. The prosecution argued that William had driven Anna to the forest, removed her from the car, and then executed her with his shotgun. They claimed that William was faced with a choice between Anna and Michelle, which motivated his actions. In contrast, the defense argued their client was innocent. They suggested that Melissa was the actual perpetrator. A threat from Melissa to build a snowman with Anna, her cell phone found near the logging road, and Anna's cell phone discovered in Melissa's house suggested that Melissa had planned the crime. Melissa, who was not charged with any crimes, testified as a witness for the prosecution. She explained that she worked as a late-night cab driver and was married to an Oregon State University instructor, though their marriage was loveless and open. She met William at a bar where he worked and, with her husband's permission, began a romantic relationship with him. As their relationship grew, William rented a room in her house. When Anna entered the picture, Melissa did not feel threatened, due to her open relationship with William. Melissa explained that by her second visit, she could no longer tolerate the situation, especially after seeing her own wedding ring on Anna's finger. Although she had given William an ultimatum, she had no role in William's actions that harmed Anna. Melissa clarified that she never intended for Anna to be hurt or killed. She denied the defense's allegations, stating that the build a snowman threat was just a joke, a light-hearted family comment, even if extreme. She acknowledged that her cell phone had been found in the forest, but stated that William had driven her there. She did not know why or what he intended to do. Furthermore, William had given her Anna's cell phone the day before he was questioned, and as his partner, she naturally held on to it. Melissa's testimony lasted 14 hours, and she was not the only one. About 70 others testified, including Anna's mother, William's best friend and roommate, some of Melissa's family members, and others. Throughout the case, Melissa faced intense scrutiny, particularly in her hometown in Oregon, where locals criticized and ostracized her. Michelle had reached a low point and attempted suicide, though fortunately she survived. The prosecutor praised Michelle's willingness to take responsibility, describing her actions as tough, even super tough. After a month of court proceedings, the judge asked the jury to deliver their verdict. The jury deliberated for less than 3 hours before returning a decision. Despite the defense's efforts, they could not find Michelle guilty of Anna's death. No physical evidence linked Michelle to the crime scene or the weapon, and she had a solid alibi, having celebrated Easter at her mother's house, with multiple witnesses confirming her presence. Meanwhile, William maintained his not guilty plea, but the overwhelming evidence against him led to his conviction on all charges. He was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. Anna's attorney announced plans to appeal the verdict. Notably, the jurors formed a strong bond during the trial. After the trial, they visited the logging trail where Anna's life was tragically ended to pay their respects. Anna will be remembered as a courageous young woman who left her home in Russia to build a new life in the United States. She was loving and openly shared her affection with others. She was cherished by many during her life, and her memory will continue to be loved and honored. Prosecutor Amy Matsuko stated. Moving on to the next case. The case of Carrie Leah Farver. Carrie Leah Farver was born on November 30th, 1974, in Macedonia, Nebraska, USA. As a single mother, she raised her son, Max Maxwell, after experiencing unsuccessful relationships in the past. Raising Max proved challenging for Carrie. Despite her profound love for her child, she battled depression, which resulted in a period where she remained in bed for a month. During this time, her mother, Nancy Rainey, cared for Max. Carrie's difficult relationship with Max's father and unstable living conditions contributed to her mental health struggles. At the age of 20, Carrie's difficulties led to a diagnosis of bipolar disorder. This condition causes severe mood swings ranging from euphoria, heightened productivity, and excessive friendliness to depression, bitterness, and feelings of helplessness. Although bipolar disorder greatly complicates daily life, Carrie's doctor discovered an effective treatment for her in the early 2000s. With this treatment, Carrie was able to manage her condition and live a relatively normal life. Whether Carrie wished to stabilize her personal life remains uncertain. On one hand, what woman doesn't dream of a suitable partner? On the other hand, why commit to someone who could bring worries and misfortunes? Carrie grew up in a loving family and maintained an active lifestyle. She played sports and aspired to become a doctor. However, her ambitions were cut short during her first medical practice when she fainted at the sight of blood. Choosing not to risk her health or the well-being of her patients, she pursued a career in programming instead. In the fall of 2012, Carrie received a job offer in Omaha with good prospects and decided to accept it. However, her son Max was in middle school and preferred to remain in familiar surroundings, so he stayed with his grandmother in Macedonia. According to Amy, a friend of Carrie's father, Carrie had a radiant smile that drew attention whenever she entered a room. It was likely this trait that caught Dave Kropa's eye when they met at an auto repair shop in November 2012. As Carrie showed him something inside her car, a Ford Explorer, Dave felt an instant attraction. Their first date occurred shortly thereafter, but their time together was interrupted by numerous calls and messages from a woman named Liz, who eventually came by Dave's apartment to retrieve something she had left there earlier. Dave informed Carrie about his past relationship with Liz, whom he had met on a dating site 6 months earlier. They had been together for a while, but he ended things because she was extremely clingy. Carrie was understanding and unfazed by Liz's presence in Dave's apartment, acknowledging that everyone has past relationships that can resurface. 2 weeks after moving in, Carrie began dating Dave. They had discussed their expectations beforehand and agreed on a brief, casual affair. Liz, whose full name is Shawnanna Elizabeth Govlier, was the first person Dave met online in 2012. Dave and Liz had children around the same age. However, Dave felt Liz was not a suitable long-term partner due to her limited education and lack of shared interests. Their relationship centered more on physical intimacy than meaningful conversations. Over time, Liz became increasingly interested in Dave's activities when she was not present, particularly regarding who he was seeing. However, Dave consistently reminded her that they were in an open relationship, implying she should not be concerned about his interactions with others. He also reassured her that she had the freedom to date other men if she chose to do so. Despite Dave's openness, Liz could not overcome her feelings of dissatisfaction and jealousy, particularly toward Dave's children and their mother, Amy. She struggled to comprehend the close bond that endured between Dave and Amy even after their breakup. Consequently, Liz's behavior grew increasingly possessive, prompting Dave to create distance between them. It was during this period of separation that Carrie entered Dave's life. Carrie was not only beautiful but also stylish, intelligent, and an excellent conversationalist. Dave found himself lost in conversation with her for hours, feeling an undeniable connection as they shared common interests and perspectives. Liz noticed that Dave was becoming progressively distant, so she attempted to rekindle their connection by sending messages, emails, and making phone calls. However, he had no intention of ceasing his interactions with Carrie or anyone else on her account. Meanwhile, Carrie and Dave were spending more nights together, which suited Carrie's work schedule and was enjoyable for Dave. Carrie appeared to be taking things lightly, focusing on having fun and not seeking anything serious. In December 2015, Liz was shot and non-fatally wounded, prompting her to suspect who might be responsible and realize she needed to take action. 2 years earlier, on November 13, 2012, Carrie had kissed Dave goodbye before he left for work, expecting to see him later. However, that would be the final time they saw each other. At 9:45 a.m. that morning, Dave received a surprising text message from Carrie stating she wanted to move in with him permanently. Dave found this message disturbing as they had previously discussed and agreed not to rush into a relationship, being content with their current situation. Dave replied that he wasn't ready for such a change, but Carrie's response was unpleasant and profane. He was shocked to find that all of Carrie's belongings were gone from the apartment. This led him to believe she had left him for good. That same day, Carrie also removed him as a friend on Facebook, which seemed to conclude the matter. However, Dave began receiving multiple rude texts and emails from Carrie daily, containing curses and threats to ruin his life. Carrie sent a large number of these messages, all of which were aggressive. Uncharacteristically, she also stopped showing up for work, despite being known for her punctuality. The strange messages were not only directed at Dave, but also at her mother and 15-year-old son, Max. She claimed to have found a job in Kansas and planned to take Max with her, but wanted to be alone for the time being due to concerns over her failed romance. In May 2013, Carrie posted on Facebook that she had left of her own free will and was exhausted by criticism. She was not missing her old life, but was not ready to return home. Carrie asserted her independence as a grown woman, stating she had the right to leave home if she chose. She apologized for hurting everyone by leaving abruptly. However, as time passed, Carrie failed to reappear. Her mother grew increasingly worried when Carrie missed important family events, including her own birthday, Max's birthday, and other celebrations. The final indication that something was seriously wrong came when Carrie missed her father's funeral. Liz began receiving messages from Carrie, which were insulting, humiliating, and even threatening. Carrie warned Liz to stay away from Dave. Confounded by Carrie's behavior, Liz reached out to Dave, who revealed he was experiencing a similar situation. Carrie was sending him messages and emails, accusing him of wrongdoing, calling him a liar, and vowing revenge for the pain he allegedly caused her. The messages were sometimes ominous, with Carrie claiming to know what Dave was doing at that moment. This shared experience brought Dave and Liz closer together, but also caused Dave to feel guiltier about the trouble he had caused. The messages from Carrie became increasingly menacing and were filled with grammatical errors and illogical content. This was unusual, as Carrie's mother stated that her daughter had always been a calm person who wrote coherent and well-structured letters and documents. Carrie was known to be meticulous about spelling and writing style. It is possible that she had experienced even more severe mental health issues. Her actions appeared to be driven entirely by her uncontrolled mental state. A key indicator of dissociative identity disorder, also known as split personality, is the presence of separate, simultaneous self-consciousness in each ego, each possessing its own distinct memories, thoughts, behaviors, and tendencies toward specific actions. This might account for Carrie's unusual behavior and altered writing style. Everything indicated she was unstable, which is why the police did not initially consider her missing, instead concentrating on halting the pursuit of Liz and Dave. They attempted to track Carrie's cell phone, but were unsuccessful due to blocked signals. Meanwhile, Liz and Dave continued receiving hundreds of texts and emails, sometimes simultaneously receiving hostile messages while together. Dave and Liz continued dating, but he felt uneasy around her as she became increasingly demanding. Despite claiming to be comfortable with their no-commitment arrangement, Liz's behavior suggested otherwise. Each time Dave tried to end things with Liz, Carrie would begin texting him, bonding over their shared sense of victimization. This commonality drew Dave and Carrie closer, causing them to reunite repeatedly. In January 2013, a missing car was unexpectedly discovered in Dave's front yard. However, the fingerprints on the steering wheel did not match Carrie's, and the vehicle displayed no suspicious signs. The police eventually returned the car to Carrie's parents. Carrie continued messaging Liz and Dave, escalating her behavior by sending pictures of their children and threatening to harm them unless Dave ceased contact with Liz. Over time, Carrie's stalking persisted, and Liz's jealousy intensified, frustrating Dave. He grew exhausted by the events unfolding in his life, and eventually summoned the strength to end his relationship with Liz. This decision occurred shortly after a tragic incident in August 2013, when Liz reported a fire at her home that killed all her pets, including a snake, a cat, and 2 dogs. Liz suspected Carrie was responsible, citing repeated threats sent via texts and emails. The incident marked a major turning point in the missing person case of Carrie Farver, leading to her placement on a federal wanted list. Tens of thousands of messages were meticulously examined. Law enforcement seized cell phones from Dave and Liz, believing Dave was also at risk. Someone had vandalized the auto repair shop where he worked and thrown a brick through a window. It appeared that Carrie's anger was directed at anyone connected to Dave. Consequently, Amy Flora, Fave's ex-wife, began receiving threatening messages from Carrie. As Dave spent time with his children, he also interacted with Amy regularly. The police were puzzled as to why Carrie, who had dated Dave for less than 2 weeks, was now stalking Dave and his ex-wife. Investigators decided to focus on Dave Kuppa, as Carrie's disappearance raised numerous questions that needed answers. It was a mystery that did not add up. Carrie Farver's family was also relentlessly searching for her, exploring every possible lead to locate her. Their efforts eventually bore fruit in the spring of 2015, when detectives Ryan Avis and Jim Doty took on the case. Unfortunately, they discovered no evidence that Carrie was still alive. One detective shared their thoughts with ABC News. It is unusual for adults to suddenly vanish without using any money. No one saw or heard from her, which makes no sense. She had a good income and a nice home. I have come to believe that I have no proof she is alive. With assistance from a digital forensics expert, the detectives analyzed data from Kropa and Gore's phones from 2013. They discovered that Carrie had sent over 50,000 texts and 15,000 emails to Dave in just 3 years. Whoever was impersonating Carrie became increasingly sophisticated, attempting to conceal their IP address and true identity. Someone with expertise in computer programs appeared to be behind the strange events. In December 2015, Liz Gart contacted the police once again, this time reporting that she had been shot in the leg on her own doorstep. She claimed that her attacker was Amy Flora, not Carrie. Coincidentally, Dave was missing a gun to which Amy may have had access. This new development raised suspicions that Amy could be involved in Carrie's disappearance. The investigation uncovered a lead suggesting Amy's possible motive. She may have been seeking revenge against women connected to Dave Kropa. Amy's relationship with Dave had been complicated, and the presence of other women in his life might have prevented them from reuniting. The police promptly questioned Amy, but surprisingly, she had a solid alibi. Multiple witnesses confirmed that she was not at Liz's house when the shooting occurred, so no arrest was made. The investigation grew increasingly perplexing. New details emerged from the analysis of Liz's cell phone data. Investigators discovered fake email addresses using variations of Farver's name and an app used to schedule messages. This finding explained how Liz and Dave received simultaneous messages from Carrie. The investigation led to suspicion of Liz Govlier, which intensified when her fingerprint matched those found on Carrie's car steering wheel. It became clear who the culprit was, and the priority shifted to preventing further harm. To catch Liz off guard, detectives devised a plan to create a false narrative, pretending to still consider Amy the prime suspect, aiming to prevent Liz from fleeing or destroying evidence. Liz fell for the trap. She was thrilled at the opportunity to eliminate another rival who threatened her relationship with Dave. Soon after, Liz Govlier provided the police with an email supposedly written by Amy. The email contained a confession to kidnapping Carrie, along with specific details about the crime. According to the confession, Carrie had been stabbed in the stomach or chest area before her body was disposed of. The email also revealed information about Carrie's car and home that had not been publicly disclosed. An investigative spokeswoman stated that Liz gave detectives information that only someone intimately involved in the crime could have known. In doing so, she inadvertently implicated herself in Carrie Farver's murder. The letter indicated that the crime occurred in a car, prompting authorities to re-examine the victim's vehicle. Upon removing the seat covers and fabric, specialists discovered a bloodstain belonging to Carrie Farver. Liz had managed to send messages posing as Carrie without raising suspicion, but the method remained unclear. Reports indicated that Liz Govlier led a double life, dating both Dave and a man named Garrett. Notably, Garrett's IP address was linked to messages sent under Carrie's name. When questioned, Garrett revealed that he had been in a long-term relationship with Liz. Out of kindness, Garrett had invited Liz to move in with him and his children after a fire. However, their relationship became complicated and deteriorated significantly once they started living together. Garrett often took care of Liz's children while she isolated herself in her room or left the house. He was shocked by what the police told him. Investigators discovered that Liz spent 40 to 50 hours a week pretending to be a missing woman. Although her room was messy, no significant evidence was found there. However, authorities did find several cell phones and electronic devices at her last residence. In late December 2016, Shawnanna Liz was charged with first-degree murder. The county prosecutor commented on the complexity of the investigation, stating that while most murders are dark, this crime was particularly bizarre. It would require considerable convincing to make someone believe it truly happened. Liz's actions, including allowing her dog to die in a fire she set herself and shooting herself in the thigh, were attempts to deflect suspicion from herself. Liz's attorney, James Martin Davis, believed the case against her was weak since it relied largely on circumstantial evidence. Key pieces of evidence were missing, including Carrie's body and the crime weapon, and Liz had not confessed to the crime. In fact, there was no conclusive proof that Carrie was even dead. The defense team requested a mistrial, which would allow a judge to determine the extent of Shawnanna's culpability. The prosecution presented a substantial amount of complex electronic evidence, along with physical evidence. They argued that the amount of blood found on the passenger seat of Carrie's car supported the theory that she had been stabbed. Investigators also discovered a direct link between Shawnanna and Carrie's murder by analyzing a memory card that Shawnanna had used around the time Carrie went missing. The memory card, found in a tablet stored at Dave's residence, contained deleted images. It was clear that the foot belonged to a person who had been deceased for several years. Notably, Carrie had a similar tattoo among her distinguishing features. Her mother later confirmed that the tattoo indeed belonged to Carrie. The photo solidified the conviction of Shawnanna Liz as a predator. The judge ruled her guilty of first-degree murder and imposed a life sentence without parole, stating that Carrie Farver did not disappear by choice but was tragically murdered. Authorities suspect that Shawnanna murdered Carrie, allowed her body to decompose, and then burned the remains to destroy all evidence. Motivated by jealousy, she sought to eliminate her rival. After disposing of Carrie, Shawnanna took her cell phone and used it to send messages that would make Farver appear unstable and help win back Dave's favor. When this plan succeeded, Shawnanna attempted to eliminate Amy as well, but she became too entangled in her own scheme and ultimately fell into her own trap. Shawnanna, also known as Liz, was also found guilty of arson for setting fire to her own home in August 2013 and attempting to blame it on Carrie. The fire destroyed the house and killed pets, resulting in an additional 20-year prison sentence. She is currently serving her sentence at the Nebraska Correctional Center for Women, despite maintaining her innocence. Dave revealed that he received thousands of emails and text messages signed by Carrie over the years. However, he claimed that he never noticed Carrie stalking him during their relationship, which contrasts sharply with his experience with Shawnanna. So, what became of Carrie's son, Maxwell Farver? According to his LinkedIn profile, he followed in his mother's footsteps and became a computer programmer. He graduated from the University of Iowa with a degree in software engineering and data science, and is now married. Although it is unlikely he has forgotten the past, he may have found some peace with his new family. As for Dave Kropa, he now leads a private life away from the public eye. He does not maintain a public account on any social media platform. This disturbing crime story serves as a harsh reminder of the complexities and manipulations that can occur in human relationships. It underscores how vulnerable we can be in our own surroundings, unaware of the true nature of those around us. Moving on to the next case. Case of Cassie Farrington. Cassie was born on December 22, 1990, in the state of Virginia. She was the second child out of four born to Chuck and Darlene Brooks. Cassie performed very well academically and was an engaged student. She became a member of the National Honor Society and took part in sports activities. Her original ambition was to follow a career path in medicine. However, when Cassie reached the age of 16, her life changed dramatically. She became pregnant, which caused her to alter her plans and goals for the future. Several significant changes in Cassie's life took place during the following month. Cassie completed high school, gave birth to a child, married Bradley Farrington, and moved out of her parents' home, all within a very short time frame of just 1 month. Several years afterward, she welcomed another child. But as time passed, her family relationships began to break down. In the end, the marriage eventually resulted in divorce. Even so, she pushed forward, raising her 2 young children in Silver City, a small town with a population of roughly 10,000 people. At the age of 22, she was employed as a nurse at the local hospital and rented a place from a co-worker. When she turned 23, Cassie began a new relationship with a man named David Barry. He quickly formed a bond with her children, and she felt thankful for how well things were going. Instead of moving too quickly, they concentrated on creating a life together as a family unit. Cassie shared with her loved ones and co-workers that David had brought joy to both her and her children, and she felt hopeful that this new relationship would provide the peace and happiness she had been lacking after her earlier failed marriage. On March 24, 2014, Cassie called her parents after completing her night shift at Silver City Hospital. They spoke for a few minutes, during which she explained her plan to drive home, collect her children, and take them to school. After that, she planned to go back home and rest for a couple of hours before picking her children up from school later that same day. School staff contacted Cassie's parents when they were unable to reach her. Her children had finished their school day, but Cassie had not arrived to pick them up. Cassie's mother attempted to call her, but there was no response. Believing that Cassie might have overslept following a night shift, her mother asked Cheryl, her landlord, to check whether Cassie was home and if she was all right. Cheryl went to the house and knocked on the door, but no one responded. She then walked around the house and looked through the window of the back door, where she noticed water flowing from the bathroom into the kitchen. She knocked more forcefully on the door and called out Cassie's name, but still received no answer. Using her own key, Cheryl unlocked the door and went inside the house. The sound of running water was louder and clearer. As she crossed the wet floor toward the bathroom, Cheryl called Cassie's name, her voice trembling slightly. That was when she saw Cassie. Cheryl, who was both a co-worker and a friend of Cassie's, found her lifeless body in the overflowing bathtub. Cassie was lying face down, dressed in a house robe, as water continued to spill out. Although Cheryl had first aid training, she realized that Cassie had been dead for several hours because rigor mortis had already begun, making CPR impossible. Cheryl immediately called 911 to report what had happened. She then delivered the heartbreaking news to Cassie's parents by phone, informing them of their daughter's death. While waiting for paramedics and police to arrive, Cheryl took a moment to look around the house. She observed that the second bathroom, located in another part of the home, also had a faucet left on with water running. However, the tub there had an overflow protection system, so the extra water was not spilling onto the floor but draining away instead. Cheryl also noticed that the towel rack in the bathroom had been ripped from the wall and was lying on the floor. When they received the news, Chuck and Darlene, Cassie's parents, were overwhelmed with grief. They immediately stopped what they were doing and traveled from Arizona to Silver City. Within just a few hours, they arrived at the home where their daughter's body had been discovered. The police were already present at the scene, examining the circumstances surrounding Cassie's death. Officers noted that there were no signs of forced entry into the home, as all the locks remained secured, the windows were shut, and the glass was unbroken. In addition, valuables inside the house were undisturbed, making robbery an unlikely motive. The local sheriff questioned Chuck and Darlene, asking whether Cassie had intended to take her own life, and if she had any reason to do so. Chuck and Darlene strongly rejected this idea and insisted there was no possibility Cassie would have done that. The police chief repeatedly told Cassie's parents that she had most likely committed suicide, as though he were trying to persuade them to accept that conclusion. However, Cassie's parents felt the police investigation was hurried and unclear. Typically, a crime scene is carefully examined and investigated, a process that can take several days. In Cassie's situation, the police left the scene only a few hours after her body was discovered. They also informed Cheryl that she was permitted to enter and use the house. This deeply concerned Cassie's parents, and they decided to examine the house themselves. When they found water still remaining in the bathtub, they drained it and discovered black streaks along the sides of the tub that looked like marks made by rubber-soled shoes. They also located Cassie's glasses, a hairband, and a coat hanger scattered in different areas on the floor. Cassie's parents became even more suspicious when the police failed to search the house for fingerprints. They believed the authorities might be attempting to close the case quickly without conducting a thorough investigation. It was not until they contacted the district attorney's office that the police appeared to make a greater effort. However, they were still unable to resolve the case because of the medical examiner's findings. The autopsy report revealed that Cassie had multiple bruises on her body, especially around her neck. The examiner determined that her death was a homicide. Despite this, the investigation was hindered because the property owner had cleaned and carried out some repairs after the incident. This meant the original crime scene had been altered, which could affect the progress of the investigation. As the months passed, Cassie's parents were met with silence from the police. The police did look into David Berry, a man Cassie had been seen with before her death, but he was quickly eliminated as a suspect due to a solid alibi. As time went on, Cassie's parents became increasingly frustrated with the local police, feeling they were not doing enough to solve the case. Their concerns prompted Chuck and Darlene to request a meeting with the chief district attorney to express their dissatisfaction with how the investigation was being handled, particularly regarding Detective Jose Sanchez. After reviewing the case file, the district attorney agreed with the parents and determined that Jose had made numerous mistakes. As a result, Jose was removed from the case, and a more experienced detective was assigned. From the beginning, Cassie's family and friends suspected her ex-husband, Bradley Farrington, was responsible for her death. At the time Cassie died, she and Bradley were involved in an intense custody battle over their children. Bradley stood to benefit the most from Cassie's death because he would gain custody of the children. Bradley Farrington was a former Silver City police officer who had retired only a few months before Cassie's death, and his positive relationship with investigators prevented him from being considered a suspect. However, Bradley had a clear motive for the crime and possessed the knowledge needed to destroy evidence. He was well aware of police procedures and how to conceal his actions. For instance, the bath water would wash away any remaining DNA evidence on the body and also remove shoe prints from the floor. Because Cassie was familiar with Bradley, it is likely she would have opened the door for him. Unfortunately, due to the poor handling of the investigation by the local police, any evidence connecting Bradley to the crime scene was lost and could not be recovered. The only remaining way to hold Bradley accountable would be through eyewitness testimony. Cassie had told her parents that she and her family were abused by Bradley and that he often behaved arrogantly because he was a police officer. Cassie lived in constant fear, and because Bradley's friends were police officers, she could not turn to them for help. She had also confided in co-workers about Bradley's threats, including the chilling warning that he would make her disappear without a trace. Tragically, Cassie's life was ended prematurely, and she was discovered dead on March 24, 2014. 19 months later, on October 23, 2015, 28-year-old Bradley Farrington was taken into custody in connection with Cassie's death. Although Bradley had been a suspect, the local police had mishandled evidence, leaving no proof that directly tied him to the crime. Consequently, the judge ruled that previously recorded statements from Cassie could be admitted as testimony during the trial. Throughout the trial, multiple witnesses came forward, including Cassie's parents, friends, and co-workers, to whom she had confided about the abuse she suffered at the hands of Bradley. Among the notable witnesses was Dr. Michael Hunter, a highly respected forensic expert from San Francisco. With more than 20 years of experience, Dr. Hunter presented the jury with autopsy photographs and concluded that Cassie had likely died from strangulation. She had sustained injuries to her neck, which supported this conclusion. Following the issuance of a warrant for Bradley's arrest, Jose Sanchez, who had originally handled the case, appeared in court. Jose testified that he had never considered Bradley Farrington a suspect because he saw no reason to do so, and also stated that no fingerprints of Bradley were found at Cassie's residence. Jose explained that the crime scene was unusually clean and believed it had been cleaned after the crime occurred, which accounted for the absence of fingerprints. After 4.5 hours of deliberation, the jury found Bradley Farrington guilty on September 7th. In 2018, Bradley was sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 30 years. He later filed an appeal with the New Mexico Supreme Court in 2020. In his appeal, Bradley challenged his conviction, arguing that the trial court had erred in allowing Cassie's co-workers, friends, and family members to testify during the trial. However, The state's highest court determined that sufficient evidence existed to uphold Bradley's conviction and denied his appeal. Moving on to the next case. The case of Chauhan family. Amarjit Chauhan was the owner of Chiba Freight, a successful fruit import company located near Heathrow Airport. To people around him, Amarjit seemed to be a dedicated family man and a compassionate employer, admired by his employees and enjoying a content life with his wife and 2 young children. Amarjit regarded his workers as part of his extended family. To express his gratitude to them during the company's busiest periods, he frequently treated them to pizza and drinks. He also upheld a relaxed and approachable management style, which gained him widespread respect. Amarjit's staff worried about the future of the company if he were to relocate to India, a topic that repeatedly came up in discussions with his wife, Nancy. She wished that Amarjit, who was 46 years old, would soon be able to retire, enabling them to spend more time with their children. Nancy regularly spoke to her husband about her wish to return to India. As time passed, Amarjit started to take Nancy's desire seriously and began considering selling their business so they could move back to their hometown. This plan might have succeeded if Amarjit Chauhan's ownership of Chiba Freight had not encountered difficulties. However, someone had set their sights on Amarjit's company and wanted to take control of it without putting in any money. In January 2003, Kenneth, who had recently been released from prison, sought employment at Chiba Freight. Amarjit, the company's owner, who had also experienced his own legal troubles related to tax evasion, could relate to Kenneth's situation. Understanding how difficult it could be for people to find work after leaving prison, Amarjit was willing to give Kenneth an opportunity, which aligned with his reputation for being understanding and easygoing. Amarjit chose to give Kenneth a second chance by employing him as a driver. Kenneth proved to be a hard-working employee, willing to take on any task, and carried out his responsibilities exceptionally well. Kenneth was usually more than just a driver. However, in the past, he had been an experienced smuggler known as Captain Cash. By the late 1990s, Kenneth had established a reputation as a seasoned criminal, operating several freight companies that acted as fronts to conceal his true business of smuggling illegal drugs into the UK. He had risen in London's criminal underworld and associated with powerful figures in organized crime. Despite his unassuming appearance, Kenneth lived a lavish lifestyle, viewing himself as a wealthy socialite and a well-known figure in the international underworld. In 1997, at the height of his illegal activities, Kenneth met Belinda Bruin, a socialite, at a high-end London bar. He showcased his wealth, driving a Mercedes and spoiling her with costly gifts. She perceived him as polished and charismatic, though somewhat rough around the edges. He was a man who meticulously displayed his luxury watches and had no hesitation in showing off his riches. Frequently seen carrying a briefcase filled with cash, Kenneth believed this extravagant way of living would enhance his social status. Unknown to her, Belinda Bruin was drawn into Kenneth's world of crime and deceit. Kenneth became deeply infatuated with Belinda. He called and emailed her constantly, declaring his feelings as though he were a love-struck teenager. Despite the fact that they shared only a superficial relationship, Kenneth told others that Belinda was his girlfriend, which left Belinda confused. Kenneth was arrested on June 17, 1998, while in possession of 25 kilograms of a white substance, placing him at risk of receiving a prison sentence of up to 18 years. However, Kenneth chose to cooperate with the authorities, and his testimony assisted in convicting 12 major criminals. As a result, his own sentence was greatly reduced. For years later, when Kenneth was released from prison, he found himself with nothing, no friends, no money, and his assets had been confiscated. Faced with these difficulties, he moved into a small house with his father, determined to find a way to reclaim his lost wealth and status. Kenneth, eager to re-enter the illegal drug trade, identified Amarjit Chauhan's business, Chiba Freight, as the ideal launching point for his return. He methodically crafted a plan to take over the company, executing it with such precision that nobody became suspicious. After gaining a position within the firm, Kenneth discovered through co-workers that Amarjit was thinking about selling Chiba Freight in order to move overseas. Taking advantage of this moment, Kenneth approached Amarjit with a fabricated story, presenting an offer valued at $4 million to capture his interest. While Amarjit considered the offer, Kenneth pressed forward with his scheme, intending to use Chiba Freight for purposes beyond legitimate business. At the same time, Kenneth also turned his attention back to Belinda, who had relocated to Devon to get away from him while he was incarcerated. He contacted her again with a business proposition, aware that she was facing financial difficulties. After her husband left, she was handling all responsibilities by herself, and it was becoming harder for her to afford her home, the mortgage, and the expensive fees for sending her children to a private school. When she replied, Kenneth told her about his plan to take control of Chiba Freight and proposed that she join the company as a director. Even though she had no experience, he offered her a salary of $54,000 for working just 2 days a week, totaling $68,000 per year. Belinda seized the opportunity and negotiated a higher salary of $72,000, nearly $9,000 more, which Kenneth accepted without hesitation. Kenneth began visiting Belinda at her countryside home in Devon under the pretense of discussing employment matters. To justify these visits, he invented excuses, such as needing her signature on paperwork or assistance with documents. However, Kenneth's true interest focused on the land surrounding Belinda's property, something that soon became evident. He started raising concerns with Belinda about the state of the path leading to the house, proposing several improvements. These suggestions included cutting down certain trees, constructing a wall with electric gates, and installing a drainage system. Initially, it appeared that Kenneth was driven by a desire to enhance the property for Belinda's benefit. But this may not have been his real motive. In February, Amarjeet made an important decision about the future of his business. He decided to meet with potential buyers to discuss a possible sale. Before departing, Amarjeet told his employees that he would be visiting Stonehenge, but provided no additional details. He also promised to keep them personally informed about the progress of the company sale. Sadly, this meeting turned out to be the last time his employees saw him, and his unexplained disappearance quickly became a source of worry. On a Monday morning, the staff of Chiba Freight assembled together, only to be confronted with a startling announcement. Kenneth unexpectedly introduced Belinda as the company's new owner, surprising everyone and prompting numerous questions. The employees were left wondering what had happened to Amarjeet, why he had not said goodbye, and what lay ahead for the company. Then Kenneth produced a letter that he claimed came from Amarjeet. According to the letter, Amarjeet had chosen to sell the company because of poor health and was moving abroad with his family. Notably, the staff confirmed that the signature on the letter belonged to Amarjeet. The company's success and increase in orders kept the team too occupied to dwell on what the future might bring. As a result, they stopped talking about their worries and concentrated on their duties. Belinda was assigned a desk and a computer in the office and began reviewing the company's finances as directed by Kenneth. However, she felt unwell on her second day and chose to leave for her home in Devon without waiting for Kenneth's permission. When she arrived, she was stunned to find an old, run-down Jaguar parked by the road and 2 men, William Hornsey von Peter Rees, who were linked to Kenneth, digging a drainage trench on her property. This unexpected discovery made her feel extremely uneasy. Belinda confronted Kenneth as soon as he reached her property, expressing her irritation and anger over the unauthorized excavation work he had carried out. She told him she did not need a drainage ditch, but Kenneth claimed he had done it simply to surprise her and reassured her that everything would be taken care of by the summer. However, their plans were disrupted when the Metropolitan Police began a new investigation into the situation. In 2003, Kenneth, who had previously been convicted of drug trafficking, was rebuilding his lavish lifestyle. After Amarjeet, the former owner of Chiba Freight, disappeared, Kenneth took control of the company, using it as a front for his smuggling operation. For 5 years, Kenneth had secretly admired Belinda, and now that she was involved in his operation, it appeared that all his dreams were coming true. But the foundation of his empire was about to be revealed. Ankur Verma, a journalist based in New Zealand, was eagerly anticipating a reunion with his 25-year-old sister, Nancy, who lived in London with her husband, Amarjeet Chauhan, and their 2 young children. This visit was particularly meaningful, as Ankur and Nancy had not seen each other for 9 years. Ankur often spoke with Nancy and their mother to talk about activities and plan his upcoming visit. However, on February 15, 2003, Ankur attempted to contact Nancy and his mother, but neither responded. At first, he assumed they might be traveling, but as the days went by without any reply, Ankur became increasingly worried. This was unusual because they had not mentioned any travel plans to him, and his visit was only 5 days away. Worried about his family's safety, Anchor contacted the Metropolitan Police for assistance. When police from Scotland Yard visited the family's home, they found it empty. Neighbors and co-workers speculated that the family might have returned to their home country, India. However, further updates from officers at Scotland Yard heightened Ankar's anxiety for his sister, mother, and nephews. His concern turned into fear, prompting him to decide to travel to the UK to personally investigate his family's disappearance. Upon arriving in London, Anchor felt alone in an unfamiliar city. He went to the Chauhan home in Hounslow, expecting a warm welcome. Instead, he was shocked by a scene that left him in complete disbelief. At first glance, the house appeared normal, as though the family had only stepped out briefly. But the reality was far different. Closer examination showed that the family had been gone for weeks. The laundry was still in the washing machine. Children's toys and baby bottles with leftover food were scattered across the floor and kitchen counter, and food had spoiled. It looked as if someone had been interrupted in the middle of washing dishes. While clothes and suitcases were neatly put away, personal items were scattered throughout the 3-bedroom house. The refrigerator still contained food. But what devastated Anchor the most was finding his mother's treasured prayer book, a possession she always kept close and never left behind. Anchor was confused and deeply concerned about his sister's family, who had 2 young children, vanishing without any trace. It seemed improbable that they had left their home by choice. Anchor persuaded the authorities to begin an investigation. A group of experienced detectives from the Serious Crime Division took charge of the case. As time passed, Anchor lost hope of ever being reunited with his family, and their future plans would no longer be realized. A large-scale search was launched to locate the family of Amarjeet Chauhan. The lead detective decided to question the person who last saw Amarjeet on the day he vanished. Kenneth, a former inmate with suspicious behavior, became the main suspect. Kenneth attempted to convince the police that Amarjeet was not a reliable man and that his financial problems had driven him to flee on his own. Kenneth also informed the police that Amarjeet probably wanted to dispose of his business and was likely already in another country by that time. However, investigators did not accept Kenneth's explanation. They used advanced forensic methods to trace the movements of Kenneth's and Amarjeet's mobile phones on the day Amarjeet vanished. The investigation initially placed Amarjeet's phone at his home, after which it traveled to Stonehenge, where a business meeting had been arranged. It was at Stonehenge that Kenneth's phone connected with Amarjeet's phone. After that, both phones were traced moving toward Devon. The detective's only lead was that Belinda Bruin, the new head of Chiba Freight, lived in Devon, so they decided to visit her. However, when the police discussed plans to search Belinda's land, her partner, Kenneth, stepped in. He was furious and tried to persuade her not to permit the search, suggesting instead that they meet somewhere else. Belinda refused to give in. Meanwhile, Kenneth's associate, William Hornsey, contacted the lead detective and claimed that he had recently spoken with Amarjeet. He stated that Amarjeet was supposedly still in Britain. The authorities agreed to meet in Newport, Wales, near the passport agency, hoping to use this chance to uncover the truth behind Amarjeet's disappearance. The authorities chose to cancel their plan to search Belinda's land, as they needed to confirm in person that Amarjeet was truly safe in order to close the investigation. However, before the planned meeting at the passport agency on Monday, 3 men, Kenneth, William, and Peter, made an unexpected visit to Belinda's estate over the weekend, which surprised her. While there, they noticed a damaged path near the stable and decided to repair it with gravel. When a digger was later delivered to her property, she took her children into the city, leaving the 3 men behind to fix the road. 2 days later, detectives went to the arranged location to meet Amarjeet. When they arrived, they saw Hornsey and Kenneth's vehicle appear, stop briefly, and then drive away, as if the meeting had been called off. Kenneth returned to work at Chiba Freight, and the detectives decided to question Belinda once more. Before this, Kenneth had warned her not to tell the police about the work he had carried out on her land. However, Belinda found his warning odd and chose to inform the investigators about it. She explained that some of Kenneth's associates had entered her farm without permission and dug a drainage trench, even though she had not requested it. Belinda had unknowingly provided significant help to the police. The detectives quickly traveled to Devon, where they carried out excavations and extensive forensic testing with the assistance of specialists. They searched Belinda's land for 5 days, believing they would uncover the remains of Amarjeet and his family. However, nothing was found. After searching for more than 2 months, in April 2003, the police realized that they had been looking in the wrong place. In the well-known British seaside town of Bournemouth, Dorset, along the English Channel, a father and son, Dave and Carl, had planned an evening canoe trip. The sea was calm, the breeze was refreshing, and the weather was ideal for a relaxed paddle. As they moved through the water, they noticed something large floating in the distance. As they got closer, they realized it was a badly decomposed body, severely bloated from being in the water for a long time, making it difficult to identify the person. Carl quickly paddled back to shore to notify the authorities, while his father, Dave, remained with the body. Dave was left alone waiting in the darkness for nearly 3 hours as he waited for help to arrive. This terrifying experience would remain permanently etched in their memories. The body was later transported to a morgue in Bournemouth, but it took nearly a week to identify it. The deceased was Amarjeet Chauhan, a missing businessman who had suffered severe head injuries and had his mouth taped shut. The autopsy revealed that he most likely died from head trauma and suffocation. His clothing was removed for forensic testing. Meanwhile, police searched for additional clues 62 meters away in Belinda's field and made a major discovery, including a pile of burned clothing, jewelry, and strands of hair that were later confirmed to belong to Amarjeet, along with pieces of children's clothing. Early investigations suggested that a family of 5 might have been buried at the location. The once private property in Devon, owned by Belinda, had secretly been used as a burial site for the Amarjeet Chauhan family. When police became suspicious, the bodies were exhumed and transported by boat to the middle of Bournemouth Bay, where they were dumped into the sea. Until a body was discovered, the staff at Chiba Freight clung to the hope that their employer might return someday, even if he had sold the business, as they expected him to say goodbye or visit in the future. However, all hope was destroyed when the drowned man was confirmed to be Amarjeet. The situation worsened as concern grew for the remaining members of the family. Nancy was only 25 years old, and their children were just infants. The idea that someone could end so many innocent lives was horrifying, yet all evidence tragically pointed in that direction. The excavation site was far too large to conceal only one body. A much smaller area would have been sufficient to hide a single person. Furthermore, the simultaneous disappearance of Amarjeet, along with Nancy, mother-in-law Chiranjit, and the children, Ravinder and Navinder, suggested a tragic conclusion. The investigation became a high-priority case due to the seriousness of the crimes. Kenneth became the primary suspect, but he and his accomplice, William, had vanished. Initial reports indicated that Kenneth and William had fled to Europe, leaving their associate Peter Rees, a 39-year-old, overwhelmed with guilt over his involvement. He unexpectedly confessed to a stranger he had just met about the circumstances surrounding the tragic end of the Amarjeet family. His confession was likely motivated by fear of being blamed entirely, as he could not believe that his accomplice Kenneth would harm 2 innocent children. The stranger reported this information to authorities, and Peter was arrested 12 days later. However, once in custody, Peter remained silent during police questioning, leaving the location and fate of the Amarjeet Chauhan family unknown. 3 weeks after the discovery of the Amarjeet body, another body was found in the Solent, a section of the English Channel. Anchor was asked to identify the remains, which he recognized as those of his older sister, Nancy, despite the advanced decomposition. The main suspects were eventually captured. Kenneth was arrested in Belgium after 2 months on the run, while William surrendered 6 weeks later. However, even with all 3 suspects in custody, they refused to cooperate with investigators. Despite the arrests, the case remained unsolved because 3 members of the Chauhan family were still missing and there were no eyewitnesses to their murders. The investigation now required undeniable evidence to move forward. The detectives were unaware that Amarjeet had left behind a crucial piece of evidence. In April 2005, the longest criminal trial in British history began, with prosecutors aiming to prove that Kenneth, William, and Peter were responsible for the kidnapping and murder of the Chauhan family. Over the course of the 10-month trial, more than 4,500 pieces of physical evidence were examined. However, the analysis of phone communications formed the backbone of the prosecution's case. Amarjeet had initially met with Kenneth to discuss selling the company, but he was kidnapped and held captive at Kenneth's home. There, He was forced to sign documents that made it appear to his employees that he had sold the business and moved abroad. A crucial piece of evidence surfaced when William's son handed a gray suitcase to the police that contained A4 sheets signed by Emerjaith. Reagan had initially planned to kill only Emerjaith, but he realized that doing so would likely cause the rest of the family to raise the alarm. As a result, he chose to target the entire family. On the day of the murders, Peter was assigned to keep watch over Emerjaith, while Kenneth and another accomplice, William, went to the family's home in London. They remained there for several hours, but exactly how the other family members were killed remains unclear. Amarjeet was murdered at Kenneth's home, which was later completely renovated, including the replacement of all furniture, to eliminate any evidence. 8 months later, a major breakthrough occurred when forensic experts re-examined Amarjeet's clothing. They discovered a folded letter inside his right sock. The letter was addressed to Kenneth and dated February 12, 2003, proving that Amarjeet had been at Kenneth's house on the day he disappeared. Unknown to his killers, Amarjeet had deliberately left this clue behind. This vital piece of evidence ultimately aided the police investigation. A lengthy 9-month trial concluded with a unanimous jury verdict. Peter Rees was sentenced to 23 years in prison for the murder of Amarjeet Chauhan. Meanwhile, Kenneth Reagan and William Hornsey were each given 5 consecutive life sentences for the murders of Nancy, Chiranjit Kaur, Ravinder, and Devinder, ensuring they would spend the remainder of their lives in prison. Later, the remains of Chiranjit Kaur, Amarjeet's mother-in-law, were discovered off the coast of the Isle of Wight. Sadly, the bodies of the 2 young children, 18-month-old Devinder and 2-month-old Ravinder, were never found. It is often hard to understand how someone could commit such horrific acts against children. Usually, individuals who carry out such crimes suffer from psychological problems or do not grasp the seriousness of their actions. However, this was not the case with Kenneth, who was considered mentally sound. For him, the brutal acts he committed were merely a way to accomplish his objectives, and he showed no hesitation in taking innocent lives to pursue his own ambitions. Anchor was deeply affected by the incident. He now lives in New Zealand, permanently separated from his nephews. A family video recorded just 2 days before their disappearance was found in their empty home. This heartbreaking recording stands as the final testament to a once happy family destroyed by tragedy. Moving on to the next case. The case of Connie Alm. Connie Alm was born on July 18, 1974, in Malaysia. She was the younger of 2 daughters and shared a very close relationship with her parents. In 1995, Connie moved to the United States to pursue higher education and a career in information technology. While living in the U.S., Connie met a man named Brandon. He was an American of Chinese ethnicity, whose parents had emigrated from Singapore more than 20 years earlier. Initially, Connie and Brandon were just friends, but their friendship eventually developed into a romantic relationship. Brandon became an important figure in Connie's life, offering support and assistance in various ways. They married in 2001. By 2003, Connie's life seemed on track. She was working as an analyst in San Diego, planning a future with her husband, and hoping to start a family. However, that year her life changed dramatically. The trouble began when Connie's father, Ong Bai Yong, was diagnosed with cancer. Connie decided to fly to Malaysia to support her family during this difficult period. On June 1, 2003, Connie and Brandon arrived in Malaysia. After a few days, Brandon returned to the United States, leaving Connie to care for her father in Kuala Lumpur. Despite the distance, Connie and Brandon remained in close contact through daily phone calls, often talking for hours and sharing stories about their daily lives, including their 2 pets. Connie's father underwent surgery to remove a kidney, and fortunately, his health began to improve. As he recovered, Connie planned her return to the United States, scheduling a flight for June 14, 2003. The evening before her departure, Connie organized a farewell dinner at a local restaurant, inviting her mother, sister, and closest friends. On June 13, 2003, Connie and her mother arrived at the meeting point later than the others. They had difficulty finding a parking spot in front of the mall, so Connie parked in the underground lot. Her mother, however, was more concerned about the poor lighting in the lot than the parking fee. Once they reached the restaurant on the 2nd floor, Connie was excited to reunite with her childhood friends, whom she had not seen in a long time. They spent several hours catching up, but Connie soon noticed that her mother, Pearlie, appeared tired. When Connie asked if her mother wanted to leave, Pearlie said she had a lot to do that day, but was willing to depart early, promising her friends she would return soon. Connie, her mother, and her sister Elsie got up from the table to pay for parking. They went to the payment terminal, located on the first floor, a level above the underground parking lot. While waiting in line, Connie realized she had left the parking ticket in the car and asked her sister and mother to stay in line while she went back to retrieve it. Elsie and Pearlie waited for 10 more minutes, but Connie had not returned. Elsie began calling her. The first call went unanswered, and the second went to voicemail. This was unusual, and Elsie and Pearlie immediately sensed that something was wrong. They rushed to the parking lot and were shocked to find that Connie's car was gone. They searched the area multiple times to confirm, and upon realizing the car had indeed disappeared, they understood that Connie must have been taken along with it. Pearlie was certain that something had happened to her daughter, as Connie would never leave without informing anyone. Although the lot was poorly lit, surveillance cameras could provide clues. Mall security initially refused to show the footage, but relented after Pearlie pleaded for their assistance. At midnight, Pearlie and Elsie sat in front of a monitor and watched the disturbing footage, confirming their worst fears. The video showed Connie's car speeding out of the underground parking lot, crashing through the barrier. Despite the poor quality, it was clear a man was driving, with Connie in the passenger seat. Her body was positioned as if she were trying to distance herself from the driver, leaning against the door. Upon seeing the footage, Pearlie immediately filed a report of disappearance and kidnapping at the police station. The police launched an investigation while Connie's family and friends drove around Kuala Lumpur desperately searching for her purple proton tiara. Meanwhile, Brandon, Connie's husband, began to feel a growing sense of unease. He tried calling his wife multiple times, but she did not answer. He then contacted her mother, who informed him of the events that had occurred. The news of Connie's disappearance left Brandon in shock. Pearlie could hear him sobbing over the phone. As dawn broke, Connie's friends and family reluctantly returned home, their search efforts having yielded no results. The police disseminated information about the disappearance and conducted their own search, but unfortunately, this did not lead to any breakthroughs. Even the footage from the mall parking lot, where Connie had been abducted, failed to provide any clues about the identity of the driver. More than 72 hours had passed since Connie's loved ones last saw her. Authorities believed that if she had been kidnapped, it was unlikely to be for ransom. If money had been the motive, the kidnapper would have demanded it by now. Police made a disturbing discovery when they found Connie's car abandoned on a city street. The front right tire was severely damaged, indicating it had been driven on while flat for some time, causing it to shred. In the back of the car, a large red stain was observed on the passenger seat. Forensic experts collected evidence, including scrapings from the back seat and fingerprints from the steering wheel and other parts of the vehicle. Numerous clues were found in the car. Connie's family and friends clung to hope and prayed for her safe return. However, their hopes were shattered the next day when her car was discovered. On June 17th, a road worker noticed a strong, foul odor emanating from a manhole near the highway. Upon lifting the lid, he found a body that someone had attempted to burn using 2 car tires and sticks. A team of leading forensic experts from the Royal Malaysian Police immediately arrived at the scene. They observed that 2 car tires filled with concrete, normally used as stands for road signs, had been placed on top of the body. It appeared the perpetrator had tried to conceal the body, making identification more difficult. Although the discovery of the body seemed to confirm the family's worst fears, Connie's mother, Pearlie, refused to accept that her daughter was dead without official confirmation. "Until they confirm it, we will continue to hope that she will turn up alive," she said. The family went to the morgue, but the doctor stated that the body's identity could not yet be confirmed. Connie's family provided DNA samples for comparative analysis. Unfortunately, the results confirmed their worst nightmare. The body was indeed that of their daughter, Connie. Some sources suggest that prior to the DNA results, the family had identified the jewelry on the body. However, as a devoted mother, Pearlie held on to the hope that her daughter was still alive until the very end. The emotional torment she endured is unimaginable. The autopsy revealed that Connie had suffered 2 stab wounds to her abdomen, and a medical forensic expert found signs of strangulation. A cloth had been tied around her neck with multiple knots, and semen was found inside her body, providing a source for DNA analysis. A few days after the body was discovered, an incident raised questions about police conduct. An undercover officer, Subramaniam Ravichandran, reported to his superiors that on the night of Connie's disappearance, he had been on duty with his partner, patrolling the streets of Kuala Lumpur on motorcycles. Both officers were dressed in civilian clothes. They noticed a car parked improperly, taking up half the road, and stopped to investigate if anyone was inside. Ravichandran approached the driver's side and saw a man behind the wheel with a woman in the passenger seat. He knocked on the window, and when the driver lowered it partially, Ravichandran showed his police ID and asked what they were doing. The driver responded that they were just chatting and not doing anything illegal. Ravichandran then requested to see their IDs. As the driver handed over the documents, the woman in the passenger seat made unusual hand gestures, seemingly asking for help, but stopped whenever the man looked at her. Noticing this, Ravichandran asked the driver to step out of the car. The driver reacted aggressively, claiming that Ravichandran was not a police officer, but a thief. He then rolled up the window and reached for the ignition. Realizing the car might drive off, Ravichandran drew his pistol and shot at the right front wheel. Despite this, the car sped away. Ravichandran and his partner pursued on a motorcycle but were unable to catch up, which was puzzling given that the car had a flat tire. At the time, the Malaysian Police Department was in disarray, which may explain why the officer did not call for backup or report the incident. The car with the flat tire was a purple Proton Tiara, driven by 27-year-old Ahmad Najib bin Aris, with a woman named Connie Alm as a passenger. Although the police chase did not result in an immediate arrest, the officers managed to obtain documents from the driver. Tragically, Connie Alm was later found dead. It is possible that if the officer had acted differently during the encounter, the outcome might have been different. Unfortunately, Ravichandran only informed his superiors about the incident after Connie's body was discovered. The only positive outcome of that night was that the police had obtained documents that could help identify the suspect. Beyond Connie's family, many Malaysians attended her farewell ceremony. Her death was a devastating loss for her husband, Brandon. Meanwhile, the police launched a search for Ahmad Najib. They discovered that he did not live at the address listed in his documents, but his name was legitimate, providing multiple leads to track him down. The police checked Ahmad Najib's name in the Registry of Documented Marriages and the National Agency of Social Support. They found a match, revealing that Ahmad Najib bin Aris was born and raised in Muar, Malaysia. He was the second of 4 siblings and had dropped out of school to work and support his family. In 1998, he moved from Muar to Kuala Lumpur, where he married and had 2 children. Since 2000, he had worked as a cabin cleaner for Malaysia Airlines. Knowing the name of Ahmad Najib's wife and her workplace, the police began surveillance. She worked at a metropolitan bank, and after her shift ended, undercover officers followed her to determine her home address. Once they knew where Ahmad Najib lived, the police needed to ensure he was inside the house without alerting him. For 3 days, they monitored the house, but Ahmad Najib did not appear. At one point, investigators doubted whether he still lived with his family, though this was a premature conclusion. On the 4th day of surveillance, around 4 a.m., a car pulled up to the house and Ahmad Najib stepped out. Within a minute, he was handcuffed and taken to the police station for questioning. News of the arrest and the suspect's identity quickly reached the press. Many who knew Ahmad Najib were shocked to learn he was suspected of kidnapping and killing Connie Alm. Those familiar with him described him as a devoted husband, a caring father of 2, and an overall good person. However, investigators soon discovered that he may have been hiding a darker side. During the initial interrogation, Ahmad Najib remained calm and requested to speak only with the head of the Criminal Investigation Division. It was not until he was presented with evidence linking him to Connie Alm that Ahmad Najib began to deny wrongdoing. His confidence waned as the evidence mounted. Investigators showed him 2 IDs he had given an officer on the night of Connie Alm's kidnapping. They also revealed that blood stains had been found on his jacket and jeans, which DNA analysis would likely confirm belonged to Connie Alm. Realizing the officers had solid evidence and were not bluffing, Ahmad Najib confessed to kidnapping and killing Connie Alm. Within 10 days of the kidnapping, on June 23, 2003, he was taken to court, where he repeated his confession. The police then conducted an investigative experiment in which Ahmad Najib led them to all the locations he had been with Connie Alm. He provided a detailed account of how he forced her to be intimate with him multiple times, how he ended her life, and how he attempted to dispose of her body. Evidence supporting his statements was found at every location he revealed. The investigation began at the underground parking lot, where cameras had captured footage of Ahmad Najib. According to his statement, he was waiting for his former boss, who had fired him and against whom he sought revenge. However, the claim about the former boss was never verified. Hiding in the darkness, he observed Connie Alm searching in her car and seized the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. He forcefully pushed her into the car, threatening that if she tried to escape or seek help, she would face dire consequences. Overwhelmed, Connie Alm became disoriented and obediently followed his instructions. Next, he took the driver's seat and sped out of the parking lot. After crashing through a barrier, he stopped in an industrial area where he began to harass Connie Alm. Just as this was happening, a plainclothes police officer approached the car. Ahmad Najib falsely told the officer that he had not realized he had taken the wrong person until the officer asked for identification from both him and his victim. Even assuming Ahmad Najib had intended to kidnap his former boss, his culpability remains unchanged. Undoubtedly, his former boss would have suffered the same fate as Connie Alm. According to Ahmad Najib's account, he managed to evade the pursuing officer. Despite the officer having his documents, Ahmad Najib did not consider releasing Connie Alm. Instead, he stopped the car on the street to replace a tire damaged by a bullet. Nearby, a car containing a woman was parked at the location where he had pulled over. He approached her and asked for a car jack, intending to change his tire. However, he noticed Connie Alm signaling to the woman, who then handed him the jack. He abandoned the idea of changing the tire and drove off immediately. Later, he stopped in a secluded area and used a knife to threaten Connie Alm, forcing her to engage in intimate acts with him. Afterwards, he drove to another district where he again coerced Connie Alm into satisfying him, both of them in the back seat. Connie Alm pleaded for mercy, but he took her life instead. He then disposed of her body in a manhole near a highway, moved the car to another location, and left it there. 16 hours later, he returned to the scene with a gasoline canister in an attempt to conceal evidence of the crime. DNA analysis confirmed that the semen found in Connie Alm's body belonged to Ahmad Najib bin Aris. His DNA was also discovered in the car, along with his fingerprints, providing further irrefutable proof of his guilt. Additionally, analysis revealed that the blood on his jacket and jeans belonged to Connie Alm. The trial began on September 15, 2003, 3 months after Connie Alm's death. This high-profile case drew widespread attention from the Malaysian media and public. The trial attracted not only ordinary Malaysians and journalists, but also individuals seeking to boost their reputations, including numerous attorneys representing Ahmad Najib. Despite admitting guilt during the investigation and overwhelming evidence, including DNA proof, Ahmad Najib changed his stance after consulting 6 attorneys. At his first trial, he claimed his confession had been made under police pressure. However, the judge before whom Ahmad Najib had confessed immediately after his arrest testified that there were no signs of physical abuse, and Ahmad Najib had appeared calm and relaxed. The attorneys then shifted strategy, arguing that Connie Alm had been in the car with Ahmad Najib voluntarily. They suggested that Connie Alm, a black belt in Taekwondo, should have attempted to escape if she had been held against her will. However, this attempt to blame Connie Alm was rejected, as people respond differently in critical situations. Another claim surfaced that Connie Alm had consensual intimacy with Ahmad Najib and that her death was caused by strangulation to heighten the experience. Forensic experts rejected this account. The cloth around Connie's neck was tied in multiple knots, suggesting she had no intention or ability to loosen it. Indeed, the cloth was so tight that the skin beneath was the only area on the body not affected by the fire. Furthermore, the cloth was the type used for cleaning plane windows, and given Ahmad Najib's job as a cabin cleaner, this linked him more closely to the crime. Additionally, the lawyers struggled to explain the stab wounds on Connie's body. At this point, Ahmad Najib's attorneys advised him to remain silent and not testify. Many questioned why Connie did not escape the car when she had at least 2 opportunities. On February 23, 2005, Ahmad Najib bin Aris was convicted of all charges related to the crime committed against Connie Alm. The evidence pointed to him as the sole perpetrator. Ahmad Najib received the maximum sentence under Malaysian law: 20 years imprisonment and 10 strokes of the cane for violating Connie Alm's sexual integrity, plus the death penalty for causing her death. In Malaysia, the death penalty is carried out by hanging, a method differing significantly from the lethal injection used in some other countries, such as the USA. Ahmad Najib's lawyers attempted to appeal the sentence twice, but were unsuccessful both times. In 2010, Ahmad Najib petitioned the head of state to commute his death sentence to life imprisonment, maintaining his innocence. However, his plea for clemency was rejected. More than 13 years after Connie Alm's death, on September 23, 2016, Ahmad Najib's sentence was carried out. He was 40 years old at the time of his execution. Moving on to the next case. The case of Jolene Cummings. The disappearance of 33-year-old Jolene Cummings shocked even experienced detectives. Jolene, a mother of 3, lived in Fernandina Beach and was in the process of divorcing her husband, Jason. While Jolene and the children resided in their Fernandina Beach home, Jason had moved to a neighboring city and had weekend visitations with the kids. Jolene worked as a hairdresser at Tangle's Hair Salon. On Saturday, May 12, 2018, Jolene worked until 5 p.m. The following day, Mother's Day, was also her 34th birthday. Her children had spent the previous days with their father. As agreed, Jolene was supposed to meet Jason on Sunday in Hilliard at the Winn-Dixie supermarket parking lot to pick up the children. Jason brought the children, but Jolene failed to appear. All attempts to reach her by phone were unsuccessful. Her mother, and Johnson, who wished to call Jolene to wish her a happy birthday, was also unable to get in contact, as all calls went straight to voicemail. After repeated attempts to reach Jolene failed, Jason contacted and to inquire about the children. Upon learning that Jolene had not picked up the kids, and became concerned, as this behavior was uncharacteristic of her daughter. When and was still unable to reach Jolene on Monday, May 14th, she filed a missing person report with the police. Authorities promptly launched an investigation, releasing a poster with Jolene's photo and issuing an all-points bulletin for her 2006 Ford Expedition. And Johnson made a public plea for help in finding her daughter, urging anyone with information to come forward. Jolene's disappearance was devastating for Anne, and she begged anyone with knowledge to report it. On the same day, police and volunteers searched the forest near Jolene's home, but their efforts were unsuccessful. The salon where Jolene worked was closed on Sunday and Monday. Police discovered that Jolene was last seen on Saturday, May 12th, when she left work. According to the salon's owner, Jolene and Jennifer, another hairdresser, were scheduled to work together that day. In a phone call, Jennifer told her boss that she and Jolene had closed the salon at 5 p.m. and each had driven away in their own cars. Police determined that Jolene last used her phone to make an outgoing call while still at work on May 12th. Nassau County Sheriff Bill Leeper appealed to anyone who was a customer of Tangle's Hair Salon or in the area on May 12th to contact the police. Jolene's relatives and friends did not believe she had left voluntarily. The salon owner, where Jolene had worked for 6 years, shared their skepticism. It was difficult for them to believe she would abandon her children. Police were determined to uncover at least one lead, so they investigated Jolene's personal life. Since spouses often become hostile during divorce and child custody disputes, they took a closer look at Jason. Meanwhile, detectives discovered that just 5 days before Jolene vanished, a neighbor had reported a loud argument to the police. It emerged that Jolene had been fighting with her ex-boyfriend, Jason G., and their children had witnessed the altercation. He had asked Jolene if he could stay with her for a while, but she refused. Enraged, he began vandalizing everything in sight. The reason for her refusal was that police were actively searching for Jason due to parole violations. By the time the police arrived, Jason had fled the scene. After Jolene disappeared, Jason G. became a person of interest in the police investigation. 2 days into the investigation, on May 15, 2018, police found Jason G. hiding in Jolene's house, where he had been since the day her neighbor reported the loud quarrel. He was arrested and taken to the police station for questioning. During the interview, Jason G. claimed he was not involved in Jolene's disappearance. Meanwhile, police discovered their first crucial lead. Before I continue, I want to remind you that only a small percentage of people who watch my videos are actually subscribed. So if you enjoy my content, consider subscribing. It's free, and you can always change your mind later. Now let's move on with the video. Jolene Cummings's SUV was found parked outside a Home Depot hardware store, just a few miles from her workplace. The vehicle remained undamaged and displayed no indications of a struggle. On May 15th, The police visited the salon where Jolene worked, as it was the first day back after a 2-day break. They arrived at 10 a.m. to speak with Jennifer Seibert, an employee who claimed to be the last person to see Jolene and to have closed the salon with her before the weekend. However, Jennifer failed to appear for work, citing an urgent matter in another city. CCTV footage provided key evidence regarding Jolene's disappearance. The footage showed Jolene's car entering the parking lot of a hardware store, where the police later located it. Notably, Jennifer Seibert had stated that she and Jolene closed the salon at 5 p.m. on May 12th, but the CCTV footage indicated Jolene's car arriving at the hardware store at 1:17 a.m. on May 13th, a time difference of 8 hours and 17 minutes. Jennifer visited a gas station across the street from her location. Surveillance footage from the station showed her entering the premises, buying a bottle of water, and asking an employee to call a taxi for her, which later took her to her workplace, the salon. The gas station employee informed the police that Jennifer appeared agitated and had fresh facial abrasions. As a result, Jennifer Seibert became the lead suspect in the investigation, and the police initiated a search for her. Upon verifying the address she provided when applying for her job, detectives found it was fictitious. Jennifer attempted to avoid capture, but her efforts failed. On May 16th, patrol officers spotted a black Kia Soul belonging to Jennifer parked in a recreation area between two trucks, roughly 50 meters from her salon. Upon approaching the vehicle, the officers discovered Jennifer asleep inside. They arrested her and initially charged her with stealing Jolene Cummings' car. When taken to the station, detectives noticed abrasions on her hands and face and asked her to explain their origin. She claimed she had been bitten by bed bugs. Police discovered that she did not have a permanent residence, mostly sleeping in her car and using showers at a fitness center. Following her arrest, investigators uncovered a surprising fact. Jennifer Seibert was not her real name. Her true identity was Kimberly Kessler, born in 1968, and she had been reported missing in Pennsylvania in 2012. The name Jennifer Marie Seibert belonged to a 13-year-old girl who died in a car accident in Germany in 1987 and was buried in Butler Cemetery, Pennsylvania. During a videotaped interview 48 hours later, Kimberly Kessler, seated on a couch and wearing an orange jumpsuit, calmly disclosed her real identity. "I'm 50 years old, and I've been on the run for over 25 years. The police investigation revealed more about Kimberly Kessler's history. It emerged that she had started using other people's names in 1996 while living in Pennsylvania. Since then, Kessler had employed at least 18 aliases and lived in 33 cities across 14 states. Many of these names were similar, and she had taken at least half from gravestones and cemeteries, later acquiring fake documents to support these identities. One of the names she used was Jennifer Seibert. In 2012, Connie Kessler, Kimberly's mother, contacted the police to report her daughter missing, despite not having heard from her since 2004. The delay of 8 years in reporting her daughter's disappearance indicates strained family relationships. Pennsylvania police investigated Kimberly Kessler's disappearance and concluded that she was voluntarily missing, though the reasoning for this finding remains unclear. It is unknown whether further investigation occurred. Had the police located her earlier, they likely would have discovered she had assumed another person's identity. Numerous questions remain unanswered. Why did Kessler flee, and why did she use multiple aliases? According to Connie Kessler, her daughter faced numerous difficulties, including an abusive relationship with a man in 2004. Kimberly gave birth to a son, Evan, but when the relationship ended, the father took custody and prevented Kimberly from seeing her child. The father later moved to another state and falsely told Kimberly that their 1-year-old son had died. Kimberly attempted to discover the truth and locate her son's grave. Frustrated by the lack of answers, she began searching for Evan and investigating his whereabouts. Connie Kessler theorizes that her daughter used aliases to hide her identity, fearing Evan's father. According to Tim Edwards, Evan's father, the circumstances were different. He asserts that he had a relationship with Melissa McKernan between 1997 and 1999, resulting in the birth of their son, Evan. Melissa allegedly used false names to prevent her family, including her mother, from locating her. After the couple separated, Melissa retained custody of Evan and denied Tim visitation rights. In 1999, when Evan was approximately 15 months old, social services intervened, removing Evan from Melissa, who then fled the city, disappearing from Tim's life. Tim never informed Kimberly that Evan had passed away since he lost contact with Melissa after she left and never heard from her again. Later, when Jolene disappeared, Evan was 20 years old and had never seen a photo of his biological mother until FBI agents visited their home in 2018 to gather information on Kimberly Kessler's past. However, there are inconsistencies in these accounts. According to Tim Edwards' birth certificate, Evan was born in 1998, whereas in her interview, Connie Kessler claimed Kimberly gave birth to Evan in 2004. This discrepancy indicates that Connie Kessler was not well informed about her daughter's life, and her statement regarding Tim hiding Evan from his mother may not be reliable. Consequently, Connie's theory that her daughter used the identities of deceased individuals to locate her son and avoid detection by his father is questionable. Moreover, Kimberly was unable to provide coherent explanations to detectives as to why she needed to use multiple names. Returning to the Jolene Cummings case, after discovering that Kimberly Kessler had been living under assumed identities, the police charged her with forgery. A storage unit rented by Kessler was searched, yielding several significant items, including 4 wigs, a bag containing 2 severed hair tails, and 3 mobile phones. However, the most crucial piece of evidence was the discovery of Jolene Cummings' DNA on Kessler's sock and shoe. Additionally, during a search of Kessler's vehicle, police found scissors with Jolene's DNA on them. Notably, the blue plastic containers found at the scene would prove important later. The phone seized from Kessler revealed a disturbing search history. It suggested that what happened to Jolene Cummings was not accidental, but rather something Kessler had been planning. On April 30, 2018, at 3:36 a.m., Kessler searched for information about a man charged with murder after his coworkers' remains were discovered in his yard. This was followed by a search on May 8 at 1:37 a.m. for cases in which a coworker was convicted of murder, but the body was never recovered. Later that day, at 7:13 a.m., Kessler searched for advice on injecting and how to use a tourniquet. She also searched for a list of female murderers by country on a website called Murderpedia, as well as a list of female murderers in Florida. Finally, she looked up information on autopsy and postmortem changes at 6:33 p.m. The owner of the hair salon where Jolene worked reported that the plant in the pot inside the salon had been replaced. This draws attention to Kessler's search activity on May 13th, the day Jolene failed to pick up her children. At 12:05 p.m., Kessler searched for indoor palm and then variation palm tree. A minute later, at 12:06 p.m., the police reviewed CCTV footage from a hypermarket selling household goods, located a few hundred yards from the Tangles hair salon. The footage showed Kessler arriving at the hypermarket on May 14th at 2:39 p.m. and leaving the store half an hour later with a plant, which later appeared at the hair salon on May 15th at 6:13 p.m. 2 days later, on May 16th at 6:27 p.m., Kessler searched online for Jolene Cummings. "I have vanished, and no body, no crime." Forensic experts used luminol and ultraviolet light to examine the hair salon, and their findings suggested that a serious crime had occurred there. The entire room glowed under the ultraviolet light, indicating the presence of blood or other bodily fluids. On May 22nd, the sheriff held a press conference during which he stated, "We have gathered sufficient evidence, although some of it will remain undisclosed for now to protect the ongoing investigation. Sadly, our evidence leads us to conclude that Jolene Cummings has likely died." Investigators learned that about a week before her disappearance, Jolene shared her suspicions with a colleague at the Tangles salon. She believed their new hairdresser, Jennifer, was hiding something and was not being genuine. According to some salon clients, the relationship between Jolene and Jennifer was tense. One client even witnessed a heated argument between the two women on May 9th, just 3 days before Jolene vanished. The Tangle Hair Salon closed its doors on June 5, 2018. Despite Kessler's attorneys managing to keep some evidence from the public, the police released information that shed light on what happened to Jolene Cummings. However, a surveillance camera near the back of the building captured footage of the dumpster. Kessler was seen there at least 4 times. The recordings show Kessler doing something near the dumpster. Later, at 8 a.m., she returned to dispose of a white garbage bag. Based on how she lifted the bag, it appeared to be quite heavy. 14 minutes later, she threw out another white bag. In the 4th recording, taken an hour before midnight, Kessler is seen lifting a waste container to empty its contents, suggesting it contained something heavy. The Walmart camera footage provides insight into what Kessler discarded. The recording shows her purchasing items at the self-checkout, including garbage bags, cleaning agents, latex gloves, and notably, an electric knife. This discovery significantly influenced the police's subsequent actions. In July 2018, investigators learned that a local waste management company had been dumping trash in a Georgia landfill. A team of nearly 200 people combed through the landfill for a week, yielding several important leads. Although the sheriff refused to disclose them to preserve the integrity of the investigation, police recovered items near the dumpster where Kessler had discarded the white garbage bags. Authorities recovered a piece of jewelry, women's shoes, and a blue plastic container. Notably, the container matched one found in Kessler's storage unit and tested positive for Jolene Cummings's DNA. While Jolene's body remained missing, the accumulated evidence was sufficient to charge Kessler with her murder. On January 17, 2019, Kimberly Kessler made her first court appearance, entering a not guilty plea. However, the trial was delayed for several years due to the judge's concerns about Kessler's mental stability. During this period, Kessler went on a hunger strike, reducing her weight to under 88 pounds. Her court appearances were often marked by outbursts of anger. Before the 2021 court session, Kessler underwent compulsory treatment, which ultimately deemed her fit to stand trial. On December 9, 2021, the jury delivered a guilty verdict. On January 27, 2022, Kessler was sentenced to life in prison without parole. The prosecution believes Kessler's motive was to silence Jolene Cummings, who threatened to expose her lies during a press conference. Sheriff Leeper expressed satisfaction with the verdict, stating that Kessler would spend the remainder of her life in Florida State Prison. Unfortunately, Jolene Cummings was never found. Moving on to the next case. The case of Marta Russo. The Marta Russo case not only stunned Italy in the late 1990s, but also came to represent a symbol of unresolved mysteries in the history of criminal justice. The abrupt death of a promising young woman on the campus of Sapienza University, which is regarded as a symbol of intellectualism and enlightenment, left society as a whole in a state of shock. Behind that tragic event, the doubts, controversies, and the obscure motives of those accused formed a story that was both heartbreaking and mysterious. Today's story will demonstrate how negligence can lead to devastating consequences once an investigation begins. Typically, such circumstances tend to complicate an investigation. Unfortunately, some detectives manipulate these circumstances to fit their own narrative. This can lead to a controversial case like the one we will discuss today, which still has many unanswered questions. Marta Russo, born in 1975, was described as intelligent, energetic, and full of promise. At the time of the events, Marta had just turned 22 in March. She was a young and attractive law student at the prestigious University of La Sapienza in Rome. Fulfilling her long-held dream of attending this historic institution, Marta had ambitious plans for her future and aspired to become a lawyer. Before reaching that goal, she needed to complete her degree. She was known to be compassionate and sociable, always willing to help others. She had even expressed her desire to donate her organs in the event of her death. On the morning of May 9, 1997, she was having a normal day, walking across the university campus with her friend Rosanna Capone, moving between the buildings of the University of Statistics, Politics, and Law. They were carrying textbooks and notebooks while talking about their upcoming exams. There were no indications that anything unusual was about to happen. Suddenly, at 11:42, Rosanna heard a strange clicking noise and Marta collapsed to the ground unconscious. Rosanna thought it might have been a weapon, but she was not certain. Several witnesses who saw Marta fall rushed over to help. However, other passers-by disagreed with Rosanna's belief that Marta had been attacked violently. They listened to Rosanna, but believed she was mistaken, as the possibility of a violent assault at such a time and place seemed too improbable. All doubts were quickly resolved when a pool of blood began to form beneath Marta's head. Who would attack a defenseless student in the middle of the day on a university campus crowded with people? It seemed unbelievable. Marta had been injured, and a small bullet hole was found in her left ear, showing that the bullet had entered her brain. Bystanders immediately called for an ambulance, which arrived to evaluate her condition. Marta was alive but in critical condition and needed to be rushed to the hospital. Once at the clinic, she slipped into a coma. Her brain function stopped, but life support was maintained in the hope that she might recover. Her parents prayed for her safety and hoped she would regain consciousness. Meanwhile, doctors understood that her chances of recovery were almost non-existent. Even if Marta were to wake up, there was an almost certain possibility that she would be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of her life. At the same time, forensic experts were working at the crime scene. It was an open area connecting two university buildings. Along the sides of the passage, there was a building facade with windows and opposite it, a blank wall with a few sparse trees. Detectives needed to determine the attacker's position at the moment of the incident. Marta's friend could not identify where the sound had come from. It was very quiet, and Rosanna was the only witness who heard the sound of the attack. Another difficulty arose because Marta's body had been moved several times during attempts to help her. This made it hard for detectives to establish her exact position when she was attacked, in order to locate the criminal. To understand who could even think of shooting an ordinary student, the police began investigating Marta's background. Investigators believed that she might have been in contact with a criminal or even involved in wrongdoing. But the investigation showed that the victim was an ordinary, kind girl, and examining her biography did not reveal any potential suspects. Her friends were also typical students, and she had not been in a relationship recently. She spent all her free time studying. Even her diary entries were reviewed, but they contained nothing suspicious. Investigators began to suspect that the killer's real target had been Rosanna. Marta simply happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time and was killed by accident. The police had gathered some notable information. In the days leading up to the murder, Rosanna received 45 anonymous phone calls, which was highly unusual. When she answered one of the calls, there was only silence on the other end, and she gained no information. In addition, an unknown man called Rosanna's father late at night, leading to a heated argument in which he insulted her but never disclosed his identity. With this information, the police began to believe that the attacker had intended to kill Rosanna but mistakenly killed Marta instead. They considered the possibility that the attack was a failed act of revenge against Rosanna's father. He was an influential official who supervised several prisons. Investigators thought that the murder of his daughter could have been the work of a former inmate. However, detectives examined these theories and ultimately found them unconvincing. While Rosanna's father may have had enemies, there was no evidence suggesting a motive for harming his family members. Another hypothesis was then proposed. The university, in addition to its prestige, had always carried a bad reputation. There had been numerous uprisings and spontaneous attacks on campus. Such incidents do occur with alarming frequency. This university had even been the site of a terrorist attack on February 12, 1980. Unknown assailants rioted in the lobby with a weapon in one of the academic buildings while a professor was present. He was attacked 7 times and died as a result. This assault was not an isolated event. It took place during a period of heightened political tension, with similar incidents connected to the so-called Red Brigades. On March 27, 1985, a university economics professor became the victim of unknown criminals in another attack. The Red Brigades claimed responsibility for these crimes, stating that such actions were part of their political struggle. However, the murder of Marta, and even the possible targeting of Rosanna in 1997, appeared to be senseless acts of violence in this context. Another detail supporting this theory is the coincidence that May 9th marked the anniversary of the discovery of the body of Aldo Moro, a prominent political figure. It is believed that on this occasion, the Red Brigades chose to launch a new armed attack. In earlier incidents, the Red Brigades had openly admitted responsibility for the crimes they committed. Yet this time, no one claimed responsibility for the attack on Marta Russo. This was illogical, as it would have made more political sense to target a university professor rather than an ordinary student. As police continued their investigation, doctors were trying to save Marta. A surgeon removed a .22 caliber bullet from her head, which was then sent to the laboratory for analysis. At this stage, ballistics experts believed that the faint sound heard was likely caused either by the use of a silencer or by weapons that naturally produce quieter sounds, especially from a distance, making them difficult to identify. The .22 caliber was a common choice because it has low stopping power and produces significantly less noise than higher caliber firearms. Forensic experts worked to reconstruct the bullet's trajectory to help determine possible shooting locations. However, because the body had been moved, their conclusions were ultimately insufficient and likely inaccurate. The investigation suggested that the attacker most likely acted from a building across the street from where the victim had been walking. It was assumed that the attacker fired from a window. Calculations indicated that the shooter was positioned in a bathroom adjacent to classrooms where statistics students were studying. Given the small number of students present at that time, this location allowed the attacker to remain unnoticed and escape without attracting attention. The day after the attack, this theory was reinforced by a statement from a statistics student who reported visiting the bathroom shortly after the incident. He noticed that the window was wide open, even though it was usually kept closed. Detectives concentrated their efforts on the area, including the street below the window. They soon located a shell casing from the weapon, which had been missed on the first day because it was hidden beneath a car. To the surprise of ballistic experts, the casing did not match the bullet that killed Marta. Investigators also found numerous bullet holes in the wall near the crime scene. It appeared that students had been using the restroom as a target practice area. Someone had been practicing there frequently. A cartridge case discovered at the scene may have come from these training sessions. While examining the bathroom, police also discovered a small nearby room used as a storage area by a cleaning company that worked at the university. Based on the bullet's trajectory, detectives considered this room a possible location from which the attacker fired. Access to this room was initially restricted. Investigators conducted thorough background checks on all cleaning company employees associated with the university. They found that many of these employees were weapon enthusiasts with licenses. Some of them were able to obtain weapons even without a license. In addition, the storage room contained a significant quantity of ammunition. Investigators uncovered various types of weapons and equipment, including silencers. They also found several kinds of bullets, including .22 caliber cartridges. It was notable that the cleaning company employees were free from cleaning duties between 9 and 14 o'clock, meaning no one should have been present at that time. The attack on Marta occurred at 11:42 a.m., which fell within this period. Investigators needed to question all the cleaners, but they provided alibis in an effort to remove suspicion. Eventually, all employee information was verified. During the investigation, no illegal firearm storage was found, as the owners had proper licenses and the weapons were registered. The cleaning staff admitted that they occasionally used the wall of a nearby building as a weapons practice range, but they insisted that they always practiced from a trailer and were careful when no one was around. This situation raised additional questions. On May 14th, the equipment keeping Marta alive was switched off, and she was pronounced dead. She had remained in a coma for 5 days without regaining consciousness. Her parents and sister honored her final wish by donating her organs. Around 10,000 people attended Marta's funeral, including relatives, friends, students, and local residents who wanted to pay tribute to her. Marta's mother revealed that she felt a strong sense of anxiety on the morning of the tragedy, which she found impossible to shake. At first, she did not attach much importance to her uneasiness until the police contacted her regarding Marta's situation. Public dissatisfaction with the police was growing due to a series of high-profile cases that had remained unsolved. These failures seriously damaged the reputation of the police in Rome. As a result, it became urgently necessary to restore their lost credibility. This prompted decisive actions by the police, which had devastating consequences. The investigation began when detectives questioned the librarian, a 36-year-old man who owned a suppressor and a .22 caliber weapon. Initially, he was considered a suspect, but he had a strong alibi. He was present in the audience during the attack, and numerous witnesses confirmed his presence. As a result, he was cleared of suspicion. Detectives then enlisted leading forensic experts to search the building for microscopic gunpowder particles. They carefully examined windowsills, floors, and various surfaces to determine the location from which the attacker had fired. Unfortunately, a significant amount of time had passed since the incident, and the area had been cleaned several times. In addition, rain the following day may have washed away any evidence on the exterior of the building. Investigators searched several floors, and after approximately 3 hours, they discovered 2 tiny particles of barium and antimony, which are associated with firearms. However, these particles were not found on the restroom windowsills, but on the floor above, in office number 6, rather than in the restroom area. In office number 6, a stain on the windowsill was suspected to be gunpowder, but this was uncertain because many people working in the building owned weapons. As a result, it was difficult to determine who could have left the trace. Despite these doubts, the stain was considered reliable evidence. The chemical composition of the substance was analyzed and revealed similarities to printer ink or burnt rubber. Investigators focused on office number 6, which was considered a probable location for the attack. Based on the possible trajectory calculations, the shot could have originated from almost anywhere along the campus facade, including the roof. Nevertheless, the police identified the individuals who were in that room at the time of the attack. The office was used for departmental assistance, and both students and faculty had access to it. All individuals present were questioned. During the investigation, detectives noticed a strange pattern. Each person claimed they were not in room number 6 at the time of the murder. Investigators suspected this behavior indicated collusion among those involved. While searching office number 6, they found a mobile phone that had made a call at 11:44 on the day of the incident, just minutes after the attack. The call was traced to a professor's daughter named Maria Chiara Lepori. She admitted that she was in the room when the call was made, but stated that she did not see anyone with a weapon. She firmly denied any involvement in the murder, explaining that she did not know Marta, had no motive, and did not possess a weapon of the specified caliber. At this stage, police officers were determined to thoroughly investigate the circumstances surrounding office number 6. They decided to question Maria at the police station. During these interrogations, Maria appeared disoriented and altered her account several times. She was questioned 13 times, and in nearly every session she introduced new details. Afterward, she stated that investigators were putting pressure on her. Eventually, she remembered that when she returned to office number 6 to make a phone call, a man had come out to meet her. He muttered something unclear, like hello, but Maria did not recognize him and simply watched as he walked away. However, her version of events changed yet again. Maria had a confirmed alibi, which ultimately shielded her from being formally accused. She explained her behavior as a result of fear and intense stress, and she was ultimately removed from the list of suspects. Unfortunately, Maria's difficulties were only beginning. One of the suspects was a man named Salvatore Ferraro, who turned out to be an assistant in philosophy and law. Maria identified him, and he quickly began cooperating with the police. She felt compelled to do so under the threat of being charged herself. According to her, he resembled the young man who had left office number 6 when she entered, but she remained unsure until the very end. Her account changed repeatedly, likely because of the continuous pressure placed on her. The first interrogation lasted 14 hours, after which investigators continued to approach her again and again, increasing the pressure. It is uncertain whether Maria can be considered a reliable source, but the detectives were determined to find the killer at any cost. To confirm her statements, they carried out numerous interrogations with other individuals connected to office number 6. These witnesses gave inconsistent testimonies that did not match each other. In response, investigators worked intensely to assemble the information into a coherent picture. At one point, Bruno Romano, the university director, intervened. She voiced her dissatisfaction with how the police were handling the case and highlighted several violations she had noticed. Her primary concern was that the investigation did not allow lawyers to be present during witness interviews. Because of her objections, the director herself became a suspect and was placed under investigation for allegedly covering up for the killer in order to protect the university from scandal. Under mounting public pressure, the police attempted to identify a suspect, but everyone they considered had solid alibis. Attention then shifted to Gabriella Aleto, the secretary of the university head. Maria claimed that Gabriella had been in office number 6 before the attack. Police began exerting intense pressure on Gabriella, even threatening her. At the same time, they installed wiretaps on the phone in the office where she worked, and there were even plans to place a hidden camera. During her interactions with investigators, Gabriella faced explicit threats. She was warned that if she did not identify the murderer, she would be accused of the crime herself. On the 45th day after the incident, Gabriella, seeking to protect her career and personal life, stated that she had been far from office number 6 and had no knowledge of who could be responsible for the murder. She stressed that a long-term illness prevented her from using weapons. The detectives were so determined to close the case that they even summoned doctors to verify her medical condition. They interrogated Gabriella relentlessly, including questioning her son-in-law, who worked in law enforcement, to pressure her into confessing. Despite being a relative, he took part in efforts to force a confession. The other detectives eventually left, leaving Gabriella alone with her son-in-law. Despite the circumstances, he was unable to obtain a confession from her. The only admission she made was that she had been in office number 6. The lack of lawyers further complicated the situation, pushing Gabriella into despair. In addition, on June 11th, authorities decided to arrest director Bruno Romano, charging him with aiding and abetting the murderer, as it was suspected that he was covering up the crime. Later, when criminal cases were initiated against all participants in the investigation for abuse of office, the prosecutor maintained that this was merely a tactic to intimidate those involved. Gabriella, feeling the pressure of the intimidation, especially after the arrest of the director, lost her composure out of fear. Eventually, she disclosed that on the day of the murder, she saw 2 men in office number 6. One of them pulled out a weapon when Marta Russo and her friend were positioned between the window and the opposite wall. He fired, causing Marta to collapse. Gabriella also remembered that the young men appeared panicked and clearly did not expect to kill anyone as they fled in fear. Witnesses identified the shooter as Salvatore Ferraro. The second man was identified as Giovanni Scattoni, a 29-year-old philosophy assistant. After obtaining these statements, detectives were able to piece together the information. At first, the young men did not seem like individuals capable of committing a cold-blooded murder. Even unintentionally, investigators were not concerned by the fact that Salvatore and Giovanni did not know Marta and had no motive. They repeatedly denied their guilt, but Gabriella's statement made it difficult to dismiss the accusations. A major issue for Salvatore emerged from searches of his apartment, where forensic books about the perfect crime were found. Investigators quickly assumed this meant he had been planning an ideal murder. Although Salvatore argued that he required this material for his university research, investigators countered that forensic science is not normally a field of study for philosophers. However, there was a serious problem. Detectives had been unable to locate the weapon that killed Marta. During the trial, both Salvatore and Giovanni remained calm and continued to claim their innocence. There was no direct evidence connecting them to the crime, yet the prosecution portrayed them as ruthless killers. Although the prosecution presented testimony from Gabriella, the jury remained uncertain. They focused on the traces of gunpowder allegedly found on the windowsill of office number 6 and the bullet's trajectory, overlooking the fact that this evidence was largely inaccurate and speculative. Witnesses who had endured lengthy interrogations testified, and trial photographs clearly showed that Gabriella and Maria struggled to hide their fear. This situation mirrored the experience of a security guard who had seen the defendants in office number 6. He had been a suspect in the case, but chose to cooperate with the police and was later cleared of suspicion. During the trial, Gabriella described how the defendants ran from the university after the attack, but this did not prove their involvement in the crime. Defense attorneys for the students argued that the particles found on the windowsill were not from a weapon, but instead from car exhaust. This suggested that the attack could have originated from another window, potentially implicating different individuals. The lawyer maintained that the witness testimonies had been exaggerated. Experts, based on their reconstruction of the events, believed that Marta's death was the result of a tragic accident during a reckless game. The shooting happened unintentionally due to a series of ricochets that struck her head, which would categorize the act as manslaughter. By the conclusion of the trial in 2001, both defendants were found guilty. Giovanni received a reduced sentence of 5 years for manslaughter and unlawful possession of firearms, having originally been sentenced to 7 years. Salvatore was implicated in the torture of women, but all charges against him were dropped by university authorities. Following their convictions, the defendants appealed their sentences, which led to a review of the case. The Supreme Court upheld Giovanni's manslaughter conviction, but overturned the charge of illegal firearm possession. As a result, Giovanni's prison term was reduced to 5 years, and he was ordered to pay €300,000 in legal expenses. This case continues to raise many questions, as uncertainty remains regarding the guilt of Giovanni and Salvatore, making it a highly controversial matter. However, some supporters believe that justice was ultimately served. Victims of police misconduct later spoke out, voicing their dissatisfaction, which triggered significant public outrage and internal investigations. Their statements were supported by strong evidence, including several interrogation recordings that contained threats. These victims shared their concerns with investigators. Gabriella stated that she felt intimidated and unsafe, and she emphasized the absence of legal representation during interrogations. Taking such action was risky, as it was believed that the police might receive institutional support. As a result, their appeal prompted a new investigation. Unfortunately, it ended quickly, with no police officers facing any consequences. Gabriella and Maria have long since been free and are continuing with their lives. Gabriella, now over 50, is a philosophy teacher in Rome who has had to turn down several opportunities and continues to face criticism. Salvatore Ferrero works as a lawyer, writes books, appears on television programs, and assists people who have suffered from injustice and cruelty. The most disturbing aspect of the case is that if there was indeed a miscarriage of justice, Marta's true killer remains at large. To ease some of the pain caused by this tragedy, an exception was made for Marta's family. Marta's mother was allowed to embrace the woman who has lived for 20 years thanks to Marta's donated heart. She is grateful for this gift, acknowledging that through this generous act, a part of Marta continues to live on in others. Moving on to the next case. The case of Robert Pointer. Robert Pointer was recognized as a kind man who helped others when they were in need. His children were always his foremost priority. Robert had 3 daughters, with Grace being the youngest from his second marriage. From his first marriage, he had 2 daughters, his eldest, Nicole, and his second daughter, Natalie. After roughly 20 years of marriage to Robert, Amy Pointer began noticing changes in his behavior that made her suspicious. Robert started leaving the house more frequently and spending increased time away from his family. Their eldest daughter, Nicole, soon discovered that her father possessed a second cell phone. It was revealed that he was secretly seeing another woman named Chassie. At the time they met, Chassie worked as a nurse, and they were introduced through a mutual friend. Chassie fell in love with him and chose to pursue the relationship, despite knowing he was married with children. She soon learned that Robert was experiencing marital problems, which prompted her to visit the fire station frequently to speak with him. Although Robert had been married for 20 years, he succumbed to temptation and began an affair with Chassie, ultimately leaving his wife, Amy. In December 2007, Robert officially started dating Chassie, and by May 2009, she was pregnant. They married on December 28th. At that time, Robert was 40 years old. While Chassie was 22, she claimed she was very happy with her husband. Unfortunately, this happiness did not endure for long. Over time, her feelings waned, and she began to think that the marriage had been a mistake. Chassie later described her relationship with Robert as a foolish choice and a youthful error. On September 9, 2016, Chassie called 911 in a state of panic and distress. She requested that police rush to a rural road 38 kilometers from the city where she was staying with her husband. During the call, she expressed concern for his safety. When police arrived around midnight, they found a car parked nearby with Chassie inside. She had blood on her shoulders and body, but she did not appear injured. According to Chassie, while waiting for the police, she held her husband's head. She remained at his side the entire time. Inside the car was Robert Pointer, who was injured. Chassie had blood on her shoulders, shirt, and legs, but it was not her own, and she was uninjured. Police quickly discovered a head wound on him. Chassie reported seeing an attacker dressed in dark clothing assault Robert. She was still terrified the attacker might return, but she could not exit the vehicle because it was stuck. Additionally, her husband required urgent medical assistance. Sadly, by the time the ambulance arrived, Robert was dead, and it was too late to save him. Chassie stated that it was impossible to understand who would attack them in the darkness. Robert, her husband, had been a good man, serving as a firefighter for many years and rising to the rank of captain. She did not see the attacker's face and could not provide any details. Overwhelmed, she began having difficulty breathing. Eventually, a doctor stabilized her, allowing her to recount the events leading to the murder. That evening, Chassie, 29, was on her way to meet her husband at a fast food restaurant in Rossi, Texas. She was late, got lost in the dark, missed a turn, and drove 5 kilometers in the wrong direction. Upon realizing her error, she decided not to turn back and continued driving. She noticed a country road leading into a field and thought it might help her navigate. Unfortunately, the road was muddy, and her car became stuck. She could not exit. In fact, the road was used by farmers with tractors. It was unusual for Chassie to choose this path, as it was clearly unsuitable for her car. She then called Robert, knowing he was nearby, and asked for assistance. He quickly ran to help her. Upon arrival, he parked along the roadside. Chassie, waiting for him, pointed out the location of her car. He left his vehicle and walked toward her car, moving into the darkness. Chassie remained behind, but after several minutes, she heard an explosion. Fearing for Robert's safety, she ran to her car and found him injured, slumped in the passenger seat. In panic, she called the police. While making the call, she noticed a suspicious dark figure in the distance among the trees. She believed it was the attacker. Fearing for her life, she realized this man had no reason to harm Robert, which caused her to worry she might be the target. Despite her fear, she did not want to leave Robert, so she chose to get into the car with him. Robert Pointer, 47, was a well-respected firefighter. He served at a fire station near University Park in Dallas, Texas, for 19 years, eventually becoming a captain and saving numerous lives. Robert's sudden death was a tremendous loss to his children and family. The police needed to uncover the truth surrounding his death. Robert's young wife, Chassie, struggled to cope with the tragedy and gave vague and inconsistent statements to the authorities. The officers who arrived at the scene began questioning her credibility. On a remote road, an attacker inexplicably chose to kill a stranger. Robert was attacked immediately upon entering the area. It was unclear why the assailant did not target Chassie. The police found this situation perplexing. They observed no struggle or apparent motive for the assault. The attacker emerged silently from the shadows and struck Robert while he was inside his car. Chassie provided information regarding her marriage and her relationship with Robert. She explained that problems had begun years earlier, nearly causing the marriage to fail. A major concern for her was Robert's intention to seek custody of their daughter in the event of a divorce. Chassie spoke with police for over an hour, and as the conversation continued, she shared additional details, not only about her relationship with Robert, but also concerning the assault. Chassie explained that their marriage had deteriorated over time. They had been sleeping in separate rooms for 3 years. She expressed that she did not feel genuine love and believed that Robert still harbored feelings for his ex-wife. Chassie began asserting that Robert was a cruel man. Because he had been taking testosterone injections to boost his hormone levels, she claimed that the injections made him more aggressive and that he frequently used force against her. Chassie accused Robert of humiliating her in multiple ways, including verbal and physical abuse. Eventually, the police chose to release her on bail while continuing their investigation. They spoke with Robert's first wife, Amy, who disputed Chassie's allegations. She stated that Robert had never had a testosterone problem and that cruelty or irritability was not characteristic of him. This perspective was corroborated by his children, relatives, and co-workers. Notably, his daughter recalled living with her father and stepmother for 6 months at age 16 and never witnessing him lose his temper or behave cruelly. This view was echoed by his other daughters. Chassie later attempted to refute the allegations against her, claiming that Robert's daughters from his first marriage had been hostile toward her from the beginning, viewing her as a homewrecker. She explained that she had chosen not to report the domestic abuse to authorities because she did not want to harm Robert's career. Chassie maintained that she had tried to salvage their relationship. During her interactions and interviews with Robert's daughter, Natalie, it was revealed that Chassie had been unfaithful to Robert. Natalie found evidence of the affair on Chassie's computer. An open social media tab displayed conversations with multiple men. After this discovery, Natalie began to notice that her stepmother often left the house for several hours while Robert worked night shifts at the fire department. Meanwhile, the sisters would awaken at night, crying and calling for their mother. Natalie was furious and confronted her father, presenting clear evidence of the situation. This revelation shocked Robert, who considered filing for divorce. However, he ultimately decided against it, choosing instead to attempt to save his marriage. According to Robert's children, he did not wish to leave Chassie for the sake of their young daughter. He made efforts to improve their relationship, but these efforts appeared to be in vain. Robert then installed a surveillance camera at the front door. Just 12 days before the murder, the camera captured an unknown man with Chassie. The police began to suspect Chassie. Despite the officers' doubts, she continued telling her story, frequently adding details that seemed inconsistent. With each discussion with the police, more contradictions appeared in her account, making it less credible. Interestingly, she publicly referred to Michael Garza as her lover. During her interviews with the police, Chassie often paused for extended periods before answering questions. Her interactions seemed to be an attempt to mislead the authorities. She claimed that Robert had decided to file for divorce after discovering she was seeing Michael. Robert confided in his friends at the fire department, who suggested he consider ending the marriage because they could see he and Chassie were incompatible. Robert still hoped to salvage the relationship and decided to take his family on a vacation to Mexico. However, the trip did not go as planned, and on the second day, an argument occurred. Robert noticed that Chassie was speaking excitedly on the phone and suspected she was still in contact with her lover, showing little interest in enjoying their vacation. On Wednesday, they returned from Mexico, and Robert admitted that he could no longer tolerate the situation and filed for divorce. By Friday, Robert had been murdered. After police questioned Chassie, she claimed that despite the affair, she still loved Robert and wanted to save their marriage. To that end, she had planned a date with Robert at a restaurant that night, hoping to reconnect. Chassie then repeated her story about a mysterious stranger attacking Robert. After 2 hours of questioning, she altered her account and stated that she knew the killer. It was her lover, Michael Garza, who had been in the passenger seat of her car at the time of the murder. Chassie's story continued to change. She claimed that shortly before the tragedy, she had told Michael about Robert's anger issues and shared the abuse she had endured for years. This allegedly prompted Michael to attack Robert. On the night of the incident, Chassie suggested they scare Robert so he would stop mistreating her. They planned to stage a situation where the car would appear stuck on a deserted road. Chassie insisted that she did not see the weapon Michael was carrying, stating it was not part of their plan. Michael said he would wait for Robert and asked Chassie to call her husband. Now, Chassie asserted that Michael had orchestrated the ambush. When her husband arrived, she noticed something touching. Robert was wearing the same perfume he had worn on their wedding day, which she believed was his way of trying to please her. Chassie joked about it, and Robert laughed. Although the mood was light, her husband had only a few minutes left to live. Chassie told the police that as soon as Robert got into the car, she yelled at him to stop. She claimed she was trying to prevent Michael from escalating the situation. She stated she had no knowledge of the weapon in the car, saying she had only realized something was wrong and wanted to stop a fight. However, shortly after she screamed, an explosion occurred. When Chassie called for help, Michael snatched the phone from her hand and threw it on the ground before disappearing. After reviewing the false statements and misinformation, the police concluded that Chassie was involved in the murder. They believed she played a central role in the plan and was fully aware of what was going to happen. Chassie was then arrested and charged with conspiracy to commit murder. At the same time, the police began searching for her boyfriend, Michael. On September 15, 2016, Robert Pointer was buried. Firefighters from across Texas attended his funeral. His family revealed that in his final days, he had actually been prepared to end his relationship with Chassie, as he appeared exhausted by the way she treated him. About a week before his death, Robert contacted a divorce attorney. The day prior to the tragedy, he posted a troubling message on social media, expressing fear of a surprise attack. During this period, he was selling the family home and seeking custody of his daughter from his second marriage. The following day, Robert died, and police believed it was more than mere coincidence. They concluded it was a premeditated murder. Authorities discovered significant evidence on Chassie's cell phone and computer suggesting she had been seeking someone to kill her husband. Numerous text messages had been sent to Chassie's lovers, and police identified at least 4 men with whom she was having affairs at the time. Of these men, Chassie identified Michael as the most susceptible. She then began executing her deception. Her strategy was to convince Michael that Robert posed a danger to her. She presented herself as a victim, claiming to have suffered domestic violence. Although she relayed a similar story to all 4 lovers, only Michael was manipulated. While on vacation in Mexico, Chassie texted him, expressing fear for her life. She instructed Michael that if she did not return from the trip, he should contact the police and report her as a victim of Robert. In response, Michael stated he would kill Robert. During questioning, Chassie claimed she thought it was a joke. Police also interviewed Chassie's other lover, Golden. He stated that Chassie had told him alarming stories about Robert, alleging that her ex-husband was stalking her. However, Golden did not believe her and advised her to contact authorities. Although Chassie claimed abuse, police found no evidence to support her accusations against Robert. Neighbors and relatives reported no problems or domestic incidents. No one observed any bruises on Chassie, even at the time of her husband's death. Later examinations confirmed she showed no signs of physical abuse. People around Robert confirmed that he was one of the kindest individuals they knew. Authorities worked to clarify the details surrounding the incident. Michael had fled. Although police searched his home, he could not be located. However, Michael turned himself in the following day and was charged with the murder of Robert Pointer. He was uncooperative and refused to speak with police. At that time, the murder weapon had not been recovered, and searches were unsuccessful. Fortunately, 5 weeks after the murder, a farmer reported discovering a shotgun while plowing a field a few hundred yards from where Robert had been killed. The shotgun was still loaded, and the bullets matched those that killed Robert. Additionally, a shirt was found near the murder weapon, and DNA testing confirmed it belonged to Michael. Police contacted Chassie again, and she eventually admitted knowing about the murder weapon's existence. However, she maintained she had no involvement in planning the crime. On July 10, 2018, Michael Garza's trial commenced. During the hearing, he continued asserting his innocence and made a surprising claim. He stated that he had taken the weapon from his brother, but insisted he had no intention of killing Robert, claiming he had given it to Chassie at her request. Michael provided an alibi, stating he was at his farm several dozen miles from the crime scene, caring for a sick cow at the time of the murder. However, he could not substantiate his alibi. Despite attempts to defend himself, the jury did not believe him. On July 20th, he was convicted of murder and sentenced to 99 years in prison. The prosecutor contended that Chassie orchestrated the killing. It was evident that Michael could not have lured Robert to the remote country road alone. Chassie was an accomplice in the scheme. The prosecution presented Chassie's text messages to reveal her true intentions, showing she had used Michael as a pawn, deceiving him into believing she genuinely loved him. In reality, he had been naive. After Robert's murder and her interactions with police, Chassie planned to spend the night with another lover, as her text messages revealed. Her attorney argued it was an out-of-control accident and not her fault, claiming that if there had been a secret plan, the actual perpetrator would not have called police after the murder but would have attempted to cover it up. The prosecution argued that Chassie had acted out of fear. Although she did not testify at trial, the jury viewed a video of her holding her head and saying, "Oh no, what have I done?" This was considered a confession regarding her husband's murder. After 4 hours of deliberation, the jury found Chassie Pointer guilty of murder and sentenced her to 30 years in prison. Moving on to the next case. The case of Ryan Widmer. Sarah and Ryan Widmer met at a favorite coffee shop. Ryan ordered a cup of coffee while Sarah was waiting in line and happened to notice a book on his table that she had just finished reading. Their shared interest in literature sparked their first conversation. Gradually, they spent many hours discussing common topics such as books, movies, music, and daily routines. Through these conversations, they discovered that they both loved nature, travel, and animals. After each meeting, their relationship grew closer and more trusting. Their understanding and trust continued to deepen. Eventually, their relationship developed into love. After a few months of dating, Ryan proposed to Sarah during a romantic sunset at the same coffee shop where they had met. Sarah felt immense happiness and accepted the proposal. The young couple planned their wedding and found a 2-story house in Hamilton. On April 10, 2008, their wedding took place. They chose a small church for the ceremony, attended by close friends and beloved family. Every detail, even the smallest, was specially planned by Sarah. On the important day, Sarah looked gorgeous and beautiful, and Ryan could not take his eyes off her. After the wedding and reception, the couple went on a honeymoon to the Hawaiian Islands, where they spent 2 weeks exploring paradise and enjoying time together. At this point, they were deeply in love and had already planned for the future, dreaming of having children. On the evening of Monday, August 11, 2008, after finishing work at the dental clinic, Sarah met Ryan at a cafe. They had dinner and talked happily before walking home. Sarah unpacked her groceries and sat down on the couch. Ryan brought her a glass of water and a headache pill. He gave her a bath, and they finished watching their favorite TV show together. Sarah went upstairs to the bedroom. She undressed, folded her clothes neatly, prepared a towel, lit a scented candle, and turned on her favorite music. Ryan pressed the button on the TV remote, pausing the football game a few times. He lay on the couch for no more than 10 minutes. He called to his wife, but Sarah did not hear him, so he slowly went upstairs. In the bedroom, Ryan turned on the TV and called Sarah again. There was silence. In a panic, he entered the bathroom and found Sarah lying face down in the bathtub. Ryan unplugged the bathtub and took out his phone to call 911. At 10:49 p.m., under police direction, Ryan finally got Sarah out of the bathtub and performed CPR on her. Within 6 minutes, an ambulance and police arrived at Ryan's home. An initial inspection of the scene drew the attention of the police. The bathroom was dry and clean, with no signs of water or scattered objects. Sarah lay on the bedroom floor, naked, her skin dry. Only her wet hair suggested she had drowned. A paramedic performed CPR when there was no pulse. A pinkish-white fluid flowed from Sarah's nose and mouth. 2 attempts to intubate Sarah while she was on the bedroom floor were unsuccessful. She was then rushed to the emergency room, where 2 more attempts were made to restore her heart rate with a defibrillator, both unsuccessful. During this time, Ryan remained by his wife's side. Within 20 minutes of arriving at the hospital, they attempted to revive Sarah, but at 11:41 p.m., an emergency room doctor pronounced her dead. Ryan knelt in the hospital hallway and cried. Relatives and friends of the couple could not have imagined that just 4 months after their wedding, a tragedy would occur that would shock the entire city and make Ryan the prime suspect in Sarah's death. When police questioned him at the hospital, Ryan's initial statements raised suspicions. He claimed that he and his wife had been home that night. They had dined out, returned home, and watched TV. Because Sarah had a headache, Ryan gave her painkillers and led her to the bathroom. Some details in Ryan's statement did not match the emergency call records. The victim had collapsed face down, whereas Ryan stated that his wife had been lying face up. This discrepancy led the police to question Ryan's account. Ryan was deeply shocked by the events and repeatedly called Sarah's name. Under pressure from the police, he was compelled to participate in the investigation to provide information about Sarah's death. He agreed to allow his house to be searched. Analysis of the medication Sarah had taken revealed that it was a common painkiller typically used to treat headaches and migraines. However, she had also been taking a course of medication that altered her hormones and caused her to fall into an uncontrollable sleep. After searching the house, traces of blood were discovered on the carpet. During the investigation, police identified several signs that raised suspicion about Ryan's story. Upon arriving at the scene, the bathtub and tiles were dry with no indications of water. No wet items, clothing, or other objects were found in the house that could have absorbed water. The autopsy revealed that Sarah had multiple injuries to her body, including bruises on her head, neck, armpits, and lips. However, there were no signs of a struggle or resistance. Sarah's fingernails were intact, not broken or chipped. This did not align with the theory that she had been murdered after a struggle. Sarah's autopsy, conducted by Dr. Russell Appointment Grove, indicated that she died of drowning. During the examination, experts also discovered multiple muscle hemorrhages on the front of her neck and bruises on her head. These injuries were determined to have occurred prior to her death. However, the cause of these injuries remained unknown. Toxicology tests ruled out the presence of illegal substances or alcohol in Sarah's blood, making the cause of her death more difficult to determine. On August 13, 2008, Ryan was arrested on suspicion of murdering his wife. The charge was based on the emergency call, a scene that did not match reality, and the injuries on Sarah's body. This evidence was sufficient to charge him with the murder of his wife. Ryan and Sarah were deeply in love, as friends and neighbors confirmed. They never argued or fought publicly and always planned their lives together. What caused Sarah's death? In March 2009, the first trial began with emergency line officer Ron Cronenberger taking the stand. He described the phone conversation with Ryan as calm and relaxed. However, Ron Cronenberger also stated that Ryan appeared to be merely blowing into the phone, pretending to perform CPR. The prosecution argued that information from the 911 call, the scene, and Sarah's injuries was sufficient to prove that Ryan killed her by forcing her underwater and drowning her in the bathtub. The main piece of evidence in the case was the bathtub. Police examined it for fingerprints, and identified what they believed to be human handprints located closer to the middle of the tub. Using a reflective ultraviolet photographic process, fingerprints and stains were detected on the bathtub. A fingerprint was found on the forearm, and hair follicle testing determined it had been left by an adult male, although the age of the fingerprint could not be established. The police called in a medical expert, who testified that falling asleep and dying in a bathtub was unlikely unless illegal drugs or alcohol were involved. According to the expert, the sensation of water on the face could have awakened the person or triggered a reflex response in the airway. Otherwise, the reduction in oxygen in the muscles would likely have woken the victim. Additionally, the pathologist who performed the autopsy was called to testify. He stated that if Sarah had a dry body but wet hair, a likely explanation would be that her head had been pushed off the edge of the bathtub, toilet, or sink. She could have been pushed forward or backward in running water or in a full bathtub. According to the prosecution's case, Ryan held Sarah's head underwater until she drowned, and on that basis, he should be convicted. Ryan's defense attorney argued that he was innocent and had no motive to kill Sarah. The attorney stated that if there had been a violent struggle, as the prosecution claimed, there would have been evidence of it. However, Ryan had no injuries, and Sarah's fingernails were not broken or chipped. The attorney argued that the injuries found on Sarah were the result of prolonged CPR, direct cardiac massage, and multiple attempts at intubation that night, in the house, in the ambulance on the way to the hospital, and at the hospital itself. At the defense's request, a second autopsy was performed. Dr. Werner Spitz conducted the examination and again confirmed that the cause of death was drowning. He observed injuries to her neck, arms, upper lip, skull, a lacerated liver, and bleeding from her neck, but could not determine whether these injuries were caused by CPR. Those present argued that paramedics had been trying to resuscitate Sarah for approximately 45 minutes, and the deep bleeding inside her neck could have been caused by an IV being inserted there because paramedics could not access the veins in her arms. Instead of ruling it a homicide, Dr. Werner Spitz declared Sarah's death undetermined. The defense argued that her skin was dry because skin dries faster than hair. They also explained that when Ryan found his wife unconscious, he pushed the drain in the bathtub, tried to help her, and called emergency services. This sequence of events explains why her body was drier than expected. The water had drained from the bathtub even before Ryan called 911. However, it remains unknown whether the jury's verdict would have changed if they had received credible evidence that Sarah's medical condition could have caused the drowning. The official reason for denying a new trial was that the jury had made errors in its investigation. Ryan was surprised when Jennifer Cruz came to the prosecutor's office to testify about his guilt. She stated that she was friends with Ryan and that he had been in regular contact with her by phone or email. According to Jennifer's testimony, he called on October 26, 2009, at 11:09 p.m. In a very upset voice, he told her that he had beaten Sarah in the living room on the day of her death. Sarah had discovered his infidelity and seen inappropriate photos. They argued for a long time, first downstairs and then in the bedroom. Ryan pushed her into the bathroom and left his wife there without checking on her. He was angry, and after calming down, he found Sarah floating in a bathtub full of water. To cover his tracks, he wiped up the water on the bathroom floor with a towel and concocted a plan to make it appear as an accident. Ryan's attorneys worked hard to prove his innocence. They attempted to discredit Jennifer's testimony, arguing that it was unreliable. One obvious point was that no towels were found in the house, including in the dryer. Additionally, there was no evidence of infidelity in their marriage. The family had no financial problems and never argued. Friends described Ryan as a kind and helpful person who never displayed anger. Furthermore, Ryan would not have benefited from his wife's death, as he did not have a life insurance policy. Before the third trial began, Jennifer was discredited and barred from testifying. The call in which Ryan allegedly confessed to her was not authenticated. In January 2011, a trial was held based on new evidence. The defense argued that Sarah had underlying medical conditions that could have caused her to suddenly lose consciousness and drown. Several medical experts testified in support of the defense, stating that some heart or neurological defect could have led to the loss of consciousness. However, the state's medical experts disagreed with this assessment. The trial also revealed additional details about Sarah's health and daily routine. Her co-workers testified that she often slept in her car before going to work at the dental office due to severe allergies and stomach aches. On the day of her death, Sarah had complained of headaches and stomach aches to her dentist boss. That evening, Sarah spoke to a friend and mentioned her headaches and neck pain, and her friend said she looked extremely tired. Her ability to fall asleep quickly led her friends to suspect that she might have narcolepsy. Narcolepsy is a sleep disorder characterized by excessive daytime sleepiness. People with narcolepsy often have difficulty staying awake and need to take frequent naps to cope. However, Sarah's mother, Ruth Stewart, disputed this idea when she testified as a prosecution witness at trial. She claimed that she had never seen her daughter experience sleep problems and described Sarah as a healthy and active child with a regular daily routine. Sarah's medical records also supported this claim. As a dental hygienist, Sarah had undergone regular checkups, and her last examination showed no signs of health problems. In addition, other witnesses who claimed Sarah was excessively sleepy provided unconvincing testimony. In cases where a person is strangled from behind, the victim often suffers defensive injuries to the arms and legs, as well as injuries to the small bones in the neck. However, Sarah's autopsy did not show any such injuries. The defense urged the jury to consider all the facts surrounding the case, including that Ryan had no reason to harm Sarah. Once again, the defense was defeated. After about 12 hours of deliberation, Ryan was convicted of murder and sentenced to 15 years in prison. The jury based their decision on the lack of water on Sarah's body and around the bathtub, and the conclusion that Ryan's call to 911 was staged. One juror stated that Ryan's demeanor in court was one of the main reasons they believed he was guilty. When the autopsy photos were shown, they felt that Ryan was completely unresponsive. Ryan did not take the stand, although he told the court after the verdict was announced that he loved his wife and did not hurt her. Ryan remains in custody, awaiting a federal court ruling that could determine his parole status. After 14 years in prison, his first chance for parole will be in July 2025. With each passing year, Ryan holds out hope that the next year will bring him freedom. He continues to maintain his innocence and profess his love for Sarah, insisting that he did not harm her. Ryan's chances of parole in 2025 appear slim, as the parole board tends to favor inmates who show remorse. Since Ryan has always maintained his innocence, he could face an uphill battle for parole. Moving on to the next case. The case of Sabrina Zunick. Sabrina Zunick was born on October 27, 1994, in Cleveland, Ohio, United States. Her father is Mark Zunick, and her mother is Susan Edwards. Sabrina's family lived in social isolation. Both of her parents struggled with illegal substance and alcohol addiction. They were arrested multiple times. Therefore, from the age of 3, her grandmother assumed responsibility for her upbringing. By the age of 4, Sabrina was diagnosed with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, a condition related to a nervous system disorder, which severely affected her ability to control herself. She also suffered from oppositional defiant disorder, anxiety, depression, and bipolar disorder. Throughout her childhood, Sabrina faced significant difficulties in controlling her behavior. She often displayed aggression and lack of self-control, leading to conflicts with her classmates. This continued throughout her adolescence, causing her to become increasingly isolated and unable to maintain normal social relationships. At age 14, Sabrina was removed from her grandmother's care and placed in an orphanage run by the Lake County Department of Children's Services. She lived in the orphanage for 2 years. In 2011, Sabrina was adopted by Kevin Knopfel and Lisa, and moved to live with them in Willoughby Hills, Ohio. Lisa Knopfel is a compassionate woman who cares for and supports those around her. Lisa, born on May 2, 1971, in Reynoldsburg, Ohio, is the daughter of Clark and Rita. After marrying Kevin, she moved to Lake County in 2000 and became the mother of 2 daughters, Megan and Haley. With a kind heart and a passion for learning, Lisa works as a social worker in the juvenile department of Cuyahoga County, Ohio. Her greatest dream is to open an orphanage where she can provide care and love to children in difficult circumstances. It was here that Lisa met Sabrina. Joining the Knopfel family had a profound and transformative effect on Sabrina. As a high school student, she began to develop a love for learning, improved her grades, and started planning for her future. One day, Sabrina confided in her adoptive parents about her dream of becoming a model and pursuing a career in cosmetology. Seeing the positive changes in Sabrina, Lisa and Kevin were very pleased and supported her. Sabrina also developed a deep bond with Lisa and the rest of the Knopfel family. Many people around them remarked that Lisa and Sabrina seemed like real sisters. Sabrina often expressed her admiration for Lisa, considered her a role model, and affectionately referred to her as an older sister. However, the peace in the family did not last long. Problems emerged 6 months after Sabrina joined the household. Suddenly, Sabrina began accusing Lisa of not loving her and favoring Lisa's biological daughters. As the relationship between Sabrina and Lisa deteriorated, Sabrina grew closer to Kevin. Friends and family began noticing troubling behavior between the two. Their conversations and jokes appeared more like those of a couple than a father and daughter. On October 27, 2012, Sabrina turned 18. Legally, she was required to leave the foster home and live independently. However, Sabrina requested permission from her adoptive parents to stay and finish high school. Then, in the early hours of November 16, 2012, around 1 a.m., Sabrina grabbed a 10-inch serrated kitchen knife, entered Lisa's bedroom, and silently stood by her bed for 15 minutes, watching her sleep. Suddenly, Sabrina began stabbing Lisa repeatedly. Lisa awoke after the first strikes and screamed in pain. Her cries alerted her 13-year-old daughter, Megan, who ran to the bedroom and saw Sabrina holding the knife. Terrified, Megan ran to call emergency services, sobbing and screaming that her sister was attacking her mother. When law enforcement arrived, they found Sabrina with several minor cuts on her body, holding a knife and appearing to be in shock. At that time, she followed officers' instructions to drop the knife and place her hands behind her head. She was arrested without resistance, but refused to answer any questions once at the police station. During a search of the house, officers discovered Haley, Lisa's youngest daughter, locked in a closet. That night, Kevin was out of town on a business trip, working as a truck driver. He learned about the incident when the police called him. Shortly afterward, Kevin called 911 to check on the condition of his daughters and was informed he could come to the police station to pick them up. The next day, Kevin arrived at the police station with an unexpectedly calm demeanor. His unusual composure surprised the officers. They had expected to see a man grieving over his murdered wife, but he appeared unperturbed. Without answering any questions, Kevin quietly took his daughters home without displaying any obvious emotion. Kevin's behavior was not only difficult for the police to understand, but it also raised concern among his and Lisa's relatives and friends. They found it strange that he did not seem sad or depressed after such a devastating tragedy. Immediately afterward, Kevin attempted to request a visit with Sabrina in prison, but this request was denied. When he was denied permission to see Sabrina, Kevin's calm demeanor quickly turned to anger. He returned home with a visibly upset expression. The brutal crime shocked the local media. Lake County Police revealed that Lisa had sustained 178 injuries to her head, neck, torso, and limbs. Although Sabrina was quickly identified as the killer, investigators were initially baffled by her motive for committing such an appalling act. In the 10 months following the murder, detectives worked tirelessly to piece together the evidence. The suspicious relationship between Sabrina and Kevin became a central focus of the investigation. Through interviews with those involved, some remarkable information emerged, shedding light on the complex nature of the case. One of the first revelations came from a close friend of Sabrina's. She stated that Sabrina had confided that she had allowed Kevin to take nude photos of her in exchange for money. This revelation immediately raised suspicions of an illicit relationship between Kevin and his adopted daughter. In addition, just a week before the murder, Kevin had contacted a social worker to inform her that he and Lisa were considering divorce. During this conversation, Kevin expressed his intention to retain custody of Sabrina. Another shocking detail came from the testimony of a different friend of Sabrina's. This individual stated that in early October 2012, Kevin asked her to help him find a hitman. This information led investigators to suspect that Kevin might have been the mastermind behind the murder. During further investigation, police discovered that Kevin had purchased 2 life insurance policies worth a total of $800,000 in Lisa's name. Just days later, she was declared dead. Immediately after the murder, Kevin began spending lavishly, purchasing many expensive items. These actions were not only suspicious, but also suggested that Kevin had a financial motive for his wife's death. Initially, Sabrina denied any involvement of Kevin in the case. However, after 9 months in custody, in August 2013, she changed her testimony. Feeling abandoned by her adoptive father and unsupported in her difficult situation, Sabrina decided to cooperate with investigators. In her testimony, she provided important details about Kevin's role and motive in killing Lisa, bringing the case to a crucial turning point. Sabrina accused Kevin of orchestrating Lisa's murder and shared specific details about their romantic relationship. She claimed that her motive for killing Lisa was her deep love for Kevin and her refusal to share him with anyone else. According to Sabrina, their affair began in March 2012 when Kevin returned home exhausted from long hours of truck driving. Complaining of leg pain, Sabrina offered to massage his feet, which marked the beginning of their growing attraction. By September of that year, they had developed an intimate relationship. Sabrina stated that Lisa never suspected their affair because they behaved cautiously. Kevin frequently sent Sabrina messages expressing his lack of love for Lisa and his desire to build a new life with Sabrina. Kevin proposed a plan to Sabrina, promising her a stable future funded by money from Lisa's insurance policies. He assured her that he would provide a house and a car and suggested that she could take Lisa's place as the daughter's mother. Sabrina hesitated, recommending instead that Kevin file for divorce. However, Kevin rejected this idea, claiming that Lisa would take the daughters away from him if they were to separate. He repeatedly joked that a dead Lisa was worth much more than a living one. Gradually, Kevin's plan to eliminate Lisa took shape, and they decided that Sabrina would kill Lisa by stabbing her. To make the murder appear as a failed robbery, Sabrina would also steal some of Lisa's jewelry. Kevin took further steps to execute the plan. He purchased the knife intended for the murder and researched how to deliver fatal blows to the victim. He also instructed Sabrina to feign mental instability if she were ever arrested. Sabrina revealed that the final turning point occurred on the morning of November 15th, the day before the murder. While driving her to school, Kevin abruptly stopped the car and began crying. He admitted to Sabrina that he had fought with Lisa the previous night and confessed that he would harm himself if Lisa remained alive. Fearing that the man she loved might end his life, Sabrina resolved to kill Lisa. Based on Sabrina's testimony, investigators decided to arrest Kevin. On August 9, 2013, he was taken into custody. He was charged with conspiracy to commit aggravated murder and accessory to murder in exchange for the possibility of parole. Sabrina agreed to testify against him. In addition, the defense announced plans to appeal the verdict and intended to focus on expert testimony regarding Sabrina's mental health issues, arguing that her mental disorders were the sole reason she committed the murder. Kevin's trial began in May 2014, with the prosecutor asserting that there was no doubt that Sabrina had committed the murder. However, he emphasized that Kevin was fully aware of what would happen on November 16th and actively assisted Sabrina in planning the crime, which made him equally culpable. When Sabrina testified, she admitted to having an affair with Kevin and explained how they planned the crime together. She claimed the plan was Kevin's idea and stated that she carried it out only because she loved him and did not want him to suffer. Sabrina told the jury she wanted justice, emphasizing that she was not the sole person involved. The prosecution focused on Kevin's suspicious behavior after Lisa's death to clarify his motives and his unusual demeanor. The police officer who met Kevin the day after the murder testified that Kevin appeared unusually calm and unemotional under such circumstances. A coworker of Lisa's was also called to testify. She recalled bringing food to Kevin's home after Lisa's death to comfort the family, but noticed that Kevin acted very calmly, seemingly unaffected by the loss. Lisa's coworker also stated that at the funeral, Kevin showed no signs of grief, which struck her and others as unusual. Additionally, a representative from the insurance company was called to testify. This person revealed that Kevin had contacted them the morning after the murder to inquire about the claim procedure for the life insurance policy he had purchased for Lisa not long before. These details were presented by the prosecution to highlight Kevin's cold and calculating nature in the events surrounding Lisa's death. The trial also included testimony from the Lake County medical examiner, who described the horrific injuries Lisa sustained. He detailed 2 fatal wounds, one to her jaw, which severed her carotid artery, and another to her chest. The examiner added that the large number of wounds indicated Lisa resisted fiercely and fought for her life for several minutes before succumbing to her injuries. These gruesome descriptions underscored the brutality of the crime. Although investigators could not provide copies of the text messages exchanged between Sabrina and Kevin, they presented data on the number of messages and calls exchanged. According to the cellular operator, the two exchanged 1,491 text messages and made 78 calls between November 1st and November 16th, 2012. Kevin's lawyer argued that Sabrina should be considered solely responsible for Lisa's murder. He pointed out that investigators had no physical evidence proving Sabrina and Kevin were lovers. Furthermore, there were no specific text messages that directly implicated Kevin in planning Lisa's death. The defense argued that the prosecution's case rested entirely on Sabrina's testimony, which secured her a reduced sentence in return. The lawyer asserted that Kevin should be released, claiming the charges against him were baseless. He argued that Sabrina killed her adoptive mother not because of Kevin's influence, but because Lisa, 2 weeks earlier, had demanded Sabrina move out of their house by January 1st, 2013. Meanwhile, Kevin refused to testify in court. After a 9.5-hour hearing on June 11th, the jury found Kevin Knopfel guilty on all 11 charges. On August 6, 2014, Judge Joseph Gibson sentenced Kevin to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. This means Kevin will be eligible for parole in 2044 at the age of 73. After the trial, in which Sabrina provided detailed testimony about her role in Lisa's murder, the judges found her guilty of premeditated murder with aggravating circumstances. During the trial, Sabrina's defense attorney emphasized that she had admitted her guilt. Sabrina also confirmed this admission during a hearing in August 2014, expressing remorse for her actions. On September 29, 2014, at the age of 19, Sabrina Zunick was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. This means she will be eligible for parole in 2042, when she turns 47. Sabrina broke down in tears upon hearing the verdict. In explaining the sentence, the judge stated that the only reason Sabrina was being considered for parole was her cooperation with investigators. However, the judge also noted that although Kevin manipulated and used Sabrina to carry out his plot, her brutal actions went far beyond the original plan. In addition to the life sentence, the court ordered Sabrina to pay $6 million in compensation to Lisa's 2 biological daughters, Megan and Haley Knopfel, to help them overcome the emotional and financial losses caused by their mother's death. Currently, Sabrina is serving her sentence at the Dayton Correctional Facility, a women's detention center in Ohio. The prison, established in 1987, is known for its rehabilitation and education programs designed to help inmates rebuild their lives. Sabrina will spend most of her life in prison, facing the consequences of her actions and the indelible memories of a murder that changed many lives forever. Moving on to the next case. The case of Susan Wright. Susan Lucille Wright was born on April 24, 1976, in Houston, Texas, to parents Velma Sue and Jimmy Lawrence Wright. She was the eldest of 2 children and had a biological sister named Cindy. As a child, Susan was active, sociable, and creatively talented. During her school years, she developed a passion for dancing and aspired to become a choreographer. With her bright and attractive appearance, as well as her slender figure, she drew many admirers and enjoyed being the center of attention. After completing high school, Susan attempted, but was unsuccessful, in gaining admission to college. To raise funds for her future education, she decided to take some time off. During this period, she found work as a dancer at a well-known nightclub, performing partially nude on stage. She later decided to leave her job and use her savings to enroll in evening courses at a nursing school. To support herself and maintain her independence, Susan took a job as a waitress at a restaurant while pursuing her studies. However, she soon discovered that medicine was not her true passion and struggled to pay for her education. Consequently, she stopped attending classes to focus on her job. In the summer of 1997, 21-year-old Susan met her future husband, Jeffrey Andrew Wright, at the Galveston restaurant where she worked. He was immediately drawn to her beauty and radiant smile, becoming a regular customer and leaving generous tips. After some time, Jeffrey gathered the courage to ask Susan for her phone number. He would call her daily, sometimes multiple times a day, to arrange romantic dates and surprise her with small gestures, such as sending flowers with heartfelt notes to her workplace. In the evenings, he would meet her and walk her home. Jeffrey was 8 years older than Susan, but she did not consider this a significant issue. He was charming, attentive, and caring, which quickly won her over. However, it soon became apparent that Jeffrey struggled with alcohol and substance abuse. He claimed to have overcome his drug addiction and promised to quit drinking entirely. Susan, being young and in love for the first time, believed him. She thought their love could overcome any obstacle. Shortly afterward, Susan discovered she was pregnant and excitedly shared the news with Jeffrey. Although he appeared pleased about becoming a father, he did not take any decisive action, such as proposing or suggesting they move in together. Confused by Jeffrey's behavior, Susan took matters into her own hands. She insisted that their child should be born within a married family, and Jeffrey agreed to her terms. By the time they officially married, Susan was already 8 months pregnant. They chose to have a quiet, intimate wedding without guests or celebrations, rather than a grand ceremony. Around this time, they purchased a home in a quiet area of Harris County, Texas, and moved in a couple of weeks before the birth of their child. In December 1998, they welcomed their first child, a son named Bradley, and appeared to be the perfect family. In 2001, Susan became pregnant again, and in the spring of 2002, she gave birth to a daughter named Kay. The family had a small dog named Buck and a comfortable family car. Jeffrey worked at a local construction company, and after the children were born, Susan became a stay-at-home mom by mutual agreement. She took care of the children and created a cozy home environment. The neighbors said that Susan was a kind person, friendly, sociable, a caring mother, and a loving wife. However, it was later revealed that the reality of their family life was far from perfect. Her husband was extremely demanding in every aspect of their lives. Susan's days were filled with cleaning, doing laundry, and cooking. Jeffrey demanded freshly cooked meals every day, prohibiting her from preparing meals in advance or reheating leftovers. Maintaining a perfect and clean home was a challenging task, especially with 2 small children. Additionally, Jeffrey required his clothes to be washed almost daily, as he refused to wear the same item twice. If Susan failed to meet these expectations, she faced insults, humiliation, and even physical abuse. Moreover, Jeffrey was extremely frugal, providing Susan with a meager weekly allowance of $100 to cover all household expenses, including cooking, childcare, and maintenance. Susan had to track every expense and provide receipts to her husband, Jeffrey. However, Jeffrey's behavior was an even bigger issue. Despite promising to quit drinking, he continued and began using drugs, downplaying it as light doping to cope with work stress. The substances made him aggressive, causing him to harm Susan and their son. Jeffrey denied that his behavior was a problem, claiming that Susan knew about his substance use before their marriage. His parents sympathized with Susan, but felt powerless to intervene. After moving in together, Jeffrey's behavior became increasingly aggressive, resulting in physical, emotional, and intimate abuse. He initially apologized, but the violence became regular. Jeffrey would often go to the gym 3 times a week to practice boxing as a way to relieve stress. He looked forward to sharing this activity with his son when the boy was older. On January 13, 2003, Jeffrey returned home from the gym agitated and on edge. As Susan prepared dinner, he attempted to teach their 5-year-old son some boxing moves, but lost control and struck the child, causing him to burst into tears. Susan pretended not to notice the incident, but it was the last straw for her. Following dinner, she put the children to bed. Meanwhile, Jeffrey remained in the bedroom, continuing to take drugs. There are different accounts of what happened next. According to Susan, when she went into the room, Jeffrey assaulted her, attempted to rape her, and tried to stab her with a knife. She claimed she fought back in self-defense after managing to take the knife from him. The events that followed are unclear, with differing accounts of what occurred. According to Susan, when she entered the bedroom, Jeffrey tried to attack her, sexually assault her, and kill her with a knife. However, she claimed she managed to grab the knife and defended herself, leading to a struggle. Her story changed multiple times, but the version presented in court, based on the investigation, was considered more credible. Susan decided to use her dance skills to distract her husband and lower his guard. Wearing a short silk robe over her bare body, she put on a seductive display for Jeffrey. She then suggested a role-playing game that involved tying him up, which he agreed to. Using 3 of Jeffrey's neckties, she bound his hands and 1 leg to the bed. She used the silk belt from her robe to secure his other leg. With Jeffrey immobilized, Susan created a makeshift gag using her underwear, pretending it was part of the intimate game. To set the mood, she lit candles and turned off the lights. Jeffrey was tied to the bed with a gag in his mouth, unable to move or speak. The room was dimly lit. Jeffrey poured hot wax from a candle onto his chest, which was painful but initially seemed like part of the game. However, when she poured wax onto his genital area, the pain became unbearable. Jeffrey tried to free himself and scream, but he could not. Susan then took a small, sharp knife from the kitchen and began stabbing him repeatedly, starting at his groin and moving up his body, slashing his genitals, legs, abdomen, chest, arms, neck, and face. She stabbed slowly at first, expressing her grievances with each strike, recounting the insults, humiliations, and abuse she had suffered. As she continued, Susan began to cry and stab faster. Experts later counted 193 shallow knife wounds on Jeffrey's body. Most of these wounds were not fatal, and Jeffrey was conscious for most of the ordeal. Susan's actions suggested she was in a state of extreme emotional distress. Her lawyers argued that she was in a state of affect, unable to stop even when Jeffrey showed no signs of life. She had not considered what she would do next or how she would handle the body in a shallow grave in the backyard. She sat next to her husband's body on the floor for hours. Eventually, she looked around the blood-covered bedroom and realized she had to act before dawn. She carefully checked outside through the window, ensuring the coast was clear. Her gaze fell on a shallow pit in the backyard that Jeffrey had dug for a fountain over the weekend. A plan formed instantly. This pit would become her despised husband's grave. To move the body, Susan used a garden wheelbarrow. This raised questions for investigators, as a petite woman had apparently lifted and transported a man twice her weight out of the house single-handedly. Suspicions of an accomplice arose, but were never confirmed. Under the cover of darkness, Susan discreetly relocated the body to the pit and covered it with a thin layer of soil. She then cleaned up, removing the blood-stained curtains and bed linens, placing them in trash bags, and dispersing them in different bins. The blood-soaked mattress was flipped over, as Susan was unsure how to properly clean it. She spent the remaining time until dawn scrubbing blood from the floor, walls, and carpet. Scrubbing the carpet was a major task due to a large stain that could not be removed. In an attempt to eliminate any evidence of the violent confrontation, Susan applied bleach to the affected area, hoping the chemicals would destroy any remaining traces. Susan then made a distressing call to her husband's parents in Austin, Texas. She was emotional as she recounted the events. Her husband, under the influence, had physically assaulted her and their son, spilled bleach on the carpet, and ended their relationship before leaving. Jeffrey's parents were shocked and concerned by the news. Although they were aware their son had his flaws, they felt genuine sympathy for their daughter-in-law. However, when they learned he had hit their grandchild, they immediately offered for Susan and the children to come and stay with them. Despite their willingness to help, the young mother declined their offer. She added that she planned to file a police report and reveal all the incidents that had occurred at their residence. 2 days later, Susan visited the police station as her husband's sudden disappearance raised increasing concerns and required action. Susan reported that she and her children had been victims of domestic violence perpetrated by her husband and needed protection. She successfully obtained a restraining order against her husband, preventing him from approaching her and the children, although she was already aware that he would never be able to come near them again. As evidence, Susan presented bruises and cuts on her arms, which she alleged were inflicted by her husband using keys when she attempted to defend herself. Additionally, Susan had a small bruise on her face and corroborated that her father-in-law had struck her husband. At first, the tearful woman's story seemed believable and logical. She claimed her husband, under the influence of alcohol and substances, had attacked her and their young son. Then, realizing what he had done, he became scared and fled. However, over time, suspicions grew because Jeffrey had not contacted anyone. He appeared to have run away without his belongings, documents, or mobile phone. He did not show up for work or visit his parents, and none of his friends or neighbors had seen him. It was as if he had vanished. Susan found it unbearable to stay in the house where she had confronted her husband. She could not shake the feeling that he was still alive and would rise for revenge. She was losing her grip on reality. Even their dog, Buck, sensed it, constantly barking and trying to dig up the yard where Jeffrey was buried. On January 17th, Susan went to her mother's house with her children. When her mother saw her daughter in person, she fully realized the severity of the situation, even though she had already been aware of it. Velma directly asked if she had killed her husband, and her daughter broke down in tears, nodding in admission. She then confessed to the crime, revealing the location of her husband's body and repeatedly expressing uncertainty about what to do next. Following her mother's advice, Susan reached out to lawyer Neil Davis the next day and confessed to killing her husband and attempting to cover up the crime. After gathering all the details, the experienced defense attorney considered possible scenarios and contacted the Harris County District Attorney's Office on January 19th. Davis reported Susan's confession, including the burial of her husband's body in their backyard, and stated that she was willing to provide a full statement at the police station. On January 24, 2003, Susan voluntarily went to the police station, intent on making a full confession. However, her account was disjointed, with confusing details and occasional contradictions. She sometimes referred to her late husband as if he were still alive, expressed fear of him, and requested protection. Consequently, Susan underwent a psychiatric evaluation. The results revealed that she had suffered a nervous breakdown and was experiencing depression. Despite this, the evaluation found that Susan was still capable of understanding the actions she had taken. When investigators uncovered the remains of Jeffrey from the makeshift grave in the backyard, they were shocked by the brutality of the scene, having never encountered anything like it. Experts counted a total of 193 knife wounds on the victim's body, distributed across various areas, including the groin, legs, shoulders, arms, abdominal area, chest, neck, and face. The majority of these wounds were superficial, meaning they were not life-threatening on their own. However, one head wound was severe enough to have caused death. The large number of superficial wounds suggests that the victim endured a prolonged and agonizing death, likely while still conscious, as his wife repeatedly stabbed him with a small knife. The victim's wrists and ankles showed deep marks from the ties and belt used to bind him. These injuries indicated that the victim had attempted to free himself but was unsuccessful. The ties and belt were still on the body when it was found. Additionally, there were traces of candle wax on the victim's chest and groin area. Susan claimed that the candle wax was an accident, resulting from her husband knocking over a lit candle. However, the prosecution argued that the hot wax was more likely used as a form of torture to inflict suffering on the bound victim. Furthermore, the victim's mouth contained his wife's underwear, which acted as a gag to prevent him from screaming or calling for help. Toxicological tests showed that the deceased had alcohol and several controlled substances in his system, which could have contributed to aggressive and irrational behavior. Initially, the bedroom where the confrontation occurred seemed normal, except for a large bleach stain on the carpet. However, upon closer inspection using special chemical agents and equipment, it became clear that Susan had spent considerable time cleaning up the scene. Once wiped away, blood traces were revealed, showing the true extent of the violence. Blood was found throughout the room, including on the ceiling, and the mattress was saturated with it. The trial began in late February 2004, with Susan having already spent a year in custody. Her children were being cared for by her parents and sister Cindy. Her lawyer was well prepared, having worked extensively with Susan to build her case. During the trial, Susan frequently broke down in tears as she recounted the events of that horrific night and the abuse she had suffered leading up to it. She claimed to have endured years of cruelty and violence at the hands of her husband. The defendant, Susan, stated that on the evening of the incident, her husband returned home from training in an agitated state. He began demonstrating boxing techniques to their 5-year-old son, Bradley, and said the boy would also take up boxing. When Bradley refused, his father hit him in the face. Susan put the children to bed and then tried to have a serious talk with her husband, urging him to seek help at a clinic. However, he became angry, grabbed his keys, and tried to leave. Susan attempted to stop him, which led to a struggle that caused injuries to her palms and wrists. According to Susan, her husband then struck her, causing her to fall and momentarily lose her bearings. After regaining composure, Susan saw her husband Jeffrey holding a knife, but her testimony became inconsistent. Her lawyer argued she was in a state of affect, leading her to seize the knife and strike Jeffrey. Susan claimed she secured him to a cart with ties and a belt after the confrontation, and candle wax accidentally landed on his body. However, The defendant had no explanation for why her underwear was found in the victim's mouth. In contrast, the prosecution presented a more convincing and logical case. Expert testimony revealed that the victim's wrist and ankle wounds were inflicted before death, likely as part of a ruse to restrain the victim. This also provided a plausible explanation for the gag in the victim's mouth. Additionally, the angle of the injuries suggested that the perpetrator was positioned on top of the victim rather than struggling with him, which would have resulted in different injury patterns. All the cuts on the victim were inflicted from the front, indicating that the attack occurred while he was lying on his back, unable to move. It was unclear whether Susan had planned her husband's murder in advance and intentionally used the pit he dug for a fountain as a makeshift grave. Prosecutors, however, suspected that she had carefully orchestrated the crime, motivated by the potential insurance payout. The case drew widespread media attention, with Susan being labeled the blue-eyed butcher or blonde meat grinder by the press. Jeffrey's family demanded the harshest possible sentence, while many of their neighbors felt sorry for Susan, recalling instances where she had bruises that she attributed to her own clumsiness, but which may have been signs of physical abuse. Prosecutors initially sought a life sentence for Susan, but later reduced their request to 45 years in prison. In March 2004, she was found guilty and sentenced to 25 years. She showed no emotion when the judge delivered the verdict, appearing detached from the proceedings. A year later, her lawyer's attempt to appeal the decision was rejected. In 2008, Susan and her defense team filed another appeal, which was influenced by new testimony from a previously unknown witness. Misty McKell, wife of former NFL champion Steve McHale, was a key witness. She had a lengthy relationship with Jeffrey Wright in the mid-1990s and was briefly engaged to him. However, she suffered physical abuse, humiliation, and cruel treatment from Jeffrey, leading her to end the engagement and cut ties. Following this new information in Jeffrey's testimony, Susan's prison sentence was reduced to 20 years. She became eligible for parole in 2014 at age 38, but was denied. A second denial followed in July 2017. After 16 years in prison, Susan Wright was released in the winter of 2020 at age 44. She was met by reporters and photographers, causing her to break down in tears and ask to be left alone. Her trial received extensive media coverage, including a broadcast on Court TV. Moving on to the next case. The case of Teresa Connell. James Connell was born on February 22, 1950, in Dayton, Ohio. He was the son of Ruth Slack and John Connolly. They had 4 additional daughters and 3 sons. The family was affluent. His grandfather, Fred Connolly, was a prosperous businessman and inventor who founded a company and held nearly 300 patents for innovations, including one of the first price-marking machines. Despite his success in business, little is known about James' early life. Nonetheless, it is evident that he chose a different career path. Rather than joining the family enterprise, he relocated to North Georgia, where he worked diligently to establish a successful company in the field of holistic medicine. James was assisted by Bonnie White, the company's accounting manager. In exchange for her work, James also provided chiropractic care to Bonnie's children and grandchildren. As Bonnie noted, James' kind and compassionate nature enabled him to cultivate a loyal clientele. Over time, the business expanded, and James recognized the necessity of hiring more employees. At that time, 21-year-old Teresa Connell applied for a position and was accepted. She would be responsible for welcoming visitors to the company. Teresa, who was from Harlan, Kentucky, met James when she joined his company. Despite their 20-year age difference, they fell in love and began dating. After marrying in 1997, Teresa and her husband had their first son, Caleb, in 1996. They subsequently opened the Alpha Wellness Center in Dalton, Georgia. At the center, Teresa worked as a massage therapist, assisting people in achieving good health. As a friend of the couple, Bonnie observed their professional development. She stated that Teresa was a truly exceptional massage therapist. Their second child, Allison, was born in 2000. Soon thereafter, they moved into a spacious house in Ringgold, Georgia, located near the tennis courts. Their marriage was stable and happy, and the children were raised in comfort and love. Christmas was a particularly special time for Caleb, who immersed himself in the joy of the holiday season, surrounded by presents, a beautifully decorated tree, and the warmth of a fireplace. While reveling in the happiness of the moment, he imagined numerous ways to protect himself and, consequently, his loved ones. James secured a $500,000 life insurance policy from Tom Drew, naming Teresa as the sole beneficiary. He also insured their homes simultaneously. However, over time, their ideal life began to unravel due to mounting rumors of infidelity in their marriage. At Alpha Healthcare, these rumors eventually circulated among all staff. Regrettably, the situation deteriorated further because of the rumors of infidelity in James and Teresa's marriage, coupled with financial difficulties. James' health began to decline after contracting Lyme disease, leaving him unable to work. Meanwhile, Teresa underwent 4 surgeries and suffered a miscarriage, resulting in severe depression and substance abuse. Concurrently, Bonnie discovered that Teresa had been illegally embezzling money from the business. Within 1 month, Teresa herself had written 16 checks. When James confronted her about this in Bonnie's presence, his wife denied everything, asserting that the checks had been canceled. However, Bonnie, as the accountant, pointed out that canceled checks would not be processed through the bank, and she later produced a bank statement, placing Teresa in a difficult position. A rumor began circulating among the couple's staff, alleging that Teresa had secretly put lithium in James' coffee. James himself ultimately disclosed the rumor, rather than attempting to suppress the speculation. An investigation revealed that their relationship had deteriorated to the point where divorce was being contemplated, although the details remained unclear. By mid-2007, the family situation had become unstable. 2 cars had been repossessed, and James appeared visibly depressed. However, the announcement that he was about to be evicted for failing to pay the mortgage served as a wake-up call for the couple. Teresa devised a plan to address her marital, financial, and personal crises. The plan began with her pretending to be her husband and writing a letter to their agent, Tom Drew, stating that her husband had decided to end his life. Early on Friday morning, June 29, 2007, Teresa prepared to execute the remainder of her plan. During their usual breakfast, Teresa secretly added strong antidepressants to her husband's food. Meanwhile, she refused to eat, telling her husband that a friend named Robin would be picking her and the children up. She then took the children to a friend's house after James had ingested the medication. Teresa subsequently returned home to prepare for her trip. She quickly gathered what she deemed important items, including photographs of the children. Next, she ignited a fire between the office and the bedroom. Caleb and his sister were waiting in the car and observed their mother leave the house last. She lit a cigarette as she walked away. From the car, Caleb noticed smoke emanating from the house and became frightened. He warned his mother about the smoke, but she reassured him that it was merely burning papers and that there was nothing to worry about. Gary Carlock, a local grocery store owner, was on his way to work when he saw smoke coming from a house and promptly called emergency services. Fire crews arrived at the scene at 9:42 a.m. After assessing the situation, they determined that the fire could not be extinguished from the outside, so they decided to enter the house through the back door, which led directly to the bedroom. A firefighter examined the room and observed a disturbing image on their thermal imaging equipment, indicating the presence of a person. As they cautiously advanced through the smoke, they found the person kneeling by the bed, apparently praying. The person was unconscious, but did not appear to have sustained severe heat burns. However, their skin and clothing were heavily coated in smoke. Firefighters described the scene as typical of an arson fire. They initially identified the victim as James, 57, the homeowner, and quickly pronounced him dead. The raging fire destroyed everything, including potential DNA evidence or signs of foul play, leading police to initially suspect that the death was accidental. Police eventually reached James' wife, Teresa, by phone to report the incident, who was in Georgia at the time. When Teresa left town, she contacted her insurance agent just minutes later. Meanwhile, the children were devastated to hear the news about James, their beloved father. Although they had their own challenges, he had always demonstrated to them how important they were in his life. An extensive investigation was launched, but progress was slow due to a lack of leads. Teresa was interviewed by police that evening and recounted the events of that morning. She stated that she left the house at 8:15 a.m. and stopped at a restaurant on the way. Robin, Teresa's friend, was also questioned, and his account largely aligned with Teresa's, except that he claimed they left 30 minutes later, at 8:45 a.m. The fire inspector determined that the fire originated at a point along the shared wall between the office and the bedroom where the victim was found. As officers continued searching the house, a trained dog was brought in to assist. The dog helped detect evidence of arson at the source of the fire, clearly indicating that it had been set deliberately rather than accidentally. On July 5, 2007, officers interviewed Teresa to reconstruct the events of that day. Teresa stated that she loved her husband deeply and attributed their financial difficulties solely to James' illness. She described their marriage as stable and dependable. Friends and colleagues of James confirmed that his declining health had forced him to stop working, causing difficulties for his business. At that time, Tom Drew reported to police that he had received a handwritten letter from James in which James expressed his intention to end his life. However, there were countless ways to do so, many much simpler and less painful. It was difficult to believe he would have chosen such a method. The medical examiner determined James' cause of death to be smoke inhalation, and toxicology tests revealed that he had been under the influence of strong antidepressants at the time of the fire. Burns on the soles of his feet indicated that he had attempted to put out the flames. Based on this evidence, forensic psychologist Sanji concluded that the death was the result of homicide. Police re-interviewed Robin, focusing on discrepancies between his account of events and Teresa's. Robin testified that after placing the children in the car, Teresa went back into the house and did not return for 15 to 20 minutes. The investigation led the team to a restaurant where Teresa and her children stopped for a snack. Security footage showed them arriving at 9:17 a.m. on the day of the fire. Since their home was only a 10-minute drive away, police suspected that Teresa might have been at home when the fire started. A closer examination of the timeline confirmed this theory, and police obtained a search warrant for Teresa Cannell's home. When they arrived, they discovered the family's personal belongings stored in the garage, as well as unfiled divorce papers. Further investigation uncovered 2 insurance policies, one for life and one for the home. As police focused on Teresa, they learned details about the loss of her youngest child and her subsequent drug addiction. From that point onward, based on the evidence collected, she was considered the prime suspect. During a subsequent interview, the couple's employees mentioned rumors of an affair, prompting police to call Teresa back. During her second interview with police, Teresa not only defended herself, but also began altering her story. According to Teresa, her husband James was a cruel madman, and she even claimed that, in her opinion, he was capable of starting the fire himself, even if it meant completely destroying the property. When questioned by the police, she recounted the morning of the incident. Teresa attempted to remember her morning routine. She stated that she and her husband usually woke up around 6:30 to 7 a.m. They typically spent this time together, either drinking coffee or chatting. However, she could not provide additional details, claiming that her actions were habitual. The drugs discovered in James' blood were the first matter the police wanted to address, so they began by asking Teresa about the medications her husband was taking. Initially, she listed them without difficulty, but when asked which specific drug had made James drowsy, she suddenly forgot the name. She then requested a moment to recall it. She attempted to remember the name, which began with a C, presumably C. Carville. However, when questioned about the insurance policy, which the police believed could be crucial to resolving the woman's motives, Teresa chose to minimize its importance, asserting that she did not even care to know the policy's value. It was evident that the investigation would be challenging, but Teresa persisted. The police then revealed another significant piece of information. An incendiary substance had been found at the crime scene, yet Teresa appeared to evade the issue once again. She defended her explanation by stating that her husband had painted the house a few days earlier, which could account for the presence of an incendiary substance. She also suggested that this substance might have caused or accelerated the fire. During the investigation, Teresa mentioned that she and her husband frequently drank coffee together every morning. The police found this suspicious, believing she could have exploited this opportunity to secretly administer sedatives to her husband. However, Teresa later stated that her husband had not had coffee with her in recent months. This statement directly contradicted her earlier claim, and the police immediately noted the inconsistency. Teresa even denied her own previous words, contradicting herself. At that stage, the police only possessed circumstantial evidence against her. One officer then suggested that she undergo a lie detector test, implying that she would do anything to prove she had not killed her husband. Before taking the test, Teresa was required to sign a written agreement stating that if the results indicated deception, the police could use the findings as evidence against her in court. As she prepared for the test, Teresa's concerns shifted from the original crime to a new fear, that a failed polygraph could be used against her. Before the polygraph test, she worried about the extent of information the police had, understanding that a false answer could severely damage her case. The results of the test showed that she exceeded the maximum lie detector threshold, suggesting she was likely concealing information. Based on the collected evidence, on July 9, 2007, Teresa, 34, was charged with premeditated murder and 2 counts of first-degree arson. Her attorney later argued that the fire prompting the charges was actually a joint plan between Teresa and her husband, intended to improve their financial situation. After Teresa's arrest, her children, Allison, 6, and Caleb, 11, were placed in the care of Georgia Children and Family Services. During an interview on July 16, Caleb displayed a remarkably high level of interest for his age. He told police what had occurred that morning, including his mother returning home while he and his sister were waiting in the car. Caleb also mentioned noticing smoke shortly afterward. He explained that his parents often burned trash in the backyard, which initially made the smoke appear normal. However, police stated that it was unlikely his mother would have chosen to burn trash just before leaving. Instead, they suspected she may have administered drugs to James that rendered him unconscious and then set fire to the bedroom while he remained in bed. Understandably, this situation was extremely difficult for the children. Nevertheless, despite the traumatic experience profoundly affecting their young minds, they remained resilient. Caleb's grandparents were subsequently able to obtain custody, and the court showed compassion by permitting Teresa to visit them. The police then shared evidence with Teresa, clarifying that her children could be called to testify against her. Initially, her defense team contacted the district attorney's office, requesting a plea deal. The deputy district attorney handling the case acknowledged that she had offered a fair and reasonable plea agreement, not wanting the children to endure such trauma. 2 days after the trial, Teresa accepted the plea deal. On the morning of December 10, 2010, a hearing was held. At the hearing, the judge asked Teresa if she would plead guilty to aggravated manslaughter, to which she responded affirmatively. Teresa later explained to the court that her actions were part of a financial scheme, but that she never intended to harm her husband. She requested leniency from the court. The court accepted her testimony and, consequently, granted her additional visitation time with her children. Additionally, Teresa Cannell was convicted of first-degree arson. The state dropped the premeditated murder charge as part of the plea agreement. Teresa was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after serving 30 years. Moving on to the next case. Case of Alicia Navarro. Alicia Navarro was born on September 20, 2004, in Glendale, Arizona, USA. She is the eldest of 3 children. Her parents are Jessica Nunez and Rojan. Jessica immigrated to the United States, seeking a better future for herself and later for her children. After settling in the U.S., Alicia was born. By that time, Jessica had already separated from Alicia's father, Rojan. Later, she began a relationship with a man named Ivan Nunez. According to Jessica, Alicia is a shy, kind, intelligent, and very thoughtful girl. She enjoys reading, playing video games, and spending time with her loved ones. She had very few friends and minimal contact with her peers, preferring to stay at home rather than go outside. Gradually, the differences between her and other teenagers became apparent. She had difficulty connecting with the world around her and struggled to recognize other people's emotions. In addition, she often experienced anxiety attacks. Physically, her height and weight were significantly below those of friends her age. Alicia also had a very unusual habit. She always wore the same clothes and shoes every day, regardless of whether they were clean or dirty, or whether the weather changed. Even in sweltering heat, she consistently wore her favorite sweatshirt. Jessica, Alicia's mother, mentioned that her daughter did not enjoy being around unfamiliar people. She felt safest and most comfortable in her room, which was her favorite place. Despite this, she loved visiting fast food restaurants, and for a long time, her favorite meal was chicken nuggets. After consulting specialists at the local psychological diagnostic center, Jessica learned that Alicia had high-functioning autism. People with this disorder often struggle to communicate with others and may appear clumsy or sloppy. Following her diagnosis, Alicia began therapy, which helped her lead a relatively normal life. As Alicia grew older, she spent more of her free time in her room playing Minecraft on her computer. She also used Discord, a popular messaging app among gamers, to chat with people she had never met in person. Additionally, she had accounts on popular social media sites, where she could freely communicate with friends and acquaintances without difficulty, unlike in real life. Initially, Jessica was not concerned about this behavior. She believed her daughter was cautious when talking to strangers and understood the risks involved. Soon, changes in Alicia's behavior caught her mother's attention. Jessica noticed that Alicia began saving her allowance to buy cosmetics, perfumes, and revealing clothing, behavior that was unlike the Alicia they had known before. Jessica thought it was due to the natural changes teenagers undergo at this age, and believed the matter should be approached calmly. By September 2019, at 14 years old, Alicia transferred to a new Catholic school in Phoenix to begin the new academic year. It seemed her anxiety had become more severe than ever, perhaps because of having to meet and interact with new classmates and teachers. According to Jessica, Alicia never expressed unhappiness or reported problems at school. However, she began asking her mother for permission to stay home, mainly on Thursdays and Fridays. On Saturday, September 14, 2019, Jessica and her children went on a family trip to a local chocolate factory. According to Jessica, Alicia appeared relaxed and even happy throughout the outing. Jessica could never have imagined that her daughter was about to make a decision that would upend their lives. Around 1 a.m. on September 15th, Alicia left her room and ran to her mother, who was still awake waiting for her husband to return from work. She asked her mother what time she should go to bed, then went to the kitchen to get something to eat. Jessica was surprised by her daughter's unusual behavior, but assumed it was just normal anxiety and did not pay much attention. A short while later, Jessica's husband returned, and they both went to bed, unaware that something terrible might be about to happen. Around 7 a.m., Alicia's mother, Jessica, woke up and went straight to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the family. When she entered, she noticed that the door leading to the yard was open, which caught her attention. She looked outside, but did not see anyone. She then went to Alicia's room and discovered that her daughter was gone. After collecting herself, Jessica checked Alicia's belongings and found a note left on the desk. The note, written by Alicia, said that she had run away, expressed her apologies, and stated that she did not know when or if she would return. Alarmed, Jessica immediately called the police to report her daughter missing. When officers arrived, they inspected Alicia's room. During the investigation, they found that she had taken her laptop and phone, but had left all of her chargers at home. She had also packed nearly all of her cosmetics and one of her favorite comics. Jessica explained that a few weeks earlier, Alicia had begged her to buy that particular comic because it was a limited edition and highly valued by fans. Wanting to make her daughter happy, Jessica had granted the request, understanding how much it meant to Alicia. Additionally, authorities discovered that Alicia had not brought her daily medications, which made her mother even more worried. Her refusal to take her medication put her mental health at risk. However, the fact that she had left chargers, medications, and money behind suggested to people that she might return home soon. The police launched an investigation and reviewed Alicia's social media activity, but found no clues regarding her whereabouts. There were no messages or indications that she had planned to meet anyone in person. Still, Jessica believed that someone she met online had influenced her daughter to leave home. In a later interview, Jessica revealed that several months prior to Alicia's disappearance, she had accompanied her daughter to meet some friends at a shopping center. Jessica noticed that the people Alicia was meeting seemed slightly older than her, and that Alicia appeared particularly interested in one young man. Authorities, however, did not consider this detail significant. Several witnesses reported seeing a teenage girl resembling Alicia at a park about 20 kilometers from her home. According to reports, the girl appeared to be with an adult man. However, this lead did not produce any conclusive results. Meanwhile, Alicia's mother, Jessica, posted a video on social media wishing Alicia a happy birthday and expressing her deep love for her daughter. She also called on the public to help find Alicia. In addition, she took other actions, such as posting flyers and organizing a fundraising campaign, to increase the chances of locating her daughter. At this time, Police discovered that on Thursday, September 12th, Alicia had been messaging a 20-year-old man named Clark, who lived in Oregon. Despite the age difference, they had become friends, and their conversations mostly revolved around video games. Clark stated that Alicia had also told him about a man she had met on social media and her plans to meet this person. He admitted that he knew Alicia was very young and had never taken her words seriously, thinking they were exaggerations, but this time, the situation seemed different. Jessica firmly maintained her account of her daughter's potential abduction, while Arizona state authorities concluded that Alicia had left home voluntarily. Her disappearance became one of the most perplexing cases for law enforcement, her mother, and the public, who closely followed the investigation. After 11 months, Arizona police announced that the case remained unresolved but was no longer a priority. Authorities assumed she did not want to return home, although the evidence supporting this conclusion was unclear. Perhaps they were correct, but Jessica refused to accept that explanation. When she no longer received assistance from the police, she turned to the national media for support. She was determined not to give up and was intent on discovering her daughter's whereabouts. Jessica also continued fundraising activities to sustain the search for Alicia. She collaborated with private investigators and raised over $1.20000. The money was used as a reward for anyone who could provide crucial information about Alicia's location. Reports of sightings of Alicia or a girl resembling her began to surface from many places across the country. In 2021, the National Center for Missing Persons posted a new portrait of Alicia on its website. The image was generated through a special program that simulated her adult appearance. When Jessica saw the portrait, she felt both confused and surprised because she believed the image did not entirely resemble her daughter's real appearance. Despite the time that had elapsed since Alicia disappeared, Jessica refused to lose hope. She feared for her daughter's safety, but remained firm in her belief that Alicia could be found. Jessica stressed that she missed her daughter deeply and eagerly anticipated her return. On July 26, 2023, nearly 4 years after Alicia mysteriously vanished, she unexpectedly reappeared. She arrived at a police station in a small town in Montana near the Canadian border. A young girl who appeared to be a teenager walked into the station and identified herself as Alicia Navarro. She claimed to be the same girl who had disappeared 4 years earlier in Arizona and requested to be removed from the missing persons list. Initially, the precise name of the town where Alicia appeared was not disclosed. Local law enforcement began verifying the information she provided, and it soon became evident that the girl was indeed Alicia Navarro. Following this, news of her return was announced. In Arizona, the police confirmed that Alicia was safe, unharmed, and in a secure location. That same day, Jessica shared the news of her daughter's return. She posted a message expressing gratitude to everyone who had supported and assisted in the search. Jessica likened her daughter's return to a beacon of light, bringing hope to parents whose children have gone missing or been abducted. She emphasized the importance of not losing hope, continuing the search, and believing in the possibility of a reunion. According to reports from Arizona police and the FBI, Alicia's case remains under investigation. Authorities are attempting to clarify the circumstances that led to her leaving home. Glendale police stated that Alicia will not face charges because she has been fully cooperative in the investigation. Regarding her health, she displayed signs of mental stress, but her physical health is stable. She also indicated that she is ready to return home and reunite with her family. The following day, several videos featuring Alicia were released publicly. In these videos, she explained that during the time she was away from home, no one harmed her. She also expressed gratitude to law enforcement for their efforts in locating her and assisting her return home. Montana authorities revealed that Alicia was found in Have, a small town with a population of fewer than 10,000. During the investigation into her disappearance, a man named Edmund Davis was arrested. Edmund, who was 36 years old at the time, had been living with Alicia. Little is known about him, but neighbors reported that he had spent most of his life in Montana. His social media activity indicates that he suffers from depression, low self-confidence, and weight issues. Regarding his employment, it was confirmed that he had been working the night shift at a local supermarket in recent months. In the photos shared on Edmund's social media, Alicia appeared calm and even happy, suggesting that they seemed to enjoy their time together. However, it is important to note that when Alicia left home, she was only 14 years old, while Edmund was 32. Given her pre-existing mental health issues, she was likely easy to manipulate. Whether Edmund took advantage of this situation remains unclear, but the nature of their relationship initially appeared deeply concerning. FBI agents and experts working on the case believe that Alicia was the victim of a crime committed by Edmund without her awareness. They believe she may be experiencing a phenomenon similar to Stockholm Syndrome, also referred to as trauma-induced attachment. This is a special state of mind in which the victim develops a close bond with her captor. This phenomenon can occur for a variety of reasons, including her mental health issues. Experts believe that Alicia's refusal to take her prescribed medication may have contributed to her not realizing she had been kidnapped. Most importantly, Alicia's mysterious disappearance was resolved when she was reunited with her family. After her return, it appeared that her life was no longer in danger. The primary efforts in the case came not from the police, but from Alicia's mother, Jessica. She never gave up hope, even when local law enforcement ceased searching. She remained persistent, utilizing every resource she could, from media to social networks, in the hope that one day she would see her daughter return safely. Moving on to the next case. The case of Angela Wilder. Angela Wilder was born in 1985 in San Diego, California, USA, as the youngest daughter in her family. She had an older sister named Cree, and the two were very close. Both of her parents were in the military, so the family moved frequently. This often led to tension within the household. Eventually, Angela's parents decided to divorce while she was still in school. Angela's mother met someone new, and they moved with him to Phoenix City, Alabama, a small town with a population of 40,000. After the move, her mother left the military. The family became regular attendees of the local church, as they had always been religious. In high school, Angela met Christopher Jackson, and they quickly developed feelings for each other. They began dating, marking Angela's first love. However, the relationship was short-lived because Angela prioritized her education. She needed to relocate to attend the University of South Alabama. Christopher found the breakup difficult, as he genuinely loved Angela, but he did not want to stand in the way of her dreams. In 2004, Angela met a preacher's son named Daniel. At that time, she was still in university but quickly became involved in a relationship with him. Before long, Angela became pregnant, and the couple decided to marry. They held a wedding and soon welcomed a daughter. However, financial struggles and work stress took a toll on their relationship. Angela's feelings for Daniel faded quickly, and she realized he was not the partner she wanted for life. After 2 years of marriage, Angela decided to file for divorce and seek full custody of their daughter. After graduating from university, Angela returned to her hometown and lived in her parents' house. Her mother and sister supported her by helping take care of her daughter. During one visit to the local church, she met Richie Wilder, a former schoolmate. Richie had a hot temper and often caused trouble. Many people believed this behavior was because he had been raised in an unhappy family. His father was an alcoholic who frequently mistreated his mother, who could do nothing about it. While many people avoided Richie, Angela believed she saw a different side of him and thought she could bring out his best qualities. Richie and Angela formed a close relationship and started dating. Angela mentioned that Richie got along well with her daughter and treated her kindly. However, Angela's relatives quickly noticed negative changes in her behavior at the start of her relationship with Richie. They observed that Angela became quieter, more difficult to understand, and more stressed. Despite everyone's worry and advice to keep her distance from him, Angela did not heed their warnings. In January 2009, Richie and Angela got married. Richie took Angela and her daughter to his family home, and they moved to Minot, North Dakota, a small town with about 40,000 people. It was a very tight-knit local community and included armed forces facilities. There was also a military base where Richie was stationed. In 2010, Angela discovered she was pregnant. During that time, she began working at a supply store on the military base. Some people close to Richie and Angela noticed issues in their relationship. Angela's coworkers observed that Richie was often rude and aggressive toward her. He frequently insulted Angela and made her cry, even though she was very vulnerable. She later revealed that he was not only cruel to her, but also to her daughter. It was discovered that he regularly abused the whole family without leaving any visible marks. This abuse continued for years. The couple had 2 children, a boy and a girl. When Angela reached her breaking point, she officially reported the violence to the police. When the investigation began, all of Richie's colleagues and the military base management supported him. He convinced people that his wife, Angela, was unstable and had mental health issues. Angela lacked solid evidence of her husband's mistreatment, and the support Richie received from the military base management helped cover up the case. Despite this, Angela was determined to end the relationship while keeping custody of their children. While trying to prove Richie's cruelty, Angela herself faced accusations from him. Richie alleged that Angela had anger management issues and supported this claim with the help of his colleagues. Ultimately, Angela, a mother of two, was referred to an anger management specialist and prescribed sedatives. Friends familiar with Angela insisted that she had never displayed such issues and no one had ever seen her act aggressively. They believed Richie orchestrated the situation to discredit her with the authorities. However, Angela still followed the treatment regimen, intending to understand and manage her condition. About 2 weeks later, Richie and Angela reconciled, but peace in their relationship was short-lived. Angela soon filed for divorce, and their marriage ended in May 2012. Richie faced a military tribunal. Despite opposition from the officers at the military base, Angela succeeded in proving the violence against her and the children. Due to the uncovered family issues and deceit, Richie was dismissed from service. Angela did not want to share custody and planned to move with the children back to Alabama. This decision angered Richie. He wanted to maintain a relationship with the children, visit them regularly, and have them on weekends. This disagreement led to frequent arguments between the ex-spouses. Richie consistently opposed the idea and even threatened Angela. During the World Cup, Angela confided her plan to her loved ones, and despite opposition, she carried out her decision and moved to another state. Additionally, Richie also relocated to a nearby city within the state and began working as a junior staff member at a hospital. In this new city, he met Cynthia Becker, a kindergarten teacher. They began dating, and their relationship quickly progressed. Eventually, they married and started a family. Despite this, Richie remained troubled by the custody arrangement of his children as his ex-wife Angela had been granted full custody. He maintained contact with his son and daughter primarily through phone calls, but the disputes between them persisted. Despite everything that had happened, Angela seemed genuinely happy. She had started dating Christopher Jackson again, her first boyfriend from high school. Previously, they had broken up so she could pursue her education. After many years of separation, the love between them burned stronger than ever. Angela told her family that she had finally found someone with whom she felt warmth, and they had a son. Angela and Christopher were planning their wedding, and she was pregnant again. She had no idea she would soon have to fight for her life. On the evening of November 13, 2015, Christopher went to work for his night shift at a local 24-hour Walmart. He did not have a car, so Angela usually picked him up after his shift at 7 a.m. However, on that night, Angela stopped responding to his calls and messages. They typically stayed in touch during his shifts, but communication ended around 3 a.m., when Angela texted that she heard a noise outside and felt she was being followed. Christopher only saw the message 2 hours later because he was busy with work. Concerned, he tried calling Angela, but she did not answer. He assumed she might have fallen asleep or gone to a clinic in the morning for pregnancy tests. But when Angela did not arrive to pick him up as planned, Christopher began to worry. At the time, Angela was enrolled in a nursing program at Minot University and had recently discovered she was pregnant again. Christopher thought she might have gone to the hospital if she felt unwell or if their son was sick, which could explain why she was not responding to his calls and messages. Even though he understood her possible situation, the strangeness did not stop there. Normally, she would immediately call Christopher in such a case. If he did not answer, she would at least send a text message to inform him of any issues. Therefore, he was confused about why Angela had suddenly stopped all communication, which was unlike her. Christopher kept calling, but his calls always went to voicemail. Too worried, he rushed back home and knocked on the bedroom window where Angela might have been sleeping. However, when he saw the back door, he realized that something terrible might have occurred that night. There were signs of a break-in, as if the door had been forcefully knocked down. Christopher looked inside and called Angela's name several times, but there was no response. He did not enter the house, fearing something bad might be inside. Instead, he immediately called 911 to report the situation. He explained that Angela had not answered his phone for several hours and had not picked him up from work as usual. He asked the dispatcher if he could go inside to find out what had happened, but the dispatcher advised against it, suggesting that there might be a criminal inside waiting for another victim. Christopher was instructed to remain outside while waiting for the police. He urged them to hurry because Zangila was pregnant, and he feared for her safety as well as that of their unborn child. The police arrived approximately 20 minutes later. During that interval, Christopher waited outside for them. He was only able to enter the house once they arrived. From the outside, everything appeared normal. The furniture was in place, and everything was clean and orderly. Nevertheless, Angela still did not answer his calls. When the officers approached the main bedroom and opened the door, the reason for Angela's silence became evident. One officer switched on the light and discovered a horrifying scene. There was so much blood that the bed linens were all mixed into a red mess. On the bed lay 30-year-old Angela, showing no signs of life. She had been stabbed multiple times. During the attack, Angela's 2-year-old son was in the house. He remained silent, and no sounds came from his room. Christopher urged Rush to check on him, but fortunately, he was merely sleeping and unharmed, as he was not the intended target. The other children were with their grandmother that day. Christopher immediately accused Richie of killing Angela, having no other suspects who could have harmed her so brutally. She had no other enemies. After marrying Richie, Angela had a daughter, Nyson, who was 10, and another child who was 4 years old at the time of the tragedy. Although the judge awarded Angela full custody, Richie retained visitation rights to remain involved in the children's lives. Richie had taken the kids for the weekend and intended to contest custody so they could live with him permanently. Angela opposed this due to his cruel nature, which led to constant arguments between them. Later, evidence suggested that Richie might have been involved in Angela's murder. For instance, Crystal, Angela's sister, informed the police that Richie had aggressively entered Angela's house after their divorce and stated that if he wished, he could reach her. However, Richie had never used physical force in public, so these claims remained unproven. The forensic expert concluded that by the time Angela was found, she had sustained over 1,000 stab wounds. She had fought desperately against the attack, as indicated by the cuts on her hands, likely from trying to defend herself. The police quickly noted that valuables in the house were still intact, indicating that the assailant was not motivated by theft, but by the intent to kill Angela. In investigating her personal life, the police observed that Angela and Richie had a hostile relationship and were frequently in conflict. Richie had been discharged from military service for violence against Angela and their children. Relatives of Angela confirmed that her relationship with Richie was extremely strained. Angela avoided interacting with Richie when he came to pick up the children, so Christopher usually handled the exchanges. Christopher detailed the conflicts between Angela and Richie, expressing his dislike for Richie's aggressive behavior, although he managed to avoid direct confrontations with him. After gathering all the information, the detectives focused on Richie, who became the primary suspect. Richie agreed to speak with them and firmly denied any involvement in the incident. Since the evidence collected had not yet been analyzed, there was nothing to confront him with, so questioning continued. Richie provided an alibi, stating that he left work around 7 p.m. and went home. His new wife, Cynthia, confirmed that Richie was with her at home the entire night. However, the investigators noticed several wounds on Richie's hands and face resembling scratches, which could have been defensive injuries inflicted by Angela during a struggle. Richie claimed these marks resulted from playing with a child. The detectives doubted his explanation and decided to review CCTV footage from the area, requesting the recordings. After reviewing the footage from cameras that might have captured the perpetrator arriving to commit the murder, Richie's car was not observed. Nevertheless, this did not mean much, as the attacker could have gone unnoticed. The police collected DNA samples from Richie for testing and obtained a warrant to search his car. The car's interior was extremely clean, except for a small red stain on the front passenger seat door. Forensic experts collected this material for examination. Suspicions regarding Richie intensified. He was asked to take a polygraph test. Although a polygraph is not admissible in court, detectives wanted to observe his reactions and behavior during the test. Initially, Richie agreed but ultimately did not appear for it. Despite his refusal, this was insufficient grounds to arrest him or press charges, so investigators decided to examine his background more thoroughly. All the employees at the hospital where Richie worked were aware of the investigation. Despite this, he was fired a few weeks after the investigation had begun. A complaint had been filed against him for pushing an elderly patient. Richie later justified his actions by claiming nervous tension caused by pressure from police officers. Meanwhile, detectives were gathering additional evidence of Richie's involvement in Angela's murder. DNA traces were discovered that matched samples from the suspected killer, suggesting that he was the person Angela had fought off in her bedroom. Richie proposed that perhaps the last time he picked up the children, he had accidentally left a trace of DNA there. However, this explanation appeared implausible, since the last meeting had been with Christopher, and Richie had had no contact with Angela. Examination confirmed that the drop of blood in Richie's car belonged to Angela. Richie claimed it might have come from when they were still together, asserting that Angela allegedly had blood pressure problems and occasionally experienced nosebleeds. However, the blood appeared very fresh. His explanation seemed like an attempt to mislead the investigation and revealed numerous contradictions in his testimony. The police ultimately arrested Richie for Angela's murder, but he denied all charges. In March, the police received an unexpected confession from Richie. He stated that he had no criminal record and a good background, claiming he was not guilty of the crime. Nevertheless, he was willing to discuss who was actually involved in Angela's death. According to him, during one of their meetings, Christopher proposed an unusual plan. Richie recounted that Christopher suspected Angela of cheating and was convinced she was seeing a lover while he worked night shifts. Christopher suggested catching Angela in the act, which would also give Richie leverage in a custody dispute for the children. Richie agreed, and that evening, he called Christopher to pick him up from work. Richie explained that he and Christopher went to Angela's house to confront her and her lover. When they entered the bedroom, they only found Angela, who was sleeping peacefully. Despite this, Christopher unexpectedly drew a knife they had brought for self-defense and attacked her, stabbing her multiple times. Angela woke up and attempted to defend herself, but was unable to do so. Richie confessed that he was in shock and could not help her. He watched the attack, but was too stunned to intervene. Afterwards, Christopher warned him not to tell anyone, threatening to kill him if he did. Once Richie regained his senses, he checked Angela's pulse by touching her neck. Suddenly, Angela made a final attempt to fight back, grabbing him with her hands and scratching him before collapsing again. Terrified by Christopher's warning, Richie fled the scene and remained silent until the situation directly affected him. He said he did not tell this story during his first meeting with the police because he was scared. He stated that Christopher had kept threatening him and his family, but no one believed Richie's claim. The police reviewed store surveillance footage and confirmed that Christopher had been working the night shift during Angela's death. He was on Marta Street, visible to cameras from 10 p.m. to 7 a.m., and could not have left his job. Moreover, Christopher confirmed that he had taken a taxi home in the morning, and this information was recorded on his mobile phone. Once Richie realized how implausible his story sounded, he began telling increasingly incredible tales. He finally claimed to have witnessed Angela being murdered by a killer wearing a black mask, allegedly hired by one of Angela's enemies. He even tried to accuse some of his fellow inmates of attacking Angela, but could not clearly explain the events of that night. He claimed the killers were overwhelmed with guilt and confessed to him during private conversations. However, all of this proved to be fabricated. It was revealed that Richie had even paid $500,000 to a prisoner to plead guilty on his behalf. When no one agreed to take the blame, Richie attempted to offer a similar sum to arrange for Christopher's murder to keep him silent. Fortunately, his fellow inmate ignored this proposal. One night, while Richie was in custody awaiting trial, correctional officers noticed him acting suspiciously. Upon searching his cell, they found a broom handle sharpened at one end like a spear. It was evident he had been planning an escape and had fashioned a weapon for this purpose. Fortunately, the plan was discovered in time, and the guards began monitoring him more closely. As a result, he was never able to carry out any of his plans. Richie's behavior in prison was considered during his trial, and in addition to the murder charges, he faced punishment for attempting to escape. The trial for Angela Wilder's murder began in December 2016. Despite having sufficient evidence to convict Richie, forensic experts presented the accusations. Angela's body had been found on the morning of November 14, 2015. She was lying face up on the bed, covered in blood. A drop of blood discovered in Richie's car matched Angela's DNA. Additionally, DNA found under her fingernails matched Ritchie's, providing irrefutable evidence of his guilt. Although Ritchie's lawyer made every effort to defend him, the case files provided by the prosecutor's office were overwhelmingly convincing. Consequently, the jury found Ritchie Wilder guilty of premeditated murder. A woman who knew Ritchie well insisted from the beginning that the police had made a mistake. She argued that investigators focused solely on Ritchie due to past conflicts, overlooking other possibilities. She maintained that Ritchie could not be guilty because he had spent the night with her from November 13th to 14th. She believed he was a trustworthy individual who loved children and did not commit domestic violence. However, the evidence clearly confirmed his guilt. Ritchie Wilder received a life sentence in prison without the possibility of parole, along with an additional 5 years for attempting to escape. Overnight, Angela's children lost both parents. Ritchie's new wife, Cynthia, who had hoped for a happy family, could no longer remain with her husband. After the trial, Cynthia expressed disbelief, considering it an injustice. She insisted that Ritchie had been wrongly framed and imprisoned. The case might have ended there, but a friend of Cynthia's continued to keep an eye on her. Cynthia frequently spoke with this friend after Ritchie was imprisoned, often steering conversations toward Angela's murder and the prison situation. During one discussion, Cynthia mentioned that Angela was initially supposed to be shot with a gun her husband owned, but he had changed his mind and used a knife instead. This raised suspicions for Cynthia's friend. It seemed that Cynthia felt no remorse and simultaneously knew more about the murder than she was revealing. The police asked this friend to allow them to wiretap his next conversation with Cynthia, and he agreed. Later, during a heartfelt discussion, he asked why Cynthia seemed so upset about the crime involving Angela. She clarified that it was not the crime itself that troubled her, but the fact that Ritchie had been caught and imprisoned. Cynthia expressed frustration that Ritchie should have taken more drastic measures, such as cutting off Angela's fingers, burning down her house, or destroying all evidence to avoid arrest. She was also angry about a drop of blood that the police had found inside Ritchie's car. She admitted that she and Ritchie had worked together to clean up the traces. Cynthia frequently discussed the importance of committing crimes flawlessly to avoid detection by the police. She acknowledged that Angela's murder had been planned by both her and Ritchie for a long time. Ritchie did not want to share custody of the children with Angela and viewed the crime as the only solution. Cynthia assisted him in planning the murder, but did not participate in the attack itself. Later, this recording was provided to the police. Cynthia was arrested in 2018, and her trial began. She claimed that everything on the recording was false, and that she had been set up. According to her, she wanted to impress a friend and hoped to start a relationship, believing the story would make a strong impression. Law enforcement officials stated that Cynthia was the only person aware of the situation who had the ability to prevent the murder, but she chose not to intervene. The prosecutor's office offered Cynthia a plea deal for a reduced sentence of 25 years, which she declined. She believed she could avoid responsibility due to the lack of evidence apart from the confession. She maintained her innocence. However, the recording revealed that Cynthia had actively participated in planning and preparing the massacre. She also assisted in disposing of evidence, oversaw aspects of the murder, and even attempted to help Ritchie escape from prison in 2016. Authorities documented these actions and planned to file new charges against her. Cynthia was found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder and attempting to escape, resulting in a life sentence without parole, similar to Ritchie, who was already serving his sentence. Both Ritchie and Cynthia appealed their convictions, but their appeals were denied. After the trials, Angela's mother became the legal guardian of the children. In September 2017, the children moved to Jacksonville, Florida, to live with her. The court initially ruled that Ritchie could not have contact with his children. However, this decision was later revised, allowing the children to determine contact once they reach adulthood. Moving on to the next case. The case of Anna Marie Cochran Rintala. Anna Marie Cochran Rintala was born on July 30, 1972, in Springfield, Hampton County, Massachusetts, USA. She completed her education at Cathedral High School and later underwent training at an emergency services school in Granby, Connecticut. After finishing this training, she joined AMR Ambulance Medical Services and served as a paramedic in Springfield and Holyoke. She had a strong passion for her profession and always felt fulfilled when she was able to assist people during their hardest moments and even save lives. While on the job, Anna Marie met Kara Rintala, who was also a paramedic. The two had entirely contrasting personalities. Kara was composed, whereas Anna Marie was spontaneous and outgoing. Still, in 2004, they got married, becoming one of the earliest same-sex couples to do so in the United States. Later, they adopted a baby girl named Brianna. However, their marriage was not consistently harmonious. On the night of March 28, 2010, the couple had a disagreement over the phone. During this period, a friend of Kara came to visit their house. When Anna Marie called from work to check on things, she heard the friend's voice in the background. The unexpected presence of the friend, without Anna Marie being informed beforehand, made her feel betrayed. She believed that Kara's failure to tell her about the visit showed a lack of respect. Around midnight, she sent Kara a text message expressing her anger and saying that she hated their relationship. The next evening, on March 29th, Kara returned home and found Anna Marie dead at the bottom of the basement stairs in their home in Granby, Massachusetts. When police reached the scene, they found Kara holding Anna Marie's body, crying and screaming in anguish. Early investigations showed that Anna Marie had been strangled, had suffered head injuries, and that her body was splattered with bright paint. Kara told the police that Anna Marie had come back home at around 8:30 a.m. after completing her overnight shift. They drank coffee together, spent time playing with their daughter Brianna, and had lunch. Later in the afternoon, Anna Marie asked Kara to take Brianna out so she could rest before her next shift that night. Kara stated that she left the house at about 3 p.m. and returned at 7 p.m., when she found Anna Marie unresponsive at the bottom of the basement stairs. She immediately took Brianna to a neighbor's house and asked them to call 911, then went back and held Anna Marie closely until the police arrived. During the investigation, it emerged that Anna Marie's romantic life before her death was complicated. She had been involved with Mark Oleksic, a married man she met through her work. At first, they were simply co-workers, but gradually they became closer. On the day she died, she sent Mark a text asking if he could pick her up at Best Buy at 6 a.m. In addition, Anna Marie, who enjoyed shopping, persuaded Mark to co-sign 3 credit cards, including one that carried a balance of approximately $7,000. When questioned by investigators, Mark gave an alibi, stating that on the day of Anna Marie's death he had been shopping and had receipts to support his claim. Prosecutors also confirmed that there was no evidence indicating Mark was angry about the debt, and Anna Marie had actually repaid him. During a breakup with Kara a year before her death, Anna Marie had also reconnected with her former girlfriend, Springfield Police Officer Carla Daniele. At that time, she owed another $10,000 to Danielle's account before deciding to reconcile with Kara in late 2009. However, at the time of the incident, Daniele was at a gym located about half an hour away from the scene, and surveillance footage confirmed that Danielle's account was accurate. With no further leads to pursue, detectives shifted their focus back to Kara. Upon closer examination, they found that the relationship between Kara and Anna Marie was not only troubled, but also abusive. Co-workers had noticed bruises on Anna Marie's body, though she often brushed them off as accidental injuries from bumping into things. In 2008, Kara had been arrested for assaulting Anna Marie, but Anna Marie later dropped the charges. Financial pressure likely worsened their situation, as both were facing heavy debt. Anna Marie owed $33,510 in credit card debt, while Kara owed $35,000. Additionally, Anna Marie had a tendency to overspend and had secretly opened a credit account in Kara's name without her knowledge. In 2009, both Anna Marie and Kara filed for divorce, though the process was never finalized. During their separation, Anna Marie temporarily moved into an apartment of her own in South Hadley, but the couple reconciled in November of that year. In early 2010, in an effort to repair their relationship, Anna Marie and Kara took their daughter Brianna on a Caribbean cruise, hoping to start anew. Investigators began scrutinizing the timeline provided by Kara. According to her account, she left the home at around 3 p.m. that day, yet she was not captured on any surveillance cameras until approximately 5 p.m. At that time, the cameras showed Kara discarding a rag into a trash bin in the parking lot of a McDonald's in Holyoke. Testing later revealed DNA traces belonging to Anna Marie on the rag. 2 weeks afterward, Kara filed a claim for Anna Marie's $512,000 life insurance policy. The payout, however, was delayed due to objections from Charles Cochran, Anna Marie's brother, and the contingent beneficiary. Charles argued that Kara should not receive the money because she might have been involved in Anna Marie's death. Following the incident, Kara took a leave of absence from work and moved in with her mother and stepfather in Narragansett, Rhode Island, along with her daughter Brianna. She explained that she was not mentally prepared to return to the home she had shared with Anna Marie. 6 months later, she sold the house and resumed work for the Ludlow Fire Department. During this time, she stayed with friends in Springfield and traveled back and forth between Rhode Island and Springfield to spend time with her parents and Brianna when off duty. In April 2011, Kara resigned from her position and permanently moved to Narragansett to work full-time. Massachusetts State Police Detective Jamie McGarrion, the lead investigator, stated that when he arrived at the scene around 7:20 p.m., Anna Marie's body was already stiff. However, the paint spilled across the scene was still wet, leading him to suspect that someone had tampered with the scene after Anna Marie's death. This unusual detail suggested that the crime scene had been deliberately staged to resemble a break-in. The paint appeared to have been used to conceal bloodstains, and a nearby overturned 5-gallon can of paint was discovered. Additionally, a former medical examiner concluded that Anna Marie likely died sometime in the late morning to early afternoon. This raised the possibility that Kara had been at home at the time, casting further doubt on her testimony. Despite the largely circumstantial nature of the evidence, Kara was arrested and charged with murder in October 2011. She is currently held at the Western Massachusetts Regional Women's Correctional Center in Chicopee. Her first 2 trials in 2013 and 2014 ended in mistrials due to deadlocked juries. However, in her 3rd trial in 2016, prosecutors presented evidence from an expert on paint drying times, as well as angry text messages exchanged between Kara and Anna Marie the night before the incident. Prosecutors argued that Kara attempted to fabricate an alibi by taking her daughter out after the crime. They contended that on the day of the murder, Kara and Anna Marie had a heated argument during which Anna Marie fell down the stairs. In a panic, and fearing the judge's prior warnings that Child Protective Services would intervene if the fights continued, Kara allegedly strangled Anna Marie. Faced with the choice of calling for help and risking prosecution, losing her home, daughter, and livelihood, or attempting to cover up the incident, prosecutors argued that Kara chose the latter. This time, the jury convicted Kara of first-degree murder, and she was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. However, that ruling was overturned in 2021 when a higher court determined that the expert testimony regarding paint drying times was unreliable, prompting a retrial. Kara, who continues to assert her innocence, made her 4th court appearance on September 6, 2023. During this trial, prosecutors focused on the timeline of the incident and did not call any experts to testify about the paint found at the scene. Kara's defense team challenged the timeline with testimony from their own medical expert, who stated that Anna Marie could have died after 3 p.m. that day. After a month-long trial, on October 5th, Judge Francis Flannery of the Hampshire Superior Court delivered the verdict. Kara Rintala was found guilty of voluntary manslaughter, a lesser charge compared to first-degree murder. The key distinction between these 2 charges lies in intent. First-degree murder requires a deliberate premeditated plan or extreme cruelty, whereas voluntary manslaughter refers to an unplanned killing occurring in the heat of passion or during a sudden confrontation. The sentencing terms for the 2 crimes are also entirely different. While first-degree murder carries a life sentence without the possibility of parole, voluntary manslaughter carries a maximum sentence of 20 years. Ultimately, Rintala was sentenced to 12 to 14 years in prison, with credit applied for time already served. Brianna, their daughter, currently lives with Kara's parents and occasionally visits her in prison. Since Anna Marie's death, Kara and her parents have refused to allow Anna Marie's parents to see Brianna. Recently, a judge in Rhode Island granted supervised visitation rights to Anna Marie's parents, Lucian and William Cochran, who reside in Springfield and often care for Brianna. Years after Anna Marie's murder, the people of Massachusetts remain shocked and saddened by the tragedy. Russell Anderson, chief of the Granby Fire Department, which had employed both Anna Marie and Kara as EMTs, stated that both were excellent employees who always performed their duties well. He expressed a desire for Anna Marie's attacker to be brought to justice, but admitted he could never have imagined that the perpetrator would turn out to be her partner. Moving on to the next case. The case of Aya Hashim. The Hashim family moved to the UK from Lebanon in November 2011, seeking a safer and more promising future. Aya's father, Ismail, wanted his children to receive a good education and become valuable members of society. He applied for asylum for himself and his family, and after receiving a residence permit, they settled in Blackburn. Aya was a driven and ambitious young woman with big plans for her life. She was a law student at Salford University. Tragically, her parents' hopes for a better life were destroyed when Aya was killed in a senseless act of violence. On May 17, 2020, Aya left her house to go to a nearby supermarket at around 3 p.m. However, she never returned home. About an hour later, Aya's father went out searching for her. Aya's mother looked online and discovered news that a woman had been shot in their neighborhood. Soon after, Aya's parents received the devastating news that their daughter had been killed in the shooting. Aya was walking on King Street when a car drove by with multiple occupants. One of the individuals in the car fired 2 shots, one of which fatally struck Aya. 19-year-old Aya Hashim was fatally shot on King Street and died the same day despite medical efforts. The police do not believe the incident was motivated by racism or religious hatred. Deputy Chief Terry Woods is appealing to the public for assistance in gathering evidence. He asks anyone with dash cam footage or surveillance cameras to come forward if they have recordings of a green Toyota Avensis car or any suspicious activity. According to Deputy Chief Woods, Aya was an innocent bystander who was shopping for her family when she was accidentally caught in the crossfire. The shooting involved a green Toyota Avensis car. Witnesses report that 2 rounds were fired from the vehicle, and sadly, Aya was hit. Later that day, police discovered the Toyota Avensis involved in the shooting abandoned near the scene of the crime. They also obtained CCTV footage of the incident. The footage shows that at 3:03 p.m., Aya is walking along the sidewalk when the Toyota mentioned earlier drives past her. The rear side window on the left is down. The shooter fires a fatal shot. The bullet passes through her and strikes a pole. For ethical reasons, the police did not release footage of her falling to the ground. After reviewing the video recording, it is evident that there were at least 2 individuals in the car, the driver and the shooter. Following the shooting, the perpetrators quickly fled the scene and abandoned the vehicle on a nearby street. Within 2 hours, the police located the car and began a search for its owner. Aya Hashim was caught in the crossfire of a shooting incident that occurred near Khan's car wash. Following her death, the police launched a massive operation to apprehend the suspects, who had fled the UK with assistance from international law enforcement. 8 individuals were initially charged in connection with her death. Aya's death was ultimately determined to be a tragic accident. She was an innocent bystander. The shooting was actually a targeted attack on the owner of Khan's car wash, who was a competitor of Pharaoh Suleiman. It was allegedly Suleiman who hired a hitman to eliminate Khan, but the bullet mistakenly struck Aya instead. According to the video recording, at the time of the incident, Aya was standing a few feet away from a pole. The first bullet fired missed its intended target and hit something near a man, as evidenced by splashing water. The key point is that the shooter made an error. The person they aimed at was not the business owner, but rather an employee who was mistaken for Khan. During the second shot, Aya was positioned between the shooter and the employee. The bullet struck her on the left side of her chest, passed through her body, and then hit the pole. The car immediately fled the scene. The car wash owner, Khan, witnessed Aya falling to the ground and rushed to her aid, calling emergency services in the process. He described the events, stating that he had seen the car and the gun, and then the assailant sped away. According to him, they returned and began shooting, aiming the gun at him, which left him confused. To better understand the crime, let us examine the roles of the individuals involved. We will start with the mastermind, Pharaoh Suleiman. Pharaoh Suleiman was a successful businessman with a loving family. Suleiman owned a thriving tire shop that had gained significant popularity over time. The business provided him with a substantial income, allowing him and his family to live a comfortable life. He was also active on social media, frequently sharing photos of himself driving expensive cars, giving his followers insight into his life. When his business began to decline, he devised a plan to eliminate his competitor, Khan. Despite being a potential suspect due to his motive, Suleiman proceeded with the plan. He enlisted the help of Ayaz Hussein, Zamir Raja, and Anthony Ennis. The perpetrators conducted a surveillance mission the day before the crime, driving near the car wash to inspect the area. Additionally, Abu Bakr Sesha purchased the Toyota used in the crime with money provided by Suleiman. Kashif Munzer ensured the car was in working condition by performing technical checks and fixing any malfunctions. Uthman Sesha and his girlfriend Judy Chapman played a supporting role in the crime. They drove the shooter and driver to the location of the Toyota in their Ford Fiesta and then picked them up after the crime was committed, abandoning the Toyota on a nearby street. According to the inquest, at 1:14 p.m., Judy Chapman and Uthman Sesha picked up Raja and Ennis from Bolton and drove them 13 miles to Blackburn, where the Toyota was parked. Kashif Munzer ensured the Toyota was ready as all 4 men drove to Blackburn. However, when they stopped a couple of miles from the car wash, the Toyota would not start due to a dead battery. Munzer jump-started the battery using another car's battery and some wires. With the car started, Munzer handed it over to Raja and Ennis, then returned to the service station where Suleiman was waiting, observing from a front-row seat to see what would happen. The Toyota approached the corner with its windows rolled down. Ennis and Raja circled the block several times, waiting for the perfect moment to act. They needed to be on the same side of the street as Khan's car wash. Meanwhile, Munzer and Suleiman were observing the situation unfold. On the 4th pass by the car wash, the Toyota slowed down. Coincidentally, Khan was on the street at that exact moment. However, the shooter, Zamir Raja, made a mistake and fired the first shot at a different employee, not Khan. Fortunately, the first bullet missed its target, but the second bullet struck Aya. Following the shooting, Raja and Ennis fled the scene, abandoning their vehicle and getting into a car with Judy Chapman and Uthman Sesha, who drove them away from Blackburn. When police reviewed the video of Suleiman's store, Ayaz Hussein entered the store. Suleiman signaled to the others, who were aware of the incident, to leave the room and go to the 2nd floor. Abu Bakr Sesha, who had purchased the Toyota involved in the crime, was sitting behind them. When Abu Bakr Sesha overheard the police radio mention that the perpetrator's car had been found, he immediately got up to discuss something with Suleiman. 9 days after Aya's murder, Samir Raja, the shooter, fled to Portugal and met Anthony Ennis, the driver of the Toyota, at Lisbon airport. Both men had fled the country. Meanwhile, the police were arresting the individuals involved in the crime. Pharaoh Suleiman, the mastermind, was arrested on May 18th, the day after Aya's murder. Abu Bakr Sesha was arrested on May 19th, and Judy Chapman and Uthman Sesha were arrested on May 20th. Ayaz Hussein and Kashif Munzer were arrested on May 21st. Samir Raja, who had hoped to return to England undetected, was arrested at a London train station on June 6th. Anthony Ennis was apprehended in Spain on July 4th and extradited to the UK. Aya Hashim was murdered and Khan, the owner of the car wash, was nearly killed in a violent crime. Several suspects were charged and initially, all of them denied involvement. However, as the investigation continued and pressure mounted, their stories began to contradict each other as they attempted to downplay their roles in the crime. As the suspects' testimonies became increasingly inconsistent, they began to turn on each other, revealing crucial details about the crime to the police. Each suspect attempted to avoid a long prison sentence by blaming the others. On August 5, 2021, the court delivered its verdicts, resulting in severe sentences for all those involved. Pharaoh Suleiman, who had a prior conviction for a fatal hit-and-run in 2001, received a life sentence with a minimum term of 34 years. Raja, the shooter, was also sentenced to life with a minimum term of 34 years. According to reports, he was paid $500 for his involvement in the crime. The driver, Anthony Ennis, was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 33 years. Ayaz Hussein, who helped orchestrate the crime, received a life sentence with a minimum term of 32 years. Abu Bakr Sesha, who purchased the getaway car, will serve at least 28 years. Uthman Sesha, who arranged transportation for the shooter and driver, will also serve at least 28 years. Kashif Munzer, who ensured the car was functioning on the day of the crime, will serve at least 27 years. The judge criticized the defendants, stating that they showed no remorse for their actions after the shooting. Instead of taking responsibility, they attempted to deceive and manipulate their way out of trouble. When that failed, they turned on each other in an effort to save themselves. Judy Chapman was found guilty in October 2021 of involuntary deprivation of life. She was sentenced to 15 years in prison for driving the car involved in the crime. However, investigators later discovered that additional individuals had been involved in the crime. This was revealed through analysis of communications between the convicted parties. A 42-year-old from Manchester was sentenced to life in prison on May 5, 2023, with a minimum term of 32 years. During his trial, evidence showed that Otway acted as an intermediary between Ayaz Hussein, Zamir Raja, and Anthony Ennis, specifically assisting Hussein in committing the crime. Another individual, Ben Banbridge, was also involved and became the 10th person found guilty. Prosecutors stated that Banbridge met with Raja and Ennis in Bolton, took their phones, and turned them off. She then drove to Trafford and turned the phones back on in different locations, making it appear that Raja and Ennis were in Greater Manchester, not Blackburn, when the shooting occurred. This was done to create a false alibi for the two men. Banbridge, 32, admitted to conspiracy to pervert the course of justice and was sentenced to 23 months in prison on August 11, 2023. This was the final conviction in the case of Aya Hashim. Moving on to the next case. The case of Bobby and MacLeod. Bobby lived with her parents, Donna and Adrian, and her brother Lee in Plymouth, a lively coastal town in southwest England. On November 20, 2021, Bobby left her home around 5:45 p.m., heading to the bus stop on Sheepstore Road. She had told her father that she was going downtown to meet her boyfriend and friends, something she had done many times before. The bus stop was familiar to her, and she reached it within a few minutes. An hour and a half later, Bobby's mother, Donna, sent her a text to check if she had arrived safely. When Bobby did not reply, Donna tried calling her, but her daughter also did not answer. This was unusual, and Donna became worried. About an hour later, Bobby's boyfriend called her parents, asking if she was at home. He was concerned because Bobby had not shown up for their scheduled meeting, and he had been unable to reach her by phone. Bobby's parents called all her friends, but none knew her whereabouts. With growing concern, they reported her missing to the police. It was already past 9 p.m. The next morning, November 21st, police, along with Bobby's family and volunteers, began a thorough search of the area. Flyers with Bobby's picture were distributed across the city, and her disappearance was shared on social media and local news outlets. Bobby's brother, Lee, made a desperate plea on social media, urging everyone in Plymouth to help search for her. He asked people to report any information or sightings to him. The police investigation revealed that Bobby had planned to take a bus downtown, but she never boarded it. However, a local resident came forward, stating that he had seen Bobby at the bus stop the previous evening. This new information confirmed that Bobby had indeed arrived at the bus stop, but did not get on the bus for unknown reasons. Further evidence was found when police discovered Bobby's wireless headphones in the walkway behind the bus stop. The area was sealed off, and officers conducted a meticulous search of the surrounding area, scouring every inch for potential clues. Evidence was collected along the girl's usual route from her home to the bus stop, as well as on surrounding streets. Since Bobby was last seen at the bus stop but never boarded the bus, and her headphones were found nearby, authorities suspected she might have been kidnapped. Investigators attempted to locate her cell phone, which was detected within the city limits, but they could not pinpoint its exact location. All calls to her number went straight to voicemail. The police eventually found Bobby's phone. On November 22nd, police, family members, and volunteers conducted a thorough search of the area surrounding Bobby's home, but unfortunately, no leads were discovered. The following evening, November 23rd, the police announced the discovery of a woman's body at Babazon Beach, approximately 8 miles from the bus stop where Bobby was last seen. The body was found in a wooded area near the shore, about half a mile inland. The body discovered was confirmed to be Bobby's. Her death was a devastating blow to her loved ones. A vigil was held in her memory near the bus stop where she was last seen, and the family expressed gratitude to everyone who attended. During the vigil, Bobby's mother, Donna, sent heartfelt love to her daughter. On behalf of her family, she expressed gratitude to everyone for coming together during this difficult time. She admitted that although their beautiful Bobby's life was taken, she would always be remembered. Bobby's brother, Lee MacLeod, paid a heartfelt tribute to his sister by sharing a childhood photo of the two of them. The picture showed the siblings smiling and wearing their primary school uniforms. In a message accompanying the photo, Lee expressed his grief and love for his sister. He wrote, "You didn't deserve this. You were a beautiful and talented girl, and I'm grateful to have had you as my little sister. I'll always treasure the adventures and journeys we had. Rest easy now." The police investigation revealed that Bobby's body was found naked, but the medical examiner found no evidence of rape. However, she had suffered severe head and facial injuries, including 14 lacerations. The investigation began to make progress when a man walked into the police station on November 23rd, the same day the body was found. At 1:17 p.m., he approached the police and offered to provide information about the missing girl, stating that he wanted to help the authorities and her family. That man was Cody Ackland, 24, who admitted to the crime. He confessed to kidnapping and killing Bobby and providing details of the offense. Cody lived fairly close to the bus stop where Bobby and was last seen and was taken into custody as the prime suspect. Cody confirmed that he had abducted Bobby and from the bus stop, despite never having met her before the evening of the incident. Cody Ackland was a talented musician and guitarist in a local indie rock band, but he harbored a dark secret. Behind his charming exterior, Cody was fascinated with serial killers and maintained a list of idols that included notorious murderers such as Joseph DeAngelo Jr., Andre Sacchettio, Ivan Milat, Fred West, and Tommy Lynn Sells. However, he worshipped a criminal he considered a hero, Ted Bundy, who confessed to killing at least 30 people. Cody's obsession with Ted was evident in the content he consumed. Investigators found 3,216 images on his phone, many of which were disturbing and reminiscent of horror movies. In the lead-up to Bobby N's death, Cody's internet searches became increasingly focused on serial killers and violent crimes. He also researched remote locations on Dartmoor, potential weapons, and browsed online stores for items such as baseball bats, ski masks, and waterproof clothing. Ultimately, his clandestine activities culminated in a serious crime. In a tragic twist of fate, Bobby unknowingly crossed paths with Cody. On the evening of the incident, Bobby arrived at the bus stop around 6:15 p.m. Cody, who was driving his Ford Fiesta in the area, spotted her and decided to target her. According to Cody's own confession, Bobby Ann's resemblance to his ex-girlfriend was purely coincidental and not the reason for the attack. In reality, Cody had been planning to commit a violent act for some time and was simply looking for a victim. The police investigation concluded that Cody would have carried out his plan regardless of who he encountered, and that Bobby Ann was a random victim. Cody parked his car behind the bus stop after spotting Bobby Ann. He observed her for several minutes to ensure no one else was around. Then he retrieved a hammer he had previously purchased and approached Bobby, striking her twice in the head. Believing she was dead, Cody returned to his car and began to leave the scene. However, as he drove away, he noticed that Bobby was alive and attempting to get up. Cody returned to the bus stop, moved Bobby's semi-conscious body into his car, and drove 20 miles to the beloved Forest parking lot in Dartmoor. At 7:45 p.m., he stopped in the parking lot, located in a wooded area. His intention was to leave Bobby there, but he discovered she was still alive and conscious. Despite this, Cody did not seek help or take her to a hospital. Instead, he assisted her out of the car. When Bobby expressed her fear, Cody said he was scared as well, admitting that he had never committed such an act before. He then struck Bobby 12 times on the head with the hammer. In an attempt to destroy evidence, Cody burned Bobby's purse. Even after inflicting severe injuries, she was still able to make a noise, prompting Cody to express surprise at her resilience. Cody had one final opportunity to save Bobby's life, but he chose not to take it. Instead, he claimed to have ended her suffering. He then placed her body in the trunk of his car and drove approximately 30 miles to Babazon, where he hid the body after removing his shoes, clothing, and jewelry. He returned home around 10 p.m. and went to bed. The next day, Cody traveled to Tamerton Foley, north of Plymouth, and disposed of the hammer he had used in the crime by throwing it into the River Tamar. He also discarded a bag containing his and Bobby's blood-stained clothing in nearby allotments on Coombe Lane. Despite a thorough search, the hammer was never recovered. On November 21st, Cody spent the day socializing with friends, attending a pizza gathering, a band rehearsal, and a night out at the pub. Those who saw him that day noticed he was in an unusually good mood, happy, joking, and affectionate with his friends. The following day, November 22nd, Cody continued to enjoy himself, buying popcorn, and watching a movie at the theater. Meanwhile, police, family, and volunteers were searching for Bobby, and Cody was keeping up with the latest news on his phone. On November 23rd, Cody went to work at a car service company. During his lunch break, he sent a message to a chat room for his music group, expressing his love for them, and also texted his mother to tell her how much he loved her. Shortly after, he went to the police station and confessed to the crime. Soon after, Cody's band members issued a statement on Facebook announcing that they were disbanding the group with immediate effect as a mark of respect for the late Bobby McLeod. They expressed their shock and disbelief at the tragic events, saying their thoughts and prayers were with Bobby and his family and friends, who must be devastated by their loss. The band members explained that they could not continue as a group and had decided to go their separate ways. They stated that they would not be making any further comments at this time. In a separate development, police revealed that they had found physical evidence linking Cody to the crime scene. This included Bobby's DNA in his car and on his sneakers. The trial of Cody Ackland took place in May 2022. Cody's attorney, Ray Tully, stated that psychiatrists had evaluated Cody and found that he did not have a mental illness. However, Cody had experienced a difficult childhood and had been diagnosed with ADHD, dyslexia, depression, and anxiety. By the age of 19, Cody had a 7-year history of depression. Ray explained that Cody had not received much support or comfort from his family or school life. Specifically, Cody's father had not provided him with the guidance and support he needed. During sentencing, Judge Robert Linford told Cody that his actions were premeditated and brutal. The judge stated that the evidence showed Cody had intended to kill his victim and that the crime was a prolonged and horrific ordeal for the victim. The judge emphasized that Cody had planned and carried out the murder and that the victim's life had been brutally cut short. As a result, Cody Ackland, 24, was sentenced to life in prison. He will serve a minimum of 31 years before being eligible to apply for parole. Moving on to the next case. The case of Cassidy Stay. Stephen Stay was born on April 30th, 1975, in Riverside County, California, as the youngest child of Thomas and Joyce Stay. His parents owned a 20-acre orange farm, where he worked from an early age. They instilled in him important values, including a strong work ethic and respect for family. Like his parents, he regularly went to church. Katie, born on October 6, 1979, was the oldest of Roger and Kelly Leon's 5 children. In her spare time, she enjoyed crafting and became very skilled at it. Stephen and Katie met in 2003 while attending Clearfield High School in Clearfield, Utah. Those around them described them as friendly, kind, and considerate. They soon became close friends and began a romantic relationship. 3 years later, in 2006, they got married and had 5 children. In 2009, they relocated to Houston to be nearer to Katie's parents and brothers, who were also living in Texas at that time. After settling there, Stephen assumed the role of chairman of the elders, a group of ministers tasked with overseeing the church's spiritual matters. They dedicated their lives to the church and to raising their children. Even though they lived in Houston for only a few years, they quickly gained the affection of their neighbors because of their warm and friendly nature. Katie, who loved family life, often shared her thoughts and experiences with her sisters, especially Melanie. She told Melanie that she and the children enjoyed listening to the song Eat Tell. The family's religious values were deeply rooted, and their siblings were well-behaved and harmonious, rarely causing any trouble. By 2014, their family had grown to 7 members. Stephen, 39 years old at the time, operated his own real estate agency, while Katie, 34, ran an online jewelry store. Together, they raised their 5 children: 15-year-old Cassidy, 13-year-old Brian, 11-year-old Emily, 9-year-old Rebecca, and their youngest, 4-year-old Zachary. Cassidy loved reading and always watched out for her younger siblings. Brian was an active person with a strong interest in music and computers. Emily sang in a choir, enjoyed singing, and collected items related to the popular children's character Hello Kitty. Rebecca was hyperactive and never sat still. Zachary, the youngest brother in the family, loved superheroes and often watched Hello Kitty videos with his sister. On July 9, 2014, Stephen and Katie went out to handle some business at the bank, leaving the children at home. Cassidy, who had always been responsible for caring for her younger siblings, was left in charge. Around 5:30 p.m., Someone rang the doorbell at their home on 711 Leaflet Lane. Cassidy opened the door, unaware of the danger. She did not recognize the man standing there. Ronald Haskell, her Aunt Melanie's ex-husband, and his presence brought a true nightmare to the family. Ronald Haskell was born on August 26, 1980, and grew up in California. His parents were members of the local Orthodox Church. During his teenage years, the family moved. As an adult, he worked various jobs but never stayed in one place for long. On March 15, 2002, he married Melanie, and they moved to Utah. On the surface, their relationship seemed ideal. Ronald viewed himself as a good husband, but in reality, he was not. Melanie recalled that their marriage was like a nightmare, with Ronald frequently harassing and abusing her. In 2008, a particularly horrific incident took place. Ronald pulled Melanie's hair, dragged her out of bed and around the house in front of her children, and then beat her. After this incident, she bravely sued him for domestic violence. However, he begged for forgiveness, promised to change, and she chose to believe him and withdraw the lawsuit. Although they continued living together for several more years, Ronald did not keep his promise. On the other hand, he continued to display his violent tendencies. In July 2013, following several severe incidents of domestic violence, Melanie decided to leave Ronald and take the children with her. This time, she took the required legal measures to protect herself and the children, as she believed Ronald posed a danger. She applied for a restraining order to stop him from coming near her. 1 month later, she officially filed for divorce. By October of that year, the two sides had reached a custody agreement. Under this agreement, custody of the children was granted to Melanie. After the divorce, Melanie turned to her sister, Katie, for support. On February 14, 2014, Katie traveled to Utah and helped Melanie and her children relocate to Houston. Alan, a former friend of Ronald, recalled that he appeared to lose control after Melanie left. According to Alan, losing custody of their 4 children was a massive blow to him. In a discussion with reporters, Alan shared that when Ronald walked out of the courthouse after the divorce proceedings, he saw Melanie happy, smiling, and talking comfortably with her relatives. He could not understand why she seemed so happy. He stated that he still loved her and never wanted a divorce. However, in contrast to his feelings, Melanie felt relieved after 11 years of enduring violence and abuse, which made Ronald extremely angry. By January 2014, Ronald was employed as a FedEx delivery driver. To those around him, he appeared isolated, confused, and miserable. However, this was actually a disguise for a cold and carefully calculated plan. He moved to California to be closer to his parents and cut off all contact with his friends in Utah, where his family had fallen apart. In California, he lived with his parents, Carl and Jane Haskell. There, he began planning revenge against those he believed had wronged him. Obsessed with hatred toward Melanie and the relatives who had supported her during the divorce, he started stockpiling weapons and large quantities of ammunition. His anger continued to grow until he could no longer control it. Ronald's biological mother, Carl, also suffered at the hands of her son. On July 2, 2014, his mother filed a protective order stating that he had dragged her into the garage during an argument and then duct-taped her to a chair for 4 hours. He also threatened to kill his entire family, including her grandchildren, because they had maintained contact with Melanie. She further said that Ronald had assaulted his father, Jane, who was disabled and confined to a wheelchair. Police attempted to arrest him, but he escaped and was placed on the wanted list. His actions clearly demonstrated how dangerous he was, even daring to harm his elderly parents. At the time, no one knew that he had fled to another state. Unfortunately, by the time his location was discovered, it was too late. On July 9, 2014, the doorbell rang at the Houston home of Melanie's sister, Katie. Katie's daughter, Cassidy, opened the door to see a man wearing a FedEx delivery uniform. He was strongly built, with red hair and a thick beard. He asked Cassidy about her parents. Not recognizing him at first, she replied that her mom and dad were not home. Wanting to be thorough, she decided to get paper and a pencil to write down the courier's details for her parents. When Cassidy returned, the man introduced himself as Ronald Haskell. That was when she realized who he was. Her Aunt Melanie's ex-husband, the man responsible for so many past troubles, terrified her. She attempted to close the door, but he forced his way inside. He pulled out his weapon and revealed a makeshift silencer, made from a pillowcase and tape. At first, Ronald seemed calm and said he was searching for his ex-wife, Melanie. He asked Cassidy about Melanie's location, but she did not answer. He then instructed her to gather her siblings in the living room and leave the television on. She believed this might distract her younger siblings, but his true intentions were extremely horrific. He ordered the children to lie on the floor in a row, threatening to tie them up if they did not obey. Frightened, they complied. Cassidy was consumed by terror. Believing that Ronald meant to kill them, she tried to speak to him, attempting to persuade him not to hurt her siblings. She repeated the names and ages of each child, hoping it might change his mind, and prayed constantly, but Ronald answered only with a cruel laugh. After a while, Stephen and Katie came back home. The moment Katie stepped inside and saw Ronald, she was overwhelmed with despair. She knew very well how dangerous he was. Ronald said that he had come to take Melanie and his children away. He then ordered everyone to lie face down on the floor. Understanding his evil intentions, Katie tried to defend her family, rushing toward him with screams and punches. However, her attempts were futile. He struck her in the face, killing her instantly. He then killed Stephen as well. Cassidy, hearing Ronald come closer, covered her head with her hands, pressed her face against the floor, and screamed uncontrollably. A sudden gunshot echoed. The bullet struck her finger and grazed her head without damaging her brain. She forced herself not to move, remaining motionless on the floor and pretending to be dead while continuing to pray. At this moment, Ronald went on with the massacre. Cassidy could not move, but understood that a terrible tragedy was unfolding in the house. He coldly killed all the children without mercy. When it was Zachary's turn, the boy panicked and was shot in the shoulder. The boy ran toward his father, Stephen, unaware that his father was already dead. Ronald then moved closer and fired again. In total, Ronald fired 13 bullets, making sure no one survived. It was later found that only 6 of the bullets were fatal. After reloading, he drove to Melanie's parents' house. As soon as she heard the car drive away, Cassidy jumped up. Shocked and wounded, she still forced herself to run to the phone to call for help. Cassidy told the operator that Uncle Ronald had killed her entire family. She also stated that he was driving toward the city of Leon, heading to her grandparents' house, where her Aunt Melanie and her cousins were staying. An ambulance was immediately sent to the scene. When the medical team arrived, Cassidy was conscious, and one of her younger brothers, Zachary, was still alive but critically injured. Tragically, the boy died on the way to the hospital. News of the horrific attack quickly spread through the area, and 12 patrol cars were dispatched to hunt down the killer, Ronald. Cassidy played an important role in his capture, giving a detailed description of him and sharing information about the stolen family vehicle. Later that day, around 7 p.m., Ronald stopped his car to buy a drink. He had a list of 22 more people he planned to kill. Driven by rage, he bought 200 more rounds of ammunition. However, before he could carry out his plan, police stopped him on the highway. The funeral for Cassidy's parents and siblings was held on July 16, 2014, at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. 6 white coffins decorated with pink and purple floral arrangements were lined up, containing the bodies of Stephen, Katie, Brian, Emily, Rebecca, and Zachary. A photograph of each victim was placed in front of their respective coffin. Around 100 people attended the funeral, and colorful balloons were released into the sky to honor each victim. Cassidy kept her faith strong and comforted herself by believing that her loved ones were now in a better place and enjoying peace in the afterlife. To the local community, she became a symbol of courage. Amid the chaos of the brutal massacre, she stayed calm, contacted emergency services, and succeeded in saving the remainder of her family from death. Although the tragedy took lives, her swift actions prevented an even greater loss. In her speech, Cassidy stated that her life had completely changed and would never be the same again. Through tears, she spoke about her loved ones. They were gone and resting in heaven, but she believed that one day she would be reunited with them. During the ceremony, Cassidy's aunts and uncles spoke, remembering that Stephen had a passion for drumming and that Zachary could lift everyone's spirits with just a smile. They described their departed loved ones as people full of love, leaving an irreplaceable emptiness in their hearts. The service was led by Scott McBride, a representative of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. His words about guardian angels and how Cassidy would never be alone brought tears to the eyes of those present. After the ceremony, reporters questioned the Stay family's relatives about the incident. Thomas, the father of Stephen and grandfather of the children, gave an interview explaining that Ronald had chosen to harm the entire family. Thomas said that they had known for a long time that Ronald was mentally unstable, yet they had accepted him. Stephen's mother said that when he was young, Ronald often came to play with her children and attended joyful gatherings. However, she believed there must have been something wrong inside him for him to commit such a horrific crime. In 2019, 5 years after the tragedy, Ronald's trial began. Cassidy was required to testify against her uncle, who was accused of killing her family members. Her testimony brought everyone in the courtroom to tears. With deep pain in her voice, she described the overpowering smell of blood in the living room and the bitter taste in her mouth. She spoke about how the house, once filled with happiness, had become dark and suffocating. Cassidy gave a detailed account of the terrifying ordeal she endured. She still vividly remembered the moment Ronald took the lives of her parents and siblings. Lauren Bart, a representative from the prosecutor's office, described Ronald as a manipulative and heartless man. She ultimately called him a monster who sought revenge against everyone who had supported his ex-wife Melanie. Sergeant Ron Hickman, testifying for the prosecution, explained that based on his extensive professional experience, the crime was premeditated and carried out in a methodical manner without hesitation. He added that in his 40 years of service, he had never encountered a tragedy as horrific as the one that struck the Stay family. Defending Ronald, a man who attacked a defenseless family without suffering any injury himself, was an extremely difficult task for the defense. The defense's only argument was that Ronald suffered from psychological problems. After his imprisonment, he was diagnosed with schizophrenia. He himself stated that voices in his head had urged him to kill the Stay family. However, the prosecutor's office rejected this claim, asserting that he had a tendency toward violence. During his marriage to Melanie, he was not only abusive toward her, but also toward his children. Additionally, the prosecutor emphasized that he was also cruel to his elderly parents, including his disabled father. Lawyer Samantha pointed out to the judges how much time Ronald had spent planning the crime. She explained that he bought weapons and ammunition and hid them at his parents' house in order to carry out the murders of Melanie, his children, and anyone who had helped Melanie leave him. Samantha described him as a manipulative individual who had no intention of changing. The jury deliberated for more than 4 hours to determine Ronald's level of guilt and decide whether he should receive life imprisonment without parole or the death penalty. In the end, he was convicted of first-degree murder of all his family members and attempted murder. The jury recommended the death penalty, dismissing the defense's claim that Ronald was insane. They described him as an extremely dangerous person who posed a threat to society. During the hearing, Prosecutor Kim Hawk urged the judge to impose the death sentence, calling it a just punishment for someone who carefully planned and carried out the brutal killing of the Stay family. Kim Hawk argued that Ronald did not deserve to live. On October 11, 2019, 39-year-old Ronald Haskell listened to the verdict without showing any emotion. Wearing a blue suit that would soon be replaced by a prison uniform, he remained silent as the court sentenced him to death. During her statement, Cassidy once again faced Ronald, the man who had tried to kill her and her loved ones. Even though he was only 10 feet away, fear still held her tightly. This time, however, he had no weapon. Now 20 years old, Cassidy was determined to speak the truth about what had happened. She wore a purple jacket, symbolizing the fight against domestic violence, and attended the trial. Gathering her courage, she stepped up to the microphone and, with a shaking voice, asked Ronald whether he felt anything for her, whether he had even a trace of remorse in his soul. Cassidy did not want to believe it, but when the court learned that Ronald felt no remorse and had been pretending to be mentally ill to escape responsibility, something changed inside her. She admitted that she did not know how to cope with the overwhelming pain consuming her, because until then she had always seen the world with kindness and gentleness. Now she was forced to face a deep and indescribable sorrow. One of the most powerful moments of her statement came when she directly addressed Ronald. She admitted that she had hoped he would repent, but that never occurred. Even so, she expressed her hope that God would help her heal, guide her through the aftermath, and ease her suffering. Cassidy respected the jury's decision, but felt that the punishment did not fully reflect the seriousness of the crime. Ultimately, she no longer cared whether Ronald acknowledged his guilt. She chose to move forward with her life, embracing joy, facing challenges head-on, and trying to leave behind the horrors he inflicted. The Stay family murders were a devastating tragedy for everyone who knew them. Meanwhile, Ronald's parents, Carl V. Jane, were deeply shaken by their son's actions. Cassidy, now a college student in Utah, has begun a new life and started a family of her own. She refuses to sink into despair or give up, instead living with purpose and hope, always looking toward the future. Moving on to the next case. The case of Christine Marie Paolia. Once a brilliant and hopeful student, Christine became entangled in a cycle of tragedy and hopelessness. Her story stands as a warning, underscoring the risks of untreated mental health struggles, peer influence, and the destructive effects of unresolved trauma. Christine Marie Paolia was born on March 31, 1986, along the calm shores of Long Island, New York. She was the second child of Lori and Charles, with her father employed as a construction worker and her mother managing the household. In her early childhood, she was known as an energetic and friendly girl, although she could be reserved at times. She maintained a close and loving bond with her devoted father. Tragically, Christine's life was torn apart when her father suffered a sudden death in a construction accident, crushed beneath falling bricks. Grief continued to surround her as she soon lost both her grandfather and great-grandmother. Without her father's reassuring presence, Christine's family struggled deeply with loss. Her mother, Lori, burdened by the weight of her husband's death, turned to drugs for comfort and descended into addiction. Unable to maintain a stable home, Lori lost custody of Christine and her older brother, who were placed in the care of their grandparents. During her early years in school, Christine was diagnosed with alopecia, a condition that caused the loss of her hair, eyebrows, and eyelashes. Each morning, she discovered clumps of hair scattered across her pillow, creating bald spots and eventually affecting her vision as she lost her eyebrows and eyelashes. In addition, she suffered from poor eyesight, requiring her to wear thick glasses from kindergarten through middle school. Christine endured constant teasing and bullying from her peers, a relentless experience that severely damaged her self-worth. Withdrawn and hopeless, she struggled with isolation and depression. Lacking friends to share both her hardships and successes, her classmates failed to understand the reason behind her thinning hair, resulting in ongoing teasing and ridicule. Despite her efforts to hide the loss with wigs, often described as bulky and similar to Halloween costumes, she found no relief from the mockery, which only deepened her suffering. Her drawn-on eyebrows also attracted attention, intensifying the ridicule she endured, even while wearing wigs. Her torment continued, worsening to the point that other children would boldly pull them off. Each morning filled her with dread, as Christine faced the uncertainty of which peer would cause her pain that day, further intensifying her misery and resentment towards school. After reconnecting with her mother, who had overcome her addiction and remarried, Christine and her family left Long Island and moved to Clear Lake City, Texas, a suburb of Houston. This new setting offered Christine and her siblings a chance for a fresh beginning. Living in a largely upper-middle-class neighborhood and enrolling at Clear Lake High School, Christine braced herself for the possibility of more bullying, but events unfolded differently. In an unexpected twist, Christine met Rachel Carudis and Tiffany Rowell, two popular girls who welcomed her warmly and offered their friendship. Seizing this chance, they took Christine under their guidance and sparked a remarkable transformation. With their support, Christine experienced a physical makeover, learning how to dress and apply makeup while obtaining more fashionable wigs. This external change reflected a deep internal transformation as Christine grew into a more confident, sociable, and satisfied person. With Rachel and Tiffany beside her, Christine easily integrated into the social world of her high school, where she was accepted and admired by her peers. Her renewed personality, filled with confidence and appeal, led to her being named Miss Irresistible in 2003, marking a meaningful milestone in her journey of self-discovery and personal development. Rachel and Tiffany embodied social elegance, skillfully balancing popularity while remaining genuinely kind and welcoming. Rachel, with her long hair and enchanting smile, radiated intelligence and charm, envisioning a future in the United States Air Force alongside her interest in art and childcare. Tiffany, known for her bright smile and endless generosity, dreamed of a career in social work, complemented by her abilities as an actress and her wide circle of friends, including her closest companion, Rachel. Although they were a year ahead of her in school, they embraced Christine as one of their own, nurturing a strong and meaningful friendship together. The trio delighted in laughter and closeness, with Christine finding such comfort in their presence that she began removing her wig, a sign of her newly found ease and joy, as noticed by her pleased mother during the summer of 2003. Rachel and Tiffany, both 18 years old, started a new phase of their lives by moving in together. Meanwhile, Christine, who was 17, remained in her senior year of high school and often visited the two of them. It was around this period that Christine entered into a relationship with Christopher Lee Snyder, a 21-year-old man. However, Christine's mother and stepfather, along with Rachel and Tiffany, strongly disapproved of the relationship. Their objections stemmed from Christopher's past involving drug addiction and a lengthy criminal history that included armed robbery. Despite repeated warnings from those close to her, Christine chose to continue seeing him, prompting them to voice their belief that she deserved someone better. Over time, Christine began following the same destructive path as her boyfriend. Giving in to the temptation of using various drugs alongside Christopher, Christine's mother would later characterize the relationship as toxic, stating that Christopher not only isolated her daughter from family and friends, but also allegedly subjected her to sexual assault. The couple's relationship was marked by extreme jealousy, resulting in frequent and intense arguments. One especially degrading incident took place when Christopher openly showed up at Christine's school and forcibly pulled off her wig, deliberately trying to humiliate her in front of other students. Struggling with deep insecurities and an overwhelming need for Christopher's attention, Christine became obsessively jealous whenever he interacted with other girls. Christopher's family, aware that the relationship was destined to fail, pointed to the constant fighting that consumed the couple. One argument escalated so severely that Christine spent an entire night on Christopher's front lawn, making violent threats toward his family. Police were repeatedly called to intervene in Christine's chaotic relationship, and Christopher reportedly told those close to him that there were only two things he truly feared: the police and Christine herself. Despite the endless arguments and confrontations, Christine stubbornly refused to end the relationship with Christopher, a choice that would eventually result in tragic consequences. On the afternoon of July 18, 2003, Christopher and Christine went to Tiffany's house with the plan to steal drugs and money. At the home were Tiffany, her boyfriend Marcus Presella, his cousin Adalbert Sanchez, and Tiffany's friend Rachel. Allegedly, Marcus and his cousin were involved in selling drugs, leading Christopher and Christine to believe that narcotics were kept inside Tiffany's house. Their intention was to steal these drugs, and a confrontation between Christopher and Marcus broke out, culminating in the shooting of all four people inside the residence. Tiffany and Rachel suffered multiple gunshot wounds, including shots to the crotch, suggesting a motive rooted in sexual aggression and jealousy. Adalbert Sanchez, Marcus's cousin, had recently moved to Clear Lake in an effort to escape violence, only to lose his life in the tragedy shortly after arriving. Rachel, critically injured, attempted to call for help but was suddenly discovered by Christine. In a horrifying turn, Christine repeatedly struck Rachel on the head with the handle of her .38 caliber revolver until Rachel stopped moving. Christine later admitted to police that Rachel had pleaded for her life, but Christine chose to kill her regardless. Less than an hour after the murders were committed, Christopher drove Christine to her job at Walgreens, where she worked at the makeup counter, and she behaved as though nothing had occurred. At approximately 6 p.m., an 18-year-old friend of Tiffany's arrived at the house to meet with the group. When she received no answer to her knocking, she noticed that Tiffany's and Marcus' cars were still parked outside. Growing concerned, she entered through the unlocked door and encountered a horrifying sight. Her friends were dead. She immediately ran from the scene and contacted the police. Authorities described the crime scene as extremely violent, earning the designation overkill due to its gruesome nature, and initially suspected a connection to drug trafficking. The victims, Tiffany and Rachel, had recently graduated and were employed at a strip club, while Marcus was involved in selling cocaine. As a result, police first assumed the crime had been carried out by professionals tied to the drug trade, since all of the victims except Rachel were killed in a way consistent with execution-style shootings. Following the murders, investigators began an inquiry, relying on suspect descriptions provided by neighbors who had seen individuals walking to and from the house. The established timeline indicated that the murders occurred at approximately 3:25 p.m. Notably, Christine had already clocked in at her workplace before 4 p.m. that same day. Although Christine appeared upset in front of her family when news of the murders surfaced, she reportedly did not attend the victim's funeral due to depression. Christine took a major step toward changing her life by admitting herself into rehabilitation to address her drug addiction. Around the same period, Christopher was arrested in Kentucky and jailed for unrelated car theft charges, which ultimately brought their relationship to an end. Nonetheless, the Clear Lake Massacre remained an enigma, unsolved for 3 long years despite determined efforts to solve the case. In 2004, Christine admitted herself into a rehabilitation facility in Gville, Texas, to overcome her substance abuse. While there, she met Stanley Justin Rott, and a romantic relationship developed between them. After completing their treatment programs in 2005, they married, pledging to remain drug-free together. They used the $360,000 trust fund left by Christine's biological father to begin their new life, investing in an apartment. Christine's family expressed concern about the marriage, particularly due to Stanley's history of allegedly exploiting women financially. Christine and Stanley made a deliberate effort to avoid drugs, but their happiness did not last long. As the second anniversary of the murders drew near in July 2005, renewed media attention on the case revived painful memories for Christine. Instead of grieving the loss of her friends, she became increasingly distressed by the released suspect sketches. This emotional strain led her to confide in Stanley about her involvement in the murders, prompting the couple to go into hiding in November 2005. Christine and Stanley stayed in a motel room in San Antonio, where they spent the next 8 months regularly using heroin and cocaine. On July 8, 2006, police received an anonymous tip regarding the murders. The informant stated that they had been in rehab with Christine and overheard her confessing her involvement in the crime to Stanley. Acting on this lead, police located Christine on July 19, 2006, and arrested her. Stanley was also taken into custody after authorities discovered 70 vials of heroin in their motel room. While detained, Stanley shared a shocking disclosure with investigators. He claimed that Christine had told him that after the shooting, she came across Rachel, who was still alive, and went on to kill her friend by beating her to death. Christine attempted to place the blame on her former boyfriend Christopher during her interrogation, stating that he devised the plan to rob her friends, which spiraled out of control. She told police that her only intention was to obtain drugs and money, and that she never meant to harm anyone. According to Christine, a fight erupted between Christopher and one of the men present, and gunshots were fired. She alleged that Christopher forced her to pull the trigger by placing his hand over hers. This version of events was disproven by the coroner's findings, which revealed that 2 different firearms were used. Additionally, Christine admitted to returning to the scene to ensure that the victims were dead, and she recounted a disturbing confrontation with her friend Rachel, whom she said she struck repeatedly with a gun while Rachel was attempting to call for help. Despite having this information, Christine's defense attorneys insisted that she had never handled a firearm and had no intention of inflicting harm. Meanwhile, Christopher, the other individual involved in the crime, was released from jail. However, when police went to his home, they found that he had disappeared without a trace, even before officers arrived. Reportedly, he had learned about the warrant for his arrest and the impending capital charges against him. Christopher had seemingly relocated to South Carolina and begun dating a woman he met online. After discovering the arrest warrant, he allegedly returned with pills and soda from South Carolina. Tragically, his body was later discovered lifeless in a nearby wooded area, and medical examiners determined that the cause of death was a pill overdose. Inside a safe, police recovered 2 firearms that were later linked to the murders. Christine's husband, Stanley, informed authorities that she had admitted her involvement in the killings, and he agreed to testify against her. His testimony was later verified as truthful. Christine has never shown remorse for the murders, nor offered any explanation for her actions. However, psychiatrist Gail Saltz suggests that her behavior was driven by envy and jealousy toward her more popular friends. Christopher's sister, Brandy, agrees that jealousy was likely the motivating factor behind the murders, reflecting on Christine's behavior and stating, "I remember her being extremely jealous." There must have been some underlying jealousy between Christine and Rachel. Christine was convicted of 4 counts of capital murder on October 13, 2008. Despite being a juvenile offender at the time the crimes were committed, she was spared the death penalty and sentenced to life in prison. Although she filed several appeals challenging her sentence, all were denied. Christine is currently serving her sentence at the Christina Melton Crane Unit in Gatesville, Texas, and is eligible for parole in July 2046 at the age of 60. Christine's downward spiral resulted in devastating consequences, claiming innocent lives and leaving the community shocked and overwhelmed with grief. As the community struggled to cope with the tragedy, they came together to honor those who were lost too soon and to offer one another comfort and support amid overwhelming sorrow. The tragic conclusion of Christine's story stands as a powerful reminder of the critical importance of prioritizing mental health awareness and providing timely support and intervention to individuals dealing with trauma and mental health challenges. Moving on to the next case. The case of Daniel Craig Brophy. Daniel Craig Brophy was born on June 27, 1954, in Valley City, North Dakota, United States. More than 40 years ago, he started his career washing dishes in a kitchen in Kansas City. Over time, through passion and commitment, Daniel became a skilled chef and culinary instructor at the Oregon Culinary Institute in Portland, Oregon. He loved teaching and frequently organized field trips for his students to help them better understand where food comes from. Although he could sometimes seem gruff, Daniel's sense of humor made him well liked by many, including his wife, Nancy Crampton Brophy. Nancy was born on June 16, 1950, in Wichita Falls, Texas, to parents who were lawyers. She grew up there and later graduated from the University of Houston. In the early 1990s, after moving to Oregon, she met Daniel while attending Le Cordon Bleu College of Culinary Arts in Portland, where he worked as an instructor. After taking a cooking class taught by Daniel, she began a catering business. Before that, she had worked in the insurance industry, but her greatest passion had always been writing. Daniel and Nancy appeared to share a happy and peaceful life together. They lived near Portland, where they raised chickens and maintained a large vegetable garden. Daniel's affection for Nancy was clear, especially in the classroom, where he lovingly referred to her as the manager. Nancy seemed to return those feelings, writing on her website that although their marriage had its ups and downs, the joyful moments outweighed the unhappy ones. However, their seemingly ideal life ended tragically on the morning of June 2, 2018. As usual, Daniel arrived at the Oregon Culinary Institute that morning, disarmed the alarm at 7:22 a.m., and began preparing ice and coffee for the students. While standing at the sink, he was suddenly attacked from behind. Later, students who arrived late found his body in the kitchen with 2 wounds caused by weapons. Daniel's death was ruled a homicide. Strangely, his wallet was untouched, with credit cards and cash still inside, suggesting that robbery was not the motive. In addition, 2 9mm shell casings were found near the crime scene, raising suspicion that the attack may have been planned in advance. At first, investigators believed Daniel might have been the victim of a disgruntled student. However, their attention soon turned to Nancy, his wife. Nancy stated that on the morning of the incident, she went home and spoke with Daniel for a while before he left for work. She said she then took the dog for a walk and showered. However, traffic cameras captured images of Nancy's gray minivan near the Oregon Culinary Institute at 6:39 a.m., just minutes before Daniel arrived there. Her vehicle was also recorded leaving the area during the time frame before police arrived. Further investigation revealed that 6 months before the murder, Nancy had purchased a kit for a homemade weapon but was unable to assemble it due to its complexity. She later researched and bought another weapon at a gun show in February 2018. Additionally, online records showed she went on eBay to buy extra slides and barrels, intended to change the distinctive markings the weapon leaves on bullets after firing. These discoveries led investigators to believe that Nancy may have deliberately planned and carried out the murder. In 2011, Nancy wrote a blog post titled "How to Murder Your Husband." In the post, she explained that as a writer who specialized in romantic thrillers, she often thought about murder and stressed the importance of getting away with it. The post listed 5 main motives for committing such crimes: financial problems, lying and cheating, infidelity, abuse, and professional motives, such as hiring a killer. Additionally, she described various methods of murder. Nancy ultimately concluded that anyone could be capable of committing such an act. The blog post left prosecutors astonished due to its relevance to the case. The case against Nancy was further strengthened when authorities discovered that she stood to receive approximately $1.4 million in life insurance payouts from Daniel's death. At the time, they were facing financial difficulties. In the fall before Daniel's death, they had withdrawn $35,000 from his retirement account to cover their mortgage and credit card debt. These details highlighted a potential financial motive driving Nancy to commit the crime, becoming a key element in the case against her. In April 2022, at the Multnomah County Courthouse, Nancy was charged with Daniel's murder and brought to trial. Although prosecutors were unable to use her blog post as evidence in court, they presented other critical pieces of evidence to support their case. The prosecution relied on circumstantial evidence, arguing that it pointed to Nancy as the killer. They contended that her false testimony about her whereabouts on the morning of the murder showed her account was unreliable. Regarding motive, they alleged that she killed her husband to claim the $1.4 million in life insurance policies and gain sole ownership of their $300,000 home. Furthermore, forensic evidence confirmed that Daniel died from 2 gunshot wounds, which matched the type of weapon Nancy had purchased. After the prosecution finished presenting their arguments, Nancy testified and claimed that she never intended to harm Daniel, much less kill him, especially since he had withdrawn a large sum of money from his pension fund to support their family. She stated that she had purchased the weapon with Daniel's consent and had given it to him for self-defense while foraging for mushrooms. Additionally, she claimed that the missing parts of the weapon, which were never found, were merely research materials for one of her novels. Nancy said she could not recall anything about the morning Daniel was killed and could not explain why she had driven around the Oregon Culinary Institute that day. She suggested she may have stopped at Starbucks and then become absorbed in thoughts about her next book while driving in the area. However, the jury did not believe Nancy's account. After 8 hours of deliberation, they found her guilty of second-degree murder on May 25, 2022. Nancy was sentenced to life imprisonment and will not be eligible for parole until the age of 91. She is currently serving her sentence at the Coffee Creek Correctional Facility in Wilsonville, Oregon. Lisa Maxfield, one of Nancy's defense attorneys, stated that the defense team plans to appeal the conviction. Nathaniel Stillwater, Daniel's son from a previous marriage, intends to scatter his father's ashes near a mushroom patch as a way of returning him to the nature he loved so much. Daniel Craig Brophy's life is remembered for his passion for food, dedication to teaching, and love of nature. Starting from a humble position, he worked tirelessly to become a talented chef and a respected instructor, committed to passing on his knowledge to future generations of chefs. However, his promising life ended tragically at the hands of the wife he loved, profoundly impacting students, colleagues, and family members alike. Moving on to the next case. The case of Elizabeth Arellano. Elizabeth Paula Arellano was born on August 16, 1987, in Fort Worth, Texas, USA. She grew up alongside 2 close sisters, Alessandra and Giovanna. Her biological father left when Elizabeth was very young and never contacted or cared for her. Later, her mother, Juanita, remarried Fidel. He adopted Elizabeth and her sisters, raising them as his own children. Elizabeth shared a very strong relationship with her stepfather, who consistently supported and helped her in every aspect of her life. Elizabeth was a diligent student and dreamed of becoming a doctor one day. While in high school, Elizabeth met and fell in love with Rudolph Arellano, a boy almost 8 years younger than her. Although Elizabeth's parents felt somewhat uncomfortable with the age gap, they did not interfere in their daughter's relationship because they viewed Rudolph as serious and reliable. Shortly after finishing high school at the age of 16, Elizabeth married Rudolph. They had 4 children together, 3 sons and 1 daughter. However, Elizabeth did not want to limit herself to being a housewife. Remembering her childhood ambition, she chose to pursue a career in medicine. After completing medical school, Elizabeth worked as a paramedic and planned to continue her education to become a doctor. She was kind and raised in a Christian household. She regularly took her children to church and taught them to love and care for those around them. Her family and friends said that she was sensitive and always willing to help others. On the surface, her marriage to Rudolph appeared happy and stable. However, after 13 years of marriage, serious problems began to emerge in their relationship. In the past, Rudolph had been jealous and tried to control his wife in every way. Over time, his behavior became more and more unacceptable. In the spring of 2016, Elizabeth decided to leave the house with her children and move in with her parents after once again witnessing her husband's jealousy. Although Rudolph attempted to reconcile, Elizabeth was exhausted by his temper. She also did not want her children to witness the constant arguments between their parents. As a result, she courageously filed for divorce. Just a few days after Elizabeth left with her children and filed for divorce, she suddenly vanished under mysterious circumstances. According to friends and family, Elizabeth had previously appeared very cheerful. To relieve stress from family issues and the divorce proceedings, she decided to go out with her co-workers to a local club after work. On Friday night, April 15, 2016, Elizabeth, who was 28 years old at the time, went out with friends to a club. There, she danced and enjoyed herself, but did not consume alcohol because she had driven there and intended to drive herself home. After midnight, in the early morning hours of April 16th, Elizabeth drove back home. After parking her car, she called a friend who had gone out with her to let her know that she had arrived safely. However, after ending the call, Elizabeth mysteriously disappeared without entering the house. The following morning, Juanita, Elizabeth's mother, became very concerned when she realized that her daughter was not home. Although she knew that Elizabeth had planned to spend the evening with friends, her daughter should have returned long before. Elizabeth was not someone who stayed out without informing anyone, and her car was still parked outside the house, indicating that she had returned from the club. When Juanita approached the car, she noticed that it was unlocked. The keys were still in the ignition, and Elizabeth's wallet and cell phone were lying on the seat. Leaving her personal belongings in an unlocked car like that was completely out of character for her daughter, which led Juanita to believe that something terrible had happened. Without hesitation, she immediately contacted the police to report her daughter missing. The police believed that Elizabeth's disappearance could be solved quickly. They still hoped that she was alive because they found no blood or signs of a struggle in the car. However, the investigation turned out to be far more complex than expected. The first step was to carefully reconstruct Elizabeth's movements on the night of her disappearance in order to identify and question witnesses. Police interviewed Elizabeth's friends and co-workers who had seen her that evening. They confirmed the time she left and said that she had called afterward to say she had arrived home safely. Elizabeth's phone showed multiple calls and text messages from her ex-husband, Rudolph, that night, but she did not respond to them. When police questioned Rudolph, he stated that Elizabeth had promised to bring the children to his house that weekend. However, since she had not contacted him afterward, he assumed that she had changed her mind. There were still several unclear aspects regarding Rudolph's alibi. Rudolph stated that he had been at a local bar that night with a friend and then went home to sleep around midnight. Several people at the bar confirmed seeing him there, but no one knew for certain where he went after leaving. Rudolph claimed that he returned home. However, because he lived alone, no one could verify this. As a result, the police did not rule him out as a suspect. Notably, Rudolph did not appear distressed or concerned. Even though he and Elizabeth were in the process of divorcing after many years of marriage and raising children together, it was unusual that her disappearance seemed to have no emotional impact on him. A strange event occurred on the night Elizabeth disappeared. A fisherman contacted the police to report what he had seen. He said that at around 4:30 a.m., while fishing on a highway bridge, he observed a car stop. The driver removed a large object that appeared to be a person and threw it into the water. The object seemed to have something heavy attached to it. Because of the distance and darkness, the fisherman could not clearly see details or the license plate. Strong winds on the bridge also prevented him from hearing anything. Later, another witness was identified. This individual had been walking his dog beneath the bridge. He did not witness what happened on the bridge, but heard a horrific scream. Then he saw a large object fall from above, heard a splash, and afterward everything became quiet. Based on the witnesses' statements, police decided to search the bottom of the pond near the bridge. After several hours, divers found a body tied to a large concrete block with a rope around the neck. The body was identified as Elizabeth Ariano, who had gone missing earlier. The recovery of her body was only possible because of the testimony provided by the passerby and the fisherman. Without their information, the body might never have been found or would have been discovered only after a very long time, since the weight of the concrete block prevented it from floating to the surface. Initially, a theory was suggested that Elizabeth had taken her own life due to family difficulties. However, the circumstances surrounding the discovery of her body indicated that it may have been a homicide. This theory was not credible because it contradicted two key pieces of information. First, an eyewitness reported seeing someone throw Elizabeth into the water. Second, her relatives confirmed that Elizabeth had many plans for the future and would never do anything that could harm her children or parents. Elizabeth was still alive when a piece of concrete was tied around her neck, and she was thrown from the bridge. This was supported by forensic results, which showed that she died from suffocation, and by the testimony of a man who heard her desperate screams as she was thrown into the water. Nevertheless, many questions about this murder remained unanswered. Who committed the crime, and what motive could justify such cruelty toward a mother of several children? Robbery was ruled out, as none of Elizabeth's belongings were taken. Some theories suggested that the killer may have noticed Elizabeth at the club and secretly followed her home, or that someone may have been waiting for her at her house. Her ex-husband, Rudolph, continued to insist that he had been asleep at home on the night of the murder and had no involvement in the crime. However, investigators were hesitant to eliminate Rudolph as a suspect because he lacked an alibi and his behavior raised increasing suspicion. At Elizabeth's funeral, he appeared to grieve. He cried beside his ex-wife's coffin and said that he wished he had died instead of her or together with her. His sister Elizabeth believed that his words were genuine. Rudolph also actively helped establish a charity fund to organize a farewell ceremony for his wife. However, after the funeral, when he was summoned again to give a statement, his attitude and behavior changed completely, as if nothing significant had happened in his life. After carefully reviewing CCTV footage along Elizabeth's final route, investigators saw a car identical to Rudolph's leaving her parents' home at around 3 a.m. A neighbor also confirmed seeing the car parked near the victim's residence. Notably, the vehicle was later observed heading toward the bridge where Elizabeth was thrown. This discovery raised many questions. When investigators obtained Rudolph's cell phone data from the night of the incident, even more questions emerged. That night, he made several phone calls from different locations, first near Elizabeth's workplace and then near her parents' home. He also sent multiple text messages to Elizabeth, trying to find out when she would be home, but received no reply. It appeared that he was following Elizabeth and chose to wait for her at her parents' house. Eventually, after enough evidence had been collected, the police arrested Rudolph as the main suspect and took him to the station for further questioning. A crucial witness in the case was Elizabeth and Rudolph's oldest son. When shown the rope that had been taken from around his mother's neck, he recognized it and said he had seen it and played with it in his father's backyard. He also recalled that there had been a piece of concrete in the yard before the fence was replaced. Similar pieces of concrete were later found in the trunk of Rudolph's car. The investigation showed that Rudolph had waited for Elizabeth at her parents' home and abducted her before she could enter the house. He forced her into the car, which already contained rope and concrete in the trunk. He then drove to the bridge to carry out the murder. Rudolph Ariano was arrested 10 days after his ex-wife's body was discovered in the lake. Despite the overwhelming evidence and witness statements against him, Rudolph denied any involvement and insisted that he had been at home on the night of the crime. For this horrific act, Rudolph faced the death penalty. Then, following the advice of his lawyer, he chose to confess and cooperate with the investigation in an effort to reduce his sentence. It was not until January 2019 that Rudolph formally pleaded guilty in court and described in detail the kidnapping and murder of his ex-wife, who was the mother of their 4 children. Juanita, who was present in court to hear the testimony, fainted. Alessandra and Giovanna, the victim's sisters, referred to their sister's killer as a monster. Rudolph admitted to the murder, but showed no remorse or guilt. He spoke coldly about his actions without apologizing or offering any explanation for his motives. The court sentenced Rudolph to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Elizabeth's family said the sentence was too lenient, but they chose to forgive Rudolph so that they would not live with hatred. At present, Elizabeth's parents and sisters are caring for and raising her children. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed exploring these intriguing cold cases with me. If you found the video fascinating, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to Cold Case Mystique for more deep dives into cold case investigations. Your support helps me bring you more compelling content. Leave a comment below with your thoughts or any cases you'd like me to cover next. See you in the next video. And remember, the search for truth never stops.